more core monkey. At least that to me is where it's looked a bit more impactful.
Now that we're coming to the end of the bans, last picks potentially coming out. LGD, what do you feel they need? What's missing? What needs to tie it all together?
I just want to say the last two bans, Timber and Viper, it's like the way I'm thinking about Dota perhaps might be one-dimensional. Still, like you need this one playmaker, one hard carry, you know, or a couple of semi-carries that are constantly fighting. But there's this meta in which you just sustain, you get these beasts that cannot be killed. The meta that has been prevalent in the last couple of days with the Dazzle. And imagine just a Viper added to Team Liquid. Like how do you ever fight them? They're just too beefy, too constantly going at you. So also the break would be pretty damn nice into the Tidehunter. The same goes for Timber, really. It looks like a solid Timber game. What does Team Liquid need right now?
LGD.
LGD.
So like what kind of carry?
Yeah, they just need a carry here.
Yeah, I think not too greedy is kind of what I would say from looking at this.
Is Weaver an option? Bloodseeker has been just banned out.
Yeah.
We actually had a crazy stat about Bloodseeker that I didn't write down, but it was like he's been banned something like 30 odd times or 20 something times. I don't know. It's a crazy amount of times and just practically not picked at all.
TA makes a lot of sense. It kind of goes the same way. Like I was thinking about the Weaver. Weaver historically has been decent against the Lone Druid and benefits from the minus armor. TA is strong as well and benefits from the minus armor. Rosh potential is there. PSG LGD's draft is like there's no ambiguity here. You know exactly where everyone is going, but it's still strong.
It's like a tiny bit old school, but at the same time, I think it works well because they've against the Lone Druid, because this is the Tide plus TA. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, that was what they got memed about picking every game. But like these two heroes do synergize well together with all the minus armor. You're getting Statfire Tide. This TA is really set up to kill heroes very, very quickly in this game.
They still get their break, by the way, with the Hoodwink.
Yeah. One thing that we didn't say, though, was the potential for Monkey King to go... I mean, they could swap, right? So Mickey's normally they're mid, but I assume he's picked it up, but he's going to be playing in the safe lane. Do you feel that's going to be swapped?
Oh, yeah, of course, because they played with Mickey on safe lane for such a long time. Why not once?
It's going to be, Dazzle Monkey lane sounds really tough for the Tide, and I think that's pretty much what... They saw this Tide come out like, that's a good hero against Lone Druid, but how do you make it have a bad game against Lone Druid? You make it super underfarmed. Destroyed in lane. If Tide doesn't get farm, Lone Druid is not going to be afraid of him, or Tide needs to have enough items to like sit in front of towers, anchor smash the bear. He needs to not be squishy. So if he gets off to a slow start, this game could be tricky for PSG LGD.
Okay. Do you think it's going to get to that point, and do you think that Liquid are going to be potentially taking game one?
I think there's definitely potential. I think their draft is strong enough to take it. I'm still leaning PSG LGD's favor in PSG LGD's side because of my bias. And I do think that they have more playmaking capabilities early on in the game.
That's fine. You're allowed to have that small little bias. I do have a small little bias to our two casters, and they are Trent and Lyrical.
Aw, thank you so much, Nat, and the lovely panel out there. Trent, I'm so excited. I could not be more excited for this game. I saw this one. I was like, Liquid LGD, let's go. The battle out there. I'm going to be real with you. I didn't need to look at the drafts. I was going to say LG was going to win no matter what.
Okay, that's fair.
Where I was feeling. Are you agreeing? Do you think that Liquid pulled something together here?
Coming into it, of course. I think most people are just like, wow, LGD are tearing it up right now. Kind of expect them to keep tearing it up. But I really like the draft from Liquid, I got to say. I think it hits a couple of these like top tier heroes right now. I mean, you and me, this guy, Dawnbreaker, Hoodwink, that's us.
Let's go.
Terrorizing the pubs. And for good reason. These heroes are very frightening in the laning stage, and that's what Liquid need. They need good lanes, try and carry this out, because LGD have obviously been looking very good, and they also have some very solid heroes. Like let's not get it out of our hands here. I don't think it's like really a draft win necessarily on either side. I definitely think that LGD have comfort, and I think we are seeing a recurring problem here at the Major of a Puck first overall picked, and honestly, it's not that bad of a Puck game. So how is that allowed to happen?
I mean, even when it's bad Puck games, like they pick Nyx Assassin or stuff like that, they're still just phase shifting away from everything. So it feels like it almost doesn't even matter. Ame hiding in the shadows the way that TA does. Are they going to find her over there? I mean, Liquid has done a big old wraparound all the way through the jungle here, but they don't manage to connect onto that TA.
30 seconds to battle.
Just hiding back a bit. Interesting. So yeah, a couple of big things that I'm really interested in here is the Tide Hunter. I mean, again, a hero has only been picked one time as far as we could tell. Didn't win that game. Faith Beyond, though, this is the man with the plan, and so often he's just been able to be the difference maker for this team. I want to see what he does.
Yeah, it looks like nothing too. Oh well, I say nothing too exciting. They're gonna get a little bit of damage there. It's like that's not a staircase.
Do they have detection? They do. They got a sentry ward. Do they drop it? Yeah, they go for it. Oh no, Ame, this is not the way to start. Can they bring him down? It looks like they will. First blood drawn by Zai. Ooh, giving that extra gold there to Dawnbreaker at the start is scary.
Okay, that was really crafty because I think Ame was like, all right, well, there's no way I die up here versus these two heroes. Like, I'll have some way out after the hammer, but probably wasn't expecting the Dazzle to be up there to start, right?
Yeah.
To get the early kill and then TP down bottom because they're clearly anticipating this lane that they are going to get of the Monkey King and the Dazzler together. So yeah, Tide Hunter, hero, I love this hero. Obviously, he's been very iconic in the pro scene for a long time. Has not been around much lately, though. You know, we've moved on to these Razors and Mars heroes over the past year, and Tide kind of got left behind. He's a little sluggish in the off lane, right? He's a pretty big behemoth dude. He doesn't get around very much. And at the very least, we'll have the Kraken at some point to work within this lane, theoretically, for like dispels and stuff for the poison touch, but overall, you really don't like seeing Monkey King versus you in the laning stage.
No, and did fully commit for that. Gush now is, meanwhile, Y going to be brought down low. This is the danger. Level 2 on Dawn, and
listen,
it's
all I'm saying
so
is
scary.
We win our lane with these heroes. All right, so like, you know,
you're not wrong.
that's a bad sign for the balance.
Thank you. Dude, the power of Dazzle. All right, the lanes are strong for Liquid. That is all I'm going to say. Down bottom, there is trouble. A Bruin and Sania, he just walks off all the pressure. And up top, they found the kill also.
Oh, the gosh, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if he almost wanted it. I don't know how much mana he had left. He had already burned through a lot.
He
but
had 4 tangos and some mango. I don't know.
That's fair.
I think dying, probably a little unnecessary there.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see if he can come back to lane fully stocked up and ready to go. But for now, Y just trying to play a little bit of intercept. Does manage to find the D ward there up on the high ground. So getting a little bit gold back into his way.
I will say, overall, the lane's been very passive this major for the games we've been casting. This has not been the regular.
Oh, Y? Vision, just getting fogged, hides away to the side. Oh, 15 HP, but he couldn't quite connect there. Yeah, not passive this time at all.
No, not whatsoever. And Boxy just still continuing to harass and push up there with that Blightstone. So good early on the Hoodwink. And just a great last pick. They had a couple options, right? They could have done the offlaner hero. They could have gone for something like a Rubik, too. It's a great Rubik game overall. But they wanted this pressure in the lane. They want to really take this and snowball into something. Up top again on the Ame. Very good.
God.
So the way Zion Boxy are playing this, too, where they have the angle of the slow of the hammer to ensure that it doesn't break the tree that you're using for the bushwhack. Because that's a common problem with this duo.
They're killing it. They're getting everything they need to. And why you had access to that camp, but it's only the ensnare creep. You're not really doing that much besides trying to get the harassment out. And Zai playing Dawnbreaker with already the Soul Ring done. They have constant spam. TA, this is going to be tough for Ame. He goes in with the Meld Strike. I mean, any time this wave is away from Ame's tower, it's death sentence potentially.
It's even tough for Y to get out right now and try and find a creep, right?
Yeah.
Like as this the small camp is blocked, and he's got a hill troll to work with if he wants. He doesn't really have a whole lot of choices, so he's just gonna have to take it.
Mid lane we hadn't really talked about, but yeah, you can see that you're going to push on back there and try and break some salves. But with the wave underneath the tower now, it's very dangerous for the TA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mid. This is a bit of a classic. Lone Druid has a couple matchups that traditionally he was used in the mid lane for, and Puck was one of them, where you can sort of you don't have to really worry about being bullied out, especially since Puck has lost a lot of damage in the past few years in terms of the laning stage. So you can just get away with this and even get a couple kills with the root now, with it being earlier.
Faith Beyond trying to stand tall here. The Boundless Strike does not connect onto Zinq, and in fact, with the turnaround cookie, that will be enough to stop Mickey from going for that much more. And actually goes back in for the kill. Grave at level 3 already out. Faith Beyond.
Zai, diving tower?
Yeah, up top, they do find another kill on that Ench. And, well, in the meantime, Insania going to try and keep the pressure onto Faith Beyond. Can he get another touch? He will. But did not get the reapply as the Kraken show was there regardless. So, Liquid forcing back again down bottom. And, I mean, look at the CS. TA is 7-4. She is getting absolutely destroyed.
Oh, and again, just like, yeah, keeping up that harass. Like, you got Wyatt passing over tangles and stuff, but just, oh, he's still so low here. And Boxy's not even there. Just running around. Going to actually suicide to the neutrals. Just wants to keep the pressure up in the lane, right? So this is something that you want to do where you're just buying out stats. So we've seen this Blight. So we've even seen occasionally like early Wraith bans, even on like Hoodwinks, where you just want to like keep on pressuring as much as possible.
God, and I mean, you look at this, right? He walks forward with that hammer, and you actually can't come and contest it. Although, maybe with the siege shot, there's some extra damage there now. He's going to have to back away, but we'll have the salve up and can go for another round.
I mean, Zai's just keeping him low, right? So that when the respawn comes from Boxy, they can just go again.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Tidehunter's lane not going as bad as up top is, but it's scary.
Look what Boxy's done. He's TP to the mid lane. They have a lane ward in place here to see when he's coming up from the TP, right? So they're going to know that he's not there.
Okay.
I might have everyone else kind of wondering a little bit. He's using that ward to get up into that dire part of the jungle.
Nothing to say, lays down one of his own. Yeah, and with level 6 now on the puck, there is some danger for a turnaround if they decide to dive under that tower again.
Yeah, now they see him.
But they get it. A little bit of a bushwhack there. Nothing to say. A root, first hit there. Forced to drop it, and actually the cookie onto the creep to stun the bear. But very close to some dangerous stuff going on, and why making the rotation over as well as XinQ.
It's 6 minutes, baby. Everybody in the mid lane. 6 minutes means 6 heroes. That has been the theme so far. Oh, it's going to be bottom. Oh, and Sandy gets a lovely regen rune for himself.
Right. Yeah, and again, because you've got Dawnbreaker, Monkey King, when Liquid make those rotations, they can stay in the lane. Ame's walking home.
Yeah.
Ame's level 4 and Zai is level 6. This is not a fair matchup here at all. He just can't stay. I mean, yeah, TA's game is catastrophic at the moment.
Yeah, they could start mounting some stacks. That would be great. Obviously, they have a TA and a Tidehunter, so both very capable of going for the stacks. But Liquid, you know, they would love to keep fighting. They're going to have this Monkey King who might play a little bit aggressive, could be scouting up for these stacks. Dawnbreaker, of course, can then join in these moments while still farming. Hoodwink, an excellent hero to set up for these kind of plays from a Dawnbreaker, because you can just run around, scurry in through that jungle, set up a bushwhack into the Solar Guardian, and you're going to have that big burst damage at level 6. Now, keeping that in mind, we are also going to have Ravage plus Mortimer Kisses, which is very dangerous. And Snapfire plus pretty much anyone can get kills at level 6. That could be their comeback mechanism.
Faith Beyond not quite level 6 himself. Mickey forced to throw out that Boundless Strike, but the Stomp is going to... Oh, just barely gets away. The Boundless Strike gave him enough to get the jump. Enough time not getting hit there. So well played.
Now we get that mid lane Templar Assassin at this point.
Yeah.
Ame's got to find something. Nothing to say, just kind of wondering where his lane went. But, you know, he'll just hang out up here with a Dream Coil, hoping that they're going to dive the TA. Maybe catch this down. Oh, Insania.
Yeah, gotta be careful. I mean, to be honest, though, getting that extra little couple of free hits onto the tower, if they could lose that pretty soon here,
yeah, they know he's lurking, as you can see.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And obviously, the laning stage has been superb from Liquid. Everything that they could have wanted, and in fact, gonna maybe take down XinQ here, as well as they do have the Starbreaker. No follow-up, though.
Wow, impressive. There's not many heroes that could have survived in a situation like that.
Dire's top tower.
Zai level 7, yeah, 4 points in that hammer. Ame finds a DD rune, will take that to the jungle.
Oh, those Ancients are stacked. It's go time.
Yeah, he needs this recovery. I think that this has got to be one of the moments where you just take some me time. You know, only 1 point in the side blades, but
it hurts.
TD gotta get it. God, can he even do this? I don't know if he can.
Team.
This is very hard for him to deal with.
Yo, why? Do you have a Nature's Tendency out there? But no, sorry.
Oh my God, refraction.
Oh, it's getting spicy.
All right, I mean, without the DD, that doesn't happen. He needed that so badly. What a win. Man.
Ooh, Boxy going to get a lovely D ward here. Turn that sentry down. Also, one of the benefits of Hoodwink, of course, that you can actually check the high grounds. The hero with the trees.
Dire's bottom tower
okay.
is under attack.
Turned on again. Insania's nearby. We'll throw out a little bit of a poison touch in the back off, but Ravage is available, so have to be careful about any overextensions that come out from Liquid. In the meantime, though, XinQ, I think, is also getting relatively close. Level 5.5, so almost there, but Matumba Man's already taken the tower.
Yeah, he is looking mighty huge, only behind Zai at this point in the game. So just great decision to make this the core Dawnbreaker this game. It saw an opportunity with the lanes where there wasn't really going to be a setup that she was going to do poorly, and obviously she's already a very strong laner, but when you can really bully and push out that opponent, that's what you love to see. So going to take down that tier 1 tower and going to head down bottom. So you're going to have Zai sort of playing in this this Ravage zone.
God, yeah, and he's just doing whatever he wants. Very interesting.
Yeah, is Tiger or Insane really going to live here? No, he's dead.
A chase down is there. Did have to use the Ravage, though? No. So that's going to be a big win. LGD getting on the board a little bit and much needed.
What is this? Insania advertising for Tiger's Insta. We got MSS has SVG in his tag. All right, guys, relax.
Listen, it's the love. You got to have some love. But I think that, you know, the last couple of minutes, you see this 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. The strength that we are hoping to see from LG is going to come out from those ultis, but I'm wondering if they're going to be too far in the tank where it might not even end up mattering.
There's also an issue of the cooldowns, which is something that Liquid don't necessarily have to worry about.
Cookie in. Grave is there. Looking for a turn. Going to Solar Guardian away, but no, they dropped the Ravage for it. And that is worth, I got to imagine, Faith Beyond. Finding that kill onto Zai and Sania. Going to drop down next is... Wait, they actually just dropped everything. Okay, never mind. They kill Faith Beyond. Zinq, maybe a bit too far forward as Matumba Man the Bear shows up, but the enchant slows down enough where he can't find a route.
And Insania also going down to the burn from those kisses. Almost survived, but the last little DOTs to take him down. So the interesting part of putting the Dawnbreaker down bottom is that typically with these Dawnbreakers, what we like to see is the hero hitting creeps and just waiting for the your allies to be gone on, obviously. So Solar Guardian. It's much more difficult when you're in this like dead lane scenario, which has kind of happened here. Like they sort of know this is where LGD wants to apply the pressure, and putting Xayah as the face there takes away a lot of the benefits of the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
So I feel like that might have been a bit of a mistake. Obviously, that just must come down to that they wanted to do that because they were more invested in getting some value on Mickey at the moment, giving him a safer place to farm.
Right. And you can see, though, afterwards, Zai going to hang out up on the top side for a little bit here, waiting for his ulti to come back out. But LGD, they're not going to be deterred. They want to make the rotation and find that Monkey King up on the top side of the map. Mickey, will he be found out, though? Smoke will break in a second here. We'll see if they can quite connect.
It's not an easy kill.
And a jump. This would be the moment. Yeah, he knows.
That's going to give it away.
Good job by Mickey.
Yeah, no kisses there to combo even with the coil, so would have been a bit rough.
And the constant, steady stream of right clicks into a tower, although Boxy goes for the sharpshooter, just letting him know, Faith Beyond, that he's got your number.
Yeah, forced the TP from the puck. Didn't end up completing it, but that means that no rotation possible for Nothing to Say now.
Oh, he caught him. He didn't think he was going to get him there. And now in a little bit of trouble with the Solar Guardian turn. Okay, maybe this is not going to go so well.
Here, there, but I'm looking at him like there's no snap. Like this monkey's not dead.
Yeah. I wonder if that was planned the whole time. I don't know if Snap showed on a wave or something there, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think they saw Zinq down bottom when he went for that play onto Faith Beyond side.
Oh, and I love this. The Orchid getting picked up for Dawnbreaker. You talked about what's the answer for Puck. Yeah. Just buy an answer.
And there it is. Instantly silenced up there and gone.
Damn.
And now you're going to force that bad itemization of a Puck, right? And instantly shift gives. He had boots of travel. He's all psyched up. He's like, yeah. Oh, I'm going to get bots on my Puck. It's going to be awesome. And Yules.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man.
He knows what he needs to do.
So much
Boxy,
fun game.
in the meantime, doesn't even need the scurry, but he got the really cool sharpshooter to get away there from the Tidehunter. That's pretty nice.
And that is the Blink Dagger there as well for Faith Beyond, so they're well aware of that.
Finally, getting on the board for LGD, taking this bottom tier 1 tower. Now, we always knew that if LGD was going to win this game, it was going to be around the big ultis, making sure that they don't lose too much when the cooldowns are low. And they're still keeping this lead like around the same area, but I feel like Liquid have that potential to try and sort of choke them out of the map and really close in on places where LGD can farm. But at least for now, they haven't been able to do that completely.
Things could certainly be worse for LGD. Only being 2K down at this point, I feel like you'll almost kind of take that. Like the fact that we're actually just surpassing Ame managing to hop over Mickey. Very impressive. I mean, he's been a little bit more involved and sort of like off the map a bit for Mickey and applying to these more dangerous waves, but still, Ame is keeping up the pace. Definitely going to be nothing to say who's going to have the hardest time, right? I feel like he's going to become the third core very quickly. Tidehunter is a greedier offlaner. He likes to have more gold and get these bigger items on the earlier end of the game. And with the Orchid being there for nothing to say and trying to target him down, it's going to be very difficult for him to keep accelerating.
No, they aren't going to go there. There's always that danger that if you find the first stun, it's going to turn into something really bad afterwards. Smoke up now with 3. Matumba Man finishing Deso. You got to imagine if they can win a fight here into Roche or taking one of those tier 2 towers. And for now, they find one. This is the Diffusal Blade reveal, and there's just no answer.
No. Hoodwink is so good at just like instantly shutting down those fights too, right? That big burst. Yeah, imagine.
Looking for more there. Matumba Man almost got him. Yeah, the Hoodwink chase potential is unreal.
Right back to that mid wave, and as I said, they can just start thinking about those objectives. To me, the big objective would probably be just top, right?
Okay.
You want to control that whole area. You can see the circle now from Ame just saying, like, we need to figure this whole area out. And the question is, can you take down LGD if they want to come fight you with the Roche? I feel like, well, this
is far, though. The Ravage, the turn. Do they have enough to kill him? Silo dead. They got a bit too greedy. They will clean up Q, but why? Now also in some trouble. And the Bushwhack. Faith Beyond. He thought he could take this fight, but it won't happen. A double kill from Mickey. It comes at the cost of Zai, but they will take that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a classic, huh? Yeah, the puck's not there, unfortunately. Had a DD, too, that he's just able to pick up as well. And so, yes, you take down the Dawnbreaker, but at a huge cost, plus spending the ulti. So it's going to be a long time where they can't fight them, can't contest them, and that's exactly when they want to head into the Roche pit. Because if there's any place you want to spend all these big ultis, it's Roche, right? Knowing that Liquid would want to go for that on the earlier end. So we still have the Mortimer Kisses, though. They might be, they might feel forced to actually contest this.
And I mean, again, this anticipation, the Matumba Man's there, but they were not quite anticipating Mickey getting quite as quick of a turnaround. Why? Now also chased. And from downtown Boxy, there to clean up the kill. Nothing to say. Oh, the Orchid! It comes out. Zai doesn't quite find him, though. He was able to juke to the side. Nothing to say. Somehow able to escape from that one. Did a little ring around the tree. But they will get the Aegis. Bearman strong.
Yeah, and he's really taking his time right now on Nothing to Say to try and find some farm to get this Yules. Have some kind of an option. It won't be free, though, of course. There will be a couple tools as you're coming out of that Yules that could be a bit dangerous here from Liquid.
Yeah, there's more than a few things there to catch. Whether it's Savage Roar or, I mean, even timing the Starbreaker could be a little bit tough, but you got the Aghanim Shard now on the Dawnbreaker, so Magic Immunity.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still a puck with no blink, right? So
yeah.
I mean, you have Yules, but unless that orb is out there preemptively before the Orchid, you're still in big trouble.
True. Well, they have access now to the Outpost and Tier 2 tower taken. Liquid, they keep on stacking up these objectives one after the other. The net worth lead still keeping it somewhat close. And I mean, they need to get a fight where they actually have Ame there to deal damage. Nothing to say to deal damage around that Ravage. It feels like until that moment comes, LGD is always going to be on the back foot.
Radiant's middle tower.
Why? Just playing the Vanguard here, sitting on the staircase in between the enemy team and Ame. And so he will pay the price, but kills, of course, not worth that much gold these days. It's essentially what's just like keeping them afloat right now.
Yep. Nothing to say. Mickey there. Solar Guardian tries to jump out. They get their vision. Oh, wait, they cut the tree. A little bit of a misplay. Nothing to say. Now able to get a little bit of distance, so the Orchid won't be there in time. As they chase, nothing to say, gets out. See, I think that was the hammer thrown at the same time. Yeah, I know, right, exactly. Yeah, they're still taking buildings.
Yeah, unfortunately, that hammer in the trees, some poor interactions there when you get a monkey and a hoodwink on your team. So far, they've been avoiding it. Not this time.
Faith Beyond's hunting. He's thinking about this here. They've all got heroes in the area.
Yeah, there's the smoke. So the Blink, Ravage, the Mortimer Kisses, and if you line them up with the side blades, it's just like bowling, baby. You knock them down, right? Looking for a couple strikes, some spares, clean up the 7-10 split.
Yeah,
These are all
that's
these
the one.
American terms, all right? Start Googling.
That's how
He's
going
going to hit a triple. We need to explain baseball rules to the Euros.
I know. There's no way.
You know, they didn't understand the Rangers game going on in the hotel.
It's too complicated. Oh, mate. Looking. Trying to find a strike. I can't do it anymore. I'm done.
Unless it's baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, then he doesn't want the strike. He wants the grand slam.
Yeah, that's the one that they want. And meanwhile, Matumpa just takes the tower.
That's a lot simpler.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 20 minutes. There's just nothing there separating them. All the cores from Liquid are so freaking farmed. You got BKB now done on Monkey King as well. They have played this like early laning stage into mid game just fabulously.
All right. But you see, Faith Beyond, he purchases the Ags. Now, Tideunder has the best voice line when he gets the Ags because he says, and so it falls to me, because that's how I feel whenever I have to buy this item. It says, we're losing, and I got to push out these waves.
Oh, from downtown, they do get the bear. Bear goes down. Okay. So it falls to him.
Yep, there it is. Gush.
That's not going to quite do enough. I mean, that is one thing. They've got spectacular high ground defense. They've got good ways to push out the creep waves. Nothing to say. Throws out the orb. The Hoodwink will not quite be able to catch him. Zai cooldown in 4 on Orchid.
Remember, first overall pick of the entire draft. I just want to point out again. First overall pick.
Boundless Strike cuts.
There, yeah, all right. Well played.
Oh, wait. They got to be careful, though. The wrap is coming. They're looking for the turn. Faith Beyond, he's got the moment. He's got the moment. Can they jump? Do they want to? Mickey pops the BKB, though. Catches all the rest of them. Still hanging on to that Ravage for now. As Zai in trouble will get killed. Ravage comes afterwards, only for the dazzle. Was anticipating more heroes there, but LGD, they win a fight.
Press 1 in chat if you blink Ravage those 3 heroes.
Yeah,
Instead of being patient. See, he was patient. All right, only use the Ravage when he had to. Guarantee that kill. And that way you don't get burnt by the BKB that was there. So then they still force out the BKB. They lose no heroes. And it's that simple. In terms of the swing and how quick it can happen, that's like a 1,400 gold swing. Right? They're cutting that lead in half. That Liquid have, and they quickly move to the objective with the damage they have from this Templar Assassin.
The big question, though, is now with Ravage on cooldown, how much can Liquid get? How far do they want to try and push the sort of tactical advantage they're going to have here?
Oh, but wait, Matu. He doesn't have this Aegis in 8 seconds.
At the same time, the timing of this, Matumpa, man, a bit too greedy, turns into true form.
And they're not TPing. No one else is coming.
Okay,
They don't have coil.
All right.
We'll relax.
I was getting a little bit dicey there, a little afraid. But yeah, getting into the AC next here for Liquid. Yeah, this next Aegis is going to be the one where I feel like LGD have to be able to contest and take it away.
Now they're looking for that fight intro with the Solar Guardian. Gonna start it off, get the TP. Who's the first grab?
Mickey does have a couple seconds left on BKB, and there it is. Cookie afterwards. Stun onto 2. Solar Guardian, the chase and the kill. Zenq in some trouble, will get brought down. So both supports eating dirt while all the lanes get shoved out by the other heroes of LGD.
That was almost an excellent TP, just saying.
That was
really
good.
Close. They were out of stuns.
They were not out of damage, though.
No, they do still have quite a bit of that, it turns out here. But Liquid, I'm sure they're feeling a little bit of this pressure of just like, man, obviously they can't see the net worth and how close it's been this whole time.
Right.
But it's, they're still keeping pace pretty well on LGD. But like you were just saying before this fight started, the next Roche. It's certainly going to be a big thing here. That shard will be coming out. They're going to have that confidence to head towards the high ground.
It was right there. That was his moment.
And then it's all going to come down to, is Ravage there? And when is that perfect moment to use it? And what's the counter to Ravage? The BKBs.
Right. Well, and I would say that, like, the thing that you're talking about of the not necessarily, obviously, being fully aware of what the net worth difference is, but if nothing else, it's annoying to have to chase these heroes around the map one after the other. Sometimes you pick them off. Sometimes, like we just saw there with Nothing to Say, you don't quite connect onto it. But if they can actually find that fight and Liquid can force it by getting Roche, by getting a tier 3 tower or something, that's when they start to feel really good.
Luckily, they play in the same region as Tundra, so they are mentally steeled versus this constant running around the trees.
We do have Blink, Ravage ready to go. 5 heroes grouped together. Now there are BKBs and the scan connects, so Liquid know this is coming. And Zai there to break it right at the start. Nice. Pops BKB. So unbelievably ready for that one. Now going through onto Ame, but look at the damage out onto him. Nothing to say, and the Ravage comes out afterwards. Is it going to be enough? They take down 2. Insania already dead. Matumba Man's in trouble. Oh, Mickey, he needs to do this one pretty much all on his own. He turns one onto another. They find the Hoodwink stun. LGD, do they have enough? Mickey living through it. The Yule Scepter lift up to break the lifesteal. And now the turn the kill. LGD, how do they keep doing it?
Oh, just so well done. And it's set up perfectly with the Yules for the cookie after. Guarantee the fine finish on that fight. And it starts out kind of good because, like, sure, you get the BKB off as they're jumping, but they didn't commit anything too huge, right? Just a little poke and prod there from nothing to say. And just what we were sort of talking about, this idea of just setting it all up with the Ravage, right? After that Ravage, you had Matsu as well as Insania perfectly lined up, and Ame is just slicing and dicing like the Slap Chop infomercial down in the cafeteria in the morning. He could have been up there,
I know.
selling products.
Jeez. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, realistically, that's the best you could hope from Zai, right? He stops the smoke gank in its tracks, pops the BKB, is able to stay in front of all of it, but then Ame just kills him. He's just got so much damage, needs some more armor. And AC coming out soon for the Lone Druid will help to solve some of that, but I mean, it's scary. It's very scary. Again, comes down to Roche. We're 2 minutes away. What can they do to sort of get some type of advantage over the map up until that point?
Yeah, certainly a bad scenario here for Liquid. And the fact that that Ravage will be back up by the time the Roche is spawning.
Yeah, that would have been huge if it spawned right there.
Yeah, that would be great for them. Have a chance without this in play here. As you see these wards, yeah, they are everywhere right now. Wards getting knocked down. I feel like wards get destroyed so often now. Like we're constantly spamming sentries all over the whole map. People are putting pillar wards down in team fights. It feels like that's the more important aspect of having visions. And our long-standing wards, yeah, and gems of course. Our long-standing wards are these like sneakier ones and sort of like bad spots in a sense where they don't provide much vision, but much less likely to get caught by the sentries.
Yeah, Liquid have nothing out on the map right now. They just don't see a thing. And likewise, LGD, they just have that one pillar. But we'll watch and wait for it. Oh, they also have the Frost Troll. That's pretty cool. Interesting. So they're keeping that armor up. And that is going to be for potentially the pivotal fight, as everybody has Frost armor.
And a hasted puck.
Oh, man. Going if there. They drop down vision. They see Insania right at the start. Going to jump onto him. Solar Guardian afterwards. It is not enough. The coil is there also on the Matumba Man. Boxy trying to interrupt this, but the Ravage is out. The damage is done. Liquid, you're in trouble. Mickey, he drops the ulti, but I don't know if it's going to be able to keep him in there. LGD just walks away, and he's forced to TP out, and he gets broken. Doesn't manage to escape. Oh, it all fell apart so quickly. It was looking so good for Liquid.
LGD, like, approaching the cliff, always a very scary prospect, but they've got that mobility on their heroes right now. So they plant the ward down, they're able to target exactly how they want during these fights, and that instant jump and the inability to really stop it from Liquid, losing Insania right away. Mickey up on the tree, not BKBing before attempting to go for the Wukong's command, gets him caught in the Ravage. So that creates a very good start to the fight for LGD, and it's just a matter of T-ball, just setting it up, knocking him down.
God. I mean, and now Roche is up right as, you're dead on the Lone Druid and the Monkey King. This just could not be going better for him. But that vision, they place it up, and you see Insania.
Like
he was walking to get it.
I'm just warding.
That's all he wanted. Oh, just a couple of seconds quicker. That's the difference right there. Because if Liquid finds him and gets the ward up first, what could have been?
That's Dota. We got a Aegis, we have Shard on the TA, we have our Shard on our Snapfire as well, of course, with those stuns being thrown up. I think they're the only two that have sharded up so far here.
That's not a word we should be using.
Sharded.
There you go, good job. Save that for the
all over the map.
The Jenkins Suns Fancast.
I'm just trying to give the people what they want, all right? I understand them.
17-14.
They said, please, more sports references from North America.
Absolutely. Oh, they got him. This is what Liquid need right here.
Oh, yeah. Now they're on the power play. It's a 5-on-4.
That's a very good stun.
That's 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes gone.
For roughing.
Oh, look at the mangoes. Oh, that's pretty nifty. It's the shovel action.
It's that Lone Druid, he's a little fruit stand. He's got lots of slots. He's like, Wraith Bands? No, that's not cool.
I want the consumables. Man, but look at that. Win probability, 81%. Look at how high it was. I think it was that far up for Liquid. 5 towers, and it just didn't matter. but they're not willing to give up without a fight. And they are wrapping right now. This is a good angle. They find Ame right at the start, able to get that stun. Do they have enough to bring down Ame? Bash caught. Is it going to be enough for the kill? A miss on the sharpshooter, but still, they take down the Aegis.
How isolated, though, is he on the re-up?
He's got to be careful. They do have Faith Beyond coming in from the side. They're trying to zone him out with Matumbo Man, but BKB Ravage is out. Will they be able to keep him alive? It doesn't look like it. It was a big attempt for a save from LGD, but it's not good enough. Can they find more? Why? Trying to run away. The Orchid is there. On the other angle, they catch and kill the Snapfire. So LGD losing 3 in the last couple of minutes.
Faith Beyond.
And they got him too. Do they have enough afterwards? Zai chasing. It's getting a little bit back and forth here as Y is also being chased down. They're just running around the whole map. They will get the slowdown there, but the coil comes out. Now the Boundless Strike trying to run in after him. Can't quite connect to the Enchantress, who just sprinks his way away.
Yeah, I'm sure a little bit frustrating that you can't get an extra kill there, but you get a couple after taking down the Aegis. Moving forward now, Matu running straight down that mid lane.
Oh, and 40 seconds with no TA, no buyback either. Do they want to try and take this building? I mean, they'll take it quickly. That is the benefit of the Liquid lineup. You win a fight, you're taking objectives.
Grab that glyph there as well, so that's going to get burnt here.
Good blink away. AK not able to hit with the stun. They know that there's no Ravage. Cooldowns down. And Liquid take advantage.
So this fight for them now has given them much better map control at this point. Going to help them out quite a bit. They managed to take the outpost. They've also now farmed up that halberd here. So potential to really ruin the fights here for Ame, especially catching before that BKB pops out. Things looking a little bit more hopeful here for the Liquid fans now.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the most I've seen Dota Buff or Dota Plus swing, rather. Shout out to Dota Buff, helping us out here.
It's been all over the place, dude. I mean, it really has. And now we're back up almost towards even again. I mean, that is what's crazy, right? Is that with this type of a lineup, I mean, you very much can swing just off of 1 or 2 misclicks, one ward placed down before another, and suddenly, if you win a fight, particularly without buyback on LGD's side, the game will just be over.
I feel like Nothing to Say is really going to be roaring back into this game, though, you know?
Yeah.
He got slowed down by that Orchid, but after the Yule's been looking really strong. And again, we're now back to this idea that they don't really have the best overall control for the hero. And as these BKBs start to wear down, he's going to become more relevant. And of course, later in the game, once he's 25, which isn't, I say later in the game, he's not that far off at this point. He's already level 22.
Yeah.
So still something to be concerned about. And then we're going to have the humongous upgrade of the refresher on Faith Beyond. Surely the next like massive increase for LGD in this match.
When you get that up, I mean, then you've sort of got an answer for the BKBs in a way. You can sort of hit that second round as long as they can survive through the first iteration of BKB damage that's coming out. But where do we go next? BKB done for Zai on top of that halberd, like you're talking about, a lot of utility, and hit the luminosity, one less hit for the crit.
Yeah, of course, and that like healing your allies, of course, just increasing that possibility. It's really great.
Yeah. Nothing to say. Where does he decide to go next? As they do have some little vision out there with the traps. Liquid also maintaining pretty good area around their side lanes. But for now, at least, we're just waiting for that next Roche, it looks like, unless there's going to be some type of a smoke around another big item. But it doesn't really feel like it. Basher done too.
Yeah, and it's really tough for Liquid to gain map control in these situations when it's 5v5 because of the puck. Because like, you're just so fast at killing these waves and getting back to your team, especially with the build.
Well, LGD heading out now.
Nothing
Who are they going to find? Break smoke, backs out. Faith Beyond did too, and they don't like it.
Yeah, it's just a bad situation. Like you get the vision, you don't want to like blind jump up there as the puck. Don't want to be forced to Yules up on the high ground like that.
Yeah, they're going to ward around their triangle instead. So
it is a really good time for them to fight, though, because if they take a fight and it's the earliest spawn on Roche, they'll still have Ravage back. So I think that's why LGD are sort of going for this right now.
Yeah, and of course, getting closer to that refresher, but still wants to save for buyback. We'll send out a couple of illusions to scout the way. Still very far away from that one. And yeah, I mean, for Liquid's point of view, I mean, I'm not even sure what the circumstances are that they want to take a fight. Like, their initiation is very odd. It depends a lot, I guess, upon Hoodwink being able to catch somebody who's, pushing one of these side lanes or something.
I do think this is one of those games where the Wukong's 25. I say this every game, but I do think it's one of the best talents in existence. Like TA, obviously, also very good with the refraction instances that she does have. But that Wukong is so hard to fight into, especially when you're playing with a right clicker like TA, where she's like trying to maneuver around, and this Monkey King's getting very farmed. It's difficult for your allies to actually assist you. The Force Staffs and the Hurricane Pikes are nice on the original Wukongs. That thing gets upgraded though. It's big.
Yeah.
It's hard to handle.
Huge. And it's to the point right now where one Force Staff was enough to get Ame just about outside of the Wukong's command. A second one won't be that lucky, as you can see that they're going all in for it. LGD, no half measures. They have
they're
the
all
refresher
in on Monkey
done.
too. There's no buyback right now on Mickey.
Scary stuff. He needs to get that BKB off. Abyssal Blade done.
Same
Get some
thing
vision.
for Matu as well.
Up on the high ground, Liquid, they're being wrapped on. They smoke themselves, walk up. Matumba Man, front and center, Ravage down, round one. BKB out, Faith Beyond pops for pressure, gets a second one. Is it going to be enough, though? No, the save, it's not there. Matumba Man dead 80 seconds, but they find Ame. This is pretty good. Mickey connection killed, and no buyback on Ame. Mickey, able to get out of the tree right before things went south. There is going to be a coil, leashed up, turns to try and survive through this, but the grave is there, the heal is there, and nothing to say. He's gone. Double for Zai. They keep finding more. And Liquid, this is the fight that they needed.
Well, whether you're getting hunted or not, you can always buy back on Dazzle. So Insane gets back in for the save.
And they find now onto Y. Cookie comes out, but it won't be enough to save that Ench. And 3 dead. They do tick into buyback now on Ame.
Look at that Roche timer, though.
Oh, my God. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The pain.
Yeah, they will not be rewarded with any Roche benefits here, but what do we got? We got Snap and we got Tide, so we can gush out this wave a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to buy back on at least one, so the puck coming back in.
And he ticked into buyback on TA, too.
Yeah.
So, okay. We're good.
Yeah, they're going to get one buyback out of the puck, but the not getting Roche definitely hurts.
Well, what a strange way for that fight to go, too, because it looked so strong for LGD, both by their positioning and the opening salvos of the Ravage, but Mickey actually got double Ravage sitting on top of a tree without BKBing, and Ame walked right next to him. He didn't even realize. He walked out of the tree and abyssaled him.
Feels bad.
And then he just got comboed down with the help of Zai.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The lane's going to be in, again, slightly better position. Got to push this one out here down bottom. But it means that there's going to be everything back up again. Refresher, Ravage, it's all going to be ready by the time we get this next Roche fight. That being said, the net worth lead definitely has been brought down a little bit. And of course, the big kill there onto the puck means there was a buyback used for him. So buyback for Dazzle, buyback for puck, not available for the Roche fight.
And although he has the Yules for the defensive item, he does not have a choice versus this Abyssal Blade. Is rather scary. And they, of course, have the Chainstone to keep that going. And soon we'll be up to 25 on that Dawnbreaker. Seeing a lot of the double Starbreaker.
Oh, it's so good.
Very good at pickoffs in the late game, just to help for the chain stun.
That's so much damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Depending on how you time it, you think you can get 3 of the Luminosity procs too. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Well, Trickster Cloak, couple more items coming out now. And at 38 minutes, Liquid and LGD squaring off on this side. I mean, LGD don't know the timing, Tumba Man. Dispels, but Bear taking a good chunk of damage there. God, they got to be so upset about this Roche.
Well, it's been a late one. Roche, he's sleeping in today. Taking a bit of time off. Taking some me time.
That's right. Jumps, finds him, stun, combo, but they interrupt the Ravage, the Force Staff, the Cookie, everything for Ame, and now look at them, they're all lined up together. Ame down on the low ground, the Cookies come through. It's terrible for Liquid. Mickey in trouble. He's gonna fall. Zai also starting to drop. All the save in the world, and it was everything they needed. 5 for nothing.
LGD are just, they're Obi-Wan. They're the kings of the high ground. Both fights now, they have that exact positioning that you'd love to see, and somehow Liquid is just trapped in a ball at the bottom of these stairs, and the weakness of the Lone Druid in a way in terms of just like these BKBs, right? not wanting to pop into it yet, still purchasing one again on the hero now, and he just got wrecked by Faith Beyond, even though like his allies BKB'd early, right? It feels like Matu's really struggling to get a lot of damage out in these fights.
God, I mean, you take a look at this again, and Ame is the damage, right?
And the saves too, right? Like,
yes,
he gets gone on like this. The Ravage initially, even they're just trying to wail into him, but Matu just stuck, and again Ravaged again.
Yeah. Oh,
and then
man.
forced it. What an angle too. I think it was probably his own Hurricane Pike at that point, but still,
he just
beautiful
gets
stuff
all around.
And that's something where like we constantly get these situations in the late game where you see Enchantress and you're just like, oh yeah, right, the hero's back, right? It's got this sort of a parabolic relationship in Dota where it's like really, really strong at the first with the creeps, and then your mid game can be kind of weird sometimes, but then late game you get a little bit of space. You're just heaving this pure damage and cutting right through all these defensive options.
God, and just like that, that's all it takes, and they have lost 2 lanes of racks now. Obviously, Liquid don't want to buy back with the respawns this close. So, goodness gracious, Trent, that one was rough. I mean, this is the thing, right? Is that when you have this sort of one hero that you have to focus on, Ame is all of that damage. If you don't get the kill, if there are saves there. You're going to be balled up. You're going to be grouped together. You've got 3 melee cores.
Yeah, they're struggling to get this sort of like a Puck-esque hero, right? The Spirit who can cut to the backline, because are we ever initiating on the Ench or the Snap? Not really, right? It feels like we're just like brute forcing these engagements right now when it comes to how Liquid's doing it. And so they're not able to finesse themselves into catching one of these saves early on.
Right.
But they also maybe don't want to burn their BKBs trying to kill an Ench or a Snapfire when after that you're going to get ravaged, right? So it's a very difficult dilemma for them in these engagements, and unfortunately they have not yet found a solution.
No, they're I mean, the solution is they need Puck. Apparently that hero's still pretty good, or something else along those lines. But I think the bigger issue is just that this draft was not supposed to get to this point for Liquid, and LGD did a fabulous job of shutting down that early momentum. You looked at how much damage was coming out to those towers. They had 5 towers down, when I think LGD only had 1. And it just didn't matter. And now we're seeing there are a couple of 25s that have come out. We saw just a second ago the Refraction instances, Pierce's spell immunity, but also Mickey has that outer ring. So all is not lost, but it's pretty grim for Liquid.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to hold on for now, at least.
It is difficult for LGD to go high ground. I don't imagine they're going to force unless they see a really prime opportunity. That is certainly the truth. Especially versus that massive Wukong's command, because he's going to want the refresher. This is a pretty common build at this point with the Monkey Kings, right? They want to get that humongous ulti twice. I mean, you look at Nothing to Say, he's got over 400 last hits in this game, and not many of those are jungle. Now, this guy has just been catching these waves nonstop this game and forcing these positions onto Liquid.
He's been doing a great job and not getting caught that often against heroes that would be. But the Ravage in interrupting it. They get round 2. The damage is there. They buy back on both. This could be a bad fight if they can make it work. But can they keep LGD stuck here? LGD just back out.
There's no catch.
There's nothing. Damn.
They're going to have to smoke out after this one, I'm sure. Right?
Yeah.
The Ravages are down. They know they have to go for something at this point.
You've got to make something happen.
I don't think you're going to wait for another moment here. But that was a good start because they managed to get the Ravages came out while there was a Bushwhack still on the TA. So at the very least, like she couldn't instantly capitalize on it. But unfortunately, they obviously weren't able to get any of the PKPs off there. At least not right away.
And they do have the Refresher Shard now passed over to the Tide. So they're ready for another round of Ravage. And he got the level 25 1-second stun. So if they go up there, it's not free.
It's a big old wraparound coming here. They've got 1 ward still above the Roche.
LGD are so ready for this. They saw this coming yesterday. They knew this wraparound was coming from a while ago. Nothing to say. Can they catch him? Hunting. Hoping to find him. They got so much vision up here.
Look at these traps. What is this?
They're ready. And now Creepwave coming into the base. LGD, they're ready to walk forward. Nature's attendance. And then run in. Dude, they know exactly where they are. Oh, LGD, they were prepared. A good bushwhack, but the chase is there. Run forward, stun out, refresher. There's the Ravage onto both. And with that, Matumba Man going to drop. Mickey, can he salvage this? Goes for a couple more punches onto Xingqiu. The disarm, the chase. Good damage onto him. But TA just clapping away. And with that, it's going to be GG LGD perseverance, like tenacity. Give me a word, because they were able to go through the hardest early game that I've ever seen.
High ground.
High ground. That's fair.
Every good fight, they're starting in an excellent position. We can go with puck as well. Clearing waves. There's quite a few terms and ways they're able to take the W here for LGT. I had to make sure the panel was still there,
No, they're chilling. They're ready.
There, don't worry.
God, yeah, that was, think about how, Ame was level 4 walking back to base when Dawnbreaker was level 6.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts for the Liquid fans in hindsight as to how well this game started. But I think really the key to me was trying to enable Matu in the fights. That felt pretty rough, these games. These several games, actually. He's really good hitting the towers on that bear, but it felt like they had just really good ideas for controlling the bear. We saw that double pick in the second phase of the Tidehunter and the snap. Excellent, right?
Yeah.
Really shut down the Lone Druid. You get the minus arm to help cut through the hero, especially in combination with the Templar Assassin.
Right.
And then in terms of just stunning the bear, because you don't want to get that BKB that early, and couldn't really perform in the fights.
Yeah, maybe we're going to see some more of those Force Staffs too, all over the place. But for now, we're going to head back to the panel, let them break down all the action from that game number 1.
Yes, we are here. Trent, don't worry. We were always here. We were watching that game intently, ready to break it down with Gods and Lizard. I don't know why I keep saying your name like that, by the way. I'm like, Lizard.
You're just hype.
It's just hype. I was just hype.
Let's go.
Yeah, hype me up a little bit.
I will. All right. I will give you the floor to be hyped up then. Let's talk about those lanes. Lyrical said it was probably the best early game Liquid were ever really going to get against LGD. And they looked great. Why did these lanes go so well for them?
And all the Liquid fans were hyped. But yeah, sadly for them, it didn't really transform into a W. This laning stage was good from Team Liquid. And when you think about it, their heroes should do well. You have the Lone Druid versus the Puck, you have your Monkey King versus the Tidehunter matchup. Your lanes need to go well, but you also need to kind of break PSG LGD post laning stage in order to really take the game. It looked like they were almost there, they were almost about to break, but just not quite.
I mean, the most notable lane that I think went very much in Liquid's favor was that mid lane. That Puck really, really struggled, but God's Puck had an amazing impact when we got later into the game.
Yeah, it's at some point we're going to get sick of seeing Puck. It's a very fun hero for what it does, but it's so much enabled them to just kind of turtle it up, at least wait and pick and choose their fights. The hero can always be cutting waves, and even when the hero was the six in net worth as far as the 6 cores go, it just felt like the hero was still going to scale into the late game. The hero gets so much value from items like Witchblade, the Blink Dagger making you near invulnerable with Phase Shift, and it just gets insane the longer the game goes, because then you hit level 25, you get the PKB Piercing Dream Coil as well, and it was just kind of the perfect hero to kind of basically buy them time to get to those late game timings where they have a Refresher Tide, they have this Snapfire who's owning, even Enchantress is scaling into a semi-core, killing the bear in these fights. It just got really out of control the longer this game went.
I also just love the fact that this game is a perfect example of one side having a completely normal casual Dota draft that's kind of countered, but as long as they keep themselves cool and collected and calm.
CC&C.
Exactly. There's eventually this timer that they hit and they can't be stopped if they play their teamfights properly, which they did. Meanwhile, and at the same time, their teamfights are way easier to execute. You have this Ravage, you have the Snapfire's Kisses, Dream Coil. On the other hand, your 1 and 2, even though they are countering their laning opponents, right? Lone Druid versus a Puck in the lanes, Monkey King versus the Tidehunter in the lane, later on they kind of fall flat when it comes to the way you're supposed to execute the team fights. Not necessarily versus any team, but versus PSG LGD. So many fights you can see, I don't know, Wukong's command is dropped. They just circle around it. They hit the backlines. They completely ignore the monkey. He's just sitting there.
I think where things for Mega hard is they had no way to act. The fights are always starting on LGD's terms because they have Tidehunter, Blink, Ravage. Yep. Whereas on Liquid side, who's going to start a fight?
That's true.
There's not really anyone. And I love the Hoodwink Pink because it gave them a way to gave them extra control, gave them break against Tide, but you don't really get any value with the break against Tide if you're never initiating on him. Yep. So it never really felt like, hey, they jumped the Tide, they killed him with the break and a chain stun. It was just like, they just had a hoodwink.
Do you think that a different position 4 would have solved that?
No, I mean, I think that's just when you have Lone Druid, like just the nature of their cores meant they were never.
The monkey.
Yeah, they basically, instead of drafting catch, they were like, we're going to draft strong lanes and counter picks.
Yep.
Like Lone Druid, Monkey King, and even Dawnbreaker, like, it was also not really, no catch. So.
Nothing instant.
Yeah. You need catch on your cores. You can't really rely on supports for catch. So I think they basically said, and let's be real, Liquid could have won this game. I don't think this was an outdraft. I don't think it was like impossible for that. If anything, they're going to look back and probably feel like we had the right heroes, we had the right draft. We played, I think they played like 9 out of 10, but to beat LGD, you need that 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, that initiation, like you said, they kind of lacked that. But I think the other highlight for LGD, not only just in their draft having the initiation, the map movement, the smoke plays, the things that they were doing to enable themselves to get back in. I want you guys to explain a little bit more about some of those plays, how the team fights and initiations went so in their favor, and why Liquid were never able to have the space to initiate themselves, despite the heroes.
Yeah, that kind of goes deep. That goes for a podcast.
If you could do the TLDR version.
TLDR?
Yeah.
They have just multiple ways of initiating properly and instantly, plus follow-up from the Snapfire from distance. So it's naturally easier for them to actually take fights on their own terms.
And whoever you jump dies.
Whoever you jump dies. Meanwhile, the way the draft of Liquid works is they kind of need to, besides the Dawnbreaker, everyone else is clumped up together. And Dazzle needs to be there as well.
And I think this reminded me, because we haven't seen much Tide. Also, Dazzle, very new. Like, this hero has not been in the meta for like years, it feels like. Tide was actually one of those heroes that was usually good against Dazzle, because the hero you go in with Ravage, if Dazzle's enraged to grave them, he's getting Ravage. He's getting hit by the stun. Exactly. So unless you have like a Blink Dagger on Dazzle, it's really hard to grave whoever gets initiated on by Tide Hunters. So at least, when these heroes were in the meta like 3 years ago, Tide was always considered to be good against Dazzle.
So we could potentially see Tide being picked up more if the trend of Dazzle being used as a strong laner continues too.
I think it needs to be like good conditions. Like the Tide still needed that like good against Lone Druid. Like I don't think you're going to pick Tide just because there's a Dazzle in the game. Because I don't think you're picking Dazzle for the grave by itself. But if, hey, they have a Dazzle and they have these other heroes where Anchor Smash is really good and a Tide fits the game, yeah, absolutely.
Well, the game looked very good, almost in control for Liquid. LGD able to do what they always do, come back, they take game 1. It's going to be game number 2 after this break.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hey, buddy! I said good day, sir!
Liquid up against LGD. That is the current series that we are on. LGD did end up coming back, taking game one. So looking a little bit still reflective on this game one. Meke Monkey King. We didn't really get to talk about it, but he was doing a lot for Liquid, especially in that mid game. Do you like how well, I guess, he played on Monkey King to the point that it's a worry for LGD in game two?
I think not only did he play well in the laning stage, like you said, in the mid game, he even took on a little bit more of a responsibility when it comes to playmaking, right? And that's something very...
He just had to start. Every kill they got, it was like his boundless strike was the setup.
Strike, because there's nothing else. So...
Yeah.
But it's to be expected from Mickey. Like, extremely talented player, and when you give him a hero that he's comfortable on, no matter what his job is, he will perform. He did perform. There were a couple of hiccups here and there when it comes to Wukong's command, but it was difficult for him. What if they had something different than a lone druid on mid lane?
Yeah, and you can't keep people in the Wukong, so eventually they get these force staffs that made life really difficult for Mike as well as Matu. So
That was actually what I was going to ask. Do you feel that the Monkey King was more impactful than the lone druid when you look at the game overall, or was that early performance of lone druid against the puck very notable and something that, you know, maybe they do fall back on again?
Yeah, that's the
They kind of impacted the game in different ways. Like, I don't know, it's kind of apples to oranges to me, where it's like, well, they picked Lone Druid for a reason, that it accomplished that reason, even though they're going to lose the game. And the same with the Monkey.
Yeah, did it to call?
Yeah. I mean, that puck was pretty poor. They took a lot of early towers and objectives. They got first Roshan. Like, you know, all the things that are meant to happen in a Lone Druid game happened.
That's what I usually say when I feed. Yeah, I did it on purpose. That's what it is.
But yeah, this wasn't feeding.
Yeah,
later on the feeding came,
Oh, they fed the game eventually, right?
True.
So the question becomes, I believe what Nat was aiming at is like, if you keep the Monkey King, do you pick some playmaker and you just don't counter the puck?
Yeah.
Or is puck really that ridiculous? Because he's ridiculous even when you counter him.
Sure. But also, like, to me, it's like, how does their draft look if they... It's just hard because, like, it felt like the catch and playmaking's missing, but it's like, where do you want to get that? Do you want to get your mid lane? Off lane is often a area you get that, but the reason that the game starts so well, I think more than anything, like, Zai just crapped on this TA. This TA was level 4 walking back to base, had no game, managed to find a DD rune to farm some Ancients. I think, if anything, where Liquid could have maybe won the game, if they went back to the old patch where everyone was stacking and farming Ancient, you got to contest those Ancients. Where's the Ancient
No one
contest?
does that anymore.
Everyone's forgotten to contest Ancients. I think if they contest TA's Ancients, they maybe win this game, because I feel like TA got too much room to catch up farming Ancient stacks. Like, I honestly think Liquid could replay this game and maybe make some small adjustments and still win it with their draft. Like, I don't think they should look at this game and be like, yeah, the draft was the problem.
Okay, so there's a little bit of gameplay that you'd like to see different from Liquid, but I do want to focus back on the puck. I know we focus on him a lot, but we mentioned it just briefly, right? You pick Lone Druid, it's there to try and counter the puck. It happened when it came to the laning phase. Puck still came online. Is it now to the point that you have to just ban the puck? Don't let them have it?
And we have to wait and see who's got the first phase, right?
Yeah.
It's very worrisome for me if PSG LGD get the chance to let the puck go through, if they don't have the first phase, and then Liquid picks it and still gets... Or if they don't even pick it, that will be...
I think the crazy thing to think about is, like, they first picked puck in the entire draft, and then there was no real stuns against puck. Obviously, they had stuff to answer the puck. It wasn't in the form of stuns, but, you know, once you got past 30 minutes, puck's like, oh, this game's kind of fun. Nothing can kill me. I don't need a Neon Disc. Like, I don't need a Lincoln Sphere. It's so nice to play puck when you don't need these defensive items.
Okay. Well, this draft here, look, it's literally just started. We don't even have a single ban. It's going to be Phoenix for the first one, Winter Wyvern.
Damn. This is...
Where do you feel the rest of the bands are going to go?
I mean,
Quickly.
This
just hero names.
Come on. Razor, Tiny, or Tiny Marcy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix wasn't banned last time. It was Razor, Tiny, Marcy, Winter Wyvern. last time.
They ban out. Okay, these bans are completely different now from Team Liquid.
Wait.
That Prophet has been banned out a couple of times versus LGD. It's something that they can play on mid and offlane. But Phoenix, look at that. Win rate 33%. Yeah, let's ban it.
Yeah, we have to ban.
I kind of, you can see like Phoenix, Death Prophet, these are heroes that often do well against Lone Druid. So LG's like, let's ban this.
I'm just wondering now, do they pick Puck or not?
Because surely LGD pick it, right?
Wow, Liquid putting the importance on Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny's
He's still the most
picked, most banned
Yeah.
hero, or most picked at least. I don't know.
Win rate's still lower than the Pucks. He's, I believe, slightly under 50%, maybe 46 or something.
So Tiny has the highest pick ban percentage, has the highest pick, but Bloodseeker is the highest banned.
46% win rate. I hear it in my ears. Some
The
beautiful
magical
voice from
statistical
production.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, considering the number of games, it's close to that kind of 50-50 mark. I think Tiny's just that versatile hero, goes in so many different roles and lanes.
This is Razor Marcy, right? Like, the way I see it. Or you could go for Razor Puck, but they go with Chen. Okay.
Different flavor. Chen has been, I mean, speaking of heroes with good win rates, Chen, I think, has only lost one game. I think it's like...
I love how you look at me like as if I could just pull that number out of my head. If you give me 3 seconds, I can find that one for you.
I think it's like 5 wins, 1 losses or so.
77%.
Okay. Does that
Out of 9
5
games.
and 1? What, can you do the math?
It's quite a bit.
Over 9 games.
No,
7
I
and 2?
cannot. I cannot do that quick maths.
Chen's look good.
Okay, and why? What adds to the pool that makes Chen?
It's, I mean, just fits kind of what a lot of teams are doing with the meta, like early game kind of tempo. We're seeing also just the heals, like, just seems to save anybody who gets initiated on. I think those are kind of the 2 big things for me, but more than anything, yeah, I think tempo, when you've got a hero like Razor, you know, playing around some of these early timings, Chen fits really well.
Yeah, and he scales well into the late game now, even on the Chen, right? Like, you see the Agonist plus Refresher Orb. Suddenly you have to actually go on the Chen. You can't just ignore him like you usually did. And he does find the farm because it is the nature of the hero, which does mean that the other support is generally a little bit under-farmed because of him. But it doesn't matter, as you're taking so many objectives early on, that kind of evens out. From Liquid, though,
The Marcy.
these 2 heroes for me are very similar in what they do, like on position 4s. But obviously one of them will have to be, I don't know, maybe an offlane, maybe mid lane Tiny, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they've played Marcy 5 before. They potentially could have in one game, but it's most likely.
It's picked.
I was like, what? Oh,
it's LGD.
I just realized.
If there's one team who can pick Shaker. I saw the hero. I was looking at Nat, and I wasn't looking at the draft.
Yeah, neither. I'm like, why are you touching God?
Okay. Look, this is a hero that only LGD can win with.
I thought you were just gonna leave it at this is a hero.
This is a hero.
This is a hero, guys. They picked it. Look at it. Look at it. It's a hero.
Yeah, so when you don't, it seems like this is like the tiny replacement of sorts of, like, teams love these like Razor Vipers with Earthshaker, or I wouldn't say love, but that's what they, every time Earthshaker's being picked, it's with one of those range 3 positions.
Yeah.
The reason Earthshaker is good, before I, you know, trash the hero too much, it secures the lane. You can kind of fissure block so the lane's kind of closer to your side of the map, which gives Razor, you know, a better lane. You can chase a bit better. And then after that, you just have 1 spell for the rest of the game.
I was just about to ask you. I was like, yeah, but how many spells does he really have?
Yeah. But Xingqiu, he's got more than 1 spell. Every other Earthshaker player just has 1 spell, but Xingqiu at least seems to use some of the other ones.
Yeah, he made it definitely work versus OG. He made Shaker look borderline broken even. So.
Do you think it's gonna work the same against a team like Liquid, who have a little bit of a different play style, who don't necessarily always move around the map together, right? Like, they are a team that we have Zai doing a lot of the movement and rotating to people. It's not always a 5-man rotation coming out from Liquid.
They're also a team that played Shaker quite a bit, so they know what's coming their way. They go with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Interesting, because this most certainly puts the Shaker plus Razor on the offlane, right?
Yeah. I think, to kind of go back to that, I think it's less about like how it maybe counters the other team, but just like covers the weakness. Like Chen Razor, you've got no disables, no lockdown. I think Shaker's often picked up when you pick these other heroes where it's like, oh, we kind of, you know, we need some more control. It's a bit lacking. You don't want to pick the Shamans and Lions with Razor. You want, you know, one of the advantages of Shaker is he's a bit tankier. You can actually kind of front line and like at least in the early games, and then later on he can protect those cores against someone like Marcy, whose job is going to be to kind of initiate, blink, and pull someone out. Shaker's the perfect counter initiation.
That's the other thing. Imagine if you're Marcy and you dispose a Shaker into the team fight.
That's
It's like the
sounds
best
great.
setup.
You're getting reported.
I actually think that they played the Shaker versus Marcy the last time as well.
Yes,
I can
they
go.
did.
That was
Yeah.
that should have been the same. So perhaps it's something that they've figured out, like that
Yeah.
Shaker might be good against her. Like on top of my head, I have to see the game play out again. We don't really have a huge sample of matches here between the two of those.
Yeah.
But I do like the Chen as well when it comes to the Razor that you talked about. He's naturally tanky. Then you have Chen as well. Like if you go on Razor, you don't finish him off. There's that ulti
Yeah.
Chen hitting. Then he stole so much. Okay.
Before we talk about this, I do want to. But the Razor Chen Earthshaker is actually the same 3 heroes that LGD picked up against OG. So right now that draft is very, very similar to one we've already seen. All right, now you can talk about it. I just need to put that 2 seconds.
No, it's interesting. Yeah, they didn't really change things way too much. If this is obviously a strategy that they have prepared.
So, Magnus. I guess one thing I want to say quickly, Magnus Tiny. I think one of the things to play against LG's draft, it's great to reposition heroes. Like you need to pull somebody into the fight, like away from the Shaker, away from the Chen. Like I kind of like this repositioning draft they've got, and you're synergizing it with Bloodseeker Rupture. So they're really kind of drafting these kind of combos and synergies between all their different heroes.
Well, now we have Ursa coming out from LGD. The normal issue that some people see with Ursa is it potentially being kited. Is that something that could happen with this Ursa pick, or are you really in favor for it?
A little bit of kiting potential, definitely from the Marcy, from the Tiny. Rupture as well can be a bit difficult to deal with. But overall, I think that LGD are drafting just such natural drafts. Like very, they aren't messing around at all. Like they aren't ambiguous. Once again, you know pretty much where everyone is going. Will Razor go offlane or mid lane? That's still a small question, but I believe it should be the offlane.
Yeah, I guess maybe with the what looks to be a mid Magnus. What do you think about Magnus? That's a kind of a new hero of sorts.
It's actually the first time we're seeing it
being
picked at the major.
Sometimes it happens, right? Like the hero gets it gets forgotten a little bit. There are others that take his spot, but I still believe that Magnus is all right. I still believe that he does what he... Yeah, you can pop your BKB after the toss, but he still does his job very well. And wait, how are they laning this now?
Tiny core or Marcy core, depending on... It could be a tiny Marcy lane. I mean, that's not... Yeah, I don't know.
They could put either 3 of them. I believe the Bloodseeker should be the safe laner, right? Played by Mike. And now the question is...
It probably will be Marcy off lane Tiny 4.
With the Magnus mid lane.
Yeah, that's what I think it's going to be. Yeah. We saw our first Oracle yesterday for the major. I don't know if it won off the top of my head, but how do you guys feel about it? Not just this draft. How do you feel that it helps with lanes, team fights? What does it really add? What's the value of Oracle?
It's a save, I think, is probably the thing that always stands out the most to me. It's also the Purge is good against like certain heroes and like certain games. I think this game maybe less so. But
generally, I don't like it into Chans and Chantresses, these kinds of heroes, because Oracle doesn't contribute at all when it comes to clearing waves and defending. You do have slight of a combo with the Bloodseeker. If you use your ulti on him, he can kill a target, heal up quite a bit, quite a lot, right? And it is an insane hero. Like this man, just it's definitely one of his favorite position 5s.
What do you think LGD are going to do? Last pick. They have a little bit of reserve time, so they have time to think about it. But what are some holes in their draft?
You guys need to. I mean, it looks like a mid of sorts. Like
just a playmaker.
Mid, yeah, it looks like a playmaking mid. I don't think they want to go too greedy with it, but.
Are you excited? It can't be Puck. Puck's banned down?
Yeah. Funnily enough, when they saw the Magnus, I was like, oh, they worried about Puck because I think it was in SE DPC. Some teams are doing Mag mid against Puck because you just like last hit everything with your damage. But
what do you think about some of the spirits? The Pango was my idea as well, but he's been banned out.
Yeah, I mean, Void, Ember's still in the pool.
Like, you are playing against Purge on Oracle, right? Which is a little bit of a problem, but getting a hero that can jump the backlines and eliminate Oracle would be quite nice for them.
It's gonna be Necro.
Did not see that one coming.
Yeah.
To be honest.
All right.
That's I think it looks like a laning kind of thing. You're okay. They're gonna melee mid. You don't know whether it's like Magnus or Tiny mid, but okay, it looks like we're gonna see Tiny mid. But you're like, okay, Necro like used to be picked against some of these melee mid lanes like the Ember Spirit and stuff. But I don't think you're not gonna dumpster the lane. Like it's gonna be a good lane for Necro, but
and you are playing it into an Oracle that has Purge against you, that has ulti against you, that has Fate's Edict against you. Usually I enjoy playing Oracle into the Necro, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so a bit of a surprise last pick then on the side of LGD. Obviously, I'm going to ask the usual question. Where would you guys like to put your predictions?
I like the trio, again, on LGD, the first 3 heroes.
Yep.
Yeah, they're definitely swaying me towards them.
Okay. I'll say LGD then for you.
I'm gonna go the other way. I think Liquid. I'm listen. When you were saying about Necro, I'm just like, yeah, I don't think this Necro works. I think there's a lot of synergy around the Bloodseeker Rupture, and I think for me, Liquid just have some of their like real comfort picks with the.
I convinced him, but not myself.
Yeah. Exactly.
You sold him on it. You're like,
Look,
I'm going to take his prediction.
I cannot.
Shaker and Necro. Yeah.
Shaker Necro. This
You
game
just want to go against the Shaker. We're going to see if it's going to do just as well here for the second time on LGD. It is game number 2. LGD up against Liquid. We're going to head over to Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Yeah, Trent.
Catching the throw.
That was great.
They're
Good
over
job.
there.
You
Yeah.
nailed it.
Got it.
Holy moly. I'm looking at this draft. Earthshaker, Ursa hasn't won a game. 0-4. They picked Necro into Oracle. Like LGD, I feel like they're just baiting people at this point. Like, bet against it. See what happens.
No, it's good. Ursa's a good hero. They want to prove to everyone, right?
Dude,
Other
I
teams
don't know.
struggling to get the W's.
I don't know.
They're going to find it.
This one's wild to me. That being said, I'm going LGD because it's LGD. Like this team's way too good from what we've seen so far. And
That's
even
fair.
in that
That's
last
fair.
game, it was just so like Liquid was so far ahead, and it just didn't matter. Like Ame recovered. It was really pretty Dota from them, but this time playing on the Ursa.
I'd say this game, it is Liquid who needs the beautiful Dota. They have to hit the big moves, or they have the finesse heroes, right? We're going to have these little Mercy plays. Look at this. Oh, such finesse.
Jump, 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 jump. Hide away. Zinq, he's on the low ground
he's
looking
getting
for a
blocked.
fissure. Uh-oh. Boxy going to drop, and they give the first blood over to Mr. Faith Beyond. So LGD hot out the gates.
Now, LGD's lineup, no finesse required. This is, I mean, what? Who makes plays? It's all so simple.
Right.
It's just like ABC. It's you just follow what you're supposed to do with the old flowchart of these heroes on LGD. It's just we hit good scythes. You know, maybe we get some an early Blink Dagger if possible. Once again, managed to get that 15 minutes last time with Zinq, which is crazy because a lot of Earthshakers we've seen have been forced into the early Shard instead. They got Shard gold at 15 minutes.
Right.
This guy had Blink gold.
That's wild.
So made a pretty damn good game. Liquid, they got to hit these bigger plays with their heroes. So I think harder to execute, but certainly plausible here for Liquid.
3 bounty runes for LGD, and Insania is going to make up for it by killing off that courier. You do see Insania down here in the bottom lane, so want to have that purge available to take off the overpower from the Ursa. Much needed, since this otherwise could be a really rough matchup, but the other matchup is probably going to be up top. The Razor, we'll see what he can do against that Bloodseeker if Marcy's still going to just make the lane too tough.
Yeah, you're going to have the rebound speed to help out if there's a link, and then maybe even a dispose sort of play where you could either chuck the Razor back or chuck the Bloodseeker to break that and perhaps get turnaround potential. So should be interesting. They've already done some Fisher plays up here from Zinq and pulled the wave all the way back here, and even just to start, look at that.
There it is. The link doesn't really end up mattering as you just rebound away immediately. Although now Boxy taking some damage. Has already died once, but will not get brought down again, it looks like. But this is maybe a sign of things to come. Some fissure blocks could maybe be the difference maker for these heroes.
Yeah, and then moving to their mid laner here, I have nothing to say it. Very interesting Necrophos pick. Picking it into the Oracle. Always a bit odd, as we tend to like Oracle versus Necrophos. For, as the panel mentioned, you're going to have a Dispel versus the Ghost Shroud. You might be able to hit some big saves with the Fate's Edict or the False Promise, where it tends to be very telegraphed when the Scythe is going to be coming out, and you even have a moment with the animations. So they really value this idea of bringing down these beefier heroes of the Tiny, stopping this very speedy Bloodseeker and the Magnus, just like cutting through it with that Scythe.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe the thought process here is that they're going to try and, have nothing to say, be that person that just walks forward and tanks everything else. Looks like another courier snipe before it gets delivered, so no headdress either for Y.
He's getting no items. So he killed the courier and then he wards the pillar. So then they have the vision of it coming back. This was very sneaky from Insania, really reducing a lot of the effectiveness of the Chen early on here.
Rotation over. Boxy gets the pull back behind the tower, and they find the kill. So Migay takes down Nothing to Say. Good rotation from Boxy.
Oh, that is nice. The lane was pushing in up top there as well, so Matu is still at least getting a couple creeps under the tower right now. Really well done.
I will say that they need to do something because Razor is having just a good old time up there. Has a whole creep wave ahead of the Bloodseeker. Couple of denies along the way as well.
Yeah, and to be shutting down Nothing to Say, I mean, you already know the site's going to be bad, so you have to rely on those other abilities, and like, you're looking towards some of the other benefits of Necrophos, just like the team effort of the sustain, moving forward, and trying to be this sort of frontline hero in the engagements. That is much harder to do when you're one of the poorer cores. It's not like last game when he played Puck, had a rough start to the game, especially because of that Orchid that came out. You can still participate and get things done that itemize pretty quickly against it. Not so easy on a Necrophos. This hero likes to be at the top of the board.
True. Needs to be up there pretty high. Ame likewise hurting and giving over a lot of the thirst stacks. Why? In trouble, pulled down low, and going to get dropped. That does mean he's going to get his items finally. As Boxy is going to be in some trouble. And Nothing to Say back towards mid. Chase forward, Insania there, looking for a finish. Can they do it? He has Ghost Shroud as well as Fairy Fire, holding on to that for the moment. Down low, but not dead. And I think Nothing... No, he doesn't pop Fairy Fire.
He's level 3. I mean, on the Oracle, I don't know if you've got a chance to. That's a big damage.
And I guess, he had Fairy Fire, but didn't want to pop it. Interesting. But 2 heroes rotating to mid 2 times in a row, and Nothing to Say is getting the treatment. That is for sure.
Yeah, in fact, they got a kill onto a Magnus in the laning stage, too. Just, again, a hero that we are not getting to see very often anymore. Obviously, it hasn't really been much of a thing since TI, frankly, since he lost the stun on Horn Toss. So looking forward to see some of the synergy they can pull off this game as he continues to try and bully Ame in this lane. Not the biggest in power heroes. You can do some sort of cheeky stuff with Tiny, and Bloodseeker, of course, is going to run around just punch people, but none of our classics, our Jugs. No. Oh, look at that.
Boxy gets punished. A little fissure action. Able to interrupt and rebound off was on cooldown, it looks like, so no escape for the Marcy. But yeah, top lane, definitely the one that is looking pretty good so far for LGD. As down bottom, Ursa also a little bit behind in terms of CS on the mag. Although now with Chen coming in with some creeps, it's becoming a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Wave's still in a great spot, though. So in terms of moving on to the next stage of this game, who are our movers and shakers here? As he's being moved and shooken about here by Mickey, that's for sure. Rocks and tumbles. Now level 6. Oh, jeez.
Dude, this guy's crazy. He's just not afraid.
Nice. I mean, look at that value, though.
Yeah.
The triple last hit there. Much needed. But, yeah, they're getting out of the lanes for LGD is a little bit weird. Again, another toss back into that tower, and he knows there's no Ghost Shroud.
And Fairy Fire already used. Stick Charge is used. Dead. Oh, man. Is that 0-3? Is he 0-4?
We don't look at those things,
Oh, that's a tough one. Jeez. Well, it's all been trying to shut him down. They don't quite manage to get the pullback down there on the bottom side for the Chen, but a couple more of those hurl boulders from the golems, as well as the tornado action. Super annoying to deal with.
It's really just the mid lane, huh? Where most of these deaths are coming into play.
Yeah, a little bit up top too, but that's mainly been to get some other separation, and Mickey won't get caught this time.
Tries to find a rune in a bit of a risky position. The haste is up top. Mickey not going to try and take his luck for a guess there. And, of course, the vision is still there from LGD. So they're going to know about this.
Denied.
But not the easiest heroes to make a great play with it either. So Q just runs down to the haste and he's like, fine, I will wait for you to come and grab this.
Skewer back. TP rotation coming in. Boxy wants to get active. Pulls in one there, the dispose. Do they have enough damage though? Insania doing a good chunk of it and will have that final touch. But Zai underneath the tornado
he was so
ends
close.
up falling. Faithbeyond on the other side finds the kill on a Matumba man. Y is going to go down. So 4 deaths across the board.
And he almost did the one back up too. And the Penitents right at the start there, just that extra little bit of damage from the Ursa helping to ensure that he could grab that kill on his eye first off there. But there, the Ghost Shroud.
Avatos needs another punch, needs one more. Mickey committed for this, but the Scythe to keep him alive. Nothing to say, they turn it around. And get the kill onto Mickey, not bad.
As the worst thing that can happen when you're crushing a lane versus some of these heroes like the Viper or the Necros or something, and you come in and you're just like, you know, that little bit of extra oomph, that damage they have, I dive into the tower and get punished. It's like trying to continuously punish a Bat Rider or something. Gotta watch those tower shots.
That's one of those things, too, that's like, you can see there the difference that it makes. The raindrops, the bracer, the null talisman is, well, Ame.
It's a hard kill. That's 6.
Does get the net afterwards, and silence comes out, which creates enough separation so they can't bring down the Ursa.
Matu 5, Insania level 5. Not always the best that you want for your safe laner, but at least he is out of a tough situation. They're going to send Zai up top there versus the Magnus, or the Razor rather, and Magnus having that skewer. Some options versus the Link. Keep him up alive as Xingqiu secures that DD rune versus Boxy.
Quick enough. Insania, stunned for the moment, turned upon and killed. And I mean those kills pretty important because, as you said, he's having a pretty good game on this Oracle.
Yeah, and he's a strong hero in the early game too, especially when you get these earlier levels, right? He's got 3 points now in the Purifying Flame, so some serious nuke potential. And you smoke out more around, especially when Marcy gets a couple levels too. They got significant stun and damage to work with there. Could even do some like rebound cheeky plays with the
Fortune's
I'm
End,
gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. The Fortune's End.
He's got such weird names. Fate's Edict. I don't remember what the rain is. It's like mystical rain. Nobody.
I think it's like Rain of Fortune or something.
Yeah. Meanwhile, TP not down. Rain of Destiny.
So close.
As Rupture used.
Wasn't that close.
Ame able to get out.
Yeah, do you guys even know he's an Ags? Surely there's someone out there, right? That doesn't know about this new Ags. It makes this like AoE where all the healing gets amped, the damage. Healing gets amped, and there's a damage per second and a heal per second on your allies.
He will go down there. That would be awesome to get to see that today. I don't think it's going to happen, though, if I'm going to be honest.
It's going to go pretty long, I think.
Ame's still chasing. Angry Bear wants to battle. Mickey trying to get away. Do they have enough damage? They do. Nothing to say. Coming back again. 7-7 in terms of these kills.
They're such empty kills across the map. I feel like they have such like little impact on things. Finally, this will be the first one where it really feels like, okay, we got the kill. We're near the tower. Bring over the Alpha Wolf. This seems to be the first impactful one that we're actually going to run into at the moment. So TP's coming through. Insania's here. Oh, here we go, Zai.
Wanted it. He wanted that RP. And now creeps on top of Insania. Boxy in the area as well, but still, the creeps survive. They go on in. They take down the tower. Dispose afterwards. Pulls in. Doesn't want to pop the RP. Zai still looking for that perfect one. He might get nothing.
Oh, there's an Echo here, too.
Nothing to say. He's good. They run in with the Razor. Oh, Liquid. They were wanting it all, and they're not going to get anything after it. As Zai gets chased. Xingqiu in the area. Does he have Fissure back up again in a sec? 4, 3, 2.
Nope.
Just drops the Echo. Why not?
Okay. I mean, he's not getting out of there either way on Zai. Oh, a couple bounty runes. That's nice for nothing to say. They're just collecting up here, it would seem.
It's a nice little injection of gold there. But yeah, look at Nothing to Say's items. You know, he's got treads, full wand, bracer, null, and a cloak.
Sorry, I thought this man was 0, 3, and 0.
Like,
I'm a little confused.
He's just all these little skirmishy, fighty things.
It would appear he's second on the board now.
That's so insane.
Man, great enabling from the teammates. And just rotating me with the Chen and the Earthshaker, guaranteeing that lane, and also just like quality plays too. These are the little plays they need to make though on the side of Liquid. They don't have the damage with just the 2 of them though.
Hand of God is pretty good. Nothing to say. Turned upon, unleashing what they can, but they might just end up dying. The turnaround is there. 9 seconds left until ulti, and looks like Boxy's going to be able to get a little bit of separation. Zai turns, RP ready, connects onto 2. Another salvo of spells soon to come out from Mickey with Insania in the air. 4 heroes, but they end up killing Xingqiu instead. Nothing to say. He's living through it all, and buys enough time for Faith Beyond to get here, but Avalanche, maybe he's gone a bit too far. Toss with the Rupture, gets the damage, gets the kill.
They did it to him. They got all the little skills, the little plays that are possible. Harder to execute for Liquid, no doubt. But when they get in there, when they bring the numbers, everyone hits their spells, it looks real good. I think I saw Fate's Edict there as well. I believe on the save there, with the, or maybe it just wasn't enough damage. But either way, not able to connect with the Scythe on this one. I think it was actually the help of the sidekick with the lifesteal that might have saved him. Whew. All right. Liquid needing it to fight back there as the game was starting to slip, and some of these heroes are getting rather frightening. This early, of course, a Razor, Necrophos, and Ursa not even really joining so much into the battles. They've got to be starting to be concerned about the Roche potential. There's Chen, there's an Ursa, you know. They're going to try and take over this area and start vying for that Aegis anytime now.
Well, and this is kind of the thing, right? Like, we're seeing the value that you get out of a Necrophos, which is being this, like, just beefy force in front. And the flip side of that is that the Oracle being able to save meant that they couldn't go through, like, a second round of
Faith Beyond.
All the regen they'd get. Toss, Dispose, went a little bit the wrong way, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Have a toss, and with Insania having the damage, Liquid, they make it work.
It's really important to have a high damage support and the Oracle for this play to work too, right? Because you're sacrificing that toss with the Ava.
Yeah.
So for the Dispose, even with the bad angle, still able to get that kill just shows how much strength there is and why they're able to roam as a trio smoking up right now.
I think that these next couple of minutes are going to be pretty key because, while yes, it's true that there is going to be this like pretty extensive, great team fight potential out of Liquid, there still is that danger that Chen is just going to take all the map over, right? He's sending his creeps out. They've taken mid and top tower, and on the other side, Liquid haven't gotten anything.
Well, I mean, top of taking the map over though. Those wards, as we were just pointing out there, just like completely controlling through that radiant part of the jungle. Very hard for LGD to move in there. As the circle comes, actually, from Ame. Just as like, I can't go there.
Yeah.
I'm going to play up here. I'm going to be roaching. I think they're all down in that area right now. So, Ursa Draft does what Ursa Draft does best. Hits to the Roche pit. And what is the fear, though? There's no blink yet for Magnus.
They know.
They got toss plays. Matu still showing on that bottom tower.
No, they can't get it.
And I think that just gives them the confidence, right? They just know Matu's not coming. No Rupture to sort of trap Ame in the pit.
All right, Mickey going for this Echo Saber meant that Tiny couldn't get in there. So, no chance to find it. And you also see Ame, he's wanting to scale, going in for the Battle Fury. I was wondering if he was going to go for one of the more early battling builds, but they feel confident with this. And that's a scary proposition because, yeah, there's Empower Bloodseeker, but, I mean, this still is not a sort of hero that you can treat lightly in the late game.
Especially with how this game started, too.
Yeah.
They got a little bit of a lead, so just kind of cushioning that there, just in case things go a bit awry in the mid-game with that Battle Fury. Going to be the backbone of the team this time. Doesn't really have that great scaling mid that you sometimes see.
Why he's going around with his little beginnings of an army and trying to get some D wards across the map. As Matumpa Man will farm up. Of course, one of the big frustrating parts of this is that you can't always go for the Empower plays when you've got a core Magnus. You sort of need that hero to be out on the map, farming himself, making plays happen.
Yeah, and that's what's been hurting Mickey, too, is that he's the one who had to kind of run around to make those plays, too.
True.
Smoke to make up for that.
Looking for an opening. Who are they going to find? Matumpa Man? Ooh. They see this. They see nothing to say, and the wraparound from Xingqiu gets an angle. Fissure onto both of them.
Toss
Okay,
back.
looking for the toss back with the Rupture play. Catches
and the
already
skewer.
onto Zai. Is it going to be enough? Doing a ton of pure damage.
It ran out, though.
It's not good enough. RP, silence, all in the Necro, and they get him.
Yeah, he's still far enough back. I mean, again, we talked about this a lot yesterday, this idea of just like the repositioning, of course, has always been so strong in Dota. And now to have it again, just like Rupture into toss and skewer. Not the best really big saves there when you open like that with the Fissure.
Right.
Like that's really their best save, so couldn't continue the connections.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, Liquid, like we said, not giving up without a fight. They've got BKB coming out for Razor now, and they find the Chen. Mickey there, and he's going straight into the Aghanim Scepter afterwards.
Yeah, a lot of this coming back to just all the wards they placed in here. Sure, it was like a triple warding situation, but some of them still got left behind. So they had good ideas, the movements of LGD throughout here. In fact, right now, still sitting on a Razor, ward is Razor. Faith Beyond has to pop a BKB.
TPing out.
not an option for him, although the Fissure is there to interrupt, and he's chasing in for that. That's a little bit wild. Not going to go for it anymore. Nothing to say. Runs into Mickey. Avalanche trying to run. Insania is right next to him, so there's no chance that they kill Mickey here, as long as he's got that false promise ready.
There's also a Rupture with Blink Skewer, so a bit worrisome right now. They're going to smoke up.
Okay.
They want to go right back into this at the moment. They know there's no BKB on that Razor, and so Faith Beyond moving right back through all the same wards. Oh, Mickey, he's hungry. He's thirsty. He just, blood in the water here. Oh, the tomato. Will it be your death?
Yeah, they got Y.
They got interceptions. All right.
Maybe, though. Skewer back. They find nothing to say.
That ward, man. That ward is so much
good.
work.
Trying to chase. There is the Rupture. He wants to stand still. Mickey has to be careful. They have the false promise finally going to get used. The toss with the Rupture, almost enough damage, and they do get him. Now they got to kite the Ursa, and they're doing it quite well. Must be said. Zai going to go for the skewer out, makes his little self a little bit of the separation, and Boxy the only one that falls from Liquid.
All right, things got a little messy there. So I had to wait for some of the allies to catch up, but in the end, still going to be a net benefit there for Liquid, especially for that Tiny. Tries to build up towards that Aghanim Scepter there in combination with the Magnus. We're going to have a lot of AoE damage being thrown around from these two. Definitely a combo that was popular, especially when we first got ourselves this a tree tossing of the volley.
So we see the difference. And, I you know, as we're looking at this fight, too, I'm thinking about how different this would look if they actually had a Shaker with the Blink Dagger 17 minutes in, and he's not quite there. I mean, this is definitely not the game that we saw earlier from Zinq.
No, certainly not. I mean, even there, too, like, not getting the Rupture right away on Nothing to Say is what causes all these longer problems. That toss got weird when he hit Boxy, and he was, like, rebounding through, but still managed to work out in the end. Yeah, and Zinq exactly that. So a lot of the Shakers being forced into the Shard first. Oh, no.
Oh, he's so close.
He got it.
Here, he finished it. All right, you can die now. He's not going to, though.
No, they're a little bit more concerned about the TPs coming through, and it is Ame who shows only a couple seconds left on this Aegis, but not enough allies to punish.
That Blink Dagger reveal for Ame, and they also got the D ward on that obs that was placed down. Nothing to say. Wants the TP out. Can they get there in time? Oh, just barely off the mark.
I learned that one nice and early in Dota, you know?
What's that?
I remember that was the first thing someone yelled at me about in Dota.
What?
It was to TP from Rupture. Yeah, because I just kept dying to a Bloodseeker. And they were just like, just TP. I was like, oh, you could do that?
Changes the game.
It changed. My mind just expanded. I still had, 2 stout shields. And I bought a recipe for a Shiva's Guard because I thought it worked.
I like that.
That was disappointing. It had the key, all right? When you put just the recipe in, it still had your hotkey on it.
Right.
And so I thought I could hit it, and
it just didn't happen.
No, it was very embarrassing.
That's fine. We've all been there.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
not our smart viewers, though.
No, of course not.
They were never. They knew it all right from the start.
They did reveal that Blink Dagger from the Earthshaker now. So Oracle gets dropped.
How about this Midas from Zai, too? He sees the writing on the wall.
Okay.
They need a little bit of time this game. He sees Battle Fury. So he also sees this Ursa with that vision. Well, why? He's looking juicy.
Yeah, this should be at least
Look at the
one
hesitation.
kill.
They're just like, I don't know. Oh, the birds. He's back.
Yeah, they got him.
Bird number 2.
Wait, bird 2?
Whoa.
That would have been cool.
All right. Well, I mean, that's a win.
Yeah,
You
of
had
course.
2 Hurricanes. They have to RP you with Chen.
That's pretty wild.
He should be all chatting.
I know.
All this for me?
He's far too mannered for that. But I agree. I will say some of those Hurricanes could come into play later. If you can get like a disruption on one of those targets, like either Hurricane Zion away from the position where he's going for the RP, or
imagine if you Hurricane someone away from the Oracle so you couldn't save him.
Oh, that's the big play. The other big thing we got here is the Aghanim Scepter done for Tiny. So Echo Saber combined with that, Mickey, he's going to start doing some pretty solid deeps.
It does a lot of damage.
Doesn't have actually the Echo Saber complete. He had to disassemble to finish off the Ags instead, but still.
It's okay. He has a Magnus, so it's fine.
True. And look at that. Win probability favoring LGD. They have done a really good job of making this draft work, and rather unconventional picks, not just for the meta, but in our conception of what some of these heroes are good against other ones for. But likewise, Liquid, they're smoking up. And after they do not find any kills, both teams just going to farm up the jungle most likely. We'll see if Liquid want to run through and keep looking for a fight or not.
think one of the bigger differences between this game and the last game is just the speed at which they clear waves and the difficulties there. Like, look at that. Like, he has to reveal himself pretty hard on Ame.
Dispose. Fissure to interrupt. Ame caught. They still have that Echo ready. Boxy going to be saved. The false promise, TP out. Will he be able to survive through it? Now they still got the break. And now fighting the Oracle. That's a good one to catch. Nothing to say, standing still in the Rupture. Can they keep this chase going on LGD? It doesn't look like they're going to, but a good win there, taking out the 2 supports again.
Yeah, even burning the Echo Slam there too. Just saying, I want to guarantee this kill, make sure that we get our numbers advantage here because they don't know when that Roche is going to spawn. It's going to be another 15 seconds or so a rather short one. And a Halberd finished up for nothing to say as well, so just trying to be a nuisance this game. Reduce some of this damage and try and make Matu's life a little bit harder. I'd say a difficult hero to maybe land a Halberd on. Seems more likely that he's going to be BKB before he reaches you in most scenarios.
True. Yeah, that is a fair point. I think that the only other thing is like the evasion can be pretty helpful.
Yeah.
Creep in the pit though, and Ame realizes it is time to go, but so do Liquid. They're getting together. Every bash from Roche is important here. Is he going to be able to finish it in time? Mickey wants to run in. It's getting down low. Avalanche toss. Jumps in for Boxy. The BKB. Faith Beyond caught him. And Insania, he's in no man's land. He's going to have to ulti himself. Just ends up dying. Does not have buyback there in the pit. Skewer out. RP afterwards. Where's the follow-up? No, but the tree toss. The volley wasn't onto the right targets. Matumba Man, I don't know if they have enough to take down the Ursa here. Fissure on the other side. Xingqiu full control. And Mickey going to drop. Matumba Man, he wants to play cleanup, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Running away, but you're not fast enough from the bear. Ame with the triple kill. How are LGD this good?
How is Xingqiu this good on Shaker? That was so slick. The angle that he blinked to hit that Fissure and then utilizing the ability to move across the Fissure with the cliffs like that, he just kited the Bloodseeker. He kept chasing him. He's like, oh, I can get him. And, you know, they thought they were going on the Ursa. That Fissure comes down. And it's like, oh, I'm not trapped here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Bear just eats him up.
That was so crazy. I mean, again, you go like a second later or what have you, and it all looks so different. And the catch onto Insania, too, he was just a bit too far forward.
Yeah, both supports just dead instantly. The tree volley, like they're waiting for this mag to get, and the tree volley goes into the pit, and you're just like, oh no. But even then, the damage, like, you can see when he gets the hit, Faith Beyond gets absolutely worked, but then there it is. Xingqiu comes in, walks down, gets chased from Matu, you know, gets a little taps, and he's like, oh, I don't like this. See ya. Look at that angle. Oh, right up the cliff. That's crazy. That's so good.
God, that shard is amazing.
No, that player is amazing. All right.
Fair enough.
You got to use this shard. This isn't one of those freebies.
Yeah, and they do have the shard now done on Ursa as well. Brought up from the pit and a 10k gold lead. As this game, LGD, they've come up with answers. And it's off the back of the Ursa. I mean, they're all sort of doing individually very impressive plays. I think nothing to say having value in this game is one of the ones that's most wild to me. He's just sort of a body there to throw these like big defensive items on, say, come deal with me.
It was just such a terrible start for this hero as well. You know, like he just had a bad lane, and then suddenly he's involved in 4 kills right away. After that, it turns it around completely, takes the tower, all backed up by the Chen and the Earthshaker. Really getting great use of those 2 supports when they had very little itemization as well. And now you're hitting that peak that you really want on the Shaker. Of course, he's got the blink and the shard. This game is good. He has several choices you can go for. 4 staffs, BKBs, depending on the games, can all look pretty good on Earthshaker. And I also love the way Xingqiu built this. We didn't really talk about it, but the Tranquils into the double Sage's Mask rather than committing for the full Soul Ring as well. Pretty cool, right? You're getting that mana regen to stay out, but it's still going to help you get your blink faster.
12 assists, only 1 death. I mean, he's had a really good one. We've talked about Xingqiu Shaker. Parker says he's the only one that's allowed to play it. I'm inclined to believe him until somebody else figures out how to do all this. But even with the later Blink Dagger, you know, he still made a ton happen at the point when they needed it.
He's an imposing player, this Xingqiu, you know?
That's true.
He walks around, you see Shaker like holding that totem, giving him a couple taps and the rubs. He walks around rubbing his belly. I know you guys see it like on the things, but it's not just a team meme. He's like walking around, always just rubbing his belly. He's like, oh yeah.
He's playing one-handed right
now. More
now.
Dota coming later.
Move command. And look at this, Faith Beyond. Every other Razor going Refresher. It's like, I want a Linken's. Don't rupture me. Leave me alone.
It's a great call. I mean, that's really what Liquid have to get back in this game, right? Is they have to hit these ruptures into the move combos.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Matumba Man, do they have vision of this guy?
Yeah, they do now.
Fissure? No, not going to go for it. I guess that's the thing. They don't need to make that wild jump on LGD. They've put themselves in a position where you can just play behind Ame.
Yeah, it's Liquid who are hiding behind this Ob Sentry, trying to make a wild jump onto someone.
And nobody coming for the fight. Liquid needing to come up with these answers, and LGD at every step have just looked like the better team.
More defensive items. Lotus is done. Another nuisance for this combo that they're trying to pull off here from Liquid. Well, you know, there's a benefit here for Team Liquid fans, is that the combo gets easier to hit on your high ground, so the more towers you lose, the more likely the fight occurs on your high ground.
This is maximum cope right now.
They're huffing it straight in the chat.
It's actually good to lose all your buildings.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, write that down, that's good. I'm going to do that in my next game.
Yeah.
Well, we got some tier 3 neutral items. Spider legs for both teams. Keep it fair, I like that. Right, great item.
I mean, that's needed. I feel like they really got to get that with all the fissure stuff that's coming out.
True.
But Matumba Man's still keeping, for now, the Brigand's Blade. We'll see if he decides to go back for it. I think I saw some Elven Tunics out there as well.
Oh, look at this ward. They're all, the three of them standing on this ward right now. Matsuzai, Insania, trying to D-ward. He's got one more sentry, Insania. Can he snipe it?
Oh, that's annoying.
Radiant are scanning.
That doesn't look like it. So they won't find it now. And, of course, we've talked about the couriers when smokes come out. How frustrating it can be to play against that, but solid vision.
Dude, he is just sentrying everywhere, and he's not finding them. He's like, I guess they didn't leave any wards, huh?
And that's so
well, at least
rough.
Sneaky wards.
Yeah.
Down in the lane by the old tier 2, up by the tier 3.
Just can't find one. I mean, and that's the thing too, is that it's pretty dangerous to buy a gem at this point. It feels like, but.
And there's the smoke. Oh, the Chrysalis coming out on the courier. They're gonna know about that. That's. All right, Liquid, here's you go. You got a couple combos. We got Rupture combos, and we got RP combo into the Tree Volley, right? That's what you're looking for right now. But we have the Hand of God. We have the Holy Locket, 20 charges even, as well as the Mechanism. So, why? He's got some big heals to counter some of this giant wombo combo that they're going to opt for here. And then, of course, the counter initiation potential from the Shaker. It's hard to land all that as a Magnus without a BKB.
Sitting behind the Ursa right now. Everybody from LGD there. And the smoke up comes first from LGD. They have vision down.
Oh, the preemptive Lincoln Sioux.
Yeah, they're ready to run. Meanwhile, Dire scanning, anticipating some movement, but not knowing the direction from which it's coming. And Faith Beyond runs right into Matumba Man at the start. The chase down, rebound, hoping to escape Fissure.
Oh.
That was close. That was very close.
He's human.
That was only because of the rebound. If he didn't have rebound speed, that would have got him. Jeez. Okay, so smoke down.
Yeah, still unfortunately for them, unlike though it is a BKB spent.
That's true.
So you burnt an Eye of the Storm, sure, but you don't really care about that spell right now. Faith Beyond, you know? I got a bear. Ame's got the damage.
True.
Zai on a ward right now. On a ward! Oh, no.
And they find him. The mag. False promise, though. And then the skewer into the base. The RP afterwards. Rupture on top. Toss away. Dead one time.
He's a genius.
That was what they needed. They lose Boxy, but you find that kill on the bear. You take it every day of the week.
Yeah, it's funny because that is the difference, right? When you don't have those position heroes, because like he's jumping and trying to punish this mag, and everyone's like coming, like, yeah, all right, let's just kill him, guys. But then he just skewers you into the base.
Yeah,
just can't get the full chain step blow up.
Echo onto one, but the Fate's Edict answer. It was too quick. This is why they have this Oracle pick, but Mickey, he's in trouble. Can't get a toss back, can't get anything. So they end up losing both the Marcy and the Tiny very quickly there. And LGD, I mean, even without the Ursa, they're feeling confident to go high ground with the Chen creeps.
That is true. That is definitely an underrated aspect of Chen, right? He's got that big damage to this push. They got to try and clear some of these out here, but there's the mech keeping them up and hit.
They got the rally, the extra damage from all the dead skeletons, but they will back out now after the tower almost dies.
All right, Lyrical, it is America's favorite game. 20 seconds until the Roche spawns. Give me your number.
I'm going to say 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Again,
90
another
seconds.
right on the nose. You
Yeah.
like this year. The last time you missed it because you didn't add a number.
That's right, but if I miss it, I mean, I'm going to miss it no matter what.
Okay, I'm going to go for 36.
36.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. Jump in. Wait a minute. Rupture? Chasing? No, it was almost 90 seconds.
Why are you watching the fights? There was a timer happening.
Why is going to drop now?
Pay attention, Lyrical, all right?
My bad. I'm
Important things.
sorry. The timing, it is very important, to be fair.
What did you say, 90?
I said 90.
Yeah, you're 15 off. Not bad, not bad.
I'm
Someone in the
getting
chat
close.
got it right,
That's true.
which is pretty cool.
I'm
Enough
sure
of you
they
guess. Yeah. Press 1 if you got it right.
did. Well done.
And remember, be honest.
Yeah,
No lying.
Yeah, nobody would dare. Nobody would lie on the internet. What are you talking about?
Doesn't let you post if you're lying.
That's right.
Everyone knows that. Nobody would lie on the internet. I love these casters.
32 minutes in as we get ready to go with the Midas starting to pay off.
It's very important.
Midas starting to pay off a little bit, getting those levels up.
Is there a danger of this lead of LGD slipping away?
I mean, I kind of feel like there's a little. I mean, you've just got the Wombo combo, right?
It's gimmicky. It's a gimmicky need from Liquid, right?
Yeah.
They know they have the tools. They're hard to hit. This is what we talk about during the draft.
But sometimes gimmicks are good. Oh, but the blink! The blink! It hurts. Oh, Zai, get out of there. Don't let him see it.
We both just physically recoiled when that happened. I
mean,
know you guys can't see it, but
Yeah.
there was pain.
I think Zai did too. But the toss, okay, get a little bit of a recompense here. Zinq pulled around, hand of God, gotta run. They don't have the RP. LGD, they know, they saw it. The chase down and in trouble. Reaper's Sight used even. I don't know if he had the Fate's Edict on at that point. As the Ava toss Mickey, he dies.
They broke up the fight. Zai actually chased forward to push the remaining Rupture that was left on Zinq, so they helped get at least that kill. Matsu chased in as well, and I think maybe that's what helps make it so it's less of a loss in that engagement.
But Roche is up, and that's the problem. Oh.
And it's just constantly this center courser, you know, he's one job.
And this,
They sit Roche.
oh my God, it's Ags. All right, hold on a second now. Now, there is one thing we got to keep in mind. Ursa Ags is good. Chen's might be better.
Oh my
A
God.
strong
in this
dispel.
game, that would be so hype, though.
Oh,
Why
dude,
dispel
Ame,
one
why?
hero? Yeah, you know why. He's a carry player.
It is
They
a
always
carry.
take it. But why dispel one hero when dispel many hero is good?
That's true. Zinq there, you can see.
Look at him trying to walk up this, too. He was like, oh, I want it. He kept moving. He's like, I want that echo so bad. And the skewer comes through. But yeah, this is the other side of the fight. I kind of missed this one. But yeah, not able to get too much there. Thanks to False Promise still being on.
Wanting it so bad. Back in the real game here, they are taking some damage. Tier 3 tower already gone, and now into the racks.
Look at him just sitting those Chen creeps there, too, with the auras helping out. Heal amplification aura. Sure, why not?
20 seconds until RP's back up, and that's not going to come in time. Now they have doubled the lead that they had just a couple of minutes ago. And you can see, wow, pretty heavy win probability there into the favor of LGD.
It's a bit generous for Liquid.
I mean,
4.
to be fair, it's like you got that big combo. RP into the tree volley is pretty insane.
But if a tree never hits the enemy hero, does it really do any damage?
The answer is no. That's not even philosophical. It's just mechanics of the game.
Well, that's debatable.
Got the Blink Dagger up now, too, on Razor. So that's Blink on everybody except for Chen. Oh, God, and he almost has the Aghanims done on Chen, too. I think he has all the components coming out on Courier, and then he's going to be able to finish off the point booster here.
I guess that explains it, huh?
Oh, dude, this is going to feel so bad. They're going to RP everybody, and then he's just going to press R.
This is where you just let it happen.
Oh.
You just run it as 5, you know? Because they actually don't have a secondary AoE punish.
No.
In theory. Well, I guess there's Avalanche, but he's going to be trying to do some cheeky tree volley stuff.
Yeah, Y's about to finish this one up. I mean, he might save for buyback, to be fair.
No, he won't.
Probably
Come
not.
on.
There's no way.
Yeah. He knows.
Y's a gamer. So for anybody that has been away for a little bit, Aghanims Chen now hard dispels on cast. So I think that the ways that they had to catch back in.
What's a strong dispel or a hard dispel, Lyrical?
I mean, it's how
I don't know.
That's how you take off reverse polarity. It's just gone.
Oh, like even a stun?
Even a stun.
Wow, I thought dispels only took off debuffs.
No, man.
Like weak ones.
That's it.
Is that a weak dispel?
That's why it's a strong one.
Basic dispel?
Boxy.
Thanks, Lyrical.
No problem. I'm here to help. Oh. TP not quick enough. And Zinq trying to find some more. has the blink himself. Can he get there in time? Tree volley, but Fissure not going to connect.
He popped his Aeon Disc. That was actually kind of huge.
Nice.
Take that.
Well played. Yeah, this game is this is looking rather rough. Liquid, I mean, they're just praying that, you know, LGD's keyboards come unplugged at this point because it is so difficult to take this fight.
It's definitely a one-shot play here from Liquid.
I mean, I guess the flip side is that if they catch the Chen in the RP, that's the way that you make it work. And yeah, you can see Zai, Chen is missing. He has to find him. He knows that. And if they can kill the Chen right at the get-go, that's the way that they can maybe win a fight. But, I mean, he could be in Fountain.
They also don't really have the best like hunting squad, I guess, because
no,
they don't have a. I mean, the hunting squad's actually okay. The issue is they don't really have a way to clear waves without the hunters being at the base right now. You don't have some hero who can be like sneakily like, oh, I'm just clearing the waves, and they're definitely not for smoke looking for Chen right now.
Yeah,
because there's a Marcy and an Oracle support duo. You know, Insania can't really clear these super creeps away.
They're just trying to get all the cool items. Zinq wants a refresher. You've got the Agi blink on Ame. It's all kind of coming out at once, and when they walk up this high ground, I feel like they're just going to be way too stacked up for Liquid to deal with it.
They are quite wealthy.
Yeah.
No, they're actually waiting for the Aegis to expire on LGD so we can just fit in another item.
I like that.
Yeah, he doesn't even want it.
Blinks back. Both Swift away. Tree volley. Skewer not going to be there. Has to save the RP. Can only find it, but a good jump out from Ame so he doesn't get caught. Tier 3 tower down. Ready to keep that pressure going. 20 seconds until the Aegis expires. Fate's Edict. Skewer back. Faith Beyond in. RP afterwards. There's the turnaround. And he was not able to get out, but Zai saved. Actually, he took the damage first, so I think that he was going to live through it regardless.
That is so depressing, though. You're so close to getting them into the well, and then all are healed.
And they stop it right in its tracks. But Hand of God down now. Can they find more afterwards? Zai tries to get the horn toss, but can't get him to the other side of the fissure. Buildings falling. Mickey, Avatos, they don't have enough. The Aegis is down. But there is not enough damage on the side of Team Liquid, and they just can't get their hands around the LGD heroes.
A bit too slippery there. And that's a pretty short cooldown at this point as well for that Chen. He's got the Quickening Charm on there too, so it's only 100 seconds.
Couple fissures. Pull back one. Is it going to be good enough though? Not quite. Echo out. Zinq finds his moment, gets the Oracle, and as Ame travels into the base, Matumba Man dead. There are no buybacks on any of these heroes. Tier 4 towers are going to fall, and LGD, they're going to close this one out 2-0. Still yet to lose a game in this tournament.
Yeah, and then you watch them play, and you're like, I am not surprised. So
right.
Things I've loved so far about watching LGD, the different openers during the draft. Sort of a hallmark we're talking about why, just in general. Over the years, what he's done, like he's always about these like larger hero pools and just it's not the strategy of like, oh, we're gonna keep picking this till you beat it. It's I don't even want you to know what I'm gonna pick, and I'm still gonna beat you with it.
Right, exactly. You talked about it, the openers that they've switched up a bunch of times. Even though this one they played earlier against OG, they've done a ton of different things throughout all of the different games that we've seen. So very, very impressed. I am wondering, like, who's gonna stand up to this? How do you break it when there's like no cracks, it looks like?
Well, the answer is not Liquid for now. That's for sure. We'll have to try a little bit later in the tournament.
We'll have to see if anybody comes up to play against LGD. For now, at least, we're going to head on back to the panel, letting Hat and the gang break that down because that was a spanking.
It was definitely a performance and a half coming out from LGD in this series, but by goodness, this game number 2, Liquid looked strong in the early phase of game 1, still lost. This time round, they didn't look as strong in the early games, but LGD was still kind of struggling in that early game. And I want to know why it was so much tougher, it felt, for them to get good lanes.
I think their draft wasn't that good. I'm going to be real. I didn't love LGD's draft, but they're just so good at Dota. Yep. I don't know what to say.
I completely agree. Their draft with the Necro, when PSGL LGD picks Necro, you don't really question the Necro. When they pick it into Rupture, into Oracle, like arguably one of the best heroes against him, I'll have to discuss with a couple of different players as well this pick, but they just made it work. Even in the game, it didn't look that great.
I don't think their draft was awful. Don't get me wrong. It just wasn't like, okay, yeah, this draft like has like no weaknesses. Like there was a glaring weakness I feel like with the Necro, but we've seen again the side lane, like the Shaker Razor lane is so dominant. Like you finish with someone, sets up this easy static link. Zincu, he's got the Shaker pass. He's the only one who's allowed to play this hero right now.
For sure. I mean, he is the only player so far at this major that has won with it, despite it being picked up a few times. As we're seeing this highlight reel, though, the team fights, the Necro was that weak point that you felt. So how did team fights still go so in favor for LGD?
They just outplay you. They pull you apart left, right, and center. But I would combine the point that Parker was making and your question. It truly is the Shaker.
Yeah.
Like the amount of work that he's doing, it's unnoticeable perhaps a little bit, but most of these fights are won because of fissure blocks that prevent anyone from escaping the Ursa's claws, right? Like the Roche fight in particular, there was one in which Marcy goes in, they try to go on the Ursa, he just jumps out to the pit and the Shaker blocks them with the fissure inside.
He hits 3 and one's trapped in the pit. Insane I think was kind of out of position. He was too far forward, so he's like, oh.
And meanwhile, while that is happening, Razor just pops the BKB and runs you down with that static link. So it's really, it shouldn't be this difficult to play against the draft that they have, but the way they execute it makes it impossible, not just difficult.
I know that when we saw the Ursa come out, there was a little bit of a worry about it potentially being kited, and you think that that was solved by the Earthshaker pick, that helped a little bit more when it came to team fights?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it helped a lot. Like the Shaker was really that one. And what's funny about PSGL GD, usually when let's say you're playing versus some team and this thing is happening, you're like, okay, they got lucky. They're just constantly making moves that for other teams a significant amount of luck would need to be involved for them to actually happen.
Yeah. I think, and to kind of go back to the Necro and also tie into the Ursa, the one maybe reason, the value I see from the Necro is it gives the Razor and Ursa a better game. Because all Necro does is like run in, tank some spells, and kind of not do a whole lot.
Like just have a... Yeah.
I mean, as far as looking for a reason behind the pick, I still think there's probably better picks they could have. But like the Ursa gets, I think, kited less because there's a Necro who's, kind of has to be addressed at least. You can't just let this Necro just, constantly run at you and use his spells. So I don't know.
All right, so we liked the combo, the synergy that happened for LGD's draft. On the side of Liquid, though, you guys actually really did like the potential that could come out from that Bloodseeker, Marcy, Mag. Did it play out the way you expected, or just didn't have that impact?
They had a couple of really good combos. They would overdo it at times even. Like they would rupture the Necro. They would try to like rebound, toss him back, then skewer. But by the time all the combos have been done, the rupture is gone. Like he's not even ruptured anymore. So overall, I do think that there is a lot of potential in the combination. It's just that perhaps it's a little bit of too much going for the same thing, right? Like you're focusing on this displacement. Okay, how far do you have to take the Necro to kill him? To take him home, like just put him in your basket, take him home. It doesn't matter. He's still...
It's a trap because it's not the hero that's winning the fights anyways. Like, obviously there's the Shaker we talked about, but like Shaker and Ursa were the problem heroes. But so often Ursa was also playing with an Aegis. I think they did a really good job playing around Roshan, making sure they secured themselves Aegis because they made Ursa look pretty damn scary.
LGD, they're fantastic always at using that map, making sure they're always positioning around the objectives. The MVP, Jinku here, 3 kills, 2 deaths, all the 17 assists. Is there anything else you guys can say on him, right? What about this whole series, not just this game? Do you feel that his impact is and what he adds to the LGD lineup?
Stories can be written about him and what he can do, really. He's just constantly on point. I don't know what it is. If it's not the plays, it's the atmosphere that he brings, all the belly rubbing that he received for luck.
That's it. That's why LGD is doing well. He's a good luck charm.
Never lose weight.
That's what's winning the games right now. Liquid, what do you want them to take away from this? Yes, it was a 2-0 loss for them, but they're still doing quite well in this group. And what are you hoping that they learn for the future matchups they have?
I remember you asked me the same thing when OG got to it, and I was just like, the takeaways, you lost LGD, win the other games, and like I think Liquid overall has looked really solid. They've got some really good understandings of what kind of drafts and strats work for them. I think particularly the game one, like for me, if I'm Liquid, I would take that game every single time. If they get those heroes and get to play that draft against LGD again, they shouldn't. If they get against other teams, they'll win those games. So.
All right, very quickly before we head to a break, the LGD, what team can stand up to them? Only one team each.
Team Spirit.
Aster.
Well, we'll have to wait to see some of those matchups. That is the end of this best of 2 between Liquid LGD. We've got a whole new series coming at you right after this break.
Coming up next, Evil Geniuses versus Tundra Esports.
Your days are numbered, boy.
You're finished.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back. We are day 3 of the PGL Arlington Major. And we have our second series of the day coming up. It is EG up against Tundra. Joining me, Lizard and Sheepo, replacing Gods right here in the middle seat. How are you?
This panel just got so much better.
Words when I didn't say them, Gods. If you're watching, it wasn't me.
It was me. I said it, and I will fight you to the
She's
death.
claiming her spot right
This
here,
is
right?
my spot, the middle of the panel, as I deserve to be.
She's like, this is my throne. But how have you been enjoying the Major, Sheepo? I haven't been able to ask you yet.
God, I've been loving it. I just think the most fun thing for me is seeing how teams try and do their strats against LGD, and then they just lose every single time. They're bringing out the best of the best.
I liked Parker more. This is sadism at best.
But I don't know. I just like it a lot. Like, they dismantled OG, even though the games were a little bit hard. It was like, oh yeah, Amar's like, Huskar, this is a big thing, and they showed how they can beat it. I thought it was very high skill. You come up against Liquid, they first pick the puck, the LD comes out. This is like their best thing. This is something they're super confident in.
For sure.
And they made Matu look like a chump. I don't know. Like, LGD are so good. I've been loving that. I've been loving seeing the stand-ins, everything. The Major's great.
Yeah, well, I am going to flip the script a little bit. We're going to be looking at EG Tundra, teams that don't have as great of a success rate as LGD when it comes to groups. EG, though, fantastic day for themselves yesterday. They ended up coming out of the day with a 3-1 scoreline, getting the 2-0 over Spirit. How are you enjoying their change-ups and how they're sort of shaping up in this group with their playstyle?
I don't feel that they've shaped up that hard when it comes to shape-shifting and change strategies in day 2, right? Like, they pretty much played the same, more or less, but they just played it a little bit better. They had a tiny little bit of luck when it comes to that series against Team Spirit, but that's exactly what they needed. They needed a team such as Team Spirit to throw a little bit for them to win, to gain that confidence back in, and suddenly 0-4 turns into, what, 3-5 right now?
They are 3-5 right now, yes. Very good maths. He's so good.
I can add.
Yeah.
Mama must be proud.
So proud.
I feel like I'm on a roller coaster watching EG's games,
Yeah.
and it's not a fun roller coaster, to be honest. Like, I like to try and be very positive. Like, I see a lot of things in EG that I do like and love, but it must feel bad for them because the first game against Spirit, they should have lost. Like, let's be real.
Yep.
They Spirit through, they made comebacks. Nightfall is so clutch, and then the game 2, they take that momentum, they steamroll. I think Bulba spoke on it later. He said this win was a relief for the boys, and I bet that does feel good. But they also did that horrible throw against Beast Coast where they were so far ahead set to win and take the 2-0, which would have just rounded out the day perfect.
Could you imagine going day 1, 0-4, then flipping the script day 2, go 4-0?
Yeah.
We'll talk about EG a little bit more because I do want to touch on Tundra. They're going to be their opposition, and somehow, I am going to say it surprisingly, they do have a worse scoreline. Right now, they're sitting with only 2 wins and 6 losses. So, are we nervous for Tundra? Do we feel like there is a potential for a comeback?
I'm nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah. No beating around the bush here. I'm a bit nervous for Nine and the boys because usually on land they don't really perform that well, and it already has started. Maybe perhaps something will change. Maybe they had some good talk.
I guess what's so shocking is they did so well at Stockholm, right? That land performance that you said, it didn't show through in Stockholm. They did a fantastic job, and now they might not even make it out of group shape.
I'm very concerned about their cause. Honestly, it's you look at this team, you think about the unorthodox hero pool of 9. You look at 33 and how much attention he takes on him, and all these unique hero pools. Like they said themselves, they have like a massive hero pool, and they are a pick your poison team. That's how they describe themselves. So when you were a pick your poison team and they're not
picking the right poison,
they're not. Yeah, they're not poisoning. I don't know. Like they're not dominating in the fashion that we have seen Tundra do in the past.
Is 33 the true poison? Everyone else is kind of You know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
I
like
guess for he gets banned out all the time, and that's
Yeah.
something that we see right now in the draft as well, right? The opening 2 bans instantly aimed at him. So
Do you feel that the 2 offlaners are what's going to be key for either success? You know, Nightfall for EG, 3-3 for Tundra. Is that where a lot of importance has to be played?
100%. If you look at the series and the games that EG has played as well, Nightfall has been a focal point of every and each one of their victories. If he performs well, even if they don't perform well, he gets some clutch refresher, blink, Lincoln Sphere, Enigma.
2 black holes.
2 black holes, and they turn the game. Yeah.
Like seriously, even in EG's losses, Nightfall has been putting up like amazing performances. His Death Prophet was fantastic. Like his score lines are looking very good. You flip this around to 33, his score lines are looking relatively weak. He's had one game where he outright fed, but the rest, a little lackluster. He's had a hit and miss. Doom, I'm not sure what he's looking for, because I look at a hero like Death Prophet and I think it's pretty easy to execute.
We were talking about this before you went on the panel, but we were talking
go.
about Shadow Shaman, right?
Go
Why
ahead.
isn't it being picked out? It has that instant catch. It could be up against Puck. Please, listen, I want you to explain some more. We finally get to see it here on the mainstream.
Yeah, what is there to explain? It's Shadow Shaman, like he's good against Puck. That's what it is. You get to shackle the damn Fairy Dragon, you get to hex him, you also get some push capabilities, right, with your ulti, which is nice. And it's not only the Shadow Shaman, it's the Void Spirit as well. Like you have this combo now, you have the Void Spirit plus the Shadow Shaman. Puck cannot really use himself that easily, you can always Remnant for that. And like in Eastern Europe, it's Void Spirit and Skyrat. We haven't seen way too many Skyrat games, a couple. But you can also go for a Void Spirit plus Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, well, the Shadow Shaman's the stats on your screen. He's only been picked 4 times, but a 75% win rate. That is really good. So, you know, I don't know exactly who has picked it up team-wise, but that's some good stats. It's looking a little bit in favor for Tundra.
It wouldn't surprise me if Fnatic had played them, because back in SeaTour 3, we saw them do that. And something you didn't mention and is amazing about Shadow Shaman is his ability to Roche. So very early. 13 minutes with the level 6, you can just walk in there with another hero and take the Aegis. And that's caught pro teams off guard many times.
Yeah.
Especially when he's not picked often, right? Like, like Shadow Shaman plus Lion. These have been the picks in the last couple of years that Singapore Major, any major, Shadow Shaman, Lion, constant pickups, right? But yeah, he kind of fell off a little bit. Some other heroes did take over. Dazzle in particular is good against him because you bring out a lot of catch, but if a hero such as Puck can survive through that catch, then he can maybe even get away or at least use all his spells before he dies.
Yeah.
Grave comes like in handy in those situations.
We focused a lot on the offlaners, especially for Nightfall to do well for EG. Is it a case of you wanting to pick up his hero here in the second phase, ensuring that he doesn't get banned out and put onto something wacky, or do you want him to be on that gotcha last pick?
Well, at least for like Tundra, I think their idea is that they have such big hero pools they can't be banned out. For EG, Nightfall, he's got a lot in the tank, I'd say still. He usually just likes to play these carry-ish heroes, though. That's very much his thing. Like, you look at 33, he's much more micro-focused. He'll play all the Beastmasters and the Lycans, and his micro is insane, yeah. But Nightfall's, like, coming from carry position, he said that he thinks the roles are very similar. He says that really there's not really an offlaner now, it's just 3 cores with their different timings. So for him, yeah, he might just play some other sort of semi-carry and just do his thing. We might see the DP, we might see...
Well, DP's banned.
She is? That's so sad.
So we won't see the DP.
No, what can you do?
It's a cool thing you mentioned because it's the same way no one is thinking. He said about Entity that having 3 offlaners in their team, more or less, right, is actually a good thing for them because perhaps that's the way the meta should be played. I think it's even more so on LAN. Like having 3 semi-cores can work better on LAN.
Why is that?
I feel that teams that can... there isn't... Like, it's harder for teams to come back on a LAN. That's how I feel, at least a little bit, right? You can see the composure that PSGL had versus Liquid in Game 1. I don't think that any team could pull that off. And when you have 3 semi-cores, you're constantly running at them, and most likely you will be winning the early game, right?
Yeah. That is what, like, no one said, right? He was like, it's new and people are being taken off guard by it. That was the sort of sentiment. And that's good. I've listened to like Nightfall talk about his style of play, and he says that he doesn't. He watches other offlaners to see what they play, but he doesn't take from their game style. His opinion is that copying will never lead to winning, so he always tries to look at his own play and invent his own play style. So he wants to be a unique player. Like in contrast, in China, you have like Lanham saying, "Oh yeah, like we all just copy from LGD." Like I don't know, man.
There's some inspiration, man. It's working. Why wouldn't we try that ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. It's LGD are like the GOATs for a reason, right?
Yeah.
They are just playing a notch above everyone else. They are their own style, and they're doing it like excellently.
The only problem is when you copy from LGD, it's like you copied homework from that one geek, and then the teacher asks you, okay, why? How did you come up to this?
You're like, I don't know. We kind of just threw it in there, and we got the win.
Like you have the heroes, but can you actually perform well with them? Yeah, it becomes a little bit harder.
Sure.
This banning phase is almost completed, so we're seeing what's still left in the pool. What direction do you think Tundra are going to take as they have the first pick out of this?
Ooh.
It's hard, right? Because
No, I was looking at EG. That's why I was like, my brain was thinking about
we'll
their
do
take
draw.
EG.
Yeah, go,
No, yeah.
Go
Listen,
ahead,
you
Liz,
do Tundra.
Yeah, right now Tundra, they have catch, they have they have their mid laner. It's not too difficult to imagine something like a Night Stalker coming out for them for 33, even though it's not like his most common style of an offlane hero. I think it would be really good here versus the Dazzle, versus the Puck. Some more backline. The AoE silence works amazingly well against those.
Yeah.
If they even go for that right now, because they could just pick a fight.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, that Tiny hadn't been picked or banned yet, but it was the final ban there, Tundra. Taking Chen now.
Yeah, so I was thinking, when I look at Shaman, one of his biggest weaknesses as a support is his inability to deal with the Zoo. His ult, the wards, they suffer, he suffers, he has no way to protect himself. So when I look at the Bristle ban, I'm thinking that EG want to protect themselves if they were to pick summons. Maybe they'll pick a Nature's Prophet again. I know that RTZ has struggled a little bit on the Natures, but they first faced it in those games.
It's not bad here. Like I wouldn't mind the Prophet at all. Even versus the Void Spirit, once you get that talent that keeps him in, that roots him right in. In the trees. Why is that a thing, by the way?
I don't know.
Why
It's
does
so
that
dumb.
go to
Every time we see Nature's Prophet, Lizard's in the green room, and he's like, "Why? Why is that a thing?"
It's so broken. Like it from the safe lane, perhaps not as much as when someone like Fate Beyond plays it, because you suddenly have this global Magic community piercing initiation. It's crazy.
EG, the Dawn here, what do you want to see paired with that? How is it in their lineup so far?
Okay, well, I was thinking that they would... It looked like they were hesitating because they weren't sure. Like, the Dawn doesn't give everything away yet.
Yeah.
Is it a core? Is it a support? But they'll show with the Snap that at least one of these is going core. I don't think EG plays core Snap Fire. Some
Probably
other teams here
Dawnbreaker,
do.
right?
Yeah.
Like, this should be your Nightfall.
Yes.
Dawnbreaker on the offlane.
Yeah, Nightfall's Dawn most likely. It's just very, very aggressive lanes right now. Like, Dazzle, of all the healing supports, he's probably one of the most aggressive, just due to the poison touch. You get to that minus armor, he is like a pest. Dawn, Snapfire, extremely aggressive. They have stuns, they have gap close, they can chase you down the lane, and they have a lot of damage. This is a very scary lane, so something like Chen that wants to bully you out with the creeps, not necessarily that effective. They can turn on him and kill him.
And the way they transform from the lane into the mid game is incredible too. Like you have this Puck, Dawnbreaker, Snapfire. Like there's always so much synergy between them. Every time you're looking at the draft, you can think about, okay, which two of these heroes in pairs can make stuff happen on the map? Puck enables all of them. Like as long as you have Puck and Dreamcoil, you can follow up with Solar Guardian, you can follow up with Mortimer's Kisses. This makes the game much, much easier for you. And Chaos Knight, by the way, a hero that's pretty popular when it comes to carries right now.
It's Skitter's favorite.
It is. It was his most played in 2 or 3. He loved that hero.
He talks in interviews like, yeah, I love this hero. It's just like the best. And he loves it. It's great. And it is good in this meta. So my only issue is EG's lineup right now is slightly reminiscent of Navi's when they played it versus them, and he really struggled because when he was found, his ult was very ineffective. The kisses, I mean everything, they have a lot of AoE damage that instantly clears them, and that makes CK's life very difficult. Obviously, an idea that you have with CK is that he is also an aggressive laner, so they're trying to, instead of playing defensively into the Dawn Snap lane, they're thinking maybe we can get some kills, maybe fight back.
Maybe they can fight.
Maybe.
I don't
I'm
know
pretty
how-
scared for him.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker. Yeah, like,
Okay, well, you feel the CK has not necessarily been dealt with, but it is a little bit weaker, maybe not as strong as Skinner might have in his mind. What's a last pick standing out for Tundra that might enable a different win condition?
Oh, maybe they could try lane? Do you think that's an option? Like, if they picked an off laner that could stand alone, because they get last overall pick, so they could pick something that works into the safe lane, potentially. It is a bit out there. It's not like tri-lanes are very uncommon. They have made
but we
us,
have seen it work in 2 or 3 in a couple of regions before. So yes,
Still
it's
doable.
out of the box, but it could work.
The only problem is I think if they then put their Dazzle bot, I think their tri-lane becomes even stronger on EG. So maybe you're just setting yourself up for like absolute failure.
You have to think about your support sitting those major levels at decent timing, right? Your carry as well. I think as Chaos Knight you also do want to have levels. Tri-lane might hurt you in that way, but overall, if you really want to focus on winning a lane, it's always an option.
Well, they could swap lanes, potentially.
I think the lane is fine. Like Chaos, you just continue laning with Chaos Knight and Shen, and that's it.
Yeah.
You click Shadow Shaman plus something on the offlane for 33. You don't have to like go that deep into switching everything.
Just flip everything up on its head. Well, instead of looking at where they might be able to change lanes, let's have a look at EG's side. Let's see what they're needing for their last pick. Anything stand out? Something that's going to scale hard for them?
I just have to say before that, the last 2 bans, Bat and Night Stalker, are completely on point from EG. I think really that's what they needed to get out. But the Prophet as well, that you two have mentioned earlier, banned out by Tundra, and that would be a very good answer to your question. What else is there that's pretty good versus CK? We've seen some Lifestealer pickups as well.
I feel like EG's lineup already deals with CK. So I think if you're a carry, you just want to deal with everything. Like, you just want to fit in. Right now, they have no real way to take objectives. Like, Puck's going to be using a lot of spells, so what?
I said TB.
TB? Yeah, TB could work for sure, yeah. Like, you want to take advantage of the minus armor Snap will give you. You want to be able to do Roche. I love TB with Dazzle because you're basically guaranteed to get your Sunder off with the Grave. Anything that can abuse that, you have a lot that buffs your carry right now. You'll be protected by, like, the heals from Dawn and Dazzle.
Some default carries, Jug, Ursa.
Yeah. Any of these would be fine for me.
Are they banned? They are not banned. Yeah.
No. All 3 of the ones we've mentioned are there. They're going to go with Bloodseeker instead.
I like Blood. I think he's good.
Yeah.
He is like the carry. He's going to do a lot of damage. You cover a lot of area with your... like when everyone's coiled, you're doing a lot of AoE damage too. It just fits really nicely for me.
So you like the focus of EG having team fight? Like, that's where you feel that lineup is.
They have team fight. Their carry is an active carry. He can take part. Like, the speed you get from Thirst allows you to easily engage in fights and go back to farming, whatever you want to do. This is a very nice rounded lineup for me.
Okay. And Tundra doing that last pick, it's going to be Brew.
Of course.
Of course?
Yeah, I mean, of course it has to be a micro hero. That's what I wanted to say.
All right, well, now that's completed, we kind of know where the lineups and the matchups are. Tundra, EG. Tell me about them.
The Brew was definitely necessary because when EG is able to constantly fight, they're not super put down by level cooldowns, right? Brew, he can just fight whenever. He doesn't need items. His timing, very early. So they can basically just fight into EG throughout the whole game.
Yeah. Even though he can fight early on, he will necessarily need that Aghanim's refresher, right? Yeah. When he truly pops off. I'm going to go with Tundra a little bit. I do like what they have in this game. I do like the fact that they have heroes that can deal with Puck. Puck is still unstoppable, but maybe these two can do it.
That's true.
Potentially. Tundra definitely also need this win to make sure that they're not going to be eliminated from groups. It's game 1, EG Tundra. We're going to jump over to Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you again so much, Nat. And Trent, you called the Brewmaster. You were feeling like this was going to be the pick. I got to say, I'm looking at the EG draft. There's all these really cool heroes. They got all the high win percentage. They got Dawnbreaker. They got Snapfire. But like, Shadow Shaman, Chen, those heroes look spooky too.
I have a confession.
Hit me up. What up?
I said Brood. I was just joking. You thought I said Brew. You thought I was all smart, and I got it right.
Unbelievable.
I was just making it.
I lied to the people on camera. You did this.
You didn't mean to.
You did this.
You thought I said it.
Unbelievable.
It's a great Brewmaster game, though. I'm a huge fan of the hero. Big fan of Brewmaster. All right, anyway, but you know what I love even more is Dawnbreaker, and I'm a little concerned. I see some signs of our last match think it was last match. Okay, it was 2 matches ago.
Right.
Where we had the Liquid draft with the Dawnbreaker and the Hoodwink. They did really well on the laning stage. They got going. Game was looking super good, and they couldn't close it out for the victory. And I see a lot of similarities here right now with this draft from EG because how do they go high ground? What's that Tri-Core again? I got a Bloodseeker. I got a Dawnbreaker. I got a Puck.
It's going to be tough. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, objective taking, it's there for Tundra if they win the fights, whether it's Chen Creeps, whether it's Snakes that get dropped down, or even, like, you send the Earth Panda up there. He hits pretty hard. But for EG, not so much. You didn't get that TB. We didn't get that NP, which was banned out. So we're going to have to see what happens. But ready to go into this game number 1. Tundra facing off against EG, and a lot on the line for both of these teams. EG having recovered a little bit after a tragic day 1. Started to look slightly better yesterday, and Tundra also just kind of scraping along there towards the bottom of the group.
Yeah, coming in as a favorite here, frankly. Tundra, like, especially before the recent Masters tournament as well, where everyone's like, oh, Tundra looking really good, one of the best teams across the world right now, and now coming and not doing so hot in that group. So, got to recover now. We got double wards placed up here. Everybody knows everything that's happening.
They get the D ward quicker, and yeah, they will manage to force back Tundra a little bit. And that's going to be slightly spooky for them. We'll see if they go for the deny on the Obs. That might be the play, to be honest, because obviously Tundra know there's a ward up there. Abed? And get out of there, buddy.
Yeah, he's trying to do some detection plays there. You guys, if anyone who doesn't know, the reason why you're seeing these mid laners run under towers is they're trying to find wards. And so they want to know, oh, is there an observer ward placed here? Can they see? And as you can see, like, technically by where he walked, there was an observer that saw him, and, the tower range only reaches so far, blah, blah, blah. But that's why they're also standing on the left and the right-hand side as these Radiant heroes, so that he can't actually determine where any wards would be placed. Because he's going to come up, he's going to see heroes, he knows that he's in their cone of vision, and therefore he can't triangulate a ward's position. And these wards are really important in the mid lane because you want to see the enemy hero on the high ground, so you know what their positioning are. You can do some creep aggro tricks much easier than having to click around the minimap. All sorts of reasons why you would like to have that vision when you're in the 1v1.
Well, it's been sort of a constant foray for Abed.
A what?
Foray, I think, was the word that I was trying to say.
Okay.
Into the void of playing just puck. It feels like almost every game. It has been quite rough. I mean, a lot of them have looked really solid so far in this tournament. 4 matches, 50% win rate. But he's basically just been stuck on this hero, and with good reason. It's pretty freaking good, and has been kind of the thing that all other drafts have been built around. How are you going to deal with the puck, or are you going to give it up?
Well, I think finally we're seeing Tundra is the team to say, you know what, we're going to pick more than one answer to this hero, something other than Tiny. We're going to straight up open Void Spirit and Shadow Shaman. We're going to have a Hex from our Shadow Shaman, some additional control from the Shackles just to help you out, and then the Void Spirit too. A great matchup in the mid just for the laning stage, and then throughout the game, especially when you get into that Aghanim Scepter or that Yule Scepter, you have several different tools that can combo down and control this puck.
Well, and you can see that also the potential danger is on this other lane here. Snaking taking a beating already, as well as Skitter. It's going to need to regen up. Needs to get that level 2 first, though, as the TP out from the Shadow Shaman means there will be no first blood. But there is definitely a chance with hitting level 2 on Nightfall, as well as crit, that they can go on him here.
This is the perfect scenario. You're both level 2 before the Radiant Heroes, but unfortunately, they're under the tower, so they can't actually use their skills to punish while they're still level 1. So now they level up, and maybe missing a bit of an opportunity. And what you can say there is essentially just good creep management, right, from the Radiant side.
Yeah. Couple other things that we can be worried about later on for the side of Tundra. We were talking a little bit about that matchup against CK, and one of the big things is Luminosity late game. Once that CK does pop his ulti, you get so much regen off. You can get almost a full heal if you get the full proc off. As well as the Starbreaker going on Dawn. So something to watch for later on. They've got good answers on EG to at least be able to take these fights, win the engagements, but it's, again, the question of how do they take the towers afterwards? How do they get Roche?
She's mid lane. That's a lot of damage on Abed.
9, putting in some pretty good work there. Doesn't have any more abilities, and Abed will be forced to pop the water rune.
Yeah, it was a costly water rune to get, though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of heat taken there.
And we'll come on in already 15-1 versus the 11-1. So Abed with a slight lead here in the mid lane. Not bad.
Well, I'm certainly expecting the side lanes to go quite well for EG, right? I see a Dazzle in the laning stage. We both know is extremely strong right now because of the poison and the ability for, like, if I see it chaining from the Dawnbreaker, because the Dawnbreaker should be punishing with the Snapfire, getting those heroes down low. That's going to help out the Bloodseeker lane, so he can keep chasing with the help of the Poison Touch, and then they can bully down the Shadow Shaman. And I imagine they should win the side lanes, even if the mid is a mismatch.
Right, and that's going to be something to watch for. Skitter will throw out the stun. That stops Nightfall from going in any further. But still, underneath the tower, he's got to be careful. The Soul Ring's out for Nightfall, which means she can play as aggro as she wants on the Dawnbreaker. So have to be very wary of those moves. I mean, the other thing to kind of think about is, you know, we were talking a little bit about how strong these heroes are from EG. For each of these heroes, some of the most contested at their relative positions. Bloodseeker's been banned out more than anything else in the entire tournament. Dazzle, you talked about already, and Chen been a bit of a rising star recently. We'll see if Tundra have a better read on where the meta's going as this tournament evolves.
Yeah, the benefits of Chen can be hard to fully master, especially if you haven't really like spam the hero a lot and everything too, and just not really something that I would say Snake King is well known for. Wouldn't fit in the category of a Chen player, so see how effective he could make it. Shackles, it's not in the tower range though, so there's no real punish. In fact, they're just gonna keep going.
Yeah, underneath the tower, why not? Punches are there, but still living through it. Not long enough. Arteezy's going to take a lot of damage here, and 3-3 moving in, has stick charges. We'll have another clap in a second, but as the Blood Right goes out, it will be a retreat away, and well, actually, Poison Touch keeps the damage going. He might have to pop it. Yeah, stick charges need to be used, and we'll use the salve afterwards. God, that is a dangerous lane.
It really is, and the creeps are out in the hard, but Fly just going to have to deboard the small camp down bottom. Dawnbreaker doing Dawnbreaker things, but there's the rotation from Saksa.
And 2-second stun, Nightfall, and some trouble. Shackles, never in doubt. So they will find a little bit of a return kill there. It's Skitter giving a quick tip to Nightfall. Let him know how he feels about it.
Okay, interesting way to play this, though. Now, what does our boy Snake King do?
Yeah,
He
I'm not
TP's
sure.
mid, fills the bottle. Does he run top?
For now, at least, he's heading on in and going to try and get some D-Ward action. We'll find one.
Yeah, another 20 seconds left on. You'll take that, 121 gold. But, of course, this has left 3-3 all alone on the Brewmaster. Is level 4, so 2 points in the Drunken Brawler. You're pretty speedy when you're in the Storm Brawler. 7% bonus move speed, you know, nothing to laugh at there, as he does get his Tranquil boost now delivered as well.
Now,
So fast. Zooming.
could see 9 also goes on in, takes the small camp that was stacked up by Abed away from him. But, I mean, even with that going on, look at the last hit denies in the mid lane. Abed is absolutely giving him the business here. 44-4 versus 31-5 right now.
This is Abed's hero for a reason, that's for sure. And Storm and Puck.
Stun, down bottom. Tries to get some damage on a Nightfall. Still has the Starbreaker. Looking for a correct angle. Hoping to get out of there. Stun is out, and Nightfall, can he escape? They have the hammer up to the high ground. 2-second stun. TP rotation coming in, but the Shackles, they're back up. Fly makes the rotation. Grave is out. Now a chance for a turn. Skitter, he's in some trouble as Crit makes the move. Nightfall is not dropping, and in fact, it's going to be the Chaos Knight that dies. The two supports get the job done.
Despite so much tension in the other lane, saying that though, very big kill to get. 3-3 left all alone up here on an island for a while. Gets a helper, the DD rune rotation from 9 to take down Arteezy. And of course that comes back to pulling those supports back down to the bottom lane to ensure they're helping out the Dawnbreaker.
And this is going to be a glyph used now as Abed makes the rotation over. Does have Coil. Level 7 for both the mids. 9 there. Going to dissimulate. Decides to go back in. 3-3. Doesn't have level 6 yet. Broken. Running. And they're going to be okay.
That hurts for Abed. This guy walks up here in front of the small camp.
Crit. Stun. Shackles. Punched. Oh, a big scatter blast. He's dead again. The TP moves in from Snake King, but Saksa's also in some trouble here. Nightfall's going to have another salvo of abilities in just a moment. Hammer is out. They've got the Starbreaker as well. And doesn't quite connect on it on that one. Do they have Cookie? Crit doesn't have mana, actually, but I think they could. Nah, they're not going to go for it. So Saksa gets away. Good little micro there from him.
Yeah, still going to be the walk of shame over Skitter as he respawns, and now they're after Snake King under the tower.
They just keep running at him, man.
That's the Dawnbreaker's MO.
Moves on in. Snake King going to get ran at, and they will find themselves another kill. So in the plus side, they're doing a good job with the Chen creep of keeping some pressure off of the bottom tier 1 tower.
It is ridiculous, though, like the amount of attention they've given to Nightfall and how the hero is still so successful.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you bring down the Shadow Shaman, a hero that has an actual stun to try and deal with the Starbreaker. Still not enough. They have a couple 2v1 scenarios. Still buys enough time for teammates to rotate in and fix that situation. And now Soxa back up to the top lane here, looking to see if anyone's running towards 3-3 as Abed will come in to push back the tower and crit. Well, just taking his time.
And he gets it in the end. Well, I mean, you look at like the way that this game has gone, and it's maybe what we would have anticipated. EG, they're doing very well in the lanes. This is always something that they prioritize. Void Spirit a little bit behind that puck. Much more so the differential is in the last hits as opposed to the net worth. They're pretty even on that regard.
And Arteezy looking like Ame from earlier today, right? When he's that TA coming mid. And has to come mid on this Bloodseeker to recover.
Oh, that is nice, though. Rupture. Meanwhile, the Solar Guardian tries to make the move. Everybody comes mid for EG, and they drop 3 ultis on him.
Thought that was Shadow Shaman for a second, but we're just pig polling, don't worry. We got the chicken hex on Soxa. Okay, cool.
Like it.
Yeah, gotta check our animals every time we watch a Shadow Shaman, you know?
That's true.
We got lambs popping out of this guy sometimes.
Well, this is supposed to be the answer. There's a hex there. And Soxa, no real way to get away from this Abed puck easily. Has another orb in a second. Ooh. Dude, he's been good with these little dodges on the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, tough to fully finish without the coil there. Cookie save on the fly. Very good. Lots of heroes coming to this mid lane here. 3 of them now, and hanging out with a Brewmaster. So how's that helping Skitter? He's just farming through the jungle. They're going to smoke up now. Where are they trying to go?
Well, they make the move, and smoke breaks. Flies there underneath a ward.
Yeah. So now they know there's a ward there at least, right?
That'll be something for him. Can't feel great, though. As tomes are gathered, and a couple of pretty important ones. We've got the Snapfire and the Shadow Shaman. But Snake King going to get chased down a little bit here. Have the rotation over from Abed and manage to clean up. Nightfall, just a menace.
You can see what Snake King's been doing, though, playing very greedy in this idea of like coming up into the dire jungle, using his creeps, farming through these camps because he wanted to get this mech on the earlier end, try and benefit their team fight. And they're going to have good fight potential once they utilize the brew split in combination with the mech. That's going to be pretty difficult for EG to deal with, but they have some levels of sustain of their own as well with the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. I mean, to me, as much as this, 2K Gold lead doesn't feel like all that great, I'm still pretty confident that Tundra is happy with this, As they are moving on in. Coil down, as well as Snapfire ultimate, but Brew already out with the ulti. Dissimilate's going to be there, but the silence, the heal, it comes in time. But 9 down low, 30 HP. They move on in with the hammer, find the finish. Crit, trying to back away. 3-3 still doing a good amount of deeps in the back lines. So he gets the lift up onto the puck, but the full commitment of the wards means this tower might still go down. 3-3 chase, 3-3 going to drop. 3 dead, Snaking also under fire as Arteezy ready to battle with the team. They move on in and finish off that Chen.
Yeah, this is to me one of course, the absolute biggest benefits of a Bloodseeker in your lineup, right? These early skirmishes where you can join and get some kills without even really needing an item, as long as it goes well, right? Like, there's not many characters that actually get that cleanup there.
But can they get a secondary cleanup? The move in, oh my god, Knight just got demolished. Sucks that he wanted to be there earlier, but it's not going to happen. They almost got Arteezy, but the turnaround was too big.
Got Starbreaker for 400 damage.
Dude.
That's a hero. Silence, Cookie Stun, Starbreaker.
I mean,
you thought you had something, huh?
There was an attempt. It was not what they needed, though.
That's so huge, though, because for EG, our concern would be that, yes, you're expecting to get kills. You should come out of the side lanes, especially ahead with this lineup. That is expected. Then you want to start pushing forward. Getting objectives is not easy unless you wipe them. And, in situations like that, you even kill 2 more heroes with TP back in, and ends up sacrificing the tower for Tundra. Excellent for EG. Then they're going to build into this Maelstrom and perhaps even an eventual Mjolnir on this Bloodseeker. That damage is going to help so much with the coil, as well as trying to deal with the CK and the illusions. The question will be that all those fights just have to be it's the pushing the rock again.
Right,
or
of course, Sisyphus.
Don't let that rock fall down.
Yeah. keep the momentum going, because if it rolls backwards, it's going to crush you.
It's not even really a good reference because he keeps pushing forever. There's no.
Yeah, that's what they got to do. They got to win.
Yeah, but he never wins. That's why it doesn't really work.
I mean, that's with Dota. The real win is not playing.
It is a constant punish. You just keep pushing. Hits 10k MMR. Hits 11k MMR.
I know.
12k MMR. Why does it stop?
It's just Sisyphus the whole way down.
Finally, we've made sense of it. Welcome to the PGL Arlington Major, where things are happy and we love Dota.
3-13 and a 3k gold lead, and they find him again. Can they kill him afterwards? This is Void Spirit going to drop. Nightfall. They bring multiple again. Oh, the Hurricane. Snaking.
These Chen players, they just want the swag points. They all die, but they want to look cool.
And they manage to look cool when they die. Unfortunately for them, that is going to be the entire creep conglomerate gone as well.
It's a congregation.
That's fair, too.
It's like a parliament of owls.
That's good.
A pride of lions.
That's another one.
A murder of crows.
You've got him today. You're knocking it out of the park.
I'm running out.
What a winner. Soxa drops the wards. This is unfortunately not a winner for them. This is a tough one. Can't get the damage done that they need to.
I knew it. It's a troop of gorillas.
Well done.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was. You guys probably heard me typing.
You definitely did. Wasn't going to blow up your spot, but you did it yourself.
These must be brown switches, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
They're pretty loud on this keyboard.
Well, they're getting closer to the BKB on Nightfall. And in the meantime, the big question mark is where do EG want to go next? I feel like they just got to wait until all the ultis back off cooldown again and make another run with Puck.
That seems to be the play. And of course, Arteezy, he's just loving this.
I think Fly stole a last hit there.
No, just a little bit of oops. It wasn't actually an oops.
It's interesting, right? Like, you think about the way that the day one looked for EG. There was not those voice lines. It feels like there's been a little bit of a turn in terms of the way that the team is feeling. And certainly having some good results in this one out of the get-go is going to start making them feel good. Tundra needing to come up with answers. And they do obviously have the strength of this Brewmaster. They got to play around that ulti, trying to get in towards the Aghanim Scepter next for him after the Spirit Vessel done for Brew. But DD Puck underneath the ward, and Tundra doing what they do. Dodge the fights, push out lanes, pull EG around the map.
I do worry about 3-3 getting off his ultis, though, because he's forced to go straight into this Aghanim Scepter, and then you got to wonder, like, when the Shard comes out for the Dazzle, in combination with the Silences from the Puck, too, and then the Starbreaker, there's a fair chance that he just dies, because their counter-initiation isn't amazing. We'll have to rely on the Hand of God.
Nightfall. Now they realize they can't do this. He has already thrown the hammer, but 3 seconds cooldown. Nightfall, 3-3's there as well. The Silence comes out. Thinking about chasing. Chase, pull, taunt, catch, ulti down, Hex is there. Tundra, they wait this one out. And it actually looks pretty good from them, but Snapper ultimate from downtown. The chase is there. 9 on the case, right there with 3-3, catching crit, trying to bring him down low. As Soxa buying space, he's zoning out 3 heroes separately while they kill off crit. So it ends up being a 2-for-1.
That was a really nice play by Tundra. Like, they know they're behind, these fights aren't easy for them, so they have to whittle down the side of EG, sort of gauge if this is going to be good enough for that split to come out from the Brewmaster, and he gets it there before the reinforcements are there for the chain stun as well. Great decision making there. Now the downside, of course, will be this next 100 seconds of no brew split.
Skitter pops the ulti. He's already ruptured the turn, trying to blow him up. Is it enough damage? The heal, it's not enough. But Nightfall there for the turn, and the Starbreaker, that cleans up Skitter. 3-3 tries to TP, is not going to survive.
Yeah, that's one of those things we were talking about with the Dawnbreakers. So statistically, these Illusion heroes are some of the worst heroes to have to play into Dawnbreaker, right? Because she's going to start like smacking all your illusions. The Starbreaker, she's going to be hitting all her procs with the Luminosity, getting that big damage and heals. But unfortunately, yeah, they were not enough, as she came in a bit too late there to get the save on Arteezy.
And in the meantime, you almost, I think that's BKB coming out for Nightfall, can disassemble the Echo Saber. Afterwards, can go into the Aghanim Shard. And this hero top net worth is so scary. Coil in the meantime used. Cookie chasing crit right on top as they blow up 9, who has just not been able to find his footing in this game.
Yeah, and that's one shard to add the additional stun from the Snapfire, and the other one is just about done on fly as well.
Tundra, you need to come up with answers.
Oh,
this
is a pretty good one.
That's true.
A Blink Dagger on a Shadow Shaman.
That helps.
Brown Boots, Blink. Currently, no tool for Abed to deal with that at the moment. We'll have his Blink Dagger, though, so we'll see how fast the fingers are. Oh, well, you know.
Yeah, that hurts. And Soxa does manage to find the Hex, but the rest of the team is there. And the right click. Yeah, he's like, oh, we'll save that Blink Dagger for next time. I mean, it's tough. Tundra, this is the team that's looked so unbelievably good in all the online matches that we've seen, but at these majors, at the big events, there's been occasions where they just haven't been able to pull it together the way that they wanted it to.
Mid lane, DD Nightfalls. Putting the fear into 9, who's, by the way, 3 levels currently below Nightfall.
Jeez. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, he is going to have that Echo Saber recompleted again. And if there is one thing that could be said about the way that Tundra's playing, you know, they're keeping it somewhat close here in terms of the net worth. And that's something that worked just the previous series that we saw with LGD.
Yeah.
Dodging out the lanes, and then they were able to make an eventual comeback. We'll see if Tundra can make that same type of thing happen as, you know, Chen pushing up the top side. Somebody needs to deal with this.
It should certainly be a concern, right? There is definitely a world where you just don't get enough done with this lineup, and they just keep kind of pulling you apart a bit there, but 9.
Oh, no.
One coil and just, whew, see ya.
I mean, Snapfire ultimate down. There you go. You gotta constantly bring back the positives if you can find them.
Yeah, they can now, well, I mean, I was gonna say, think about Roche. It is a bit tough with their lineup.
Yeah.
It's a little unfortunate.
Snake King backs away.
Of course, that comes back to why exactly this might not work out for them, despite having a decent lead at the start of the game. It is just objectives.
Right. Yeah. Well, even when you find the kill on the mid, you still don't feel entirely comfortable going for that next push. But the shard is done on Dazzle. And get some vision up there. Go for the quick D ward. TP coming in. A smoke up as well.
I think 9's build is really interesting to talk about as well on the Void Spirit this game, right? No Yules versus the Puck. He's going into this Kai and Sange for the Sash resistance and then all the other bonuses, obviously. But then the BKB, he just wants to fight with this Brewmaster.
They know this is happening. Applying it. Stun. Hits. Already onto Arteezy. They're sending in the creep. Soxa there. Gets him with the Hex. The Grave is out, but a good chunk of damage. Do they have enough? No. Oh my god, Artur just regens so much, and now they drop the Solar Blast right on top of him. 9 down low and about to get brought down. The coil connects onto both. Skinner, the last one of the cores left to the side after 3-3 comes out of the ulti again. He's hoping to TP out. Will they manage to break the TP? No. A really good TP, but when the highlight's a TP out, that's not great.
No, it most certainly is not. Now that Mage Slayer into Roche here. Very nice. Build from Nightfall.
Damn. What a win. Well, that's how you get the objective. Just kill everybody.
Tundra struggling to put it all together here. You know, they're not quite there, right? They didn't have the BKB from the CK, not able to get it there, and EG's just sort of peppering away at this Roche a little bit and seeing how Tundra would respond. Started out okay with the snakes here from Soxa.
Yeah.
Great cookie save, though. I mean, same thing, again, as our series earlier from LGD and Liquid, with so many great cookie saves as well to counter-initiate.
You can see that you're just trying to stay on target with Skidder there as well, but they do, oh my god, Blink Hex. That's what they need. Shackle is out, chased down, and they finally are going to be able to put a stock to Abed.
First death of the game, the 6x streak going over to 9, who desperately needs it.
Yeah.
He's on the path to that BKB.
Well, and this is the type of thing that Tundra need to do. If you can find those pickoffs.
We talked about this so many times with this team over and over. They're always in this situation.
Yeah.
They just need to push the side lanes, and they're very good at it, and they like to have the heroes for it as well. Unfortunately, this game, not great for 3-3. You know, he tends to be pretty good at it, but they always usually have a support that can do these cheekier plays on the side where they're catching waves and killing them. So you can do it with Chen.
Ooh. Dawn shows they don't feel comfortable going for it yet. They might have to, though. They got to find something. Fly is there, but Soxa going to TP out and instead trying to set up onto Arteezy. They'll have the Solar Guardian afterwards, and he's on the other side of the tree. Oh, man.
That could have been good. It was Aegis, though, so you never know. Could also have gone very poorly. Stun.
Snake King is caught looking. And Abed comes in for the finish. He's just taking a walk by him. Abed up on the high ground, spotting 3-3.
Like a good coil.
And the Aghanim Scepter not quite there yet. 3-3 gets jumped on, does have the ulti, and gets split off in time. So will manage to escape the gank, but that still hurts.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not gonna lie, that was faster than I thought too. I thought he was gonna get the silence at the time. Abed hesitating a little bit there.
Well, tier 1 tower starting to drop. As EG keep this momentum rolling.
Soxa does exactly what Tundra does best, though.
Oh, yeah.
Down bottom, pushes the waves in, and throws down the snakes. And that is frustrating.
Yeah, really annoying to have to come back and deal with this, but I mean, well, the creeps die, and now all the snakes are going to go down too. His crit's there.
Still, though, like, look how much damage he got.
Yeah. It's the best you can hope for in this point.
And now they're going to try and get a cheeky kill here. They have an observer ward here, too. They tend to do this quite a bit as well. But they'll put wards in these positions, and we've seen teams versus Tundra put wards in these spots as well. They'll often cover the top of these staircases on the right-hand side of the map and the left-hand side, knowing that they like to sneak through those little areas to try and get into the next tree line, right? So you place some wards there. It's kind of like when we used to try and catch Monkey Kings. They were doing this all the time.
But nobody is down there yet. You can see, like, EG, they know that this is the style of play that Tundra is going to go for as well, and they're playing very grouped together.
Skeeter, he's going to send out the illusions. He's going to ulti while Soxa still hides in the trees.
Okay. Very cool, very cool. Goes on in, a couple more last hits trying to finish off the tower. And they do have a glyph if they wanted to use it for EG, but not doing it yet as the smoke through the Radiant jungle doesn't look like it's going to bear fruit, although they could still catch onto Chen. They do pop that glyph now.
And Nightfall TP to Soxa. He's going to find him.
Snake King in some trouble there. Also, as Soxa died too quickly.
He died to a single Starbreaker.
Yeah, that hurts. And 9 is also dead as the Rupture comes out.
He just got Starbreakered.
I mean, that's all it takes.
I didn't even know that was a thing. He only has 1260 HP.
It hurts.
He just got swiped.
It's really hard. I mean, there's a reason that this Dawnbreaker is just so highly prized.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
EG gonna pressure mid now, take this tier 2 tower. And they're still kind of setting up at the same time. They're sieging mid and then also pushing out this bottom lane. I don't know if Skitter's gonna find him over here, but they're waiting, hunting, looking. Spot the illusions, Nightfall there, turns around with the BKB. Skitter biting off more than he could chew, and with the Starbreaker connection, will try and survive through this. Abed, couple more punches, not going to be enough with the crit. If he had that Deso, though, that would have been it.
Just maybe, yeah. EG playing this really well, right? Keeping control versus Tundra can be a very difficult task because they're very well versed at playing these side lanes and keeping the lanes out, and they think about this concept a lot, you can tell as a team. But they're getting the catches, they're not getting too frustrated, they're not overextending as well, because that's what tends to happen, right? That's how Tundra can get back into the game, is you get frustrated at how they're pushing out these side lanes to overextend a little bit here.
9. He's silenced, and he is going to drop. Meanwhile, the fight going on the other side. Wraith Pact is down, the silence is there, stun follow-up, and Brew does not get a chance to play Dota. Chen is dead, one by one by one. EG just completely wrecking Tundra.
Yeah, very well done again. And now it is time, right? You got 3 heroes down. Sure, there might be buybacks, but we got to go and at least hit the high ground. Itemization is done here for taking down buildings as well. Sure, you love Deso just for fighting as a Dawnbreaker, but it definitely helps when you want to hit some structures, especially you got a few allies. We have a little Shredder there from the Snapfire as well. And, well, Arteezy is just making his way there. You know, it's tough when the enemies are dead or full HP to be a Bloodseeker.
Right, exactly.
But you'll eventually get there.
No, it's Nightfall that's the one that's doing the damage here. Nightfall has definitely been the preemptive battler, getting where he needs to be across the whole map. But with one whole lane of racks down and now ready to push in bottom lane, they find him. Looking for the chase down, and Saksa dead.
Radiant's top tower.
That's a great kill because it just keeps them off balance, right? And it allows you to keep focusing on the objectives as a side of EG and stop getting pulled apart because Shasham just wants to play his little annoying game. And now, up in the top lane, 3-3. Oh, he's getting close. I mean, he's got the eggs.
They find him. Stun. Well, it's good to have two, but when you can't get off one, still pretty rough. No ultis from the Brew. That one hurts.
Oops, indeed, is 9 will go and hop through with this next wave with an Astral Step.
Now, meanwhile, they cut the wave on the other side as well. So 9 kills the wave and is going to look for the next one. Can they intercept?
That is so dangerous. I mean, he has to take big risks. He knows
Hello.
that. Yeah.
The rupture's there. Dissimulate, jump away. Chen dead again. 9. Oh, barely able to escape.
Nice.
But didn't get the wave.
Yeah, at least, hey, no more assistance there to help out, though. And, yeah, just, you know, a couple more deaths. It's okay. 8-34.
Yeah, man. EG, this looks like a completely different team from day number 1.
Yeah, we talk about like all this delaying from Tundra and how they're making some pretty nice plays and everything, but what is the end game here? Like,
yeah.
Where does this ever turn around at this point? It's such a... This is the sort of lead that you need with EG's lineup to make it work. We talk about like these dangers of pushing and stuff. There is a number where it's just... It doesn't really matter the heroes, you know? Particularly if they just never have 5 heroes alive at the same time.
They turn. The Luminosity's going to be good here. Turns, heals up. Oh, it's strong. And Skinner just going to have to TP away. As soon as you throw out that Starbreaker onto the illusions, it's so much regen. But Snake King?
Oh man, dude.
Oh, no. Poor King.
That's regicide.
Yeah. I mean, they were waiting for him. They knew he was coming that way. But Roche will respond now. And EG ready to go claim that Aghanim Shard as 20,000 gold lead. They're getting towards the Lincoln Sphere here as just a second on puck.
Thanks.
As game completely in their control.
Mm-hmm. Did you know it's called a skulk of foxes?
That's great, dude. I love that.
Or
so good.
A bloat of hippopotami.
You know, when I heard the typing, the clickety-clack, I was like, what's coming out here? What's it going to be?
I thought it was appropriate.
Okay, I like that.
An aggregation of manatees.
I do love the word aggregation.
Ooh, a pandemonium of parrots. That's very good. Ooh, rhinoceroses are a crash? These sound made up.
They're not real. Rhinos don't exist.
A cauldron of bats? Okay, these can't be real.
No.
That sounds too cool. An army of caterpillars? That's adorable.
You know what is also adorable? The strength that we've seen from Abed in this game. It's just been unbelievably adorable.
So true.
As they smoke out now and try and find Tundra one last time. Tundra, I mean, you look at them. They're all now in the mid base. Vision is not really going to be that helpful. I'm curious if they're just going to try and sort of go right in on the first hero that they see. Smoke up with 4. Snaking. Oh,
yeah.
Remember last time?
Yeah, that's right. It was all just conditioning, all right?
They're ready now.
It's a popular term in other games.
Oh, the smoke. They don't get him. He jaunts. He hides. And Puck back with the team.
You know what it is that it's really hard to condition EG like this because they're so used to all this air conditioning here in Arlington, Texas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's, I mean, wouldn't that be the same for everybody?
See.
3-3. Oh, this is what you do. Just split at the start. That's the way to make it work. Ulti coming in from Dawnbreaker. Do they have enough damage? Dazzle dead. Okay, EG lose a hero, but Skinner, he is also dead. That is not the one they were hoping for. Nightfall turns, beats away at Snaking. Dawnbreaker is just so strong. And with no buybacks on any of these heroes, 9 is going to fall. EG win. It did not look close.
No, it really did not. Can definitely see some ideas and concepts of Tundra's strategies where this could go well for them and how EG's could have potentially fallen off. if they were able to secure key objectives and key fights, but that was not the case. EG completely crushing throughout this entire game. They never stopped pushing that boulder up the hill. Boulder just, just keep walking. Yeah.
Push.
I guess you don't one-hand the boulder. I don't know why I'm doing like a dance move right now. Yeah, yes, you do. That is for sure.
No, but it was one of those games that from the early going, there were moments where it felt strong, but in a way, again, it gets back to the draft. Just all the heroes that I'm seeing get first phase, all the heroes that I'm seeing get like highly focused. EG got them all, and I don't know. That feels like that's not supposed to happen with the draft.
Move this way a little. There,
okay.
Good. You see them running to the panel down
there. They are.
You see? Yeah.
What's up?
That's
Hey.
right. Oh, don't worry, Nat.
They're there.
Trent, we're always here. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do
remember that being said last time, huh?
Oh, how the turntables!
Yeah, I mean, the game was so close that they didn't think it was going to end.
Why you
anytime
gotta
soon.
put them on blast like that?
That made a lot of
I'm
sense.
We're waiting right now for everybody to. Yeah, I think that when I was looking at the draft, it just seemed that good. But I was like, Tundra surely have a plan, and then it just didn't happen.
No,
I don't know.
Certainly did not. Dawnbreaker. Nightfall. Good
strong.
game. It's very similar. Nightfall, Dawnbreaker. Wow, synergy with that guy.
Mind blown.
Yeah.
So
you know who
good.
else is good at blowing minds?
Who's that?
That panel.
The panel is so good. They're going to tell us about all the action. Head on over to them.
I mean, we'll definitely try and blow some minds and some information that we're about to get from Sheep and Lizard breaking down this game. Guys, I thought, didn't you hear Trent Lyrical? You guys are supposed to always be sitting here.
You know what? Trent better watch his back. Now that he's called us out on that, like if he's late one time, I will never let him live it down. Ever.
The man is going to be glued to the panel now. He's always going to be ready and on time. But let's talk about this EG Tundra. We definitely thought it was going to be a little bit of a closer matchup than what it was, but ultimately Tundra just weren't playing cohesively. It felt like EG had that team mentality, really executed what their draft needed to do.
Yep. For Tundra, it felt like they were always waiting for something, always waiting for that one extra item on the Seeker, always waiting for the Brewmaster, which can happen when you're playing this hero. Like, arguably, when you look at the Tundra, you have to think, where is the damage coming from in these pick-offs, right? In these small engagements, without committing way too much. Another pretty significant issue is their lanes went poorly, and then they could never claw back into the game. Remember, we had this discussion about semi-cores and how well they can do. Look at Evil Geniuses, look at Bloodseeker, look at Dawnbreaker. That's exactly what they do. They just constantly can't fight. Bloodseeker rotates mid, like 10 minutes in, just to make sure they get a kill on 9. And then they just constantly roll.
The scoreboard here kind of just illustrates that story, right? That Bloodseeker 10-2, Puck 12-1, Dawnbreaker 12-2 as well. All of their cores having outstanding performances, Sheep.
Yeah, so first, obviously, I want to give a massive, massive props to RTZ. We talked about in the draft that they needed a carry that can just take advantage of the heroes they have and be aggressive and link up with them and just play. And Bloodseeker was absolutely perfect for that. 8-9 minutes, he was mid. 11 minutes, mid again. He was constantly joining fights, perfectly enabled by his team's ability to be aggressive. And then I think this was a really, really good example of a game of how to be ahead and stay ahead. You see that they know that they're stronger, which means they are allowed to split up on the map while still maintaining the advantage. So Puck would find someone, Dawn would they would kill someone bot. What does Tundra do? They think, oh, thank God we can go top. We have space now, but who's controlling their triangle? The other 3 heroes of EG. And that's when they get that pick off on Snake King. That's when they say, yeah, you cannot have your map control back. We're still stronger than you. Yeah. They did a really, really fantastic job of running the map, giving no space, giving no kills away.
Do girls agree with RTZ MVP? I think Nightfall might have to say something about that.
I mean, they both
we are in NA.
different ways, right?
We are in NA.
We just give chat what the chat wants, you know. RTZ, though, absolutely fantastic. And like you said, EG having that ability to kind of just always control the map. For you then, was there any way that Tundra could have played this a little bit differently or even tried to claw their way back in?
I feel like they definitely could have. But it's difficult. It's always difficult to come back with these heroes that have very long cooldowns, such as the Brewmaster, right? You're always waiting for that ultimate to actually fight, and if you miss your timing, you constantly have the Bloodseeker, you constantly have the Dawnbreaker making plays on the map. The Dawnbreaker as well, it wasn't just any sort of a build. This was Blink Desolator. This is, I'm going to hunt you and kill you kind of a build.
Yeah, I think they had like two issues. Obviously in the CK lane, we talked about how it was quite hard. I think Skitter got a little ahead of himself at some points. There was some overextensions. We saw him chase, I think it might have been Nightfall down and die as a result. Giving away kills like that to a team like EG that can run you over is like pretty bad, especially when your lineup is not as good at it. Like a Shadow Shaman, he's not very good at playing from behind. Obviously, it's nice if the enemy's playing super split and you can get pickoffs on side lanes, but yeah, Shaman's not going to be able to just walk in and stun someone. He will just die. EG, much more aggressive supports.
I do remember when we mentioned Chen, we said that this hero usually does take a little bit more from the map, and he makes the other supports a bit weaker, a little bit under-farmed, that is at least. Shadow Shaman does not enjoy being the under-farmed support.
Well, Tundra, they didn't have the showing that they wanted in this game. Number one, EG looking fantastic, though. We're going to see if that momentum can stay going for them as game number 2 is happening very soon after this break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Put the pig on the ground. Put the pig on the ground. National Texas Treasure. That's 1. We got that is a slider. That's a double slider. 2 points, y'all. Welcome to the group stage. We're trying to figure out how to do some content while the teams have so many games, but there's one thing you can always play, my friends. That's Pass the Pig. It is a traditional Texas game. Can you get yourself a Razorback, a pig out, an oinker, or a trotter? Today we'll find out. You throw the pigs like a dice. Off you go, pig. Off you go. And then we'll go ahead and decide how many points you get. Right there, you see that right there? That's a Razorback and a trotter. Let's see which team can pass the pig the best. Oh, right there. There we go. We got one right. Hello, my friend. Well, we're going to play Pass the Pig here. Throw the pig on the ground. Throw the pig on the ground. Both pigs at once, just like a dice. Go ahead. Okay. Throw the pig. Give it a good toss. Good toss on the pig. That's a good pass right there. All right, second pig. Try to hit it. Come on now. Yeah, go for it. And holy boy, that is a slider and a Razorback. Slider and a Razorback, my friend. That is 8 points. Well done. You're currently in the lead for Pass the Pig. Well done, my friend. Yeehaw! Oh, I got one right here. Zen Q. Throw the pig. Throw the pig. There we go. Oh, there we go. That's one pig. Second pig. Throw the pig. Throw the pig. God, oh my God, we got a trotter and a slider. Good job, Zen Q. That's 9 points. Yeah! All right, there we go. Oh my God. Razorback. One more. Oh, that's a Razorback and a slider, my man. That's 6 points. Yeah! Throw the pig on the ground. Here we go. Oh, that's a Razorback. One more, boy. One more. Now give the pig a kiss. Okay, no. Here we go now. Oh, that's a Razorback and a snouter. Well done, sir. You lose. Now, this here is the coach's lounge. This is where they watch the game. So we're going to need to be a little bit more quiet than usual. They're really paying attention. Pass the pig now, everyone. We got one pig. Brand. Oh, if you could throw that pig for me, please. Just throw the pig. Throw the pig on the ground, young man. All right, that's pretty hard. One more pig. One more. Oh, that's a Razorback, boy. All right, now you get one more pig. One more pig. that's a Razorback and a Trotter. You have the most points. That's 10 points. You're the leader right now. Woo! Grab that pig right there. Throw that pig on the ground. Throw that pig on the ground, sir. Right there. Throw a pig. What? Throw the pig. Throw the pig on the ground. 1, 2. And we got a... Oh, that's a slider. Double slider. Well done. Well done. That's 2 points. Yep. Woo! Pretty good. Oh, my God. Fantastic. Fantastic. You could pass the pig, please. If you could throw the pig off the balcony right there. You're looking for a leaning jowler. Throw the pig off. Don't hit that. Over here. Over here. Throw the pig off the balcony, please. Can we get a zoom in on where the pigs will land, please? All right. Throw the pig onto the ground, okay? You're looking for the leaning jowler. Throw the pig onto the ground. Here we go. Oh, that's a good... That's going to be a slider, but can you hit the jowler? Come on now. Throw the pig. There's a Razorback, young man.
Nice.
Woo! Miposhka. You want the jowler, Miposhka? Throw it on the ground. Pass the pig. Oh. That's a double trotter right there. That's 10 points, Miposhka. That's a TI winning pig throw right there, young man. Woo! I'm so sorry. He's gone. Pig? Oh no. We lost a pig. Anybody see the pig? All right, according to my math here, with Miposhka's double trouter, and we almost had a leaning jowler, but we did have a double Razorback, I have to conclude by adding up the points that I was not taking points. I simply drew Bulba as a pig. So there it is. That's Bulba as a pig. Thanks for playing, everybody. Pass the pig. Bye.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
It's always so generous and kind of Slacks to teach us about some of the Texan culture. We saw which team was the best at passing the pig, but between you two, who do you reckon is going to be the best talent at passing the pig?
Suns fan. Because
Really?
he has to wrangle Jenkins all day. I do not envy that man.
I don't know. Jenkins looks like he'd be a natural.
And passing the pig.
He would eat the pigs. Let's be-
Pigs wouldn't even hit the ground.
I asked Jenkins earlier, Jenkins, what would you do if like someone was to release a rabies-infested cat inside the arena, and he just said, I would eat it.
I would catch it, kill it, and eat it. That is pretty much what he said. He said, no one is more feral than me. I am an animal. Word for word quoted out of Jenkins' mouth. It would definitely be one of those two that would win past the pig. This game, though, this draft you have on your screen is between EG and Tundra. We saw EG take game number 1 in a very, very convincing fashion. So now this draft, we've seen a little bit of a way through, but what is Tundra hoping to get out of this draft? What do they need to change up in some of the downfalls?
Fight back.
Fight back.
Fight back.
That's it. That's all they have to
Don't
do.
let EG push you around, boys. They, I think their support duo was a lot weaker than EG's last game.
I think Slacks ruined this panel.
Yeah, I don't know. Slacks isn't even here in person, and somehow it's just been derailed.
The spirit lingers.
She's on the Texan accent too.
I'm sorry, I need to get rid of it. Just get back to my roots.
Yeah.
Refocused. Bottle of water. We're good.
What do you think about the Dawnbreaker Razor opener? Huh?
I like it a lot. I think it, like last game, my main issue was the Chen and the Shadow Shaman were much slower as a duo than EG's supports. I thought the EG would just be able to move around the map faster, do much more with less levels and farm, and I think that Tundra suffered as a result. So Razor, Dawn, already off to a much better start.
It is putting the Dawn into a support position, most likely, right? They could still even put
Razor could be...
It could be mid. No, wait, the Dawn could go mid. It could go carry.
That's true too.
Europeans really loved Dawn in the mid lane. I feel like
there was even Dawn position 1 at some point, right? Like,
that's true. Yeah,
we've seen some teams play it.
Yeah. I was gonna say which team did it, and then I realized they're not doing so well at the major, so I'm not gonna mention their name.
It's respectable.
But yeah, the Dawn Razor can be moved anywhere. The Marcy though. Do you feel that for EG this is just a double support opening, or the Marcy could go into a potential
I would like this to be a crit Marcy, yeah. I would really enjoy a position 4 Marcy with a Dazzle 5. Don't overcomplicate things. Keep everything simple.
Yeah, because the important thing here is that EG have second pick, which means that the strength of their draft comes in the second and third phases where they can counterpick Tundra. By picking 2 supports here, it basically means that Tundra's first phase, which like their strength is they get that ultimate pick at the end of first phase where they get to counter the opening really hard. You have 2 supports, there's nothing to really counter hard. Like you just don't get that gotcha like my core is better than your core and now I get to ban to protect it. So yeah, like EG's gonna have to show a core now coming into the next phase, but
it's very interesting that they ban out the CK after the first game as well. So no longer focusing only on 33. We now have a couple of safe laners as well banned out by EG.
Do you feel that maybe EG could be trying to attempt to put Skitter on a hero that he's not very comfortable with? Do you think that's possible?
I think their opening is just weaker to CK than last time.
All right.
The Marcy and the Dazzle both like suffer a little bit against the illusions.
What are you laughing
I
at?
don't know, Lizard. You're ruining the professionalism of my major panel.
I hear voices. What can I do?
Oh,
you're hearing voices.
Oh, do you want us to call someone for a little bit of help for you?
I could get Jenkins here because he's got really good
I don't think that would help.
Voices in his head.
Yeah.
I don't know if I need people with experience.
Well, you could just form a support group, I think, and then we get the Pig Wrangler Suns fan involved, and I think you could get a lot of help.
What I'm laughing at is I'm just loving all the bands, Sheeple. That's what I am.
Oh yeah, I love
bands. The Bloodseeker.
That really gets me going in the morning. Nothing like waking up and ready for those goddamn bands.
Yeah, but it gives you like a small window into like. Small window to look at what they are actually planning to do.
And what do you see through that window?
Nothing. Right?
It's nighttime outside, bro.
The curtain's closed and I can't see anything through this window.
Yeah, it's a window, but there's a wall right on the other side.
Yeah, that is funny. Why is there a wall outside my window? That's hilarious. Thanks so much for that.
Well, now we know what his view is from the hotel.
Okay, well, for me, EG, their bans just look to sort of protect their supports, and this, like the Weaver, the CK, they can't deal with illusions, they can't deal with like backline kind of disruptors right now. And Weaver is something Tundra have been playing a lot this tournament. I think Skitter has played it at least 3 times to varying success. I'm not the biggest fan, but it is their comfort. So yeah, they are targeting Skitter a little bit more this game.
You can look at it this way as well. You have Dazzle and Marcy. These two, yeah, they have some catch in the Marcy, but it's not necessarily the Weaver catch. You have the Death Prophet as well here with the Dazzle, which is nice. You can use that Grave on her so that she can perhaps survive. Use BKB, use her ulti, heal up with that ulti. But that Prophet here is also good versus the Razor. Like you want to find a hero that you can just link up and follow around. You can't do that versus that Prophet because she pops the ulti and it actually kills you before you even take the damage away.
Visage!
Love it. There we go. I love
I'm super excited for this Visage. Before the next pick comes out, when we talk about the Visage though, something that I'm noticing, no Tiny Band, no Tiny Pick. I know EG already have their support openings, but do you think there's a way it fits into either draft, or are we just ignoring it now?
Probably not Tundra. I think EG's heroes deal with Tiny pretty well. I mean, they're most likely putting this Dawn as a support, right? So it's gonna lane with this Visage, I think. It's a very strong lane. They don't need a Tiny as a 4 here. EG as well, I think they have both their supports. So they could core Tiny if they feel like it, but I don't see a lot of burstable heroes on either side that makes Tiny worth it for me.
Even if they decide to pick Tiny on the side of Tundra, like with Visage, it's a strong lane, right? And it's a hero that can leave Visage and rotate around mid, which leaves Visage to get that level 6 a little bit faster and makes him even more active. A ton of burst between him or the Dawnbreaker. They instead go with an Ogre, okay.
I'm super excited for this. I actually haven't seen an Ogre played yet.
Well, you're not watching Thunder Awaken because that is like Panda Boo is one of his favorite heroes.
I'm like sitting there trying to like consume all 4 games at once, and it's tough.
I think it's outsiders that are playing it as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Perhaps not at the major, but yeah, they play Ogre quite a bit overall.
It's cool. It's definitely, it fits this like I'm tanking for my core in this region. Like we can't share region, so I will tank for you and regen myself.
I see.
Yeah, between like his armor, his natural health regen, he's very good at that. He also just is quite powerful. His stuns are good. Right now Tundra were lacking some just like standard stuns, so Ogre does help with that. And you're gonna be buffing your cores, which is very powerful, like the Visage and the. I think you can Bloodlust the birds, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so like really nice synergy between the heroes here. And these supports duos, assuming Dawn is still going as a support, exactly what I wanted. These can just go run into a fight. They can go mid, they can fight, they have great spells.
Okay, so you definitely are liking Tundra, the direction they're heading right now, a lot more than in game 1.
For sure.
Cool. On the side of EG, they're thinking about their last pick. Just kidding, it's coming out now. Nature's Prophet. It got banned out in the last phase last time, so they couldn't last pick it.
It's still pretty solid. Like it's a hero that can lane decently well into the Razor. Kind of forces the Razor into Plasma Field, right? Maxing out it a little bit earlier. It gives you multiple damage instances against the Visage. But wait, if this is a Visage offlane, we're talking about Razor safe lane now, right? For Tundra, that's how we're looking at it. Most likely, this should be your Skitter Razor.
Yeah. Or I mean, I guess 9 could take it mid.
Where do you like it a little bit more though?
I'd rather see it on the long lane, on the safe lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like overall on the mid lane, Razor used to be a thing. It used to be much better than it is right now. There's just the towers reach way too high, right? Like the range is way too big, and the Razor doesn't really get to play his game the way he does on the safe lane, at least.
Like I don't think there's like an amazing carry that's worth like kind of sacking Razor to mid, but. It's Tundra, maybe.
Maybe they see something we don't see.
I mean, I like 9's hero pool so much that I would be more down to see his hero come out last. I wonder, is Wyvern still in the pool? Because that could be fun.
It is, yes.
I would be okay with it.
Okay, why the Wyvern?
Well, first of all, it's really good at halting like death ball-y kind of lineups. It's going to be able to defend your towers really well, because right now you don't have a hero that's that good at it. It's also like a long-range hero to kind of match up against the Nature's Core. It's good percentage damage against a hero like DP. I guess she's not the massivest hero pool, she's more about healing, but it can buy a vessel if the supports don't want to. I just think it's nice, and I think 9 is really good at it.
Okay. Is there anything else bar the Wyvern that could also stand out?
For Tundra?
Yeah.
It depends the way they want to lane. Like, if they want to switch up their lanes a little bit, they could even get look at EG, they're just banning out 9 heroes, so they're expecting the mid laner, right?
Oh, Coddle would have been really great as well,
Coddle would be nice. You have this Prophet that can TP behind you, but it doesn't truly matter, you're just so fast.
Yeah.
But by the time he TPs, you're on the other side of the map. Any sort of a playmaker, really, for me.
I mean, Void's still in the pool as well, but you like the Winter Wyvern a bit more?
I would be fine with either. I agree with you. Like a playmaker's all good. Like we said, they were lacking stuns, and the ogre sort of filled that. Another one would be good. Anything that can help lead into this Dawnbreaker ult. Hoodwink. Oh my god. All right, I don't know who's going where. Is this a Dawn mid or is this a Hoodwink mid?
Yeah, I think it's the first 3 heroes should be your cores, right?
Yeah.
But knowing Tundra, it might be a curveball with some crazy Hoodwink.
Yeah, I would love a mid Hoodwink. Just having watched Thompson Enjoyer Hoodwink mid. Let's get it, baby.
Okay.
I believe most likely these 3 are the cores.
Yeah, I agree.
And they just last picked their 2 supports. Now, EG, they have to think about dealing with the Visage as well, because they don't really have any true heroes in the Visage counter department. And they kind of already locked in their offlane. Now, the question is, do you perhaps rotate the Death Prophet on the mid lane and you pick one of these bulkier frontliners like a Tide, like an Underlord that can actually stand and defend against the Visage?
Is there any other offlaners that could work really well for the Visage, or any just direct Visage counters?
I've always really liked Monkey King against Visage, just because the birds really suffer in the Wukong's command and like physical damage in general. You just kind of bonk them. If they wanted to put that, if they imagine the Dawn's going mid, maybe you could put Monkey there against it and have the DP still go off lane.
They go with Void.
Very classic.
They pick up the Void themselves, yeah.
The playmaker for them, and then you put the Death Prophet on the offlane most likely, which is the case.
Yep.
All right, let's see Chandra. Let's see Chandra.
Let's talk a little bit more about EG, their overall draft, while we're waiting for Tundra to pick their lanes.
Yeah, they're taking their time, man.
Yeah.
Completely in the meta. Like, their draft is how I imagine the major meta to look like. Like, you have the Marcy, the Dazzle, Flavors. Like, that Prophet did fall off a little bit, but has been picked up.
It's mid.
It is mid-hood.
Yeah, hype, my friends.
Is this the potential? Let's think about it, right? A new hero mid, it's Hood now. Visage has a great win rate right now. He is looking really good in the meta, in the major. Is this Tundra's recipe for success?
This could be. They have loads of damage. They just go, go, go. This is like a very, like, they're going to be running it in EG's face.
I just love your enthusiasm, but it's still a Hoodwink mid. Like,
it has potential. You get like that Maelstrom. You're doing so much magical damage.
It does. The problem with Hoodwink is always the same. Like, you're the worst glass cannon in the game. You're really strong, but the moment you're caught, you're dead. And they don't have any saves for her.
All right. They have a Dawn ult. What do you mean? Stay mad. Stay mad, hater. Let's see how it plays out.
I was going to say, the non-believer in Tundra's win. We're going to see what Lyrical and Trent think, who they think is going to be taking game number 2 as we head over to him.
Thank you so much, Nat. Man, somebody's a Thompson enjoyer, somebody's not. That's what I'm hearing over there.
That's what I have to say, yeah. The Hoodwink coming out at the end. So we've seen it a few times in pro matches. Weehaw, I believe, also bringing it up quite a bit. I talked about Weehaw and Thompson. And definitely a glass cannon, though, like Lizard said. You know, there's a reason why he's staying mad, because sometimes that hero stays pretty bad. You know? Dies, just caught a single time.
Come up with
you're
that
just
on the
dead.
spot? Look at
That's
that.
what I'm here
that was
for.
so good.
Wow. You know, what can I say? Mad and bad, they rhyme, guys.
Good.
It's crazy stuff. Okay, it is a support Dawnbreaker, though, so the saves aren't like quite as good. The domination in the lane, though, can also be just as strong. Position 4 or position 3 with the right pairing, Dawnbreaker can be just as scary to play versus. And there is a Visage in this Dawnbreaker's lane.
This is what I wanted to talk about, and this was the thing that I was seeing in the draft that just looks horrifying to play against, particularly against the Nature's Prophet, right? This hero that wants to like whittle away and poke you, prod you with the trance. You get the Soul Assumption thrown out there. You have the hammer that gets thrown. Any extra harassment that you try and do against Dawn or Visage just ends up being more damage thrown in your face. I don't know how the hell Arteezy's going to lane this. And in case people haven't noticed, the Arteezy NP, it's been a little bit rough for him. He's picked it 2 times in the major so far. Both of those games have been losses. And we'll see if you can get a little bit better fortune this time around. Because obviously, like the panel was talking about earlier on, it was picked in the earlier phases. Again, a little bit later in this draft.
Snake King doing some ward checking here. And yeah.
Nailed it.
So that's what we've been talking about this whole time. That's what he's doing, the triangulation. Nice. No denies there. So very well done. Good maneuver to kill that mid ward. And have they? Yeah, they've already placed the other one up by the Roche pit to scout for rotations plus runes. So no mid ward this time. They'll put one down for Tundra as they head towards Crit's Mercy.
The battle begins.
And Snake King moves on in. Did not want to skill up the stun. So that will be 2 and 2. You know, the panel was talking a lot about the idea of, like, you know, this being a Tundra draft. And I think that's something to keep in mind. Like, as much as last time around you had the CK, you had these other elements that were good to it, I feel like these super wonky mid heroes that you know, are paired together with like Visage or like any 3/3 micro hero that can sort of snowball the game. That's when I would like to see Tundra at their best.
Yeah, it's funny because you think Brew like makes a lot of sense compared to the Visage and stuff, like the micro and stuff, but I think that those timings didn't work that well. I think 3/3 had a pretty hard game on the Brewmaster too, in terms of like, I don't think he was flawless in the fights with some of the micro between like the Storm Pan and everything and the toss-ups. I felt like he just wasn't quite there, whereas you see him on something like this Visage and he just absolutely crushes.
Oh, maybe we're not so true on this. As you can see, the early pressure. I mean, to be fair, both heroes, all 4 of them, very low, and that hammer gets thrown out. Fly might be going down. A Soul Assumption back again and barely able to survive through that. Yeah, that is the danger.
That was so close. That's what these branches are for, ladies and gentlemen. Every little stat gonna count.
Goodness gracious.
Time to tango back up and go for a second volley, though, pretty soon, right? Especially when they hit level 2, as Soxa will obviously double in strength.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold the heck on. What? 9?
He got bushwhacked.
He got bushwhacked.
You know, sometimes you just get bushwhacked.
That is huge. All right. Never let it be said that we're going to doubt the hoodwink mid again.
Well, I mean, if you play this hero support, too, you can recognize the early game is just ridiculous. This hero is just so, I'll say, it's dumb.
Yeah.
Like, you play this hero, you feel so strong. I giggle every time that I'm on it because I just can't believe how much damage I'm outputting, like how difficult it is to lane versus. So you can see how you can get away with a lot in the laning stage.
Oh, walking the dog. Skitter doing a good job. They do eventually get the dispose off. And throwing Snaking into Skitter instead. So that was a good play there by Crit to make sure he didn't end up dying, because otherwise didn't have an out. But you can see that constant pressure going on, and Abed dropping down low again, dodges the Remnant. Some more deeps coming through. The taunt's there, and 9 gonna have to let him go. But 10-2 versus 10-5. Meanwhile, goes on in for the finish. Fly will drop. This is an action-packed early game.
Yeah. Certainly is. Soxa now running for a suicide to the neutrals by the looks of it as well, because as the support, you just want to utilize all your resources as fast as possible and then just get back with Fulton.
Does Dazzle know? Does he TP to there?
Hey, actually, his courier is there. Oh, I can't see it on the ward. That would have been so funny. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that would have been wild.
Yeah, but so if you do it to the neutrals, the timer's way longer. So instead he does it to the tower, so you know they're going to share the bounty. He waited long enough to ensure that there wouldn't be an actual kill bounty. And that's how you do it.
Meanwhile, Bushwhack as well as the Remnant, couple more trades of the right clicks. So far, doing a pretty good job of keeping even with Abed, despite having that like disadvantage in terms of lasting potential. And up top, Crit. Forced back by Snaking and Skitter yet again. And Nightfall having a pretty good time here. 18-2 versus that 14-1.
Yeah, in preparation for the major, this is one of those lanes that I would consider to have been a pretty iconic in the prep. I'm sure in a lot of the scrims. In fact, it's these. Oh, look at this.
Good stun. Oh, well played by the Ogre. Snaking able to make that move and save his Razor.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of the Ogre in this meta versus the Marcies and the Dawnbreakers, because they just need that little interruption to break their combos just like that, and you can really punish these aggressive dives that both those heroes want to go for. But this concept of the rebound plus Razor or the rebound plus Death Prophet and getting that bonus movement speed is something that I'm sure a lot of teams are prepared for. So having the Ogre to be there to try and interrupt these dives is very important.
Oh, and as much as we've been sort of heralding the type of damage that you can do in this bottom lane, we're seeing 3-3 still struggling and actually going to drop here. So only 11 last hits on him so far. Arteezy 16-9. Some of those might have been his own treants, but he's definitely getting what he wants out of this laning stage, as they haven't really been able to punish.
No, and that's huge too, because you want to get those initial kills and like keep the ball rolling. Up top there, attempting to do the same thing here. Can't get the dispose though. Fire Blast will get the spacing there for Snaking, and will salve right back up too. So continuing the pressure, but burning through some of their mana resources. And now though, you have to be careful down bottom, as you know, Batchfall, and careful mid as well, of course, as Abed gets pretty low.
Yeah, the taunt connects. 9 continues to battle and try and whittle him down.
Gets good bounce.
Dude, is he still going in there? He is just bullying. I mean, the other thing to watch out for is that 9 is going to hit 6 before the Void Spirit.
Yep.
So he keeps getting these denies right in his face.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for Abed too, because he wants to hang around for the 6-minute rune, but he's also very low.
He reveals that there's
it's getting low.
A ward in the area there. And
you know, 9 actually was out of mana and couldn't do the bushwhack there, which gave the time for the tree cut.
And Crit hoping for it, disposes out. 9 low, but still fine.
He's
Gets
6.
jumped. Snake King stun. A chance for a turnaround potentially. Can they kill anybody off here? Doesn't look like it.
He's just a little shy on mana there. Was back up though in time. He had was able to hit the acorn shot. That could have been pretty bad with the sharpshooter after.
Yeah.
But 6 minutes still approaching. They're going to reward that spot by the Roche Pit from Crit here. Keep an eye on these 6-minute runes. And talk about Spirit Heroes wanting these runes and to play off of them. I imagine 9 is in a very similar boat, right?
Yeah, he's got to be.
Radiant are scanning.
Rune. It's down bottom, a DD. Oh, this is murder if they can get there in time.
It's max damage 550.
9 trying to run over. Is he going to be able to get there? Looks forward. The bushwhack onto both. The big old hit comes through. So they will take Snake King, but 9 will get his due.
All right.
As the chase comes out, double for the Hoodwink.
All right, so what was so important there is that Snake King waited until 9 was coming because he stunned the Void Spirit when he did the acorn shot, right? To guarantee that the tree would stay.
Yeah.
He didn't want him to be able to cut the tree there because every player versus the Hoodwink ganks, they just mash, like, quick cast the Quelling Blade near them because they know that tree's coming in, right?
Is under attack.
Really well played by Snake King.
Gets the D-Ward too after from 9 as well.
I mean, it's the combo.
Oh, and 2 bounties. All right, come on. What is this?
The squirrel is rich.
This is the best 2 minutes of his life.
This is a good one for 9. He's having a good time. Tundra, things looking a lot better in game number 2 than it did in game 1. But likewise, they are going to make another rotation and try and find a little bit of a punish here onto the Dawnbreaker. Does he get the hammer away? He does. Okay, now the turn onto Crit. Finds the stun. Another soul assumption in a second, but the grave is already out. Arteezy moves on in. Crit will actually hide away in the fog. 3-3 goes all the way, and he's going to come up with a rebound away. 3-3, he can't find him. Oh, Crit! How are you going to do that to him?
Oh, we got great plays happening all over the map right now. Is unfortunately not a great play to ward on top of the enemy observer. So 9 will get scouted out on that one, I believe. Perhaps both of them getting scouted. They're so close to each other's up top. Stun into the link here. Nightfall is just going to TP.
All of that rotation down bottom. It turned into an opening up top, but they can't put the finishing touches on it, as DP just TP's out in their face. Although Fly, he's going to have to pop Grave here if he wants to live. Does go for a turn away, and in the end, Socks are there to clean up.
Man, in the meantime, though, 3-3, only level 4.5 right now. Needs the space desperately down bottom, so you definitely like all the attention Tundra's putting up top, as well as a deep ward here in behind.
This hero is just so worthless until you get 6.
It does not feel great.
Yeah. Went for the 2 points in Grave
Socks runs back out into the wave.
The rest of Tundra showing up. They want to go
baiting.
on to Nightfall. Crit's there as well. Rebound, open to escape. Yeah, he's still pretty quick. That rebound basically is a haste rune.
And in behind, Abed's moving through with the invis rune. Wants to try and cut them off here.
I mean, this is a bold move. But if they can get it, I mean, Snake King, it's not the best kill in the world, but it's something. Still, Exo used, and probably won't get the tower off of that. So something doing.
Continues to make space 4-3-3 though. Almost able to get level 6.
And Arteezy queuing up the golden glove. He's ready. Got the Midas on the sights. So they are looking to scale into the later stages as 9. Will not get caught by that remnant. Instead, it's going to find Snake King.
Dire's top tower
But yeah,
is under
I mean,
attack.
you sort of look at the way that this game has gone for Tundra. Things looking pretty solid. And a smoke up now, as they will attempt to make a play happen up on the top side here. Find Nightfall.
All right, we got Tangos on Nightfall. Maybe he gets a sick cut on the tree. He's trying to wait. Oh,
they're all together. 9 gets there just a second too late, and now taunted, now jumped on. Glass Cannon done. And the rest of Tundra might be soon to follow. A double for Abed. Crit lives through all of it. Oh my god.
That was really nice. They've done a great job of controlling that vision with all the sentries around here. They had full confidence too. Like moving up here as EG, they even smoked to ensure it. And they got caught because Hoodwink needs this, right? You want these fights. You want to utilize this power that you have because you have such an overwhelming amount of magic damage right now. You want these what look like free kills.
And, I mean, they were so grouped together. If you did throw that bushwhack out at that exact moment, it would have been, like, such a big win. But the quickness, the reactions, and EG taking the Tier 1 tower top. There is some counter pressure being mounted on the bottom side as 3-3 has gotten his familiars alive. And Tundra hoping to get some counter objective play here, which looks like they will manage to get.
Yeah, and that's something about Visage too, where the hero definitely pops off once you're able to get into the Wraith Pact. Tends to happen around like 15, 13 minutes. Sometimes you have a really good game. This one's probably going to be a little bit slower for 3-3, unfortunately. Maybe that can help out for 9 and some chance of surviving.
Yeah, they need something like that for sure. I mean, the reality for me at least is I feel like Tundra have to be the ones on the front foot. If they get caught, I mean, they need everybody. The fights need to be like perfect, and this is a pretty good way to make it work. They can jump immediately on a crit.
Mr. President.
Dude, he saved him! Oh, 9 will get the kill on a crit in the end. But they salvage the big save there on Abed.
Sometimes you just gotta save your carry, you know?
True.
Your core player. Dive in the way of that sharpshooter. And to the mid tower they will go. So Bird's here to help out. Glyph is forced, already taking the tier 1 the bottom lane. They're gonna move in here while RTZ just farms up those Ancients. Wrath of Nature coming through though. Ouch. Kind of season them up a little bit. And that puts the threat to Tundra. So they're gonna back up here. Move back towards some of their saver positionings. Yeah. Fly drawing interesting line here on the map, just saying like this is our safety zone.
Stay there.
Yeah.
That is kind of interesting. I wonder if they're attempting to. I mean, again, you've got a Midas NP, like. Oh, nice little courier snipe there. Abed, not happy with it.
I think it's more of a matter of like, there's pressure on Tundra. So it's not like you're playing super passive, but you're just playing reactive, would maybe be a better way to put it, because there's pressure on Tundra to do something. Yes. Mostly they want to come to that mid tower. So as long as everyone is nearby and able to actually assist when the play starts, then it's still very difficult for Tundra, even if they have these heroes that are well suited for this point of the game. 9 really has to wait before he has the Gleipnir. Really one of the only heroes that can get away with purchasing this first these days.
That's the classic French too, right? That's
yes, I believe. Of
that's
course.
how it sounds. You would know.
6th century.
As the Canadian.
Yeah. It's a Scandinavian. We should be asking the observers.
That's true.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Just give us a heads up or a heads no if it's so. Do we pronounce it right? No. Oh, okay. All right. That's our bad. Sorry.
Gleipnir, right?
Bad.
Come on, that's right.
Yeah.
See?
There it is.
I know the real one.
That's what's up, man. Well done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As you said, the line that they drew is oddly accurate. You see Tundra is in the exact place where EG was saying, just let them have that. Yeah. And they know exactly where they're going to play it. So game going the way that EG sees it, at least.
And look where Fly is, right? Like, Fly is just standing in this spot saying, I don't care if I die.
Yeah.
I care if you guys die.
Yeah. Top Bud.
He's about to step into that dire vision, though. There's an observer right next to 9.
Yeah, gotta play it safe a little bit. Just run a bit back, but a smoke up now.
Fly. He's drawn a line. He said, "You guys go gank." He said, "They're all up top. I found them." He's commanding. He's the director.
Dude, I remember, Stockholm Major at EG. They struggled day 1, and they kept struggling. They've turned it around here.
Here they go on to 3-3 down bottom.
And will they be able to find him?
Fly's so smart.
Yes, indeed.
He drew the line. They went to do it. Look, another line.
Go. They're coming in this way. They're coming for us.
Dude, this guy, he's got the tablet pen instead of a mouse. He's just drawn on the map.
He's out of there. Fly gets the slow down on the Snake King, but they won't go for any more. But that is an Exo used, and Nightfall looks like he wants to get something out of this. I mean, we'll see if they actually decide to make a move on Tundra. It's a little bit scary for EG to be pressuring out like this.
Fly should, start playing fighting games. He's got the reads,
It's true.
He's in the know. He should be at Evo right now. What's he doing here?
Well, I did see the prize pool differential, if I'm going to be honest, so that might have hit him where it hurts a little bit.
That's harsh. That's pretty savage. Up top, though, 9 looking to get back in this game. That is the target.
This is the way that they got to do it. And RTZ, he's going to get caught.
He was not looking at the arrows.
That's right.
On the map,
True enough. Well, nonetheless, Nature's Prophet can go where he wants. So Tundra find a little bit of an opening, but likewise that big rotation up does mean that, they are getting a little bit of damage onto the the tier 1 tower mid lane.
Radiant's top
At some
tower
point,
is under
Tundra can't
attack.
force a fight where EG have to bring more numbers, I would say, by approaching the Roche pit. It's not really out of their the realm of possibility just because they have the Visage on their lineup here.
Oh, Dota Plus. They're liking what Tundra's doing.
I think that's pretty accurate. A fairly good spot is what you would want to be doing with this lineup right now. And here comes that Vlad's now out for 3-3. Again, not a super dominating Visage game, unfortunately. Pretty far behind, honestly. You're used to having Wraith backs around now, honestly. Just had a bad lane. It's not the mid Visage. It's not the safe lane Visage that you saw from like Dahak. He is taking it a bit slow.
True.
But still very strong point in the game for the hero. Don't get me wrong, especially with something like a Razor on your team, right?
And even the Hoodwink, you know?
Yeah.
You get some pretty good damage out there from the shots. Acorns, very strong. Saksa
Dire's structures
will
are fortified.
back out as they do see that Nightfall's still sitting there mid. And no real moves being made. Abed does the double jump forward. Crits there as well. If they could get 9, that would be big. They move in with Arteezy, but the scurry away, tries to hide, jumps out, 9! Oh, he's a glass cannon, but he's pretty swift with it. Gets away.
That was really important for Tundra. They need him to stay alive because they're at a very pivotal point in the game right now because EG are trying to get this BKB down on Arteezy, and then he's going to be really strong in these fights. Like, if the link is already off, for example, and he just TPs into the fight, there's not a whole lot that pressures him as long as he's in, like, a relatively secure spot, right? With a couple allies around, he's going to become that turret in the middle of these engagements where he just TPs in, he BKBs, he right-clicks, has a heavy damage nuke. They just want to stabilize on Tundra, grab a pick, and go Roche.
And right now, at least, EG hoping to stop that from happening. Abed and Crit both set up right next to Saksa. If he steps a couple moves forward, they will go on him, but not willing to dive underneath the tower.
And they feel secure sort of preparing for this with that ward up on the high ground, too, to watch for these sneaky little plays from 9 coming through the tree line.
Yeah. Yeah, if anybody heads over, they're going to be able to catch him. And that is where Hoodwink wants to play. So they'll dodge that. Philosopher's Stone picked up for the Razor. So Tundra also have some extra little bits of gold coming into their side. See who actually ends up claiming that in the end.
It's double BKBs though. Nightfall is delivered. Arteezy's is purchased. It's also on the way
Saksa
here.
Jumped on up top with the TP moving in from Arteezy. They will find that Dawnbreaker. And throws out the Wrath of Nature to finish it off. Gleipnir getting close.
Instant TP mid as well with that hero down. I think they were even considering going for a smoke there by the looks of it.
I mean, they still have this tier 1 tower to take in the mid lane. But the Wraith Pack's done. Treants move on in. And Tundra will keep their tower alive still.
All right, so can you force them to at least BKB when they take this tier 1 tower? If they take this tier 1 tower, I thought maybe that's where EG was going to try and pressure. Instead, they're almost looking like the Roche is the way to go here. They're not quite sure, it seems.
Interesting. I mean, that's an arcane rune, so getting that with Roche is really nice. Do have to be a little bit careful about heroes running into the pit.
They all revealed killing the sentry there, right? Now the obs go down. They have the vision control now for Tundra.
EG. They're taking Roche slowly but steadily. Birds give a little bit of vision, but the ghost still hitting Roche. And now they make the move over towards mid. A little bit of mixed messages as far as where they want to go. But at the very least, it wasn't EXO used with an arcane rune.
Tony, because EG are a little concerned about pushing this tier 1 tower. They don't want to wind up in a bad fight, but I think it's also difficult for Tundra to really initiate here, even when they are pressuring their towers, right?
True.
Like, typically when they've been getting kills, it's been snaking just like fire blasting into a bushwhack. And it's not exactly the most reliable source of initiation here. They have the Gleipnir now, of course, and I guess the Atos was there. They didn't end up finding much with it, but...
Gleipnir flying out on the chicken. And Void Spirit trying to get in towards the Aghanim Scepter. It has been very much just a game of keeping their distance, neither team wanting to really fully commit to anything because they know how good the punish is on the other side.
Look at that great ward, by the way, that's still scouting out everything they're doing right now.
Yeah, it's so solid.
They see so much of EG. Everything near the Roche pit, all this courier movement, and then they come. Oh, here we got the classic initiation. There's
Nightfall.
even a tree.
Force the BKB, and they're out.
And run.
I mean, that's really good for Tundra.
Oh, precisely what you were looking for there. Oh, Sox even digs up a bounty rune. Everything's coming up Tundra.
Interesting. 2K gold lead for them. BKB done for Razor now also.
You know what else I like is Soxa considering the Orchid first. We'll see if he actually winds up with it. I don't think it's necessarily going to be the way to play it, but it could be a good way to punish this.
Up
this
top,
Void
they're
Spirit.
going on him. Crit goes for the initial jump. Abed in has already used one of his leaps, but the Gleipnir going to connect. They find him. Oh, good tree cut by Abed. The break, though, and the rundown doesn't have anywhere else to go. So it was a good Quelling Blade, but they bring overwhelming numbers on Tundra.
Yeah, and he's the hero they can consistently target because he's not going for the BKB.
Yeah. Well, can Tundra take Roche now? I guess
most
they
certainly,
feel
100%.
like they can.
I mean, they have this. Like this thing is just. They have Void Spirit dead for 29 seconds. This is free.
So Tundra open up the Roche for themselves, and EG struggling to come up with answers for even the tier 1 tower mid, as they will use the glyph. Nightfall keeps the push on, the pressure there. Gleipnir out. They've got the bushwhack afterwards if they want to use it. BKB was on cooldown for one more second.
I feel like EG really needs this Blink Dagger done on Crit. I certainly appreciate that he's not going for the Aether build, because I do think that the Blink is the way to go this match, because I think that their initiation just needs that one first step.
True.
But it's obviously a very difficult hero to farm on. I mean, he's the poorest in the game. He's got less gold than Fly.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. That's with the Philly. I mean, that is one of the problems with Marcy, right? If you don't absolutely knock your lane out of the park, this hero doesn't have great ways to farm. You can kind of push some waves of rebound and other stuff, but the Philly is definitely making up for some of that.
That's a big smoke that they were drawing there from EG. Now they're kind of hanging near the Roche with that Essence Ring, trying to find a room. We'll get an Invis, stunned up, though, from Snake King.
Who do they find? Yeah, Abed backs out. They don't want to fight right now. Crit gets the rebound to run away, but that just means tier 1's open.
Yeah, 3-3 wants to. He's drums up the birds.
Yeah, they take that quickly. Got the Bloodlust on Razor, too. Look at that monster. He is so scary.
Fly is precautioning the map once again, saying they're going to run down towards you, RTZ, come up top and help us push this tower. So there he will come. They have lost their obs on the high ground there up top, so Fly's going to reward that, try and hold his position as they move in. Now, last time they lost Soxa here on this Dawnbreaker, has a fully completed Orchid. Very important hero in these fights now, particularly versus Abed. You don't want to be targeted first as Dawnbreaker. You have a global spell. That would be bad.
And they see that Nightfall's there throwing out the Crypt Swarms, but Abed ready to jump along with Crit. Spots nobody.
Oh my.
Heads on through.
Oh my.
In the trees, the smoke is going to break, so can he triangulate it? Will he be able to? Cutting trees, there's some pings back there.
I think that was just him. I was getting a little worried for a second there too.
Does he show? Oh, Soxa. They're ready. I mean, if they don't get him here, and he just walks away.
And he's burning some of the creeps too.
Dude, what a clutch play by Soxa.
I like how he's not even sure what's going on. He just sees a voice around. He's like, oh, I guess they're probably here, guys.
There's 4 of them up top right now. Meanwhile, all of Tundra is spread out across the map, pushing the tier 2 tower while simultaneously getting farm.
Well, it doesn't seem very good for them there.
No, it seems like a problem, in fact.
Boots of Travel are there as well for 9 in case he wants to rejoin up top here in an instant.
They use the glyph now. And the hammer coming back in.
Oh my goodness, that's
TP.
a bold TP.
They do find one. Razor in some trouble. He still has that Aegis though. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Skinner, just no fear. And then lifesteal's up afterwards.
That would have been a great use of the Aegis, right? If they can force an engagement and they feel the confidence there, so.
But tier 2 down.
Didn't lose it for free at the very least, so they'd be happy about that.
Hoodwink. 9. Could find something. No, it's not going to go for it.
Let's see, he's got 1,740 HP. Not quite, I don't think.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get all bounces.
Well, he had I think that was Essence Ring 2 on Void Spirit, right?
Just keep juicing up that number, huh?
Yeah, it gets bigger.
There you go, 2,200, boom.
Hard to kill. But a 4,000 gold lead for Tundra. A completely different team than we saw in game number 1. There is one difference, and that's the Dawnbreakers on the other team. It's not the only thing.
Coincidence?
It's one of the ones that stands out to me, if I'm going to be honest.
Dawnbreaker doing well. AC done for EG, though. They'll have that on our TZ.
Tier 1 tower top starts to fall. This Mask of Madness build, pretty cool from Razor. And like you said, almost completing that AC on both him and Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think that just comes back to having a decent lane that's right as well, right? I feel like Razors have been struggling in a lot of the games that we've seen.
Yeah.
This time it went quite a bit better.
9. Gets caught. Oh, the Remnant hits too. And 9 got a little bit greedy, and that is the danger. You can get blown up very quickly. That was one of those high-risk, low-reward plays we saw right there.
Most certainly was, but the rest of Tundra wrapping around here looking for their own reward. They're going to find Nightfall. Still has a BKB, so not going to be able to engage there. We're just hanging out this game there, ladies and gentlemen.
I think so. I mean, it's that weird combo of like...
It's weak initiation.
Yeah.
We just, you know, there's no Tide Hunter this game.
Although, EG, they do have a little bit better initiation. It might finally be time for them to fight, as they will run in Soxa.
How's their detection for the Silent as Grave Visage?
That's a good point. Aghanim Scepter done for that hero.
Soxa getting instantly blown up there, though. Both teams with the real quick kill potential.
Yeah. Yeah, the Visage Ags is very interesting. It can really sort of dismantle these supports. If you can get on top of that Dazzle right at the get-go, it will absolutely wreck him. Find people in the back lines, or just getting away.
And of course, Tundra able to take over the outpost on the bottom Radiant jungle, but not an opportunity for EG yet. They have yet to take the tier 2 towers. Perhaps hoping to do that now as they send the treants through that top tower. IT's doing a little bit of micro work here. Just saying like, okay, found the next creep wave. Can you guys go and scare it out? Remnants in behind. This could be their moment.
Dire's top tower is under
Looking
attack.
for it.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a slow burn here.
I don't know if Tundra are even going to go, to be honest.
Come on, creeps.
They might not actually come in to contest this.
The scan does connect, and the creeps barely tickle that tower.
Yeah, they just walk in as a big group. And 3-3 heading up through the trees. They are going to get the D-ward there. Again, Nature's Prophet cutting waves on the bottom side and sending more treants everywhere they go. I don't know if these like creep waves have actually met each other in a while.
Yeah,
because both teams are cutting the wave.
No chance to fight an even foe, you know. It's not a fair fight for the creeps in these lanes.
It's kind of ridiculous. I think that, I mean, the thing that's going to be interesting to watch is, like, are Tundra going to feel confident enough to, like, keep up this type of pressure towards that mid-tier 2 tower? Do EG actually ever want to go in for the full-on fight? I mean, it's pretty scary to face Tundra head-on, particularly if it's sort of meeting on their terms.
To me, it comes down to how even this game stays until Abed gets the Aghanims. And who gets this Roche. That's obviously going to be the big one, because it's time to play America's favorite game, Lyrical. Tell me, what time do you think the Aegis will spawn?
I don't think it's anybody's favorite game. It's not even yours. Let's go 22 seconds. I'm a quick one
22
today.
seconds. He's looking for a quickie. All right, I'm going to go with, I feel like Steve Harvey. You're talking about 51 seconds.
Dun, 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 dun. Nightfall?
Should have waited.
Yeah.
At least there's a lot of
that's
downtime. Kind of killed the hype there.
Anticlimactic. Take a look at 9 and how he's been able to do
I don't even
this
remember
far.
what I said.
5 kills, 2 assists, 2 deaths.
Oh, 31. Right in between us.
That's good.
That's good. Quick one.
Do you think 9 sort of lived up to expectations?
No.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like? You mean this game?
As we find a quick little jump snaking. Low, Hex dead. Now the jump from Crit, Skinner, trying to make the most of it with his BKB Mask of Madness, but the Brave comes out. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Nightfall looking for more. 9 not able to do enough damage here at all. So they will disentangle from this. The only one going down is the Ogre.
I have some concerns with this build. For 9 with the Mage Slayer. Like he was going for the BKB and then he jumped back for this, and that worries me a little bit. Because I see a lot of potential problems without a BKB this game, right? Dazzle's got the shard. You get blink tossed by a Marcy. There's going to be even just a simple silence from the Death Prophet. You do not do a lot of these silence. And guess what? That's why I'm talking about the Aghanims for Abed. Because if he's going to be cutting to that back line, and you're getting silenced as this scurrying little squirrel, you're not going to be very happy about it.
No.
Now, keep in mind, though, he is going to have a dumb amount of damage. This truly is the Thompson style, right? You're grabbing these like E-Blade builds and these big explosions because you're not allowed to buy BKB.
That's true. And you look at the way that works. Like for pushing out creep waves, for dealing with the treants, it's pretty important. But even still, if you ever get caught, I mean, I guess that's the thing. Like if he gets caught, even with a BKB, does he survive? Maybe he does. I guess there's some chances that he would. But then you're not doing the damage that you need to deal with, like the DP or what have you.
Well, Tundra gonna smoke up here. Staking leads the way with the Fire Shield Shard.
Crit, gets the blink out, Fly, also running. And the rebound, the escape, Skitter, not gonna pressure for any more. Roche is back up now.
It's such a low cooldown and low cost threat to just rebound someone in like that too. Or rebound someone away like that.
Oh, Tundra, you're crazy. Tundra, that is a little bit insane. Silences Roche, runs in. Arteezy completely alone. He backs away now, and Marcy dropped down very low. Abed does manage to find a couple kills. With 2 dead for 1, they found the Hoodwink, and that is what they needed. But Arteezy will be pulled back in, and now soon to be brought down, even though he's invis. They find a triple kill on Skinner, looking for more. Nightfall also goes down. I don't know what exactly happened there. I mean, Hoodwink died, but the buyback was important.
Well, they had pretty good vision there from EG to start that fight, right? And Arteezy gets to that spot where it looks fairly solid. They hunt down the Hoodwink right at the beginning and do force that buyback. But yeah, EG just not able to bring the same numbers back into a secondary round of that fight. Particularly, I think, Arteezy as well just didn't get to do his thing.
Yeah.
They sort of misjudged where the fight was going to be.
He linked immediately on Skitter, and then everybody else had to catch back up.
Yeah, then he just rampaged through the fight as well right after that.
Yeah.
Now he's going to get the shard from Roche too here on that Razor.
Wow. Well, I mean, 7k gold lead, and you have, obviously, the Aghanims on Void. There's some ways that you can make this fight work, but losing that Aegis, it hurts a lot.
Which way to scurry?
Razor going to be big and bad and out of control here.
Oh, Fly in the wrong neighborhood right now.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, look how fast he dies.
And crit there too. He's going to have to grave himself. Uses it now. 9 still hunting. And they might find this +1. Now they can't get there, it looks like, unless the scurry. Looking. Crit. Ooh, good blink out.
He's pretty speedy, but yeah, he still has the blink.
So no dazzle for 60 seconds. And you can see Arteezy, he just has to cut waves. Like, there's nothing else he can do right now, although I think they have a wave mid. Yeah, so they're going to get some damage onto this, and I don't think that they're going to try and go high ground at this point. But maybe, okay, if they find a good fight. Abed brings Saksa very low. The break now on a DP Nightfall. Forced to pop that BKB and run away.
They have Refresher here as well. Very tempting for Skinner to fight.
They move on in. Creeps are here. Somebody needs to stop this. And I'm not seeing an answer yet.
He's got a Bloodthorn now in Saksa? Okay.
TP's back home, ready for the reinitiation if the moment comes to them. But even though they're cutting that next wave, backdoor is down long enough that Tundra, they take the whole racks.
A full set done here from Tundra. Man, very good at rolling with the momentum whenever they get even a small opportunity. They just keep chaining the kills together. The way they instantly, after winning the Roche fight, getting the Aegis, they ran to that lower jungle, took out Fly, sort of taking away one of their heroes, and something pretty important too, right? Between the grave saves and the upgrade with the shard. Getting Dazzle out of these fights, there's a reason why this hero's picked so much right now. It's such a nuisance. And now this ward, spotting everything EG are doing.
Yeah, this is a DD Hoodwink too.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. They bought a gem though. So hopefully they go and kill the wards inside the base before they smoke.
Yeah, Abed. He's just out of range of it. I mean, we'll see. Skitter,
I think Crit
they
found the
run
ward.
right onto Crit. Yeah, and they might realize now the ward's there.
That's right, they were going to get anyway with the gem, so. Tundra just little sheepdogs, you know, they're just herding them back into the base. You guys stay up there, don't worry, we will guard the neutral creeps that we promise. Keep them safe.
They scan, they head out the other direction, so they won't find the ward. This is double Bloodthorn done now.
Snaking.
I mean, you got to be very careful.
Ogre do ogre things.
Yes, he does. Also has Boots of Bearing done on the Ogre.
Look what Nine's doing, by the way. Look where he's playing. He's on the hunt.
He's ready.
I'm hunting a nature's prophet, he says. Is he going to TP over here, put some more trees down?
And the rest of Tundra, they're heading up to the north.
Meanwhile, Soxa,
throws it out the hammer.
Is he going to get away? Dude, he can't get away with this.
Wait, but they spotted him. Arteezy, did they get him?
Oh, he wasn't looking.
Up top? Oh, they found him! Oh, he was microwaving.
Yeah, Soxa was trying to go for the ulti up top as well. Oh, 4-step back, can you imagine?
What? Yo! This guy's so good!
I actually can't believe you survived that.
God, Arteezy's Nature's Prophet gets caught up top. They get out on Soxa on the Dawnbreaker. And Tundra have completely turned it around this game number 2. They just find a random stun on a Nightfall. 3-3's there, link up, looking for a chase down, but I don't know if they have enough damage for him. Instead, they turn their sights on the Fly, dies before Grape can come out, now pulls back in. The Void Spirit, the Bloodthorn is strong, 4 are dead. Tundra putting out a statement here.
I feel like this is one of these games where I'm finally seeing like the raw power of Razor, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It came out, it looks good. Skitter had an excellent game. He got a little bit of extra scaling compared to most of the Razors that we've run into by getting this Mask of Madness.
And Tundra, I mean, they're saying go in for tier 4 towers. Buy back if you dare. They still have that Aegis 30 seconds left on Razor, feared by the DP. Turn now on to 33. Aegis expiring, but not before too long, and they turn their sights, find Abed, get the kill there. I think that's it, unless Nightfall can do a miracle, and he will fall. GG is called. Who freaking needs to go late game? Tundra takes it.
And I got to give some appreciation to 9 as well by skipping over that BKB, going straight for the raw damage as well. The whole team sort of going into that philosophy.
Oh, yeah.
They just got their kills. They just kept on chasing. They weren't scared about defensive options not being there, and they absolutely crushed it in this one.
I heard some loud noises over there.
Someone's yipping about maybe actually being there
some
this
Tundra
time.
fans.
Yeah, is that what they are?
Yeah, I think
it must
so.
be. I mean, I don't blame them after a game like
panel,
that.
Damn.
It's another 1-1 then, huh?
And Hoodwink going in the mid-roll. I mean, this is just what 9 does, though, right? Like, he loves to play these weird, funky heroes. I was really impressed. I think Dawnbreaker needs to get banned. That to me feels like the standout thing from this. Ban Dawnbreaker, ban Pudge. These high win rate heroes, they're too good.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, for now, at least, we're going to head on back to the panel one last time. Let them take care of business as they can break down the action of another 1-1.
Thank you guys so much, Lyrical and Trent. You're always a pleasure to listen to, but we're not going to break it down. We're going to have Sheep Lizard here. Definitely this 1-1 Tundra brought it back a lot. Sheep, there's something's looking a little bit different with you.
I got myself a trotter.
A trotter.
I got myself a trotter dang here on my, oh, she's gone. Oh, God.
That's all we got. No, I'm not even going to try and do it.
Razorback.
It's not even going to try and do it. You're going to derail it before we've even started. But it's 1-1 Tundra bringing it back in game number 2 here. They looked really great. It was a whole different Tundra than what we saw in game 1. They had map control and they had that pressure ship.
Very quickly, haters stay mad, Lizard. Yeah, whatever.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, okay, whatever. And yeah, they were really good with the map control. I actually think this was a massive part of Tundra's victory this game.
Yeah.
If you noticed, they defended their mid tower for so long, like at least 20 minutes maybe or something. They never gave it up. They kept defending it pretty relentlessly. I know Nightfall was like pretty desperate for it for a while. He kept trying to just walk up and right click it, and every time 9 would just come and like throw a Gleipnir at him and be like, yo, go away. And like the effect of this is basically their map doesn't get taken by EG, because when you're playing against the natures, the worst thing that can happen to you is you get spread too thin trying to cover different areas. Right? So if their map side gets taken, people, EG can invade, then suddenly natures are splitting top, you have to deal with people in your triangle, taking your farm, and like there's just so many problems. But by keeping this mid tower up, they really nullified that.
Yeah. They did a couple of really nice things as well with the itemization, a couple of Bloodthorns on the Dawnbreaker, on the Hoodwink as well, helping out. The Aghanim's is definitely a different approach with the Visage. an item that I thought when it came out would be, as a Visage spammer, I thought this would be amazing. We always picked, but mostly it was the Aghanims shard and not the real Aghanims that was picked up. It does allow you to hunt heroes such as Nature's Prophet and Void Spirit all the time.
I actually want to focus on this hood. It was the last pick. It was that gotcha pick, that pocket pick, and something that fared extremely well in that mid matchup.
Oh, man, that solo kill, man. Lizard has been eating shit since the start of the game, honestly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Got a double kill. Like, that was insane.
Yeah, like
he looked
6
so
minute rune.
good.
It was really good. I think what Lizard said was correct, that the hero did struggle because they didn't have like a way to start fights properly. There was a lot of playing around side lanes because that is Hoodwink's strength. I especially really liked it as a matchup versus Nature's Prophet. I don't know about you, but like Nature's wants to split on the sides. Hoodwink's great at playing on the sides and getting those pickoffs. You don't have to worry about the sprout because you can just run through the trees. I thought, like, as a response, as an idea, a concept, I think it was really great.
Yeah. My best thing about Hoodwink in this game, at least from after watching the game, I never hated it, but after watching the game, what I did realize is they do have two side laners that can kind of frontline, and then the Hoodwink from the mid lane is allowed to be the glass cannon. So she's allowed to be in her element.
Are you a little bit more of a fan of her as a glass cannon now? Because you did say before that she's probably not one of the stronger glass cannons out there.
Let me put it this way. She's one of the strongest glass cannons, but the glass is very brittle.
It is super thin.
Exactly, especially because you want to play her on the mid lane, but mid laners are usually either the frontliners or the ones that jump in, playmakers, right? And she does neither of these things. She just dishes out damage like a true carry. But when you have a Visage, when you have a Razor on your sides, that can actually work.
Yeah, everyone played like really nice items. I know you touched on it slightly, but usually we might see a Visage by like the Boots of Bearing and exactly. So, but this time they went the Ags to try and also be scaling carries. Dawnbreaker usually might maybe go a Holy Locket into Ags. Instead, she's got the Bloodthorn, and they're all basically chiming in to be able to actually fight EG's heroes.
I mean, Tundra, they had those side lanes, they had that mid lane, everything was looking great for them. The pressure, the map control, EG, there were some shining moments for them, right? They were still doing quite some good rotations, but what was their ultimate downfall that led to them not picking up game 2?
Yeah, they had a couple of really nice plays from them, but overall I feel that the draft that they had did not allow them to fight against these 3 semi-cores that were on the side of Tundra, which was their downfall. And like you could argue that they had this one frontliner in the form of that Prophet. Usually you'd like to have a little bit more or a little bit better follow-up to that Void Spirit jumping in the backlines. Why do they get all the blood turns? You put one on the Dazzle, one on the Void Spirit, they're gone, right? Or both on the Dazzle, whatever. If Void Spirit had an additional partner to jump in the backlines, the Hoodwink could have been not a problem.
They also just like failed a couple of their moves. Like top lane, we saw a 3-man rotation to try and kill 9, and he still got away. So you got to make sure those are happening.
Yeah, well, at the end of this series, it was 1-1 in the favor of EG. Tundra getting a game as well. It means we are halfway through our day. We're going to head to a short break, and when we come back, it'll be a nice, brand new, fresh panel for you guys.
Coming up next, Royal Never Give Up versus OG.
Yeehaw. Ha ha ho ho.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Fresh meat.
It is day 3 of the Dota 2 Arlington Major Group Stages, and boy, do we got another storyline coming at you. The prodigal son returns to take on his father. It is Ana versus Seb, or as we like to say, RNG versus OG coming at you for this series of the day. Joining me on the panel, we got Trent, we got God to break things down. Are you all excited for this matchup?
Yes, I've seen that film series before. This means that Seb will cut off Anna's arm.
No? Wait, what?
He's the father, isn't he? Seb's there. He's like the father. Anna's
Oh, that's right. Okay, you're right. You're right.
No, Anna, I am your father.
It's been a while for me. I will admit, it's been a while since I saw
watching those new ones. I see.
Yeah.
But then Seb will come to his senses later on and something.
Oh,
yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
that's the script. Okay, we got a little preview of the script. Okay, well, before we dive into that storyline, now let's take a peek at what's going on with everything else and the outcomes and results so far with the various matches happening today. Because it's been quite a doozy, and there's a big one that's going to be standing out for me. But before we get there, Stream A, not surprising, 0-2 PSG LGD Liquid.
Well, it was surprising we watched the first part of the game. Like Liquid were looking pretty good, you know? Might have turned away, checked another stream, being like, Liquid got this one. But you know what? It's never safe for LGD.
It is not. And, I mean, the EG Tundra storyline, I think that was one that we just saw today. It was a 1-1. I think the common consensus was like, Nature's Prophet? I don't know. Might be a bit of concern. We did saw the success of Artur on the Spectre. Perhaps that is something that we'll be bringing back for him later today. But on Stream B, again, they're trying to follow this trend that they had yesterday. Perhaps 1-1 all throughout.
I think day 1 as well. Yeah, lots of 1-1s too. I think we only a couple 2-0s over there. Yeah, the Stream B, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Supposed to be in the Fnatic way. They're just
Yeah, that's right.
they're loving their 1-1s.
Right.
Yeah, every time I see a lone tweeting from Thunder, right? What do you say? He's also just like, another 1-1. Yeah, feeling good about it. It's like,
Yeah,
okay.
you get one. I mean, you'll make it to the playoff bracket if you get all 1-1s.
Yeah.
Might not be upper bracket, but you know,
You just cruise along.
take those.
Yeah.
Particularly for teams with stand-ins. I think that's where Thunder and Fnatic, like with the stand-ins, the fact they're holding their own is a good sign because these teams only get better as they play more with stand-ins.
Absolutely. And I mean, for Stream C, team that we're going to be watching today, already played their first series of the day. It's a 2-0 for RNG, taking down Talon. Navi, Boom, still going on right now. I'm actually very curious because it's been a back and forth, and I believe the observers over there are like, well, I thought it was going to be a short day. Just kidding, because that game is going the distance right now.
They're behind over there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, go check that out right now, I guess. And looks like we're done already on Stream D too, huh? We got our 1-1s to continue with OG, of course, dropping one of their matches to Sonics. Perhaps a little unexpectedly with how Sonics have been performing, but they managed to step it up and give themselves a W. So they're coming in here with 1 L on the day for OG.
I've heard rumors, I've heard people saying OG have figured out.
Oh,
I don't know.
Figured out.
Not sure if I believe it.
Finally, it only took a couple of years.
Right?
No more flukes.
Yeah, and the last call that I wanted to point out there, that 1-1, it was Aster Beast Coast. That Beast Coast meta has been absolutely crazy. They beat out an Aster lineup that included Puck and Visage, completely destroying that win rate percentage that Visage had, which has been perfect so far. Beast Coast picking, we call it the Beast Coast meta. It's absolutely off meta. They managed to pull it off, so congrats to them. It is a 1-1, but we are here. This is Stream A. It is RNG versus OG. And I mean, let's start things off, I suppose, with RNG, a team from China. Like, again, this is the storyline coming into this major, is the Chinese teams have not really had an appearance as of yet. We've seen 2 days so far of their performance. RNG kind of in the middle of the pack compared to their.
I think now they're climbing.
Yeah,
they're
they're
7-3 now.
They're climbing
They're actually
after that
second
last
in their group.
one.
So I was surprised because I thought they were more middle of the pack too. And then I looked, I was like, wait, they're 7-3. They're in second. Like, they've just been very quietly winning games. I think because they've been more on the B, C, and D stream. We haven't seen much of them, but they've been doing some cool stuff too. This is a lot of the ex-LGD players, but like pick-wise, they've had some Pudge carry. They've had an offlane anti-mage today. These dudes are not afraid to experiment a bit.
I like this. What's a gold damage ratio? Is the first time panelist here. anyone gonna fill me in on this?
This is the stat, especially in the Chinese scene. They love this. It's like it's like how much. Usually it's on like a player by player basis. It's like it's the stat that like you're rated on the most. It's like how much damage you do for how much like basically gold.
Oh, that's right. I do remember that actually. I remember some.
I don't know what
Chinese
the team
players
one
getting
means.
flamed a bit.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Like if you farm a lot and don't do much damage, it's a bad thing, you know?
Yeah, and speaking of having that stand-in, right, the Ana is standing in right now for Ghost, so that is going to be their carry for the day here. So Ana, we have a lot of history from him, a lot of people following. The joke right now is he's collecting jerseys a little bit, but you know what? Sure, some of the performance last time has not been great, but with the performance of RNG right now, so it looks like he's kind of found his comfort zone, perhaps?
Yeah, that's pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's slotting in very nicely, and he already had a little bit of experience getting to play with Liquid a little bit earlier too. So he's getting more comfortable. He has been away for a while. He hasn't also been really. Yeah, we heard that he was trying out for a couple teams. It didn't really work out. But overall, not necessarily on the biggest Dota grind of all time, but apparently he is now. Apparently he's doing like the 20 pubs a day. He's very eating his breakfast, doing everything correct to ensure he gets the W.
That's kind of what you need, like when you come back from a long break and you're breakfast, yeah, absolutely.
Now,
some Dota, but mostly.
Yeah. Now we talked about Ana and with that history, because that history is that Ana has been synonymous for a very long time with OG, who is the team that he's going to be facing up against right now, with the man that brought him his TIs, is Seb.
Well.
So that's going to be interesting. This is an OG roster. I mean, I would say RNG and OG faced off, I want to say, a Riyadh, but it's not really the same lineup here, so perhaps maybe it's going to be a bit different, this sort of matchup.
You see those two Aegis on the jersey there.
Right.
Seb's the only one who was there for those. Anna's like, why are you guys wearing those? I got those.
Right.
All right? What are the Aegis on my jersey?
I need a custom RNG jersey, please.
Yeah, just like iron on today. I'm sure that is definitely something that he should be able to do, perhaps. I mean, what jersey will he even be rocking? Like, what are the rules for that?
Yeah, you never know day to day.
Right.
Playoffs come, who knows where he's going to be? But obviously, not as dominating as I feel like most people. Top of the list. That's where they were expecting. They're going to be dominating this whole major. Not quite there yet. And we'll see if they can, like RNG, maybe keep turning things up here and go upwards as we end, because there's a lot of teams that get knocked out during this group stage.
Yeah. So I was, even afterward, I mean, they won that last major. I always thought, like, honestly, this new OG team has been so impressed because they are, like, completely new players to some extent to the pro scene.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, of course, it's OG, they're doing well. But then you look at these players, like, well, these guys, they hadn't, before this DPC season, they weren't major or TI veterans other than Tiger. So,
yeah.
You know, I think maybe a slight kind of decline back to the median, at least is something I expected, but so far, at least OG with Riyadh as well as the previous major have shown that they can still perform.
Yeah, and you can never count them out. I mean, let's remember, during the Stockholm major, OG, they went through the lower bracket to win the whole thing. So just because they're not necessarily performing to their A game, so to speak, as we get this draft underway, can't count them out. But, you know, let's make a note here. RNG, they're just choosing to get that first pick. OG on the Dire kind of makes sense. Their win rate on the Dire side has been much, much better. But we're opening it up with that Dawnbreaker already coming in. No puck ban, though.
Well, I don't know. Dawnbreaker looking pretty good last 2 games that we've had with EG and Tundra. Obviously, on the mainstream, they just Dawnbreaker was 2-0. The only one who won both games, I think, there. So, solid hero. Just so hard to deal with in the laning stage. Obviously, can be played in multiple roles. And we even saw in that last game, even the support was able to farm its way to an Orchid. It's like, oh, well, that's a bit of a problem then, huh? For these spirit heroes, these pucks and whatnot. So, as you mentioned, though, very unusual to not have puck mentioned here. And with the tiny removed, you think that OG are probably planning something with the hero.
Thinking a lot. They're getting into their reserve time here. Shaker, Razor's banned. So usually the Shakers with these ranged cores, they just straight up first pick a Shaker with Razor, Viper, the two go-tos kind of.
Yeah, that is unusual. And, I mean, they do grab the puck, of course. But that is going to be a big question. I guess Enigma is the other big one, but they didn't grab it right now. So I definitely expect RNG to ban it in the next phase, because I think it's also a pretty good hero versus Dawnbreaker.
There you go.
Now, let's talk about that Earthshaker for a bit, because it's been kind of the theme, right? Oh, Earthshaker has not been performing very well. But I will say, though, OG finally won a game with Earthshaker today. Oh. So maybe it was just like trying to get into the groove for Seb. It was a hero he's been practicing.
Yeah, and he's going for this specific like no blink build, or at least much later.
Right.
Like he gets the shard first. Like it's a very slow build up compared to what Zinq is doing, which is like, as soon as he can farm the blink, he's getting it. He's just getting more farm because LGD. They're winning their game.
That's what they do. Yeah.
The game OG won with it, kind of like clawing their way back in. So
right.
I imagine he's going to keep doing this build. It seems to be the way he feels like the hero should be played.
How did he play it? I obviously missed this one. I was casting.
Just chills in the backlines and throws
Did he start 5 and they just like fish for the lane? He like played.
Oh yeah. No, he's playing more in the 4 position. At least
okay.
the first games he was playing like 4. He's basically the 4.
Yeah, I've seen like him on the IO, so I don't know if that was just IO specific. Because every time I get to cast him, that's where he's been. So that makes a little bit more sense.
The last game he had, it was with Shaker, and then Tiger was actually playing IO. So they had IO with the Shaker.
Was that the game, though, not this game today, but like the first time he ran him, was that the one where he was highlighting the Octarine core and we're like, what are you doing?
I don't know. I didn't see that.
That doesn't sound like a good Shaker.
No. Oh, yeah, they definitely lost that one. Okay. But, as we're coming into this RNG, they're going for Dawnbreaker Void. So are we expecting this Void to show up in the mid lane, or is this going to be a bit of a flex? Yeah, so nothing too crazy there. So if that's the case, then as far as like RNG goes, like what are they looking to ban out on the side of OG? Because we're looking at this lineup. This is something similar to what they've already won, and you mentioned it already. Taiga on the IO. Is this perhaps something that they're going to be considering once again, going with what has been working so far?
That's certainly one way to do about it. I also think that just like trying to figure out where this Earthshaker is going to go, like Parker was saying, this idea of just like, should the Enigma be something considered right now? Because to me, it's a very good OG hero overall. They flex around in multiple positions, and they would be a good 3 with the Shaker. It works out really well between denying a creep in the wave and also Fissure blocking. It's very hard to deal with. And I really think enabling Shaker at least a little bit at the start needs to be done, or else this hero's very dead weight in your lineup.
Yeah, I'm curious how they want to do it. Is there any chance we see a puck 3? That's something that Beast Coast have been doing, for example.
Yeah.
Generally, the Shaker in that 4 role in the off lane is you want that range core to go with it that takes advantage of the fissure blocks and just Shaker being a body that stands in front of you. But
So far, they're targeting the Slardar, so protecting their safe lane, the Bloodseeker. Maybe RNG are looking to have an option for the Ana Dawnbreaker, perhaps. They want to do something very aggressive. With having this Void Spirit in the mid lane, it gives you these options, whereas OG, they are just straight up protecting Puck. I mean, Tundra, their opener last time versus the Puck was to just go for this option of saying, we're just going to immediately go Void Spirit, Shadow Shaman. Because Puck's been getting away with way too much this tournament. It's not cool. It's being first phased overall, and the draft ends, and you're like, well, it's a good Puck game.
Yeah.
It's not okay. Can't let that happen. Zero's too good for that.
I mean, is there even such a thing right now as a bad Puck game?
We just need a lot of hexes, a lot of stuns.
Gotcha.
So I guess we'll just ban them all out.
So something that I'm noticing, not as that Huskar has been banned, because we have seen OG pick it earlier this week, but perhaps like a Marcy, is that something that OG could be considering like for their lineup? It is something that they've run before.
It's workable, but it definitely works best with these heroes like the Razor, the Death. Oh, Death Prophet's still in it. That might work.
Oh yeah.
Those sort of heroes that like really benefit from the movement speed. But teams that have been playing the Marcy, I feel like the more and more they just see like, oh, Dispose. This is really good, and like rushing that Blink Dagger to initiate these fights. I feel like it feels like similar role to Shaker, so maybe not necessarily with them. Definitely still an option for RNG though.
Yeah, I think the overlap with Shaker makes it not needed for OG. It's like overkill.
Yeah.
You don't need more disable. I think they need some more. They're drafting. They're looking at cores. Like the Amara like pseudo carrying the off lane. I think that's what RNG is targeted with their bans. For I think 2 reasons. One, like he's got a kind of known hero pool. It's not like a small hero pool necessarily, but it's all these annoying heroes that you don't want to play against because they're out of meta. They're weird. Like you don't see many Huskers first pick Timbersaws. Like
and they take a lot of draft time. They take a lot of draft attention and draft space of just like, okay, we have to think about this. Like it's a Timbersaw, so I need this in the safe lane paired with this, just so I can survive. And then even if he comes out like even with you, it feels like a loss.
So we'll see where Amar ends up. He's got plenty of other options and heroes that he can bust out. Chen Shaker, I feel like so many times I've seen the Shaker, it's with the Chen too.
Yeah.
These two heroes just seem to cover each other well. Like, there's no obvious synergy, I feel like, between the two heroes. It's more like they do what the other doesn't do.
Yeah, they just, you know, not really like smoking up as two and getting a lot of stuff done. You need a lot of help from the other cores. And I guess one part of it is that the Chen tends to be a little bit greedy in that early game, whereas the Shaker can kind of sit back and like hit a couple fishers before you eventually get that lane space. Maybe that kind of helps out a bit, but I like what OG did here in the second phase where they ban out the double counters in terms of the instant initiation on the Puck between the Rubik and the Shaman, plus the Rubik versus the Fisher. You really don't want that stolen all the time because Rubik is just better Earthshaker at that point. And then getting rid of the Bristle, because I think, to me, when you're playing on this side for RNG, this is the most important part of the draft when your first pick overall, is these 2 picks in a row. And all these Bristle +1s can be very strong. And so they just want to try and like if they bristle you or coddle bristle you or something, right? It's a very solid strategy to work around with 2 more counter picks still left in the pool. But they get Kaka's #1
it's Kaka
hero.
Let's play a hero with a hex.
I mean, it's good for the Puck. That's all what you said, right?
Yeah. That's why they banned the Shaman, and you know he's like, okay, let's see if Lion's still viable.
Yep. Well, they do the Lion Doom, the Kaka Classic. You know that I'm not so sure about. That hero fell off. I haven't seen a lot of Dooms today.
Yeah,
it's a couple here.
It
the
came
win
into
rate
today like with a pretty bad win. I think it was like 3 wins and 6 or 7 losses.
Day 1 it was looking like, oh, Doom everywhere.
Yeah.
Or as the eye can see.
It's like, oh, carry Doom soon. A lot of people have, every carry Doom game I saw during like Riyadh as well as a DPC 2 or 3 was winning. So it was like, oh, let's bust up. There you go, 30% win rate over 13 games. This hero has been suffering.
It's doomed. He's out of there. We're done.
There you go. There you go. We got to put out the dad puns right now. As we see RNG lock in the TA as well. So we've seen TA for a very long time, just like core mid. But for the most part now, I've seen a lot of TA just playing that safe lane. So is this something that we're going to be expecting from the side of RNG? Is perhaps like pairing the TA with the Lion, the Dawn maybe perhaps?
Yeah, they definitely have choices too. We have seen it go mid a couple times now versus the Puck just in case, but of course you have a Void Spirit, so more than likely that's going to be going mid. And if it was OG, I would definitely be watching out for that and be like, oh, they're going to like offlane this Void, and then they're going to, that's exactly what they would want to do. Instead, they just go for this basic Underlord hero. How uninnovative.
The way he plays is innovative, I think.
True.
He doesn't play this like a Aura bot or something.
Right.
He's playing the carry under.
Go.
Yeah.
Guys, team, come on, portal.
he was quick to pick that too as soon as the TA came out. And that's where at first I was like, yeah, it's a good TA pick. You're playing Radiant side. It gives you the kind of, you want to take advantage of the Roche control. They need an objective taker. I was like, yeah, this totally makes sense. Like Shaker, Chen, these supports don't scare TA at all. If anything, Shaker's like a hero that doesn't press you. He sits back, so you're going to free farm your side of the map. But Underlord, basically the downside of picking TA is that OG get the lane kind of counter pick in a sense. Because I imagine this is a pretty bad matchup for TA, although I haven't seen this specific matchup too much.
And this is sort of a tough part as well for these Dawnbreaker drafts because you wonder, like, is it worth putting in the core right now, or do you want to keep it as a support? And I think with the safe laner being the last hero here picked for OG, you wonder, like, can I absolutely crush the lane as Dawnbreaker? Because there's tons of matchups where you can. I mean, is there really anything they could pick on the side of OG after if you, like, dedicate to that's really going to mess you up? I feel like you'll probably be okay, but then it's also just, it has to be a full team effort when you're playing this Dawnbreaker like that too, which I think it could work as a core hero with a Void Spirit to initiate a Lion. They definitely have these early skirmishers that they could get another support to go with that if they wanted to.
Yeah, between Lion and Void Spirit, you've got plenty of playmaking and catch that. Like, I think that's where sometimes the offlane Dawnbreaker, I think that's the one gap the hero doesn't have is that playmaking. Yeah. Like that's where I think it was earlier today we saw it was Liquid when they had the Dawnbreaker offlane with the Lone Druid and Monkey. And it was like, oh, how do they start a fight?
Yeah,
like their offlane is not giving to them. Their supports don't have catch, but this game around you've got plenty with Void Line.
And meanwhile, OG though, looking at this draft, they have so many good options left in terms of the tempo they can go. Like you're seeing an Arc Warden ban if you want to do things like a little bit like mid to late game, but they're still Juggernaut. That obviously is like a totally fine hero right now. You see Chen, you see Underlord. That's like one of the biggest heroes that comes to mind. Just keep up that push and keep going. Lots of Ursas today too if you want to do a little bit of Roche control here. So they have their ideas. They could even go back for something to try and outrange the TA if they wanted to in that carry role, like that Arc Warden or even like a Sniper or something too. Because I tell you, these backlines, they look pretty safe these days. Pucks or Void Spirits, even like sometimes these carries just look so strong back there.
Yeah.
And Shaker's like perfect here to kind of protect this Sniper in general.
Would something like a Terrorblade perhaps fit in this OG lineup as well? Because it's something that I've seen them run with the Underlord and the Puck in the past, especially against RNG actually in Riyadh. Didn't fare out so well for them that time, but it's a different day.
Yeah.
It's the Arlington Major.
The hero can't win every single time, right?
Exactly.
That's just how it goes.
Exactly.
So they go for the default answer of the Juggernaut. I can't blame them. That is definitely the flowchart hero to opt for.
It's funny, you can see with OG, they don't know where Dawnbreaker is going, the same way we don't.
Right.
They ban an offlaner, then they ban a support. They're just like, we'll cover our bases here. Could be, Dawn TA sounds like a fine lane. If anything, Dawn to kind of secure TA's lane against Underlord could be something that RNG maybe feel is good here, but it could just as easily be a Dawn Lion lane.
Yeah, the Dazzle's a great ban, just because the strength in laning versus the Underlord as well as the Hex Shard has proven to be, at least you get something, because it's harder the 5 roll to get something versus the Puck. So they go back for a Wyvern, not a hero that often makes it this far, especially when there's a Chen on the other side. So great option there. Not a lot of Lincoln's buyers necessarily here either. You don't really want to grab that, obviously, on these Pucks these days. So feels pretty good for RNG.
Yeah, I almost discounted the hero at this point. Like, it's so deep in. I'm like, maybe they just don't find that she fits. But you know what? The heal value that a lot of teams tend to prioritize just because they want to constantly keep prolonging these fights. And then there's the Luna to final things out on the side of OG.
Try and cut through that magic save, Just like, cold embrace, hit him with the beams. So.
Nuke you down a little bit from the heavens. So how are we feeling about this draft from either team? Is there anything that is standing out a little more?
I think for me, like Luna Chen is kind of a bit of a throwback. It's like this very fast tempo kind of carry that's good in lane. I think it's one of maybe the few carries that can do better against Storm than others.
Yeah.
At least I'm curious to see how this lane goes because I just keep seeing these Dawnbreakers crush their lane. So maybe Luna is the answer.
It's old school versus new school, right?
Yes.
We got this tricore of like Underlord, Luna, and a Puck,
Yeah.
and then this side we're gonna have this Dawnbreaker
Exactly.
game.
So many storylines coming at you. Old school versus new school, father versus son, and to bring us the drama, it's gonna be Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we were having a little bit of a chat where we're thinking back in history of the China Slayers and the domination of the Chinese region. So far, the past year or two, we've not seen anyone to really match up against LGD or RNG. Does OG have what it takes in this draft, though, Lacoste?
It seems like so far in this major, China too strong. But looking at this draft, but also one thing to mention as well is Ana is playing against Seb. Like, what year is this? If people are tuning in right now, it's like, what the hell is going on? You know, first time ever. So, looking at the drafts, Underlord for Amar, looking like a good Underlord game, playing against Templar Assassin and Wyvern. Not too much pressure. Also, he does have Shaker with him, so he can pull the lane back. There's going to be a lot of wave shenanigans, of course, because this is not a killer lane for OG by any means. It's all about getting Amar that farm, and so many times we've seen Amar Underlord taking over the game, being on top of the net worth. Looking good, playing against Void Spirit, the root mechanic, and it's a good setup. A lot of team fight coming out from OG with Luna ulti, Shaker ulti, and also Puck plus Underlord. On the other side, RNG, Kaka, Lion. I don't think this needs any introduction. My man, anything that has a Hex, he's gonna play.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman, Lion, bring them out. And anything with like an Earth Spike as well, right? He likes his Nyx Assassin. Lion has the Impale as well. Earth Spikes and Impales coming out of Kaka's hands.
Yep, Shaman and Lion always look like an excellent pick for RNG.
All right, there's your one for the game. No more for you.
Gotta start, you know. And yeah, Sebastian on Earthshaker one more time. Seems like they're trying to force it. They feel like the hero can do well. We've seen a bit of a different, I would say, playstyle from Earthshaker when they played against PSG LGD, when Jin-Q played it, but they did manage to get 1 W with Earthshaker against Sonics.
I'm wondering if it's the Amar test being put into play. As actually, Chalice, a Fisher onto Kaka. They quickly turn their attention over to the Lion instead of the Dawnbreaker. Good move from OG, finds them first blood.
Penguin coming out from Amar. It seems like he wanted that first blood. Taiga takes it in the end. He's going to be going for the mech. Taiga will be playing Chen. This is a last pick Wyvern for RNG. Looking good against Chen, against Luna. There's going to be a ton of damage. Like, even if you click ulti someone who's close to Underlord, he does have a ton of damage with his Atrophy Aura, which Amar does max out, so a lot of potential to get solo kills with Winter's Curse. And it's also a great setup against Puck. Winter's Curse into anything from Lion should do the trick.
Absolutely. I mean, even like an Ether Remnant from the Void Spirit could be good setup for them. And you're right, Amar very often playing the almost position 1 from the off lane when he's on these Huskars, these Underlords. Really does become a beast. But yeah, the Earthshaker, I'm kind of wondering whether it's the Amar test, you know, the Dota Plus levels, the Master Tier heroes for Seb. He's only allowed to play
It's always some kind of a test with Amar. This is a killer lane for RNG. You need to be very careful how you approach this one. Once they hit level 2, I feel like this is where First Blood's going to happen, and the RNG is going to get it.
Yeah, Seb really has to put his body in the way to try and guard the Uri Luna. As Kaka and Chalice will be playing so very aggressively up in that top lane.
Decided to swap things around a little bit, put Chen with the Underlord, so I mentioned lane shenanigans. Seems like they're just going to be playing for the lane right now. There is a big camp already blocked by Xnoa's 1 sentry. So not sure where Chen is going to get the creep from. He does have Penitence level 1, some extra attack speed coming out. So I think this is better for RNG in terms of the lane, because there's not going to be too much pressure. Also, Xnova, if he decides to get earlier point in Cold Embrace.
Kaka.
Never mind, we lied.
Seb again. Showing his prowess in that top lane. He's already spammed out tips and high fives. Now the chat wheels are coming. Gets a sentry ward kill as well. The Chalice left all alone up top.
A little too deep. Needs to be around Chalice. But good start for OG. They did manage to get the first blood on Chen, and second blood, who got it? It was Seb.
Seb, yeah. A couple of the supports getting that little bit of bonus gold. Keeping Uragi nice and safe under his tier 1. Kaka now realizing Seb has no mana. Start playing a little bit further forward. And yeah, that bottom lane with Penitence. Courier snipe. Wyvern loses out on the Courier because Tiger with his Centaur Corsa coming into play. That Penitence, pretty good against Refraction, right? You're able to burn through Anna's Refraction early on when he does have it, just by attacking through it. But he's in fact not leveled it up yet. Gone for the Meld and the Side Blades, the first 2 levels.
Wanted to kill the creep with Meld. A bit difficult task. 700 HP on that Centaur Courser.
Yeah, tanky little beast. Amar going to keep the pressure on. Able to play in the wave. An early days TA, basically a melee hero, needs to sit near the creeps to get the last hits. So that Firestorm always going to be a challenge to contend with. Kaka really does like playing very, very far forward. Does have a deep Dire Observer ward over there. Spotted him, so OG knows Lion has stolen out the bounty rune. As you see Amar just racking up some more denies. 15 and 5 on the Underlord so far, with Ana at 14 and 1. Running low on HP and regen as well. Max Nova's going to have to be spamming out the salves and the heals.
Half a value from that, not too much. X-Nova, if he feels that they need to stabilize the lane, because there's going to be too much pressure coming up from the Underlord, he should put the point in Cold Embrace.
Yeah. Feels like he's going to need that in the near future for sure. And the mid lane, how's things going in there? BZM against Somnus.
Usually it is Void Spirit favored, but lately I've seen Pucks do well in this matchup. Sometimes get on top of it, have a couple of extra CS over Void Spirit. It's a skilled matchup, and we've seen Kaka. Something you mentioned is that he decided to go and pick up that 3-minute bounty rune, and also decided to go just in case and secured the water rune for Somnus.
Another career snipe. Band of Elven Skin gone. Ana without that early item because of Tiger's maneuvering in behind the tier 1. Another courier coming.
Point in Meld. This is interesting.
On
Temperance, I guess because he's playing against the Firestorm, but it's still a farming tool. It's still damage.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to max that out. Also, armor, it doesn't scale as much. It's like bonus 40 damage and 1 extra armor on Meld. It's not that great.
It's really not, yeah. But I think you're right. He's realizing the defensive nature of that refraction, not incredibly useful. Kaka, in the meantime, pops his stick, gets a stun out, does turn on to Seb with a Starbreaker of Chalice. And there's the Hex to line them up a kill, bringing that Earthshaker down.
Good turnaround play. Uses a stick. I believe he also had a Fairy Fire there, and this is how I expected this lane to go, where Dawnbreaker is going to be getting a ton of CS, and stops him mid-air.
Good Lucent Beam, but it's still a lot of pressure onto Yuragi. It's not comfortable by any means.
Definitely not. Seb's bringing some extra regen, 3 tangos, and Kaka will pull the lane back. So this creep wave, there's going to be a lot of damage done to the creeps. In terms of regen, they do have a Soul Ring, and Kaka does have an extra stun, so if Yuragi gets close, he's definitely gonna die.
Well, Somnus has hit level 6 in the mid lane as Tiger was kind of eyeing up a rotation in there, so difficult
Chalice
to grab him, while Chalice continues that battle up top.
A little too deep, considering that Kaka did pull the lane back. He missed a couple of CS, farming underneath the tower, but Kaka doing a very good job staying out of XP range, which means that Chalice is gonna hit level 6 pretty soon on Dawnbreaker.
And having that global prowess against the Puck, against this Underlord.
Oh, Somnus with the faster fingers. Picks up Arcane Rune, and once again, Kaka in vicinity, potentially to get a kill even.
Yeah, but they do realize now, OG, the line has been missing from that top lane for quite a while. So Seb trying to get in there with the Enchant Totem, and the Fisher misses.
Big play from Chalice.
Huge Celestial Hammer over the waterfall, lets him slip out of danger, while Somnus puts himself straight in towards Seb and looking for the solo kill. Will take down the Earthshaker, even through the stick pop there. He'll have a couple more hits, or maybe Seb slipping back behind the tower. Nah, never mind. That Resonant Pulse catches him just in time.
Arcane Rune coming into clutch here. Otherwise, he would not have the Resonant Pulse available. And Kaka having a time of his life. You're just like, my mid laner's missing. I'm going to be collecting some XP on the mid lane. And as expected, Amar close to on top of CS has 40. Ana.
As this laning stage breaks down, Ana, he's over in the trees. No stuns, though. The Shard Golem's too far away to launch the pebbles at the TA.
And if anyone watched Amar play Underlord, that means he's not going to be getting a point in Pit of Malice, so you're always good to TP.
Yeah, who needs it? Atrophy Aura all the way, give me the damage. Because he doesn't care, he just hits creeps. Seb with a little pull across, half wave attempting to deny. Chalice continuing with a Celestial Hammer to chip away at Yuragi and drag the remaining part of the wave towards him. Looks like now the Wyvern has been given that bottom lane. A few of the RNG cores dipping back into the jungle, but a rotation from Kaka, and Solar Guardian over the top of them looks towards the Underlord. Amar hexed up before he can even Firestorm. and finished off with a Starbreaker and a few more punches out of Chalice, while Ana also killed Tiger all on his lonesome.
That's the power of these global ultis that we've seen from Spectre, from Zeus, and the Dawnbreaker as well. Void Spirit, he's making a lot of rotations. In terms of net worth, he's fallen behind.
Oh, yeah.
BZM, he activated Beast Mode. 800 net worth already, 8 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, the top three were all OG heroes until just a second ago, where Chalice leapfrogged over the Luna. But absolutely right, TA struggling down at the bottom of the pack of the cores. Need some catching up time. Do we have any stacks made? Has RNG had time to build up the triangle or anything like that for the TA to farm?
No, because Kaka was mostly checking the runes and also being very active. Did TP to the bottom lane, might stack the triangle right now. And as we see, only 1 camp stack compared to 4 stacks on OG.
Yeah, OG much more adept at doing that so far, especially with a Chen on your team. You know he's going to be spending quite a while in the jungle, but look at this. The move into the triangle, no stacks for you. BZM and Seb holding hands and waltzing through towards RNG's triangle area. Finding Kaka. Nice big wave though for Amar down bottom. Gonna get himself a ton of gold as he'll finish off his treads and then start working in towards the Rod of Atos.
No stacks in the triangle for Amar because he is the carry of OG considering the way he's playing, but still gonna be inside triangle and trying to get some farm.
Seb is level 6 here. Gets the point into his Echo Slam. A Somnus coiled up with Kaka right next to a Fisher. X-Nova doesn't have the curse. He's still level 5, but it looks like BZM and Seb a little afraid of committing too hard for this. They'll just sit back. Wait it out.
Super farmed. This is 9-minute Witchblade.
No
boots of speed, however, but it does give you solo kill potential on both supports. Maybe even like Templar Assassin if she's not careful enough.
Well, Ana, like we saw in Riyadh, he's got the stack neutrals on about 50% of his chat wheel selections, dropping that there to tell Kaka
Oh yeah, I remember that game when he was playing Medusa, and he's like, oh, stack. Please, just stack, that's it.
It's like X minute 45 seconds, stack neutrals. Kaka obliges, of course. That's a good support. Should Amar gonna get found out here by 3 members of RNG. He's a tanky beast though, and again it's this poking and prodding. Both teams very respectful of the reactions and TPs that can come out of either side. Somnus though maybe needs a little more respect towards Seb and BZM. He's going to try and turn back though, and even with that Echo Slam, BZM was unable to keep on connecting. Does phase shift dodge out the Starbreaker and will jaunt back to safety behind his tier 1. Oh, top lane! A finger of death and the damage from Ana.
Oh, that's not going to be a finger kill. Then might not even be a kill.
Yeah, sprinting back into the tree line. Uragi looks like he's tanky enough and gets away without being stunned. Chalice dies down bottom lane as OG, they get the outplays.
And Amar using ulti to refill his mana.
Somnus.
BZM will come back full mana, full HP. Somnus on the mid lane.
Seb with the Fisher. Let's put him on the Hurricane. It pulls him right across. Needs the Astral Step to get away from Tiger and Seb's grasp, while Ana now arrives with a TA trap, slowing Earthshaker down, but again, it's just a little move forward, try to force a reaction, don't commit too heavily.
Dire will still kill the tower, even with only siege creep, not able to get the deny. This refraction maybe might have been used to get some extra damage, and Uragi kills the tower on the bottom lane, so the map does open up quite a bit.
It does indeed. I mean, look at that 77% win probability. I mean, 4K lead 12 minutes in is pretty hefty, all things considered. Again, 3 Dire heroes, top of the net worth chart. OG have done very well to play this game at their own tempo. Winter's Curse comes out to try and save Kaka. And defensive usage of that ability doesn't feel particularly good for X-Nova. And BZM not going to jump to the orb.
Did not want to commit. Dream Coil was off cooldown, but did not want to go in and push his luck. Winter's Curse, first usage, not too much value out of it.
He saved his captain. that's all that matters.
That is true. Kaka needs 1,000 gold to finish off his Blink Dagger. And the different item build from Chalice. He wants to get Spirit Vessel. I guess against all healing coming out from Chen, and also against the Underlord. But Underlord's super tanky. He also has Hood, so
he does.
Not going to be that effective.
And yeah, Chen, one of these heroes that really has been rising to prominence through the Arlington Major. I think he's at like 13, 14 picks with a 70 or so % win rate. He's been incredibly powerful in the right hands.
Yeah, Giga Chen hero.
He's so strong. I mean, his Hand of God, we saw fly, with Mech Aghanim Scepter. He's got so many heals, tons of bonus auras to come out from him with the creeps. Very good at converting team fights into objectives as well. RNG trying to use this smoked up Somnus and X-Nova to get into the top dire jungle. It's going to be just a warding mission though. There's no real target here for them to latch onto. While Tiger and Seb are here with BZM. They see Chalice, they pinged him out and they'll get the coil. Snaps it on the Dawn. The Dark Rift is coming as well. Amar, he sees an opportunity to come in and fight, but a great Winter's Curse in there from X-Nova blows up Tiger. Surrounded by the creeps and these dire heroes, BZM is going to have to jaunt back.
Yeah, Amar did a very good job. Used that Fiend's Gate, comes in clutch, kills Taiga, goes back through the Fiend's Gate.
Came in, came out. Seb fishes up onto Ana. BZM forces the TA back after burning through the refraction. Ana starting to come back though, 6k net worth. Dragonlance done. Is this one of those games where, yeah, Deso, Blink, BKB? No shard or anything in between, just try and get this raw damage output and staying power from the TA.
Needs that Deso, definitely doesn't feel too comfortable joining a fight. This is going to be big timing for them. Get that Deso, try to go for a smoke, get a kill and transition that into Roche. Seb looking for an opening, Fisher will connect.
Get in there, my son, with the Echo Slam. Find Chalice, they heal her up, no way, through the Lucid Beam and a punch in from BZM. They secure the kill on the Dawnbreaker. X-Nova in the trees. Seb knows exactly where he is. Hello, you're a support hiding in the forest? I don't think so. He's going to be able to line up a Fisher to block him out, and Amar BZM will secure yet another kill.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Good rotation from OG and perfect timing for Seb. He just got 1,500 gold, 1,400 gold at 15 minutes, so instantly buys the shard. His Aftershock, not maxed out yet. 2 points in it. Kaka has spent a lot of time on a top lane trying to farm up his Blink Dagger.
That's a very important item. Against the Puck in particular, Kaka going to be one of their primary forms of initiation. You don't really want Somnus diving in, straight in, blind onto a target. You'd rather Kaka Lion spend his life, his resources to do that, and then follow through with the rest of your heroes. OG not going to slow down though. Again, this game really is marching forward to their own beat. Drumming forward, Tiger and BZM. They want Somnus, they want Kaka, they've got the Waning Rift. Where's the coil? Comes out now, but the Hex in to BZM. It's a creep getting hexed out there. Somnus dead, and Kaka going to get chased out to the ends of the earth. There's no way BZM's letting him get away. The spam pinging, Seb's cut him off at the pass. You will not escape.
A little too greedy from RNG. They've been on this top lane for like last couple of minutes, especially Kaka. At least Witchblade is finished on Void Spirit, but...
Look at mid. Amar going straight onto Ana. They've got this Dark Rift, the portal comes in, so BZM can make the jump forward. TA trap maybe can slow them down. X-Nova does have the curse as well. They'll have a reset tool as BZM's turned on. Chalice arrives and Ana turns the fight, but X-Nova dead now as BZM jaunts across to the Orb. Somnus returns to blow up the Puck while the Eclipse landing onto Ana and Seb chain stunning will kill off the TA. Great Fisher from Seb as well. Tumbler's toy back in towards them, getting the chain stuns from the Aftershock, but OG looking to reset, calm things down. Force RNG into an awkward spot where Somnus dives in deep. Stunned up, disabled and caught in the root, but they've got the Kaka stun. Holding back OG's aggression.
There's Starbreakers available.
Allowing Chalice to come in with a double kill. Hurricane will push her around and Yuragi battling forward the Cold Embrace, now the Curse. Holding out Amar, but Yuragi, he'll just pummel her into the ground with the damage he's got. Leaving Amar to the Wolves as RNG kill 4 members of OG.
They did manage to get Kaka here to get his multiple stuns, hexes, and Somnus playing this fight extremely well, hiding in the trees, waiting for his abilities to reset. Dawnbreaker dealing most damage outside of RNG, but yeah, look at the damage numbers on Luna. That's like 4,000 damage almost.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, that Eclipse, 5 Lucent Beams. Beautiful stuff. And then, of course, Chen with all the heals, allowing them to sustain through that fight for as long as they did. RNG with some good punching back, though. Judging how that team fight started, being chased and run back, getting into that defensive posture. Very well played by them.
Hamar finds an opening with the Fiend's Gate. They go on Ana with the Witchblade, burning through refraction charges immediately. And X-Noah, he explodes. Like, 2 hits and he's dead.
Yeah, look at this. Just a quick little jaunt across. Spirit Vessel starting to become a little bit annoying, though. When that's applied to BZM, he doesn't have the same freedom that he would like. And Amar really stacking up a lot of that atrophy damage. And now, OG into the pit. Seb was looking for that angle. Try and block off Chalice.
Winter's Curse is available.
Kaka, he's moved in aggressively here. He's already tumbled his toy forward.
Goodbye, Kaka.
He's fissured and killed.
They need to bail. There's no business left for them. And Ana thinking about getting a BKB first. This is that type of a game. If he wants to get a BKB immediately, he can disassemble Dragonlance and have it. This is something that he did when he was standing for Team Liquid during the Riyadh Masters. Not sure which hero, but it was Echo Saber and... No. It was Dragonlance Luna. It was Dragonlance Luna.
You're absolutely right. It was the Luna.
And didn't disassemble it, so missed kind of a timing. Void Spirit getting coiled.
Yeah, the root's in on him, but look at the double heals. The Solar Guardian and the Cold Embrace still not enough, and now Chalice in the firing line of OG. Oh, they're diving tier 2, and they're killing off 3 heroes.
Beautiful execution, forcing Winter Wyvern to use
the courier died as well.
Oh, that's a BKB. Speaking of the BKB, that's another one.
Tragedy strikes for RNG, and a beautiful performance from OG to make this all happen.
2 minutes with no BKB on Templar Assassin, which means that she's not going to be able to deal damage. But forcing Wyvern to use Cold Embrace and then setting things up with Eclipse. That was beautifully done. Because Dawnbreaker comes in, you know that Eclipse is going to connect on multiple targets.
Yeah, and Luna again, 3,000 damage. It's huge stuff from Uragi's Luna. Showing that you don't have to sit in the jungle for 20 minutes to make this hero work. He has been active. 408, 12 out of 15 kills he's involved in.
He's involved in almost the same amount of kills as Puck, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, that's great stuff. And now a Fisher Orb, quickly dispatched with X-Nova's Wyvern. They're on the tier 2 tower, so they can start thinking about outposts. I mean, high ground might be on the menu soon from OG. A couple more team fight victories like we've had in the past 5 minutes, and nothing can stop them. They will calm things down. Yeah, pinging outposts, that is the more natural order of operations here for them. Push out bot, get that bot jungle taken over. Think about the tier 2s and maybe then the second Roshan.
Amari is super farmed on Underlord, going for Heaven's Halberd next item. He wants to completely shut down where most of the damage is going to come from, and that's Templar Assassin. Having a mischance, having some status resistance against Lion, always going to be good. Like, he's insanely tanky. Having Vambrace sitting at almost 3,000 HP.
Oh, look where Seb is. Oh, he sees Somnus. He jumps on him. Earthshaker, the 2-man stun from Kaka, but he's been ditched. Somnus bails on this, gets the hell out of there, already TPing home, leaving Kaka all the way out in the open. And look at that, count the heroes. 5 from OG. Immediately swinging into action, and yeah, the tip for Seb there, he sets everything up again.
Seb very tanky as well, almost 2,000 HP, full Magic Wand, Fluffy Hat, Soul Ring, even has infused Raindrop at this point. And now going for the 4-staff next. He's been all over the place. He's been mostly playing with the BZM. BZM goes in, uses Orb into Fisher, Witchblade, more than enough to kill both of these supports.
Oh, BZM, you're a cheeky devil, aren't you? He was just waiting on that staircase, and he's attempting the solo kill. Not sure he'll get it, but it's gonna piss off Somnus to no end. Dissimulate, jump away with the Astral Step.
Meanwhile, look at the base.
Oh yeah, right, he's been toying with that Void Spirit, holding him away so he can't TP bottom. And does Void Spirit even have a TP? He's just walking down here.
Still a minute and 30 seconds left on that Aegis. Uragi, tower almost dying.
And Chalice just stuck inside the pit with a Fissure and a Firestorm. All this noise and nonsense in on top of him. A missed stun from Kaka, doesn't catch Uragi. Tiger also able to keep pummeling high ground here with his nice assortment of creeps, a pick and mix. assortment there of little
trying to force a
neutral
BKB.
items.
Here they
And
go.
Ana has to BKB defensively to run back to Fountain. X-Nova went for the wraparound in behind and does get a curse onto Seb. Very little damage coming his way, and they've got the mech to heal him back up while X-Nova dies. Obliterated by these ion cannons falling from the skies. Uragi lines up and looks for the buildings. Glaives are bouncing, and they're moving straight in towards mid. Kaka, very low, popped the Essence Ring, but the Pit of Malice and the Firestorm on Ana held in place again with the Eclipse over the top. They find the TA!
This might be it, Gary. They just don't have what it takes to punch
It's
back,
over.
and the X-Nova will call it.
GG called. OG with a stellar performance. When Uragi, he didn't die this game, did he?
No, he has 0 deaths on his Luna. This top lane did extremely well. BCM on Puck, what a performance. And this Chen pick did, because it's pretty similar to Dawnbreaker to one extent, where you are a counterplay. When they need that extra bit of damage, how many times we saw Kaka trying to go for a kill, use that finger, and then Hand of God comes in clutch. Just not enough damage. Templar Assassin, we really didn't feel the influence of the hero.
Yeah, and I think one of the most interesting things for me is the fact that RNG against some of these faster-paced lineups, they've drawn out the game, slowed things down. OG didn't give them a chance to do that. They were so speedy, weren't they? Very, very quickly moving into action as we head back to the panel to talk about Game 1.
Well, it looks like their reputation still precedes themselves, dominating against the Chinese teams here. Teams struggling because OG just take down game number 1.
I wasn't a
We need an asterisk on the dominating against Chinese teams.
Asterisk.
Yeah, asterisks. LGD had their way with them, but
that is
other than LGD.
I mean, LGD, I think, is just on a whole other planet right now.
Yeah, there's teams from each region, then there's LGD that just like transcend above everybody.
Well, that's what it feels like right now. And well, I thought Dawnbreaker was going to transcend that laning stage because it looked really like a solid start up there for Chalice and Kaka, and I was worried. I'm like, what are they going to do with this Luna? Like, how's she going to get back into this game? And it was not a problem at all.
She's already top net worth, 15 minutes in. You wouldn't know she had a rough lane. It could have been a lot rougher. I think we saw some of the reasons behind it, like you can cancel the Dawnbreaker, whatever her spells are called these days. The hammer. The hammer.
Starbreaker, you know.
There's some spells.
Some spells, some names. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah. But ultimately, I think they set up their other lanes for success, which is the key thing. And also they have a puck. So they have this Amar Underlord who's got a great lane matchup, can kind of create a lot of space with the puck, and then that whole time Luna's just like, yeah, I'm just chilling in the jungle.
Yeah, I like the way that Lacoste compared it to the Dawnbreaker as well, because it is this like global ability that comes in, and one thing that you get from Underlord that you don't necessarily get from Dawnbreaker is a bit of an objective push. So you take this idea of like drawing out the game, trying to allow yourselves back into it, which these heroes could do on RNG if you get the stacks at the time. Hard to do that versus the Underlord. And this was really the one time where they looked like they might have had a chance here in this game from RNG. We're like, okay, we need like 3 more of those fights, and we could do it, but they didn't get them.
No, they did not. I mean, we talked about how the puck even like just got through the first phase, and we just saw how impactful it has been. And hey, another Earthshaker win under the belt for Seb here. It looks like he has found his groove on the hero.
Pulling the hero's win rate back.
All right, there we go.
Started 1-7 or something, and
Seb's in queue, you know, saving Earthshaker's win rate.
I mean, he started destroying it first. Like it was also on. I think that was like 2 for the first day for him. But let's take a look at like even like you all talked about the Luna pick against the Wyvern last pick on the side of RNG. The nuke from above has been absolutely impactful, as we saw. Now, I'm a little curious, I guess, if you're RNG trying to balance things out, sliding into game number 2, are they going to have to make these adjustments? Are they finally going to say, you know what, we got to get rid of this puck?
It's a pretty good start. You know, you had the answers for it. You had a decent lane match with the Void Spirit. And keep in mind, though, he did end up kind of like losing at least a little bit in the match there too. So as well, you can see Uragi, he gets the benefits of the MVP though, as that big recovery on Luna. I really can't blame him for that choice. I'm down to pick Uragi. You know.
No, I think it's good, and managed to bring Luna back in style, so to speak. I mean, we've seen like a little peek of her here and there, but for the most part, not really so present in the current meta. But perhaps with that with Winter Wyvern constantly being picked, it is very possible that we just are going to see more of her, because we've noticed, right, as the days keep progressing, the land meta has been slowly shaping up. People are testing out the Doom, wasn't breaking out. Perhaps the Luna is something that we're going to be seeing more.
The future
of this LAN. Luna at the Arlington Major.
Luna Grand Finals. You heard it here first. Perfect.
Oh, you said it. I did not. All right, there we go. Trent. Trent is putting it out there. Luna at the Grand Finals. You're going to see it. Why are you shaking your head?
I don't believe in this hero. They just played it really well. I'm very impressed. Yeah. I think that's why I would give him the MVP, because I think it's very difficult to get this hero back into a game right now. I think it's difficult to lane it with a position 5 Earthshaker, and Seb just picks heroes that he's really good at and says, I got 5. It's all right. Don't worry about it, guys.
It's kind of an interesting story and take. That to me is one of the big takeaways. Is like what matters more, like in competitive Dota, like at times is just comfort, familiarity with a hero. Like there's other stuff that's considered more meta and like better 5 positions, but Seb's just like. We saw at the end of the game on the scoreboard, he's level 26 on this hero. He's played it a bazillion times. It's comfort. And that matters more than a lot of other factors when it comes to playing at a DPC major when you're semi-retired.
Yeah, well, let's see if comfort will still be the name of the game for game number 2. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. See you on the other side.
Radiant's current. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom
Strange time to hibernate.
Peace, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Sir Excellency. I'm here with James. Big of the Banks, so good to have you here, James Banks. What are you doing? How are you feeling today, James?
Confused after that touching, but you know what? You got a strong hand.
Fantastic. And you know what they say? I do. Anyway, welcome to the content piece. Now, PGL asked me to teach you how to speak with some Southern twang. Now, I'm a resident expert in this. I was born in America, in the South.
In Texas?
Not at all. No.
Okay.
They kind of messed up, actually, when you think about it. That's like having you teach me how to speak Deutsch. Now,
yeah, not going to go too well.
Where were you born, James Banks?
London.
Where the hell's London?
How very American of you. Well, you know, with the little island that made a lot of mistakes, we're just towards
Australia?
Thinking more towards like France, Germany, and then to the west, across the water.
I don't know where the hell that is, but here's how you speak in a Southern twang. Now, it's all about crunching up the tongue in the back of your throat. Now, you want to beat on the soft palate in the back. Now, we're going to start a few words here.
I'm just understanding crunching up the tongue.
That's right there. All right, now give me a nice howdy.
Howdy!
I don't know why you put your voice up 4 octaves. That's not...
I feel like it sounded like Towley from South Park.
No, young man. Now, it's important when you're doing this accent to take your time on the R's, you know?
Okay.
Talking about, what's a word with an R?
But I said there's no R in howdy. I was trying to think about that for a second.
I'm just telling you for later.
Rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake. You see that? Rattlesnake. You gotta take your time. In Texas, we're big and we're not rushed. You can believe it.
Not rushed.
Big and slow. But all right, try it now. Give me a rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake.
That's pretty good. Now that second part there, you start with a rattle and then you snake. It's weird where it's like almost like Chinese. It's like
a roller coaster.
Snake. Yeah, you got to go.
I'm trying to visualize the wording.
That's right.
Okay. Rattlesnake.
That was awful. Holy shit.
We started so well and it went so bad.
All right, no worries there. All right, we can talk a little bit more now. One thing that you can do when you're speaking in a southern drawl is you could either take your time, slowly coming out with the words. That's what we call cowpoke. Or you can talk real fast and nobody knows what the hell he's saying. Now, that's a good way to cover up. You don't know any idea what you're trying to say. You can basically just try to spit it out of your mouth as quick as possible. Now, if you could please
try
repeat
that.
what I just said.
Well, I don't know what you said, so
All right.
I'm just going to talk. I can't even begin to talk a bunch of words really fast.
Try saying your mother's maiden name and address.
I'm definitely not saying my mom's address on the
If you can think of anything else you've memorized.
Slacks is trying to teach. No, I can't. I'm literally just talking.
All right,
I'm talking really
We'll
fast.
slow it down to the slow tone. All right. All right now. Now, the one thing that you could always do when you're trying to think of a Texas idiom, I believe that's what they're called. It's a saying back in the day, you know, like, what's the one animal that can never fall down? It's a worm, you know? Think about it. There's that kind of shit happens all the time. So if you ever need time, you could just warm it up with what we call a stall word.
Okay.
All right? As for me, it's, well, you know what they say. So that gives you time to think. Well, what's a British stall word? That's a good one right there.
There we go. Just dumb, waiting.
All right. So let's try this out.
So you just did it as well. You did well.
Yeah, you see?
See?
All right.
Learning.
For your final exam.
This has gone terrible.
You've done very well. I want you to give me a, well, I done reckon that's a rattlesnake.
Okay.
And take your time on the well. You know, think about what you're going to say.
What else am I saying?
God damn, you were thicker than a brick, boy.
This is true.
Right.
This is true. This is true.
Well, I don't reckon that's a rattlesnake.
Okay. Well, no,
Why
I
do you
can't
always
do
go
that.
on a higher octave? I'm not saying to talk like me. I sound like a 13-year-old girl. You're supposed to sound like a
A
gentleman.
man. Okay. Well.
All right.
We're not getting
Keep
past
going.
this.
Yeah, I reckon that's a rattlesnake.
I can copy you better than I can try and do my own voice.
Okay, all right. You can do it in the high octave.
Oh,
I reckon
that
there
is a
rattlesnake.
rattlesnake.
Now just put it all together. Well, I reckon that there's a rattlesnake.
Well. God.
Listen, the big
This is
show
so
isn't coming out of the
terrible.
arena right there, you know. Well, all right, come on.
Was he from Texas?
No.
Oh. I could have
Come on
been.
now.
Okay.
Well,
I reckon that right there is a rattlesnake.
well, goddamn, if it ain't a true blue American hero. Well, that'll just about do it here from the Lone Star State. That was awful. If this piece airs, DM me on Twitter. I will apologize. Y'all have a great day.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
What a great tutorial from Slacks. I can't do it, but we just saw OG take down game number 1 against RNG Whale. That's all I got from that lesson. Whale.
Well, yeah, I took that there course from Sir Action Slacks on his official website there. He taught me how to do it there, and then Banks, he keep on trying one of them in there, he's going to get them words right.
All right, there was some good content.
See, that's not fair. You're doing the Boomhauser or whatever voice. I can't do that. I'm like, y'all, so what do y'all think? Did RNG think they can come back? I don't.
Got the y'all.
I can just hear Shannon yelling at me in my ear right now saying, what are you doing? Don't do accents. That was the #1 instruction he gave me. Don't do accents because you can't do it.
Well, failed. Big old X on that one, I guess.
Yeah.
So far, one job, couldn't get there.
I could not do it.
All right, but will they get there this time from RNG? I'm a believer. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be fine. We'll
You
get rid of
think
the
so?
puck.
Get
It'll
rid
be
of the puck.
okay, Surely, right? Surely puck won't be there again.
Yeah, RNG, I think, are a team that good when it comes to adjusting.
Yeah.
Like, I see them as a team who's going to likely bounce back, even with the stand-in factor. They've kind of shown, very consistent results when it comes to the Chinese DPC region. So, I have faith.
Do you think, because you all mentioned Kaka was on the line, Dawnbreaker still feels very strong. I've heard from teams in the past that just because we did this pick and it didn't work out this one game, doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't work. So perhaps, do they feel confident enough in themselves that we let this puck through again just so we can get some of our heroes?
Yeah, that's a fine way to look at it for sure because we saw that it started out okay for them. It's just this idea of allowing the Luna to get back in the game, and part of that came from the pressure from Amar. But, how much more can you do to this guy in the drafting phase? It feels like every team is already throwing so much at him when it comes to these bans, too. So it is tough, no doubt.
And in some weird way, it almost felt like the puck was set for success despite the line pick, because suddenly it was like, hey, there's this Lion Wyvern. There's 2 juicy targets for puck to go on. You've got the insta-hex, but, none of the other cores threaten the puck. So it's just like, okay, well, Void Spirit's supposed to. But
eventually.
Yeah. It just felt like every single fight, Lion Wyvern were the ones getting jumped on by puck. Neither of them was able to cast their spells half the time.
Yeah, we're so far still not seeing it being banned out. Is it going to get through? Is the question. There is a bit of a change this time. Oh, no, it will go through. Wyvern is the final ban. But this time around, RNG, they are on the dire side, unlike the first game. So perhaps that could be the key to the lineup that they're trying to run here.
Yeah.
Dire is strong, very strong win rate across most of the regions.
Yes, the solved Liquid, the solved OG strat, rather, that was done by Liquid theoretically. Well, all you do is pick Razor and they lose. That was the theory, I believe.
Yeah, there's the 3 heroes, you ban 2 and pick the other.
Yeah, it's not bad. Everyone kind of caught on to that one, though, and then OG, they started beating it. So we'll see if the old playbook versus RNG, versus OG, will work out for them as they're going to face the Marcy and the Lone Druid. Speaking of Team Liquid, looks like something they've been running.
Yeah, taking a little bit of inspiration. OG, this is not their first time playing the Lone Druid, so we're going to see how it fares. With the Marcy, very strong combo. The Spirit benefits so much from the rebound. It gives you some setup and catch as well, which is something the Lone Druid sometimes suffers from, getting kited. That was an issue Liquid had earlier today in the series. They lost despite being ahead. It was like despair, and it was great hitting buildings, but come team fights, nobody was ever locked down in place to actually help the bear hit them. So
yeah, and we're seeing a lot of bans on this Dazzle in the second phase, so going to pick it up now. Can help in case you wind up in some lane versus the bear as well. Obviously, it's a little bit helpful, but overall, just going to be a super solid 5 that's sort of base level, deals with whatever offlaner is going to be there. Because we're talking about dealing with Amar in terms of like during the drafting phase. At the very least, you can try and handle his lane by getting one of these stronger position 5 heroes for actually zoning and punishing and trying to at least force him to the jungle at some point. You know.
Yep. One thing that's going to happen likely now is probably Seb doesn't get his Shaker, but I mean, assuming RNG ban it out, I'm just kind of curious what he's going to end up playing because, you know, Shaker, Wind Ranger,
I think
the two goes to.
I think it's going to be Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
I see a Razor, you know. Yeah, I feel like he wants it.
Has he given up on the IO? Is he no longer an IO believer? He's just going to give it to Taiga from now on.
It's definitely still fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that too. Could be an option. I mean, they're going to ban the Bristle themselves, so we will not be seeing that pairing at the very least. And of course, the puck, despite, you know, we talked about it being there, not being picked up.
Right.
So away the hero will go. That's to everyone's applause.
We're finally not going to see a puck in this game. But, I mean, there's still some really strong heroes available. Do we know, or how do we feel like as far as RNG's confidence facing against the Lone Druid, and what are they going to try to do to not allow like some of the enablers besides the Marcy like through for them?
We saw a really rough game from a Lone Druid this morning with LGD versus Liquid, where they ended up going for the Snap Tide in the second phase versus the Lone Druid, which was really interesting because Matu struggled hard that game. He did a total amount of damage that was bad. It was like the I think Sharpshooter from their position 4 on the Hoodwink did more damage than the Lone Druid Bear the whole game to enemy heroes.
Okay.
It was rough. He literally just got ravaged every fight, occasionally twice, sometimes 3 times when that refresher chart came out, and he couldn't really play the game because it's hard to like fit the BKB in there right now with the AC and the Basher. So I'm not sure if they need to go that far on RNG, but there's definitely options versus the Lone Druid. There's also potential Sidekick plus Lifesteal shenanigans with the Lone Druid, so any of those like heal reductions could be an okay idea here as well for RNG.
Does feel like some kind of big team fight is often what's good against Lone Druid, because this is a hero that wants to, you know, play fast, take objectives, push your towers. So having a way to defend your towers generally comes down to having that big team fight hero, or you need that like Timbersaw or tanky hero to, you know, plop in front of a tower to defend it.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, we're seeing the Zeus banned out on top of the puck as well. Now, for looking into RNG side again, I'm a little curious. Is this something where we've seen them run the Void and all of that stuff, but they have been like one of the teams that kind of likes the anti-mage like coming into play? Is this something that we could potentially be seeing like later?
I don't think this game. I think it's pretty situational. Like they played it into a lot of in-heroes. I think it was a Medusa, as well as Puck that game or something. I think against Lone Druid, AM, terrible. It's probably one of the worst matchups for AM.
Okay.
But watch them just, you know, pick it now and make me look really dumb.
No.
Love making bold statements on
Yes,
panel.
that's what we like. That's what we're here for. Now, not so bold to say that they don't want to see Wind Ranger. Right? It's super understandable here. Just something that Seb's proven himself on and would be very annoying with a Marcy and Toe. I feel like those two are very similar in how slippery they can be in the mid game, where when we're lacking that hero like a Puck, or maybe you don't find that the lane matchups can be preferable for something like a Void Spirit, then it can be really hard to lock down someone like a Wind Ranger or a Marcy in these situations. They just keep escaping and getting away. So now we have OG with this last ban here, going to set up for their pick into the second phase, and that's where the pressure falls back onto RNG, where they have to go for this double pick that we just love so much. And by love so much, I mean feels really bad, I feel like, when you're drafting, because you need a super solid idea there from RNG, because then you get counterpicked twice in a row by OG, and that's why this next pick for OG it's so important, because you want to be open, but at the same time you don't really want to give away too much yourself too. You really want to like nail RNG here.
This is where like just picking like your Seb support that doesn't reveal a whole lot maybe
And
makes
there's
sense.
the IO.
There we go.
Are we concerned about RNG not having any catch yet? Like I feel like that's something that they're going to want to look for, especially with the IO now in the pool.
Well, you know who catches people? Goes on down fishing at the brook. Be that there Pudge. See, Pudge, Agnes,
That
heal
is-
reduction, Marcy, Lone Druid, IO, all right.
A mid putt.
Listen, AA is Garbo, so
I was
we got to
some
find something
anti-heal.
else.
What about Venomancer?
Venomancer.
This is Sonics, you know, they bust out the Venomancer.
That's when you're in trouble. You need a little bit of poison for this bear here, but
I mean, it's definitely doable. Now, I mean, we're seeing the Underlord coming out once again. That is sort of a catch, but is it good enough, or are they looking for a little bit more?
I do like the Petal versus the IO +1. It's super simple. It tends to be a lot of these like agi heroes with the IO as well, so you're probably going to get a lot of value out of the attribute aura as well. Cut that down a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this seems like just let's be able to make sure we can defend some of these objectives. It does mean they kind of reveal that the Razor's probably going safe lane. I guess could still go mid, but we've seen almost exclusively side lane Razors.
Yeah, we don't want to go in that mid lane. That doesn't feel very fun. So it probably means we might need like a... well, I guess it depends how you want to play the Razor. We saw slightly better scaling come out from Tundra when Skitter played it, where he had the Mask of Madness early, which was really nice compared to these ones that have been more pressured and just getting BKB refresher, and it feels like they're kind of wandering through the game and like making their way to these bigger items. It takes a long time. So maybe he'll find
Another
something a little bit
catch
faster. And
right there with the Shadow Shaman.
another hero they're also just grabbing again from last game too. You know, it's
They just
like,
really love their hexes.
just pretend it's lion, okay? It's
Okay.
the same thing.
It's the same.
It's
Just
lion that
different
takes
animal.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of a different animal.
Slight upgrade, if anything.
True. It does have that tower push to pair in with the rest of the roster here, and to kind of counter and slow down OG's own push from their side with the bear. And I guess if you're OG, this is your, the favored protected pick, so to speak, like coming into play. What sort of out-of-pocket, perhaps, considerations they might do here, or are they going to do the comfort that they need?
It's where they often pick a Mars hero, is what at least we usually see. He can pair with either Io or Marcy, so there's a lot of flexibility. And I say that, it looks like it may not be a Mars hero.
Or it could be.
Yeah.
We have the flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually, BZM's Batrider the other day
Yeah.
had like 27 kills in like a 30-minute game or something. It was...
That's hot.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I would be down for some more of that. So...
Well, if it looks like they're wanting to have a lot of fights here, right? You have the catch, you have the bear come in to wallop a little bit on the side of RNG, kind of the same thing. If that is not a Mars hero, then is it possible that we're still going to be seeing, I don't know, like I've seen him play Slaughter, even Mars, who has just completely disappeared.
Yeah, I kind of like the Mars in terms of a hero that would look kind of nice here. Like got some like ranged issues happening with the Razor, and then I think this idea of just trying to help the lone druid actually be enabled. That's what I've seen the hero struggle with, is it doesn't have the option to actually just sit there and hit the heroes. And if you're not doing that, it's not that strong of a hero, it turns out.
Yep. No, I'm totally down for what you're saying, Trent. Like, get some more team fight control. Yeah, they'll get the benefit of seeing what this mid matchup's going to be. So maybe what ends up happening if they decide mid matchup is not going to work for Batrider, they can send it to the off lane.
And that's what they're doing with the bans, right? They take care of that Queen of Pain. And what else really even does that well versus Bat? With how the jungle works now, and we've heard players talk about the mid lane in its current state, it just feels like there's 6 heroes mid at 6 minutes every game. So I guess that's when it ends. Apparently that's the end of the mid lane, because we all run mid and we're all just fighting now. So it's pretty difficult to have a super stompy situation in the mid at this point.
How are we feeling about a Void Spirit?
Just a middle of the road,
Yeah,
you know?
just like somewhere middle of the pack.
Void's
maybe.
usually the like, we need something that has catch and does okay in lane. It's kind of like the boring spirit in some ways.
Aw.
And when you're feeling flashy, you pick Ember, because you're like, you know what, I gotta carry a little hard this game. When you're doubting your draft and there's still one pick left for OG, that's when you take Ember.
What about the other two? Okay, now there's like a spirit rating, and I'm curious to find out. Like, I mean, it is something we've seen OG pick in the past. Is a Storm Spirit.
Storm is safe with IO. That's
that-
allowed. You gotta pass.
Yeah, that is super flashy.
Yeah, but no IO, no pass.
Right.
You don't get to pick it.
Okay, so it is
Maybe a Coddle. Okay.
Yeah.
It makes it somewhat
Pugna,
okay.
borderline, but Pugna's
Pugna. Jeez, talk about heroes. That's what happened to that guy.
Is that a spirit? I'm like, what?
Yeah, this moment in the sun.
In this one moment.
It was glorious, though. He was just ulting everybody. Yeah. Coddle's banned. Give me Pugna. That was a good time.
I mean, Night Stalker was the other hero that I was like, perhaps, but they've finally removed him, and I mean, it does feel like, at least from RNG's perspective, they're still concerned perhaps with, maybe they're not sure if this Batrider is going to be a Mars, so they're kind of flip-flopping.
They're expecting mid Batrider, and that I think is most likely for sure. I just don't think there's any mid matchups that really deter the Batrider enough right now. Like there's some, like we've seen the Storm and past patches do pretty well. The Embers also seems to go kind of 50-50 or even sometimes slightly win. It's like very skill-based, but none of the matchups are like, oh, Batrider screwed, we can't send him mid anymore.
Yeah, I'm feeling the Ember. I think that's where we're going. If I've had to take a guess here, I feel like the control at this point is relatively low. I think the offlaners that are good versus Ember are also pretty bad at this point, other than Slider and Night Stalker, because you think about like Legion Commander, trash. It's like that hero's just not showing up right now. Of course, now they'll pick it and win. That would be great. Please do OG.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Somnus wants a W. That's where I would send him.
And then at least the question is like, yeah, what does Amar get his hands on? Because a lot of the IO partners being banned out, so...
Still Mars.
Yeah.
Still Mars.
Mars IO'd up, you know?
It's been a while. I mean, is he on the ban list? I don't see him. I mean, he's also run the CK before, but I don't...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's something that they'll feel comfortable with, but I mean, maybe it's an illusion battle now. That's a PL. Last pick coming out.
Can we get a mid Underlord? Is that? I guess you can't really. That sounds kind of dangerous versus that, though.
There were some mid PLs back in the day, like way back in the day. I don't think it's.
I
PL,
mean, you
but-
would match up versus the bad, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can get rid of the sticky, but I still feel like you get run over.
Yeah.
And chased down, but.
I mean, I assume it's Anna who's playing it, so I.
Yeah, of course it's Anna. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do here. Very curious.
It's a monkey king.
So they're just saying like, okay, if you send that Underlord to the offlane, or we get that matchup, you're not gonna be very happy. And so, yeah, Somnus will be on the Razor, BZM on that Bat Rider. So I feel like this Razor is gonna have a bit of a rough go in terms of there's you miss out on a benefit of Razor of like having a strong laning phase and trying to punish, trying to get these kills. On the other side, at least you get more of that scaling potential because we talk about how like poor the Razors have been.
So are you saying this is a 2-0 for OG?
I don't know if I go. Yeah.
Gods.
I'm definitely liking OG's draft. I think the PL's been very hit or miss. The wins it's gotten has been LGD, so I think you kind of have to scrub those ones off the record. LG is winning with everything, so yeah, I'm with OG this game too.
Ooh, well, I guess we will find out soon enough if OG can take down RNG to a 2-0 victory here. But to take us to those storylines, it's going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
That's right, almost a carbon copy from one of the OG drafts previously, right? Swapping out one hero with numbers above his head for another one, Slardar for Monkey King.
Yeah, this is the almost exact same draft that they played when OG played against Team Liquid, and it was a very one-sided game. We're talking about pretty similar to what happened in OG RNG game number 1. It was a 22 minute game. BZM completely exploded on a Bat Rider with the Shard Witchblade build. Monkey King Amara, I guess they needed something that like a little bit more AoE against the Phantom Lancer and a good pairing with the IO. I was thinking about Huskar before Phantom Lancer was showed. Looked really good, but after PL got picked up, then it was a no-go. I also want to see the mid matchup, Somnus against BZM, because BZM did pop up. He did pop off completely in the previous game. Maybe,
in a slightly unfavorable matchup as well.
Yeah, and he might be inside Somnus' head.
Maybe. I mean, Seb definitely was inside RNG's head in game 1 as well.
Maybe intentional?
Maybe. Oh, maybe it was. Not quite sure. Well, Seb was definitely in their heads in game 1. He was perfectly positioned on his Earthshaker. Everywhere he went led to kill on kill. And OG looking now to really cement themselves as the slayers of RNG. As we get ourselves out onto the map here in game 2. OG, of course, one game to the good. A beautiful draft. As RNG have picked a Phantom Lancer, and I'm not going to lie, it's not one of my favourite heroes. I very rarely see him
what
win.
If
but
Anna is playing it?
That was the caveat. It is in the hands of Anna. We'll see what he can do. Because it looks like potential for him to be mid lane against the Bat Rider. Is there? Or are they just going to put him safe lane and leave Somnus?
Looking at the items, Somnus is going to be playing the mid lane.
Okay. Oh, the Boundless. And the Dispose. X-Nova. Handing first blood over to OG, and already a beautiful start as the tips will flow.
This time around, Taiga will not get the first blood, so no pings coming out from Amar. He's very satisfied that he is the one getting that first blood.
Amar, the first blood up. Somnus guarding that bottom rune. Seb is pinging it, saying, yes, bring numbers. Chuck the high five out there and see if anybody responds. And it will be 3 runes for OG. Kaka getting the only one there for RNG. And Kaka already being chased back towards his tier 1. And a few, there are some lane swaps going on though. Hey, Lacoste, Anna's down bottom.
Teams. And is this a tri-lane?
Oh, it is.
Chalice on the top lane against the Lone Druid. Oh man, Lone Druid's I think Lone Druid is going to be fine playing this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, what is this bottom lane from RNG? Like Phantom Lancer with Doppelganger Illusions, Shadow Wave Bomb, Shackles, a bit of damage coming out. But
never mind. They tried to see what's going to happen, potentially try to grab First Blood. But yeah, this bottom lane, Monkey King will be playing against Phantom Lancer, so Jingu Mastery on top of PL. There's going to be a lot of healing. This is the killer lane for OG, and a lot of sustain. I don't think they're going to be able to put any pressure on Monkey IO.
Jeez Louise, look at that, 10 stacks of Napalm on Somnus. And he's got to get out of the reach of BZM.
BZM, Batrider zoning me. 10 sticky napalm charges, you can't get close.
Oh man. Tiger taking a bit of a beating top lane, and we see the triple slippers from Uragi again on this Lone Druid, something that it feels like he's trying to pioneer here with his item build. Because we usually see, a bunch of branches, tangos, and all that good stuff. But he does like the right clicks and the extra bit of armor coming through on his main hero.
Yeah, and you can turn that into raid bands later on, so no real value lost.
Yeah, always a nice little shift there. As we see the odd shift favouring OG. I think it was the other way around for game one, but the tides have turned. Uragi's bear very low, but should be able to resummon, as you can hear him roar and come out of hibernation. Return with full health. Dire Sentry out there does block the large camp, so no pulling or any nonsense from OG. While in that mid lane, 5 stacks again up on Somnus. And Firefly from BZM, a TP back to tier 2. Somnus not allowing any of that to happen, while Tiger dies to Chalice up at top. Lone Druid chasing with the bear, but the Underlord is under his tower. And Kaka forcing the hero back as well as they try to focus the
kill the
Spirit Bear.
It's 300 gold, but I'm looking at this mid lane. Somnus does have more CS, but in terms of region, he is suffering. He also used his TP. Bottom lane, Amar, 10 and 5. Ana has 9 and 2. It's gonna, as time progresses, it's just gonna get more difficult for Phantom Lancer.
Some revenge there from Tiger and Uragi, getting that sidekick going. I think the bear has done. Oh, no. I stand corrected. Bear is back in Fountain. Perfectly fine. Yeah, he's all right. And once again, Amar, you'd call him the carry in this game, right? He's playing position 1 in the safe lane, getting farm priority up against this Phantom Lancer Dazzle lane, doing incredibly well.
Yeah, I expect him to get carry items, like no shenanigans. He might get like either full Gleipnir, or if he wants to go full greedy, you know what time it is. It's Battle Fury time. You're playing against Phantom Lancer, but I wouldn't mind seeing Gleipnir or Mjolnir.
What about the Hand of Midas Lacoste?
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, he's not a fan of that. You listen now to Twitch chat, you buy Hand of Midas and Monkey King Lacoste is there, scouring out your dirt.
There was a
in comes
1W.
And got the overcharge on him. X-Nova just being pummeled into the ground. No mana remaining, so can't heal, can't grave. And Ana, he's got no doppelganger. His Wraith Band in his backpack. He tangos up, but he's dead, and a double kill to Amar. Beautiful stuff from OG, really swinging the bat into RNG early on.
This lane's done, and look at the amount of farm that is approaching to Amar on bottom lane.
Oh, so a double wave coming in. He's going to be a monster. 18, 19, 8, tons of CS, top lane jump in. The Dispose catching out Karkan now, and OG's early aggression really dominating the laning stage. If we wanted a team to emerge that could start defeating the likes of RNG and LGD, it appears that OG might just be the squad to do it.
Oh, Boundless Strike. Never mind. It doesn't matter. That's how strong this lane is.
Is Ana dead as well?
He's dead. He doesn't have a doppelganger. He doesn't have a creep to go with the Phantom Rush. He's trying to go on the side to go potentially for the big camp, but not going to happen. Good body blocks from Seb.
Just imagine your ex-captain, your best friend, he's just body blocking you, allowing this young upstart, the new member of OG, Amar, to kill you.
Yeah, Ana already off to Amar's 5-0, 5 minutes in.
What?
How's that possible? He got that first blood and now has enough for phase boots.
That's got to be illegal.
They need to swap things around. I mean, Ana doesn't get to play Dota in the bottom lane.
But Somnus getting some vengeance in the mid lane. BZM His life is claimed by the Razor, and Seb's rotation comes just a fraction of a second too late. Ana, yeah, the relief there with the well played and the smiley faces as they communicate through chat wheel lines. 22-8 on Somnus Razor. Getting something here for RNG, but we see the rest of the cores really struggling to really pick up any semblance of farm. TP into mid. Maybe a go here on Razor. They don't have a great form of initiation, though.
Lasso about to be available after 2 creeps.
Yeah, back up top. The sidekick bear. Again, something we've seen OG run from time to time. And the resummon comes as Tiger and Uragi pairing up under this tier 1 with a full wave approaching. Catapult will whack the tower, and, well, Chalice, he'll drag the wave while Ana dies again down bottom. Somnus with a good rotation top does swing into action. But 11-3, you've got to see the sweat dripping down the RNG players' faces right now. They're struggling.
I would be struggling as well and sweating because Amar is level 6.5, 6 minutes into the game. Ana comes back for more. Agent Ana, level 3 at the moment.
What, 7 minutes in, yeah. BZM was eyeing up Kaka for a second there, but deciding better of it.
I think he regrets not having Doppelganger to be able to get out of the trouble.
For sure. Seb going to wander into X-Nova, but he's setting this up for Amar, finding yet another opening. The Grave is there to buy a bit of time, but this will only delay the inevitable death of the Dazzle. 0-4-0 on X-Nova currently.
Back to the bottom lane they go.
Find the Phantom Lancer.
I mean, Ana might...
He might just
Ana
die
might just
again.
die underneath the tower.
He's got Doppel now.
Yeah,
found the
he's
strike.
dead.
They'll found the real one. They know he's got Jingu over his head. Amar.
They need to help him out. Where's the TP rotation?
It's coming in now. Dazzle should be able to TP in Grave. He'll get the heal, Shadow Wave, but Amar is going to get one more
He's
hit
not
in.
ready.
X-Nova, the Grave on cooldown still, and Amar is going to Wukong command to zone them away.
This might be the best Monkey King performance in the first 7 minutes of the game that I've seen.
And he's definitely not buying a hand of Midas. Chalice has come down bottom to place his body into this meat grinder that OG are turning RNG into sausage right now. 8 minutes in, 13-3, they'll get some consolation prize with a kill on Tiger, and Chalice, he's being dived again. Amar there, Ana going to try and run across the BZM, but the Underlord caught out with the Boundless Strike. And OG dive and pummel RNG into the ground. One by one, the dominoes topple.
And on time, gets relocated back. RNG is the team that will GG out early on, as we've seen in the previous game and some games in the...
They're coming back!
In the DPC Tour, yeah, they're coming back.
They're here again! Kaka X-Nova from the west will come in to try and deal with Omar. The shackles and the poison touch with Somnus draining all of his damage. They've got the tether and the heal coming in, but Omar finally dies!
Maybe a bit too greedy there. They thought there's not going to be enough, but playing behind Tier 1, Tier 2 tower, they already placed an Observer Ward here, so not an usual Observer Ward, but that's going to scout things out. And now Ana, 0-5-0, running to the top lane. Usually when someone has 0-5-0, we see them running down the mid lane.
Oh, goodness, yeah, I mean, Tier 1 top's already dead, so at least he's got a bit of safety in the dead lane, but look how quickly OG understand that objectives are key. Move into mid lane, Tier 1 after Tier 1. Well, you're right, Somnus. He's been found. And guess who it is?
It's Amar. This sidekick, I love the build on Taiga. Maxing out that sidekick with Monkey King and Jingu, and also using that on Spirit Bear plus Tether on top of that. This Lone Druid or Monkey King, they're gonna go nuts. This might be the most hero damage ever done as a Monkey King in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, we very often talk about synchronization of item timings, of levels, of experience, of lanes, and things like this. But we very rarely nowadays talk about this cycling of synchronization, where early on it's Io with a Monkey King. Later on, of course, we'll get that Io and the Psychic onto the Lone Druid Bear as we transfer the priority from the Monkey into that Lone Druid. Oh, BZM, though, he's been shackled up. He doesn't have Firefly, so he looks dead up in this top jungle, while Chalice, he is dying elsewhere on the map, being picked off by the remaining members of OG.
Tower's gonna fall on bottom. That's an Echo Saber, Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion, Raid Band, Monkey King. I think Amar at the start of the game said, let me carry, I'm boosting. Just let me get stuff done, and it shows.
Yeah, why is he not dropping his chat wheel light?
He's heavily focused.
So
Amar the focused.
Amar the flipping brilliant right now. 17-6, and a TPing bottom to try and match Amar's aggression. Chalice will hold out that wave. But Dire Triangle fully belongs to OG. They'll steal Ancients. They'll create a nice little base camp for themselves, while Tiger, he chucks Somnus away. Maybe a deny on Roshan. Beautifully done. Seb relocating Amar in now. Somnus with a decent amount of stolen damage. Does have to be wary, Amar, but the two now Boundless Strike. X-Nova finally gets the grave for the Wukong's command. Big old circle in the midst of the battle. Seb relocates them out again. And Chalice, even with that jump in with the portal, not able to do it.
And will get a solo on Shadow Shaman. I don't think they're going to be coming back anytime soon in this game. 6k gold lead, 18 kills on OG. They came here to play.
Insane performance. They are getting some response out of RNG though. BZM is being picked off by 3 heroes surrounding him, but he gets one before he dies. And now X-Nova jumped upon, rebound in from Tiger, looking for the dispose, and he will find it. Oh, is that Ana? No, Ana.
No,
Ana.
Yes, that's level 1 doppelganger. Amar's not stopping. He's going underneath the tower. He does not give a fuck.
Oh, Ana.
Get in there.
Oh, Ana. Okay, Ana. He's fine. TP's back to Fountain. Very fortunate that the rest of OG weren't quite on the same page as Amar. And Chalice, high five?
High-fiving. He knows high five's gonna come.
They're picking him out. He gets the tower to high-five him in the end. Now Pit, Firestorm in, Kaka, Serpent Wars with the Tether across. Sep moves in to save Amar, and this Monkey King is beating into the Shadow Shaman right now. They've got that Graves by a bit of time, but Yuragi arrives. The additional core, the carry comes in and gets a double kill.
Garrett, I think this might be the fastest game of the tournament. And there it is.
It's over.
I said,
it's 13 minutes in.
RNG is the team that will call out GG when they feel like there's nothing.
Bloody hell are we just seeing?
Nothing to be done. OG playing turbo mode in this one. I mean, this has to be one of like couple of records broken on a Monkey King. The way they set up the lanes was pretty OP. We said at the start of the game that this lane for RNG is not gonna do well, but definitely didn't expect it to go this way. And
Panel
will need to hurry up because they definitely didn't expect this one to happen.
Oh my goodness gracious! I was maybe half joking about thinking about teams coming in to defeat China because they've been so solid at the top of the table. First, second place, LGD and RNG. Performances like that from OG, that's what we live for.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. It's one of the fastest, definitely, games that in professional Dota that they ended. This is what?
Less than 13 minutes. 12:30?
12:34.
12:34. Obscene. Actually obscene stuff. And again, it's Amar playing that position 1 from the position 3. He's given a lot of farm priority, but the panel's ready. They're there in their seats. We'll pass it back to them.
Whew, we just sat down and had to do a sprint here, so
we need to collectively catch our breath. Woo.
Yeah, being out of breath. But
that's a quick GG.
I was mocked for saying they were going to GG.
Yeah,
I will just point out, guys, we should go.
Getting
probably
down.
leave. No,
Trent, you're great. It is a 2-2 up. Like, and then I looked. I was like, wait, Iowa has the same net worth as PL. What's going on there?
Well, we know what happened there, huh? That was 5 kills before. What was it, like 9 minutes or something? Honestly, the most surprising thing to me this entire game is that I saw Amar tip at 9 minutes. How did he still have tips left after a start like that? Yeah. I thought for sure this guy's gonna be out of tips by now.
Well, he's farming them. Yeah, he knows how to get them. He probably has like a little.
That's his secret.
All
this time, he's just got extra tips.
It's pretty funny because considering Anna used to play on OG, of course, that's a team that would never GG out.
Right.
They could be down that bad, and they will make you kill their freaking throne. RNG don't quite have that same patience.
Oh man, this was where are the highlights? We're starting at 6 minutes. We've missed half the game.
I know.
No.
Laning phase, what's that?
Wait, what was longer, the draft or the game? It would be tight. It would be really close.
I think it actually will be, just because they've really expended a lot of their reserve time too. Now, just to circle this back a bit as we pull up the scoreboard and all of that stats line here. I mean, do I even want to ask what went wrong? Because it feels like so many things went wrong on the side of RNG.
Yeah, everything. I am more than anything the PL lane. He just got completely dumpstered. It was just not a lane. He didn't have a game. They tried to ban all these hero pairings, these problems that could run him over. They banned the Night Stalker, the Slaughter. There's just too many heroes that MR plays. Like I think at times people just will put him in this maybe it's got this smallish hero pool, the Slaughter, but the Viper, Razor, and Timbersaw, the big three. But he's got so many other heroes that he plays so well, and it's all these heroes that you're just not used to playing against as a carry because they're kind of carries themselves.
Yeah, it was just excellent. What else is there to say, right? When you have a game like that, clearly the lanes were well set up there, and that was a concern coming into it. We see this Razor in the safe lane, in the mid lane, not really something you want to see because it's hard to abuse the hero in that place. And the other side lanes as well, just that matchup attempt of the PL into the Monkey King was just brutal. With an IO too, it's just it just gives benefits to all the things that Monkey already wants to do in the lane. Just wants to be aggressive as much as possible, and the IO just allows that.
And I think what the biggest takeaway for me with this series and how OG set themselves up for success is Amar's lane, because 2 games in a row, he got to pick his hero knowing his lane.
Yeah.
I feel like if I'm RNG, my takeaway is we can't be blind pick. If you're going to blind pick a carry, it needs to be one that doesn't get bad matchup.
Cannot be PL.
And even TA, TA I don't think is a great carry to blind pick if you don't know your lane matchup too. 2 games in a row, they blind pick their carry has a terrible game, they lose. And it's you can look at it and be like, he had 2 crappy games, but I don't really think he's to blame.
I don't know a carry player that's winning that game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you all think that as far as how RNG has been playing, and a lot of teams, I feel like they find that to be a bit of a struggle coming into this LAN, is how fast things just kind of come online from the laning phase. I've been hearing the phrase, we threw it out yesterday, hearing it everywhere. It's another death ball meta. Is that what we're feeling like here? Maybe not to the extent that it was before, but it's definitely a lot faster paced.
I think we've seen a lot of teams also come out of the lane stage pretty hard and then still get outlasted and still lose in the end, right? So it definitely still happens. But one thing about OG, as the previous iteration and this current iteration, is they are extremely good at capitalizing on that early lead, right? We know all about these little 2-3 hero smokes that they love to do. They're just going in, they're going out, they're revving behind your tower with a couple of heroes while showing someone somewhere else. And then when you combine that with the global pressure of an IO, the mobility of a bat, and this monkey just jumping around, they just squished them.
Yeah, squish them indeed. Well, there you have it. OG, very, very convincing. 2-0 against RNG. We still got one more series coming at you today. It's going to be Na'Vi versus EG after this break.
Coming up next, Na'Vi versus Evil Geniuses.
I got Na'Vi solo with me here. How are you feeling going into that first match? Because I want to start with looking at this Asta one that came in, the 1-1. I know you weren't too happy with it.
Today is much better than yesterday. Yesterday we got 2 wins, 2 losses. Today we got 3 wins, 1 lose. I hope no losses for tomorrow. That's it.
That's certainly what you want, right? You want to avoid those losses. What would you say, though, is changed today compared to yesterday? What did you feel better with? Just more confident in yourselves?
No, I think we had problems with drafts. Yesterday we have bad priorities in heroes. And today we changed a lot, and yesterday after we lost to Team Entity, we changed a lot as well. So now it goes much better for us.
Nice, so certainly worked out. You've got Boom tomorrow to start off with, though. Where would you put yourself in that game? Do you feel like you come in as the favourites now, considering where you're playing at?
Yeah, of course. We always think that we can win any team, so we're confident in our drafts now, and I think we have all chances to win 2-0.
And overall, when you come into looking at what you're going to do tonight as a team, what things you're going to look over, how does prep work for you guys going into tomorrow?
We watch their games, what they do, like wards, moves, which side of the map they prefer to play and stuff, like usual casual preparation.
And would you say that as this tournament's going on further, you just feel more comfortable, you feel like you're powering up?
Yeah, of course. I haven't been to majors 2 years. Of course. I love it.
And you want to be on that big stage, right? You want to get through to that playoff stage and be in front of the crowd?
Of course, of course. I was missing it so much.
That's what it's all about. Well, I wish you the best of luck, man. Solo, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of the Dota 2 Arlington Major Group Stages. You just saw OG take down RNG very convincingly, and this time around, we got another fun matchup for you. It's a bit of a historic titans in the Dota space, I would say, as far as the brand/org names are concerned. It is Na'Vi versus EG. Joining me on the panel is the lovely Sheepstick, and of course, God's still here.
Oh my God, he's
just as
so
lovely.
Good. Look at him.
I know. What is that in your hands?
It's the pig. Oh, it's my trotter.
it's our little companion for the day as we get ready to.
It's gone.
Oh no!
That's a Razorback.
That's a Razorback.
Oh, it actually is a Razorback.
It is a Razorback.
What's the point system for that?
I have no idea.
I don't. Is that your?
5 points if you get 2 double Razorback? That's 10 points.
That's right. He got it. He's been playing it since he was a kid.
God dang.
I grew up on that game.
That's actually really
I had a very boring childhood.
That's super weird, but okay.
What games did you grow up on?
Oh, I like the PlayStations, Mario's.
Oh, I didn't get
Gamer
screen time.
forever.
I'm younger than you.
Yeah.
Oh my!
He's a boomer.
Internet didn't exist.
You have 2 boomers
You have to
on
play
the
with the
panel,
hoops.
okay.
Yeah. Put the square in the square hole and the circle hole.
Well, while we're getting this lovely Texas gaming education right here, we do have, like I said, Navi versus EG. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Both teams have had their hot and cold moments, so to speak, as far as Navi performing very well yesterday. EG as well. The joke was, oh, EG day 1, day 2, great. It is day 3, so it's kind of a middle of a pack. They went 1-1 versus Tundra. Are we going to be expecting EG to be coming into this final series of the day warmed up now, maybe, perhaps?
I mean, for sure. I mean, they can't be feeling good because obviously their last game was a loss. But the first game, I thought they looked very, very strong in. We praised them really well. They ran in a super aggressive lineup. RTZ, as a carry, was getting heavily involved with the team from minute 8 onwards. They basically just used numbers to overwhelm their enemy, and it was super effective. My God, I really loved that style of play.
Yeah, I think they've been maybe a bit overly reliant on the puck. I think it's been obviously one of the heroes of the tournament, and for Abed, it has classically always been one of his best heroes. So I want to see kind of where some of the EG drafts go without the puck, particularly because, as you saw in the game too, it's going to start getting banned out. Teams aren't just going to keep letting not just EG but every team getting first phase pucks. Navi, another team, they love their puck. They're very obviously hotly contested here between these 2 teams and every team in the major. But I think the other thing for EG is, they've been hot or cold, but I feel like, they've been cold when Arteezy has Nature's Prophet. They've been hot when he doesn't have Nature's Prophet. So I'm not a big fan of the Nature's Prophet. I just don't think it's working. I think at some point you got to say, let's keep away from it. I don't know.
I do agree with you. It's kind of a meme, and people are saying that, oh yeah, it's an Orla. It is, yeah. I try to look at it objectively in the sense that it was a hero that they used to be really good with. You look back to the Annie Major. I know it was a very long time ago, but that was a hero that helped them get to the grand finals, where they then lost with it twice. LGG. Don't do it anymore.
Annie Major.
Yeah. In the finals, they picked it twice. LGG just stomped them. Moving on. It's just a hero that I think fits really nicely into this meta if you compare it with other global impact. When I see it with a Dawnbreaker and Ios, stuff like one or the other, I really love Nature's Prophet because you're able to get across the map and link up with some setup hero like a Nyx or a Puck or whatever. Pairing those together, I love Nature's Prophet. I think it's amazing, the pressure you can do. Maybe they're just not rotating early enough with it, because we've seen in Southeast Asia some Nature's Prophet players like Natsumi and stuff. He would come at 5 to 6 minutes to the enemy safe lane tower and help take it, right? So maybe they're just not playing effectively enough with it.
And I don't know if that's a playstyle you want to be playing around RTs. Not to say I don't think they should just be picking hard carries for him. If anything, they found success on some of these more tempo heroes, Bloodseeker, for example. But he still doesn't seem like the kind of guy that wants to just be making the first moves for his team. That's typically Abed and Crit.
Yeah. Well, with that EG breakdown, let's take a look over on the side of Navi. So something I said earlier is that they had such a strong showing yesterday, and you even saw from the interview during the break. Today has been a little bit tough. They just went 0-2 versus Boom, so something went a little bit wrong there, perhaps, but...
If you're a Boom fan, you know exactly what went wrong. God dang, they gave FBZ his Mars in Game 1. They gave Japoy his Ember in Game 2. You don't do that, Navi. You just don't. There's no going back from that. It was lost in the drafting phase. Also, V-Tune, is that a Genji sword from Overwatch?
Wow.
That's game relevant.
I mean, I love that picture, though.
I do love that picture, yeah. But, I mean, I think Boom is a strong contender having watched them, when that team is hot, they're hot. So I don't think it makes Na'Vi look bad that they lost to them. I still think they're super strong. When we were covering them yesterday, like no one has been looking in like super peak form. He's been outplaying people left and right.
Yeah, and not just obviously the puck's the big one, but also his Void Spirit was insane as well. So I put him on one of those highly mobile, flashy heroes, and he's, this is like back in the day, old VP no one. It's great to see, and it's obviously really cool to have him back on land. And that's something Solo was talking about in his interview. It's like just being back here. I think there's these players just feel like super motivated and like they really want to play their best Dota because they all want to play on the main stage in front of the crowd. And we're seeing a lot of good results from this Na'Vi team.
Yeah, they were one of my favorite teams coming into the tournament. Sadly, they're not living massively up to my own hype of them, but just throughout the DPC, they were so strong at winning laning stage, and usually in their best prime, they were closing out these games at around like 20 to 25 minutes in a dominant fashion.
Right. So as we get ready to go into the draft here, I just found out, so Na'Vi, they're going to take second pick, so that leaves EG. On the Dire side, they will have that first pick, and it is a puck is what they use to open things up. Yep. So it's gone through, and now EG's locked it in. We said that that's going to be a bit of a concern, perhaps for Na'Vi with the puck coming through.
So this is like we're going to give them what we know they're going to first pick and come up with, be ready for a strat. Eastern European teams love this Skywrath Mage. The Void Spirit versus puck, this is like the 10th. I feel like Void Spirit Puck matchup, we're going to keep seeing it. If you give up Puck, you're going to first phase a Void Spirit. Unless you're Liquid, maybe you'll first phase Lone Druid.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of strange to me that this is, from the games I've managed to watch, it's the most popular response pick, because I really like the Ember Spirit as well matchup.
Right.
Yeah, because when you're maxing the Slight, you abuse the low armor on Puck.
Wow, and that is a Beast Master coming in.
Oh,
wow!
I thought that was in my mind. I was like, oh, we're in a Na'Vi game. Of course, there's a Beast Master in the first phase, but no, it's actually EG.
Yeah, this is like a throwback to the old Ice EG days where they would pick Beastmaster every game.
Hell yeah!
Perhaps just knowing that Skywrath is one of the answers that Eastern European teams love for Puck, and this is a hero that hates playing against summons and the zoo, basically.
Yeah, there's nothing Skywrath can do about it.
Yeah.
That's quite devastating. But
the one thing you can try when you're late, I guess. Once Beastmaster gets his helm, then there's nothing you can do. But.
Yeah, unfortunately. Luckily, Sky is a 4-hero typically, right? So Beast is not going to be laning into him. They can pick both heroes in lane that they want to deal with it. So how will EG react? How are they going to protect it? Things like Enchantress typically very picked up against him because you just take the boar, you force him into the Axis build, which gives your carry more leeway to be able to freely farm. That might be the approach they want to take. I've seen some kill lanes come out with things like Monkey King. I know Munkushi was someone who really showed that off, that matchup. Beast first. Against Beast.
Yeah. You go way back, also a lot of teams playing PA, but I think that's a very hard hero just to bust out. That was a very SCA specific thing.
Yeah, that's always my favorite. You either go the PA and you can either go super aggressive with her, or you just survive in lane, or you go very high armor heroes, so your Terror Blades, your Naga Sirens.
And your illusion heroes that love playing into Beast too.
Yeah, like PL.
Yeah. I mean, we did see a PL earlier today.
We'll not talk about that. We'll not talk about that.
Which one?
It never happened. I'm sorry.
That was PL. LGD with PL is, they're doing fine.
There you go.
Yeah, but we're just, that 12-minute fever dream that was PL in it, that was a shared hallucination between everyone.
There was something in the water. Yeah, something in the water here. I mean, we're now.
Seb literally tweeted after the game, we woke up, so, it was,
there you
literally
go.
was. You woke up.
There you go. It's like an Alice in Wonderland thing. Seb has been dreaming about this whole thing this whole time, and here we are. But
I do think. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say we just saw the Bloodseeker band. You all talked about that earlier today with the RTZ, like high impact, ready to fight hero, and that's now out of the table.
It's really smart drafting from Na'Vi, leaving Nature's Prophet in the pool here.
Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that to come through.
I know, I was trying to put my best Purge voice there. I was like...
It's okay, Artur, I believe in you.
It's going to happen.
It will work eventually.
Well,
I think EG's on the bounce back. I think they're a team that can go far in this tournament. Memes aside, I think day one, they obviously copped a lot of flack and it was a terrible start for them, but I think EG, with Fly back on the team, they're they're easily a stable enough team to get a top 4, top 6 result here.
Yeah, it's the same old EG. Day 1, terrible. Day 2, pretty good. Day 3, like, imagine if they take the 2-0 here. It's all going to be EG City from here on, get to the playoffs, and then we can bring that EG crowd to root for them. Oh, yeah, oh my god, speaking of, I'm sorry to derail the draft analysis, but did you see that Sonics beat LGD in Game 1? Like, how hype is that?
Now we're trying to figure out what's going on in game number 2, but that is huge because we asked that question yesterday. Is there a team that can take them down? And
no one thought it would be Sonics. Like, oh my god.
Nope, we did not. But we see the Chen picked up by Na'Vi. Now, is that like? I mean, it's obviously a good pick for them, but does that also feel like a block pick, perhaps, for EG, knowing that like it's something that Fly loves to play?
It could be for sure. It also fills the Ench role of like being able to take the boar if needed and just pressure Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah, block pick, comfort pick, and good against Beastmaster. It like ticks all the different boxes. I think the one thing with their draft, Chen Skywrath support duo, no stuns, no catch. You've got Void Spirit, but it's never fun for your mid laner to be like, oh, I'm the only catch and playmaker. Right. You jump. Where's the follow up? It kind of forces them into picking like probably an off laner that has some team fights, some follow up, like the Mars type heroes themselves. So it does mean that we're going to have to see Lace playing a very specific kind of hero to me.
That's true. What I do love from Navi's lineup so far though, and I've seen the Void Sky a lot, is it is so easy to kill someone, even on mid, because Void has obviously 2 jumps on his Astral Step, so you jump in, pull with the Remnant, the Sky ults on top, it kills whoever you find, and you're playing against a Puck, he will die. And then you can Astral Step back out. So it's so easy for you to pressure mid and force like TPs, rotations, and then move somewhere else on the map to go pressure elsewhere. That type of like quick movement is a big strength of their heroes that they have. They also could play side lanes too if they want and just look for that, because the way Beastmaster plays as a hero is he wants to take control of one part of his map. He goes to his off lane, he tries to take the safe lane tower, and he'll play in the enemy's jungle, ideally. So you always know where he's going to be. It's easy for Na'Vi to coordinate a smoke gank to go pick him off and reclaim that area if they want.
So we see EG here locking in the Snapfire with the Warlock. So their lineup so far, on top of like the Beastmaster, a lot of heavy team fights. We're expecting a lot of ultimates coming into play. And as you're seeing like the Snapfire, she is hot right now. But is there a bit of a concern as far as EG has very specific timings as far as when they want to fight? All the ultimates have to be up, or is that not going to be too big of an issue depending on perhaps what they end up with the last pick?
I think it's okay. Both Puck and Beastmaster are pretty low cooldown. And Beastmaster, when he doesn't have ultimate, he's pressuring lanes and creating kill opportunities by pressuring and basically splitting up the opponents, because like someone's going to go address the Beastmaster push, and then suddenly you've got the vision from the Hawk, so your Puck can find somebody. I think EG draft honestly looks really solid here.
Yeah. Does it still feel solid with that CK lock-in from the side of Na'Vi?
The CK is nice. We saw this idea. I mean, Tundra obviously are one of the teams that play CK the most because Skitter loves it so much. They can fight back with this. Basically, they don't want to be bullied by Snapfire, who's like a strong laner with the Beastmaster. That being said, if they bring a lot, like Puck down there a lot, they can just kill him. They can pressure really hard. I think taking the tower won't be like an impossible task for them.
Yeah. This is definitely a game where I feel like both mid lanes are going to be trying to match each other.
Yeah, true.
Puck goes somewhere and Void Spirit's like, okay, I got to follow. Or like if you don't follow the Puck around the map, your teammates are going to get screwed because you have no way to like save people from these Puck rotations. So it's kind of going to be, I think the key matchup to look at is going to be that no one versus Abed.
Yeah, and adding on to that, for Na'Vi, they haven't showed their offlane yet, and that's going to be a really huge thing, because when you're playing against Puck, you want your Skywrath to rotate, you want to, like, the runes, they're so important when they're trying to match each other, so you'll want to see skirmishing there. Na'Vi needs to have an offlane that can be left alone.
Right.
EG, who has last pick? Na'Vi have last pick, so even better. They're going to see the carry, they're going to get the nice lane matchup.
This is the tricky spot to be, and this is what happened. Last series. Sorry to bring it back up,
but
it was like you pick your carry blind, things can go pretty south, and that's what happened 2 games in a row for Anna, where he's like, I don't know what Amar's playing, but like if you pick that hero blind, like you're kind of open to some of those kind of picks. I think that's where some of these kind of safer carries like Bloodseeker have really become popular, but they're getting banned a ton. No one wants to give away a Bloodseeker to a team in EG's position because it's like, well, nothing really counters a Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Yeah, you want to force. Basically, you're trying to force your opponents to pick these carries that are situationally good, but not good when you're picking them blind.
Right.
Yeah. Like, for EG now, I just want a carry that utilizes what EG is offering. They have the aura with Beastmaster, they have minus armor from Snapfire. They need something that can take Roche. They have tower taking, but like just something to complete their draft and kind of go with it. The Warlock is going to be a little useless until level 6, but at least like Puck Beast and Snapfire are going to be able to skirmish quite early. When we saw EG do really well earlier, it was with a carry that could get involved pretty fast. Potentially they could do something like that again.
And they have got the Warlock, so they've got, like, the lane is at least somewhat secured. Like, you can just passively farm it with Warlock heals. You know, I mean, there may be a kill lane coming your way. I guess you just don't know. Skywrath +1 is going to be scary regardless.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, what I want. Oh, they're going to pick Lone Druid. That's great. Yeah. That's going to get involved. It's going to help you take objectives. Yeah, that's a really great pick. I love that. And it's really good against these, like, mobility mids, too, or, like, Void Spirit.
Right. Yeah. So when I was looking at Navi's draft, I was really sad because I figured, oh, Lycan would be really good, but it's now banned out. So we're still looking for a hero for Lays, and I'm curious. Perhaps like now with the Lone Druid pick, I don't know if I feel so confident like asking, but he has played like the Necrophos in the past.
Okay. Yeah, I almost like don't think they want Lycan. Like, they need some way to defend these towers. Yeah. Like, where's your wave clear, like, right now? Like, they need, like, that Underlord, Tidehunter type hero. Like, you see Lone Druid Beastmaster on this side with, like, a Warlock and a playmaking Puck. Like, I'm worried for...
Tide has been coming up this time. Yeah.
It's won a few games today. Just, Boom won with it early today, as well as LGD. Yeah, they played against Lone Druid, this exact matchup. So, I like the pick, but still it's, you know, there's a lot of pressure on this Tide to be like the only hero that defends towers. It's not the most mobile hero. It's not really a playmaker, so I think it's still a pretty difficult game for Na'Vi to play.
I think what I do like about it, though, a lot is Lone Druid, he heals so much from the bear hitting. The Ravage, it is like a lot of AoE control, which is going to stop the bear from hitting, stop him from lifestealing, so maybe you can just burst him down with like the Skyl.
Well, there you go. So if you both feel very confident that EG is the bet here, do you agree? Yay, nay?
I'm with EG for these drafts. I think the push just hasn't been answered well enough by Tidehunter, and like I think no one's like, okay, I can be this big playmaking Void, and now he's got a Tidehunter behind him who isn't going to really follow him up that well. So I think it's a much tougher game for Na'Vi to play their draft.
I like EG. I like both teams. I think both teams have potential to outplay each other, but yeah, EG, baby, let's go!
Let's go! Woo! All right, well, there you got it. The panel has spoken. They are EG all the way. Gareth and Lacoste, do you agree? Let us know. Take it away.
Well, the last pick, Lone Druid, led to success against Team Spirit, so yeah, I mean, EG got a solid chance, but the hot pick here, I think, is Chen in the hands of Solo.
I thought you were going to say Tidehunter. Yeah, definitely. Chen, almost 80% win rate, 14 games in this tournament. This hero is on fire. What he provides once he hits that level 6, where he has Mech, Hand of God, to be able to just mitigate the damage, and what he provides in a team fight. We also saw, I think you brought it up one or two times already, and we were casting that game where Fly did have Aghanim Scepter, Holy Locket, Mech. So Chen in the late game is super... Heal. Yeah, the burst heal, and also having that strong dispel. We're talking about super late game, but in this matchup, I like what EG's got. They have a very strong team fight. We're going to group around and ways to amplify damage coming out from the Bear. I don't think Bear's going to be contested in the lane at all. There's some kill threat from Tidehunter and Skywrath Mage, but I don't think it's doable on Bear. Like, it might be Warlock, who's out of position, that could potentially die with the double slow from Gush and Ancient, and the concussive shot.
Well, Na'Vi, they come straight in, but that orb over the top of Na'Vi, and the fatal bonds of the V-Tune and the Sweden Strong means Chaos Knight completely out of position now. He's going to have some axes chucked at him. He'll walk to tier 3 and
that's not his base,
allow
right?
himself to die. It's absolutely not. That is the enemy base. Nothing for him there apart from death, doom, and destruction. I think it's very, very similar. Oh, is there another one? Sweden Strong. Oh, yeah, still being chased by the bear. Oh, it's easy. Trying to catch up to him. 325 move speed on the Sky. The bear has 340 though. 340 is more than 325, and he's got entangling claws.
Last game Na'Vi played, they were dire, and they forgot. They forgot that they're actually playing Radiant right now. So swap the position, all good. They reset, time to go.
The OG series happened so quickly, they got lost in time.
Yeah.
trapped in a Vorpal tunnel. Not quite sure what's going on. But yeah, EG, very similar story against Team Spirit, where they had overwhelming team fight with, of course, that tower push and objective taken from the Lone Druid. And I'll look towards the same kind of story here up against Na'Vi. Solo with his Chen down bottom, pairing up with V-Tune. Yeah, we're going to have him take the Holy Persuasion level 1. What's the reasoning here? We've seen some players go for Penitence, even like Divine Favor level 1. Why is Solo choosing to go for Persuasion first?
Just in case there is Boar coming out from the Beastmaster, but Nightfall, he knows, probably going to skip it and go for Aura instead.
Yeah, looks like he's going to come back and try and deward his small camp as well, already blocked up. Solo will regain access to his pull camp. And in the mid lane, no one on the Void Spirit up against Abed Puck. Absolutely comfort, signature pick here for Abed, and has been popping off when he's given this Fairy Dragon. But I think no one has maybe been a little bit of a surprise coming back into high-level Tier 1 play as well. It's been a while since Na'Vi have been at LAN. It's been a long while since Na'Vi have played against EG in a LAN as well, hasn't it?
It's been almost 3 full years since these two organizations met at LAN.
And no one been popping off. Doing exceptionally well from this mid lane, getting some sick outplays.
No one's so good, he got the Reddit thread. Like, oh man, this professional e-gamer, he's really good at the video game.
Shout out to no one. Oh, he's definitely deserved it. V-Tune, currently 4-0. Beastmaster at 9-1. Nightfall getting the upper hand in that bottom lane quite convincingly. It's just the fact that Solo's Chen not really able to do too much. Am I having deja vu? He's already dewarded this small camp. Has Crit been a naughty boy and sentryed it up again?
I think he did. So Chen needs the... Okay, this sentry is out of range, but needs to wait another 40 seconds to get a creep. So doesn't have anything. Nightfall, as we expected, going for the Inner Beast instead.
Yeah, good adaptation there. Triple branch, magic wand fully done, and then into that Helm of the Dominator. So he's got plenty of stats and regen to keep himself going in this lane. Crit just going to chuck the Scatter Blast at them. Launch a few pellets towards Solo and V-Tune. And what about that top lane, hey? Lone Druid with the Warlock up against the Sky and a Tide. What do we expect to see up here?
Now, Lone Druid's going to have a free farm, but Tidehunter will also be able to punch back, going for Morbid Mask next. Does have 1-1-1 build, just in case Gush needs to be used. Maybe on Warlock, but Warlock already has 8 stick charges, so I don't think he's going to be dying, especially if Arteezy decides to back him up. Also want to point out the build on Arteezy. Same thing that Yoragi did, having those slippers and also starting with the Blightstone. Roar sends him back to base. Closer, they want that 300. And he gets denied.
Denies it, yeah. Shadow Word helped keep it alive just a little bit longer, and the turn onto Sweden strong. He is bonded to a couple of melee creeps, but he should be all right, especially under tower with that regen and a Fairy Fire in his back pocket. The Sky will have to bring a little bit more out with the Salve and Tangos coming. Down bottom, looks like Solo trying to pull across. Dire ranged creepers has decided to follow him.
Crit doing it one more time, blocking it with a sentry. Even if Solo tries to deward it, Crit will body block it and will kill his sentry before with the body block.
Well, look at him go. Well, Solo, level 2 Holy Persuasion, he's only used it once now, getting a Mud Golem to come and play in the lane. And Crit, yeah, doing an exceptional job. That's got to tilt you a bit, right? Getting under the skin of Solo here.
Yeah, you are shutting down Chen at the early stages when the hero is really strong. Speaking of strong, Sweden strong, using Healing Salve on himself, coming back to this top lane. Arteezy did resummon the bear.
Savage Roar and the Fatal Bonds. And push the Tidehunter away. He's got a Shadow Word on him as well. 90 HP and dropping, but he's under that tower protection. So he should be far enough away from Death's Door. And he's got a Morbid Mask to help sustain a little bit as well. But Artur there with some good denies. Solo looking for a Courier Snipe, but won't get it. Gonna micro his little creeps back away from the Snap and the Beastmaster.
Even though it's 2-0, we still haven't seen a kill in the laning stage, because both offlaners are super tanky. One has Helm of Iron Will, the other one has a built-in damage reduction with the Kraken Shell, has that Morbid Mask, so pretty hard to take them down. And on the mid lane, both mid laners just full HP, full mana almost.
Well, the boar's now leveled up by Nightfall. Lay's going to try and get himself up to that safety of the high ground. Walking up steps into darkness is not something that Fly and Arteezy really want to do. Crit. I mean, Cookie's Nightfall, which allows a Snapfire to get away from V-Tune. Nice little safety maneuver from the Snap there. And Chaos Knight starting to catch up in the CS, but we still have 3 out of the top 4 Dire heroes doing exceptionally well compared to their counterparts.
Yeah, if it's show network, can we please show network? It's 3 heroes from EG on top.
You love that, don't you? You'll just never give it up. Fly gives up his own life. No one in Sweden strong. Pick off the Warlock and his courier while also scouting out some of the stacks with a deep observer ward also being placed a little earlier on.
And good rotation. Potentially Tidehunter could clear those stacks. Maybe not right now. Because he's going inside the enemy jungle. Coil snaps on bottom.
Yeah, Abed makes his first rotation onto the Chaos Knight. He's popped his wand. Still has that helm with the regen going. V-Tune under his tower turns the fight, but there are too many members of EG down here. They've got a catapult wave as well within a beast out of Nightfall. DD rune on Abed.
Aura, but it adds up. This is going to be a lot of damage on the tower. CK picking it out, using the glyph already.
Yeah, now we see picture-in-picture of Lays taking away some of those Dire stacks. The Dire do glyph the catapult, so they want to keep this push down bottom going.
I would say that he should have gone and cleared these stacks. Maybe if there was one more stack, but I don't think it's worth it. You're giving the Lone Druid the free farm completely on the top, which means that he is getting a solo XP, and he's level 6.5 right now, Tide level 5.
I can't believe how long they've kept that catapult alive. It's 7 minutes 20. Finally dies. I think the tier 1 bottom lane around half health with that first push coming in from EG. As Arteezy will filter back in towards his own jungle to spot the Tidehunter. Halfway through level 5, so no Ravage yet. And with the arrival of Crit, Cookie the Bear catch out Lays and take him down, while Abed being hunted by no one. Silenced up with the Ancient Seal, but he's got the Orb and the backup of Fly here to give him the heal.
We see different itemization, because this matchup is really popular during this major. Void Spirit against Puck. A lot of players do think that... Oh, it's going to be Arcane Rune.
Nice.
A lot of players do think that Void Spirit is a better laner than Puck, but we see different itemization. Witchblade, Yule Scepter. I'm a big fan of the Yule Scepter because you are able to snap the coil and still not get stunned if you're skilled enough. Buy some time during the Dream Coil, remove the silence, and most of the time you do live because of it.
And you've also got the maybe slight shift for the Puck as well against the Void Spirit. We've seen a lot of Witchblade rushes, but Abed here opting to go for the treads, the wand, have that extra stats and maybe a little bit more tankiness when no one is making the jump on him. So lots of adaptations coming out of these mid lanes. Abed dodges the penitence. Yeah, it's a projectile apparently. Oops. Nice little play. No one going to steal out the small stack. Clears the camp with ease. Evil Genius is going to be feeling pretty comfortable the way things are going though, especially
available.
If they can find V-Tune down here. Did get his armlet delivered in, but with a roar and a coil, he won't last long. Gets the Phantasm out, one illusion comes. Flying dive mid lane as well, but the key objective here is V-Tune with his armlet toggle still finished off. A Scatterblast and the axes while Fly dies. Good move from no one. Arteezy also getting involved.
Going to clean up.
Clearing
There's
out.
no way Chen lives here. It doesn't have boots. The Lone Druid, or the Spirit Bear with phase boots, is going to be able to chase him down. Oh,
why is he so slow?
Ice armor slow.
Oh, Bounty Rune. Yes, come on, Solo. One of the oldest players on the field right now, but still able to hurricane himself down to low ground. Beautiful stuff.
I did not expect that one. I definitely did not expect it.
He's 29 years old, but he's still got moves like Azuma. Beautiful.
That's like every single time there is some kind of a hurricane play, I do start behaving like a child. I don't know why, because it's a new ability. I'm like, well, this is a useless creep, doesn't have anything.
Nice, got displacement ability. One of the greatest tools in Dota 2. Mid lane push from EG. You don't want to go down bottom. Collapsing onto mid with Arteezy instead. And a coil on no one. Oh, he's out of position here. The Ancient Seal silences the Puck with Illusion Rune, and that Golem dropped. means Fly helps Nightfall claim the life of no one's Void Spirit.
Good rotation. They did manage to take down the tower. And look at this army. Illusions, Bear, a Warlock Golem. It looks like they have 8-9 heroes right now.
It's a horde. A swarm of EG units coming down towards bottom. Nicely timed here with the catapult.
This is the problem. Like, Na'Vi doesn't have a hero that can defend the tower when EG groups as 5.
Well, they see Tide.
Well, he's not going to ravage here. There's no way, because he is...
Hello?
The rest of the team is not there. Good moves from EG. Being able to just... they might continue, and they might see what happens. This is something that Panel mentioned, that they need someone to park in front of the tower. Like, Tidehunter is that hero, but if he doesn't use Ravage, or if Ravage is on cooldown, they're going to have a big issue.
Yeah, with no backup coming his way. Very difficult for him to play that way. And what's he got? He went for the Vlads, didn't he, on the on the Tide, so he doesn't have the hood or anything to try and mitigate magic damage from the Pug or the Warlock.
You know what I was always wondering? Why does VTune have V in his name? Could have just been called Tune, right? While he's playing for Na'Vi. It would be Na'Vi Tune if he wanted to be called like that.
As always, you are just a pillar of knowledge. You are... Oh, man, that is something I've never thought of.
I always focus on these important things.
Well, that's something I'm not going to be able to unnotice. Na'Vi Tune.
And now back to the game we go.
No, we should get in touch with the Na'Vi management about that. He's just basically become self-sponsored. Ingrain himself in the squad. Part of the brand. Arbed gets off the Invis rune to get away from no one. Some good deep vision there from EG down south. So Fly is able to stick around. Maybe look for an opportunity. Especially with the Beastmaster just sat behind him. Radiant does see him though. And another bit of vision into the mid lane as well from Solo. They know pretty much exactly where EG is standing right now. Nothing too much they can do to stop them from what they're doing though, which is getting this Arteezy Bear incredibly farmed. 6,200 net worth. The triple slipper's still there in his inventory.
Arteezy will finish Desolator in next 2 minutes, so this is when Roshan's gonna open up. They have vision, Rock is gonna be available one more time, and the one pickoff into Roshan seems like a really good idea, especially if they can like try to force potentially a fight where they trade, Ravage is used, then they have clear entrance to Roshan.
Yeah, it feels like they're slowing it down a little bit just to give Arbed some catch-up time. His net worth has definitely suffered with all these rotations, movements, and the planting of themselves in that bottom jungle. Just under 5k net worth, and needs to finish off the Witchblade. And see there, the GPM compared to the other cores, definitely struggling. A mild 1k lead for EG. Moving into the bottom jungle again though, and this Hawk, yes, it's scouted by the sentry from Solo. And if they can clear out the Chen army, nice bit of bonus gold and experience, and also slows the Chen's progression down.
Yeah, because Chen doesn't have boots of speed, needs to move between the camps. If camps are farmed, then he does not have any creeps to get. VTune continues to farm up, wants to get that classic Bell on CK, Armlet into Echo Saber, disassemble it, get the BKB, and yeah, be ready to fight.
He does have the TP ready, so he might be required to come down here in a second. EG posturing, playing forward. No real objective for them to claim other than just an area of the map. There's no tier 1 to take, so this is really about sucking out all of the farm from Na'Vi and maybe catching a kill onto Lay's Tide. The Roar gets popped off by the Kraken and gets the Ravage out in time. Arbed jumps away from the Mystic Flare, and Solo hunted down by Arbed and the Golem. Cookied forward, but unable to really track back far enough to catch the check. Another orb maybe allows Arbed to jump on in while VTune comes forward, Armlet on for these fatal bonds. Incredibly annoying for Na'Vi, taking out Solo's Chen, and EG just keep on going.
Well, this is exactly the fight that the EG wanted, where they go in, they force a bad Ravage from Tidehunter. It comes down to crit using Mortimer's Kisses, Cookie on a mid lane, and they did clear a lot of these Chen creeps. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Arteezy did deal some damage to the tier 3 tower. That's some 500 damage.
Yeah, some serious damage. 15 minutes in. And no one trying to just hold out on the mid lane, getting poked at by Abed non-stop. And with the Witchblade arriving in a matter of seconds, Abed's power increases tenfold.
EG's gonna head sick timing. Helm of the Overlord about to be done in 300 gold. Deso already done on Arteezy, just needs to use the Courier and also Puck. Witchblade is done inside the Roche pit. Probably they're gonna go because they have enough damage. Oh, Coil!
Coil!
He does have a Yule Scepter.
He does indeed. Ether Remnant dragging Abed back. The Yule Scepter there, and he's got to simulate steps to get away. So no one's going to jump to disengage. Lays still with no Ravage, and they've been savage roared back with Fatal Bonds on a few of them. Solo puts himself in harm's way. Wards are the only things dying just now, but Crit finally found by no one in Sweden Strong. The Bear dropping quickly, but the Shadow Word heal not enough to save him. Picked off by the CK, but the Roar holds V-Tune back as EG turn to continue fighting. They're still ready to go, not relying on too many of these big cooldowns. They can find the Chaos Knight with the Entangling Claws. Oh, just a bit more damage. No one jumps in. He tries to hold them back, and it looks like he might have succeeded.
Sweden Strong might be in trouble. Arteezy did pick up double damage on his hero instead of the Spirit Bear, but still big W for them. Like, just being able to get the Na'Vi out of their comfort zone, and Roshan, maybe they're thinking, do we need to go? If they're keeping an eye on Ravage, that means that it's going to be back online in 10 seconds.
Arteezy very bold here.
Good kisses.
He's got the artillery fire to come in from Crit. He sets it up, gives him the coordinates for it. Landed beautifully in by the snap. Now the Ancient Seal, though, starting him up. Trapped in place. No one gets the kill, but Crit and the gang arriving on the scene of the crime. Abed picks up a dominating streak and looks towards Lays. No, they shift towards no one instead. The Yule Scepter going to get him away from the coil, but he's stunned up by the Scatter Blast of Crit. This early shard pickup working wonders.
EG is so quick with responding. I think, personally, Snapfire ultis have been on point this game. Using it 2 times on a Tidehunter and also playing with Arteezy right now, getting a kill on CK. Also forcing Tidehunter to either use a bad Ravage or maybe he gets 1 kill out of it, and they cannot allow to do that. This is their beast team fight ulti. If it's down, EG takes Roche.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Arteezy playing the recon there, giving the vision for Crit to launch the lava in towards Na'Vi. It was a decent response from Na'Vi. And they come in, they kill our tour, but look at how many heroes just immediately swarm towards them, cut their line in half. They find the backstab to force Lays back, and then the catch onto the Void Spirit with a Roar and a Cookie. They also get Sweden Strong. The Dragon, the smoke, hiding the Skareth Mage, very nicely played. Lone Druid wants to move in with his bear, but it's a little out of range. Dragged back in with the Reality Rift, and Lay's going to try to Anchor Smash and gush it down. No one. Straight into the middle with a big Ravage, but the Golem holds him in place. Crit will fall first. Arteezy on the run back as Abed trying to bring down no one's Void Spirit with his coil up on him. He is leashed and trapped. A great kill from Abed.
He's ready to clean up.
Into more Nightfall Gush, but V-Tune, he's battling back. Giving it into Abed. He's Ancient Seal Silence, but he's still able to push so many more spells. Na'Vi can't contend with his Puck.
And kisses one more time on Lace. And now it's time to go inside a bit. They do have the damage. They do have a sustain from Warlock. Both supports already having their shards, so that means that their teamfight contribution is going to be pretty big. An extra way of control, an extra way of healing. Beastmaster provides stun with this Helm of the Overlord, because the only one who can kill it is CK if he has Phantasm. And in the middle of a fight, he does not want to go for it. Like, there are better targets to lock onto.
Yeah, really desperately wants to get this Abed Puck, even with the Ancient Seal. Yeah, he's got Sand, he'll have Kaya Sand soon. Status resistance will help him out tremendously. And now holding Aegis on Abed means he'll have even more freedom to dive into those back lines and look for the squishy targets. A bit of wave cutting from no one. Dire scanning. I'll see him now, showing on the wave itself. I don't think they can catch up to him though. Very elusive on these spirit heroes, while Solo goes for a solo push down in the bottom lane. We'll be able to grab a tier 1 tower with no response from EG. Just let him have it. We instead have Aegis. Have control of your triangle. Have a tier 2 to take. Maybe even a bit of a poke towards high ground with this bear, the dragon. All
It's
the
time
auras.
to go. They're ready. If you click on the heroes, they have way too many auras. Drums is available. They already pop it. Healing on every single summon that they have. Vintezo 6 stacks already online. No Ravage for 25.
Oh, yeah, it's great timing then, isn't it? On to that tier 3. Artur does a good chunk of damage.
Chen finally has Shard, so that means he can take over the Ancient Creeps that the Beastmaster will be controlling.
No one. Still cutting waves as well. Halting the push from EG. Trying to wait out this Aegis on the puck.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Solo with Sweden Strong, the actual hero down there, just going a good push bottom. Looks like EG still comfortable to plant themselves in the triangle. Move from tier 2 to tier 2. And the bear munches away at buildings very quickly.
All tier 2 towers gone. 21 minutes.
Has fallen.
Yeah, munching on concrete. Not very nutritious. It does help EG win the game though. Lays, yeah, blinks away. Doesn't want to get
on Lays, huh?
They'll try to.
That sounds tastier.
Nice barbecue flavour.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hunting bounties.
Abed might be able to find Sweden Strong.
He gets the coil on him. Ancient Seal came out very quickly. Well, look at EG. 2 heroes straight down to bottom, beelining towards the Scarrath Mage. Scatterblast and the Cookie miss. Zoning tools from Crit, though, to allow Abed to get the kill.
No one is buying a lot of time. As you said, being able to cut the waves, trying to farm that Aghanim Scepter. And Abed got to tilt a little bit to see what it says. Abed playing Dota 3 right now.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah, zoom in on him. Get into the virtual reality immersion into Dota 2. Oh, yeah, there we go. 7 kills, 7 kill streak, 2,000 gold from hero kills. Having a superb game with 0 deaths.
They're trying to tilt the puck, but Abed so far having a perfect game. 7-0 and 8. I like his item build. He decided to go for Sanj before he picked up the Blink Dagger, which is really like those stuns and mostly silence from Skywrath Mage. This, like, he does not want the silence to last full duration.
Yeah, see, he wants Kaya Sanj. He doesn't want Yules or BKB or any of these boring items. He wants the Kaya Sanj to make himself more powerful. Oh, more wave cutting from Na'Vi. They are behind. 6k net worth, 14 kills at 23 minutes, and their base, well, it's in a little bit of trouble. The bear is up on the high ground, mounting the ramparts, trying to break down the castle. Usually, fortifications are, impregnable, untouchable, and maybe with lasers jump in, they can do just that. Focusing the bear, Lone Druid dropping quick, the golem in, the kiss is landing, they get Artur though, the bear is down, but the return in from EG takes down no one's Void Spirit, and Lays will follow quickly after. Abed, he's the true carry of this game. The 2-man coil on CK and Chen, following through with a Scatterblast hit from Crit.
The coil.
Wonderful from EG, diving deep towards Fountain. Lays has bought back, but for what? He's got no Ravage!
No Ravage. Does have a right back, which did had a lot of impact in the previous one, but yeah, he just... I don't think he's gonna die here, but they will be able to clear the barracks. They decided to go on Arteezy, who did have a true form already, so it took them a lot of time. Every single time there is no Ravage, EG just goes around the map and do whatever they want.
Who needs the bear? You've got the Golem, you've got this Ice Shaman that we were making fun of earlier this morning. He's got
the best looking creep. Look at that
beautiful, beautiful face with a wonderful underbite and a massive staff. A takedown. The bottom lane of barracks, mid-tier 3 gone. Look at that. Gorgeous beast he is.
One of the reasons why Solo decided to steal it.
It's mine now. Well, it does building damage with his ice bomb, doesn't it?
Absolutely, 100 damage.
25% of 50 over 8.
On 30-second cooldown. So if you want to kill a building that is called just a building, you need
10 minutes?
10 minutes, pretty much.
Oh, this might be juicy for Na'Vi, but they miss the Ether Remnant, and Arteezy turns straight onto the sky. Couple of swipes of the bear's claws. Short work made of
Arteezy, 3 raid bans, 25 minutes into the game. Does have Raindrop and the Casual Cloak, making him super tanky.
Incredibly so. What have we got now? The Ancient Granite Golem for Nightfall, so bonus HP for EG's push.
I was looking at Lone Druid's armor, and considering how high it is, I thought that was his move speed. Oh, look at that. It's like 14 plus 30, and he's not even in true form.
That's insane. He's in true form now. He's got plenty of armor. A backup of his squad is here. All three lanes
look at
pushing
that physical
in.
resistance. Quick, quick.
What's that?
That's very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Unkillable.
It's a funny number. Oops. No one thought that was hilarious as well.
He's cracking himself up. But EG, if they want to play it safe, they should wait for next Roshan to respawn, or maybe try to bait another Rabbit. Like, one way to come back and to just close out the game is if you have buybacks on like 2 supports that could potentially die, you buy back, force a Ravage, and close it out.
Yeah, put Lays into an awkward spot. Right now, he is the be-all and end-all of their team fight for Na'Vi. But this map is getting incredibly small. The long line of wards from northwest down to southeast from EG here sees everything. They've got a wave in the bottom lane inside the Radiant base. There's nowhere that Na'Vi can hide. Nightfall even killing off one of the obs wards of Na'Vi, so their vision right now is just creep waves and heroes. They see nothing whatsoever while we kind of wait for the next Roshan. It seems EG don't want to go making any rash decisions. 40 seconds until fast spawn for the next Rosh to come up.
No need to rush things. They could potentially, like, look what they're doing. RTZ, I didn't mean feeding with the bear, but they might still back him up.
It looks like he's all right. Smoked up Lay's Tide will give him the gush. And a stolen Granite Golem. Oh, RTZ gets the cookie from Crit onto the bear.
Yeah, I heard bears do like honey, but not sure about the cookies. Crit was picking it out that he's going to use a cookie, but bear was too quick, turned around.
And Na'Vi, well, trying to use this as quickly as they can. Featured with the BKB, but the Golem from Fly and the Roar onto CK. Ravage is there, and it does catch a couple of heroes, but Arteezy's so tanky, he doesn't give a damn. Just turns and fights. Sweet and Strong and Solo running for the tree line. Stun onto Arbed. Featured focused, CK down, and no buyback on him. This is the signal of the end as Na'Vi crumble and they call GG.
I mean, what a performance from EG. Very clean, I would say. Arbed one more time on Puck. During the previous DPC tours, during the Stockholm Major, we saw Storm Spirit multiple times, but we saw Puck also popping off so far in this tournament, and Arteezy Lone Druid, this seems to be the working formula for them.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Again, with the team fight backing they've got, the pushing power from Arteezy, and it didn't fully rely on him. It worked out beautifully, but I think you're right. With Arbed on one of these Puck elusive team fight catching heroes, it makes it work.
They every single time they were just playing around the Ravage. EG moved around the map so quickly. Mid lane was going well. Bottom lane not really contested. Crit very annoying.
Yes.
Did block that small camp and the big camp multiple times in a row. Whether we're talking about body blocking or the sentry wards, and made bottom lane also very difficult. And Nightfall, like his Hawk control was on point, always providing vision where they are. Some good Mortimer's kisses that did pick up a couple of kills, forcing Tidehunter to use bad Ravages or not use it at all. Pretty
good stuff.
Good stuff from EG, definitely.
Yeah, EG on the up and up. We'll see how things fare, and we'll see what the panel thought about their victory here against Na'Vi.
Thank you so much, you two. That was a very nice, almost perfect game on the side of EG. Perfect game, in fact, I would say, for Arbed on that Puck, as there's a flying pig in front of me here. But don't be distracted by that perfect game on the Puck, because we actually have a very different MVP that at least you and I don't know where God stands on this.
Do you agree, God?
Do you agree?
Say yes.
I don't know what we're talking about.
It was Crit, baby. The Snapfire, the kisses. Oh, they were so good. The early shard. His Snapfire was out of control this game, man. I was super happy with it. It posed like so many different problems for Na'Vi. I felt it was stuff like just very easily this Tidehunter. He wants to Ravage when he's getting gone on, right? But the problem is when he gets gone on by like a Puck recoil and this Puck is on him, Puck can read the Ravage animation so he can potentially phase shift it. And then like the source of damage that's actually killing you is 10 miles away, so you can't even like stop that with your Ravage. So he feels so pressured, and like killing him is so easy for them. They did a really good job of using that all game.
Yeah, it was very zoning, I felt like, just because they could not go in when that was being dropped from above, and it has been a very big concern on the side of Na'Vi.
I've got a different MVP.
Oh, okay.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Sorry. Maybe more of a meme MVP, but Bulbot.
Ah!
The draft. I think this was a really well put together draft by EG. Turns out first picking Puck is a pretty good way to build a draft. And not picking Nature's Prophet.
I think Nature's Prophet could have won this game, actually.
True, actually. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I honestly think their draft with the Nature's Prophet would have worked fine here. It's definitely not unplayable here.
I did really like the Lone Druid, though.
Yeah.
Because when he did get the ults off in fights, he was so goddamn tanky. Like, the ability to live through a CK initiation is, like, massive in this game. And the Ravage is.
Well, Na'Vi got to a point where it felt like they kind of had damage and playmaking issues in some way, even with, like, a Skywrath. Like, this Skywrath Chen, like, outside of the lane stage felt like they didn't have a really good place in the game, at least not to me. And then you've got this Tidehunter, so it almost like I just saw this like read this game from like no one's perspective. He's playing this mid Void Spirit, he comes online, and it felt like he has to be reactionary to the puck rather than proactive setting up plays for his team. Like, he doesn't have anyone to set up moves for or to play around, and I feel like that was a bit of an issue for just Navi's game in general. I feel like when we've seen him really shine on these Spirit Heroes, on these pucks, has been when, you know, they've got a more aggressive off-laner as well as support duel.
Right. I mean, you hit that on the head, right? And Sheep, you definitely brought that up too, is there was a bit of a concern with the Na'Vi playstyle this match compared to the super aggro situation, pointing out that 1-7 CK feels bad, man.
They did not engage their heroes into making plays on Na'Vi, it felt like. Like, they had a real passive problem. I thought their laning was like going fine and good, and then you just have like I talked about the Void Spirit Skywrath combo, but when Sky hit 6, I didn't see them making proper plays. I thought they set themselves up well for plays, because when CK did get ganked bot, they moved him to top lane, they'd taken the tower, they'd done that part well. They left a ward in their jungle, which they can then go playmake on. But instead of making these plays, they do nothing. They're putting like, they're splitting the map like 1-2-2, just farming and trying to be as greedy as possible, and it's just like not working at all.
Yeah, and I think EG did a really good job punishing it, because they've got all these heroes that were great at taking objectives. They're like, okay, you guys are split up. Well, we'll go from this tower to the next, and we'll take pickoffs here and there. It felt like they just kept killing no one. Like, you know, of course, Void Spirit picked against the Puck because you've got the catch and ways to kill Puck, but it does go both ways. Playing Puck into Void Spirit, like, it's okay. There's a reason people first pick Puck and aren't worried about that matchup. Is like, it's on a counter. Let's put it that way. It's good to have a Void Spirit against the Puck, but it doesn't counter the Puck.
No, and is it you called this out like while we were in the green room watching the game, is that perhaps maybe they wanted to try to see if this would work out this draft.
Yeah.
Why let that Puck in? And it's still I don't think we're going to see a Puck game 2.
I don't either. I think we saw that in the previous series too, where it was like, okay, we'll give EG Abed his Puck game 1, and then game 2. It may change if Navi is first pick. A lot of it always comes down to first pick, because Navi themselves will happily just first pick a Puck for no one. But assuming EG have first pick, or let's just say Navi don't want to first pick it, then I feel like they need to ban it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the ban that they would have to give up for it was the Wyvern, which is problematic in its own ways, just because like Fly, I think one of his best hero this tournament so far has been the Wyvern. Like, his Wyvern ults are insane, and have like games that they've lost with the Wyvern have still looked pretty good, just because he disengages fights so well with it. But you gotta let something through. It's kind of the problem.
Right. I mean, that is definitely a concern that Na'Vi, they have to figure out as we go into this break and get ready for game number 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This town is not big enough for the both of us.
You will never get this town. Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
EG just took game 1 against Na'Vi on the back of a very fat Abed puck and an amazing performance on crit on that Snapfire. Curious to see if Na'Vi is going to be able to take this back, balance things out, take it to a 1-1, but it really will come down perhaps to that draft. Will they let that puck through? I don't know.
We'll see.
We will see. It's possible. Now, another hero, while we were trying to brainstorm for Na'Vi on their behalf here, we talked about the Chen a little bit, right? What are your thoughts and the performance from last game? Maybe potentially seeing it again this time around?
Okay, we didn't have time to talk about this last panel, but there was something I was really excited about when I realized is that Na'Vi, playing Chen in the safe lane, they put a ward in their main jungle area, which gave vision of all 3 camps, and something notable. It's a very small thing. It doesn't change the game, but it was really cool. He could basically use persuasion on the creeps from the low ground, so he didn't have to, like, if the camps got blocked, he didn't have to, like, walk all the way to his jungle. He was able to just grab a creep and keep going. Like, that was just such a small efficiency thing that I was just like, I love this. It's like really nice Dota play.
Right.
In general, I think Solo played pretty well. It's not his job to make plays, so the passive thing I don't really put on him. I think he did a good job invading the enemy jungle. He took a lot of attention to himself. He used his birds to go down some cliffs and juke and get away. So he's wasting time. I thought it was really cool. He got the mech too, tried to negate some of that team fight damage with the heal, but it wasn't enough in the end.
No, it wasn't. And as already we're seeing the draft on the screen here, Puck, as we call it.
Goodbye, Puck.
Get it out of here.
It's gone. Goodbye. And Na'Vi, they'll get first pick this time around too. So curious to see if what sort of opening we would like to see from them. Perhaps that would be very strong, impactful this time. Because if you're banning the Puck, then a couple of those first phase popular heroes right now are going to be available.
But they have first pick, so they're not comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's also it's one of those things where I was like, I just assumed Na'Vi, if they have first pick, would just do what EG did and first pick it blind, because it seems like you can do that with Puck, and they've got no one. But this does seem to be, at least there's a trend developing with EG where it's like teams are willing to try the Puck one game and then not give it to them twice in a row. I think soon we're going to start seeing teams just banning out from the get-go, or taking the first pick approach, which is what teams like against OG is like. Okay, we'll ban Razor unless we have first pick, then we'll first pick Razor.
Yeah, certain teams require more bans. It's like when you play against Talon, you ban the KP Brewmaster. When you play against OG, you ban the Timber, the Razor, Viper, between those three. And that's when you have to let Puck through. In this series, it seems like maybe there's a little bit more leeway. These bans seem very standard as opposed to targeted. I do wonder what they'll take. Tiny, obviously, massively contested. It could be that. What else? Marcy, Dawn are both gone.
Razor's usually a popular opener.
So true. I feel like every opening is like they pick one of these and then the enemy responds with like Dazzle +1. Are you feeling that?
Right.
Well, they took the Wyvern, so if you want the fly here, then taking Dazzle now would make sense. I imagine that's probably what Na'Vi were thinking about, was Dazzle or Wyvern. But Tiny's the other hero that's still in the pool, of course.
I don't know what the priority of Snapfire is like, because they did just have a really good game on it. And do you want to bring that confidence to this game? It's nice against the Wyvern.
Yeah.
Could see it again. But, like, is it priority enough? It feels like teams usually want something else.
Yeah.
Razor, of course, just... Razor's gone in Razor, bro. What can I say?
It's like you let him through, he's going to be played. And, I mean, we're seeing, like you said, like the Wyvern is now picked. So perhaps if they're wanting to do that Snapfire game, but no, it is the fly.
Wow, one plus Dazzle. What a great time we're having on this draft.
Right. Surprise.
And now Na'Vi respond with Nature's Prophet. Whoa.
You think so?
Okay, no, I don't.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I think EG did it against against a Razor opening.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then they lost.
They get Void. There's a bit of this has been the hero that the teams from China DPC, they love Faceless Void, and it's generally against the Razor. It's been getting banned a lot of the time when teams pick Razor, and then they'll ban it Void second phase. I think Na'Vi maybe knowing if they want this Void, they're going to pick it now, and they get the opportunity to kind of, protect it. You're playing with first pick. This is the one, like, big pick of your draft, is what you get after your first pick.
Yeah, I for one, really love Faceless Void. I think against Razor as well, they usually get the shot at 15 minutes, so sometimes you can leave it for later, but in this matchup... Yeah, you kind of snag it early. What damage they're going to get with it is in the air. EG's bans will probably be tailored towards that. You might see an Invoker ban. You might see a Snapfire ban. Coddle even, maybe. Like a no-one Coddle could be pretty devastating if they were to get it. Just something that, even though Faceless Void wants to hit the things inside the chrono, if you can do an E-Blade burst or anything like that, it's pretty big.
Yeah, well, he sounds very highly valued so far in this tournament, having been banned out 30-something times so far throughout the event, only going through at least like 5 times. This is what, the 5th or the 6th, so that's pretty huge. Faceless Void, very excited to see it. It's always fun to cast, so I feel like the chrono is coming out, and then you just know, like, oh, something's going to be going down.
Yeah.
But curious to see, I suppose, like, as far as what sort of like you said that it's very popular in China. Where do they typically? Is it just like the standard like carry lane, or you can't really flex?
There's not much flex, like except for some of the crazy teams, like who do like a support Void.
Right.
Remember Southeast Asia offlane Void, bro?
Yeah. I mean, there are examples of flexing Void, but it's
right.
Didn't 9 play at mid?
Maybe.
I feel like he lost horribly, but I definitely feel like that's a memory in my brain.
There were some C teams who did 5-position Void too.
What the hell? Who was that?
I think it's Div 2.
Oh, okay.
Did they just like hear that, you know what, all of these heroes are so flex right now, let's see who else is flexible. Like, why not? Just
why not?
Why not?
Yeah, like a Fada 5 Sven. But thinking back to Na'Vi as a team, I know Lays he's gotten some really nice... Oh, no, my Timber's ban. Well, I was going to say his Timbers were pretty great as well, so that could be a potential ban. But yeah, that's gone. They're ahead of me. EG's so smart.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think like what damage. We saw Skyroth last game. Wasn't utilized very well by Na'Vi. However, it does work with the Faceless Void.
it really comes down to where they want their other cores to go to. Like, I think they can pick Skywrath, but then you're going to need specific heroes to play with the offlane with Skywrath as well as your mid. You've suddenly got no playmakers again, like Skywrath plus Wyvern support you. Like, there's a lot of weaknesses there.
For sure.
So you can fit it in, but it does force you down a certain pathway with the rest of your picks.
Yeah.
How do we feel about like a Death Prophet with that Void, with or against?
Seems good to me.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Death Prophet fan in general. I just think she gives a lot and is easy to execute.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Yes. The Silence, I think, is super underrated. It's a crazy good spell. I think, particularly for the EG side, it could be a good offlane here if they want to do Carry Razor, but I think the SEA teams haven't done very well here, but the one thing they were right about is this offlane Death Prophet, because that's like the meta in SEA is offlane Death Prophet.
Yeah, and it's been doing pretty... I think it's been doing pretty nicely in this tournament as well. So far.
Yeah, which have like a 30% win rate.
Yeah, I mean,
but I agree.
C'est la vie. I mean, they keep picking Earthshaker, and that still has like a 10% win rate. So.
It's on the up and up. The stocks are up.
That's true.
Yeah. So... Obviously, we talked a lot about what synergizes with Faceless. At the same time, EG need to address it. Lockdown for it, stuff that can keep it down. Talking again about Skywrath, you can use stuff with silences to kill him. Earth Spirit, fantastic. Something that can... Because he'll just jump away and backtrack your damage if you don't have enough lockdown. And Razor and Dazzle have none already, so your chain stunning is going to be like lacking.
Dude, Crit's so happy right now. He's like, I get to play Earth Spirit.
Hype it, bro.
Yeah. Dude, every time I watch his stream, he's just complaining. He's like, dude, I wish Earth Spirit was better. Why is this hero so bad on this patch now? And yeah, you got to get the right dream game for it, because he is one of the best Earth Spirits in the world. Like, he is a specialist on this hero in so many different ways. I think he is up there, like, almost on that Jerax tier of Earth Spirit players. Like, he is so good on this hero.
I feel like I remember reading an interview with one of the Chinese players. I cannot tell you the name of them right now, but they said that they think Earth Spirit's underestimated in the meta right now, and they think it's good. So obviously EG think it's good too, because they're picking it right now, but I would love to see the hero rise more in prominence, because he's like on the same level as Earthshaker. It's so fun to watch these heroes make plays.
And I think the cool thing with Earth Spirit is some of you mentioned the Chinese teams, it's actually kind of a flex. Some teams are playing at mid. The mid Earth Spirits are not losing. That's the thing. Like, when it's flex mid, it's won more than it's lost, as far as I've seen. So I think it's a cool hero.
Yeah, like Ori's mid Earth Spirit. That's right.
Yeah.
So I think Na'Vi has been listening in, because it looks like they do want to take these fights a lot earlier. They have now the Clockwork and the Coddle coming into this.
There you are.
There's some damage for Chrono.
My no one Coddle. Oh yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah.
So
you've already got the Earth Spirit to get on top of Coddle, kind of.
Yes.
Easier said than done. Like, but yeah, this is a good Coddle pick.
I like it a lot, and I think what the Clockwork does is he's going to give them vision, A, for the jump for Chrono, and B, he wants to find this Earth Spirit and like try and hook him in these fights to stop him, like get in his way and stop him from jumping the Coddle, because Coddle ideally doesn't want to buy a 4-star to have to get away from stuff. He wants to get his E-Blade and Boost of Travel and all this stuff. Or he doesn't really want to BKB either. So you need this
Vessel, whatever. Yeah,
really
he wants to go
him.
damage.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've completely forgotten about the vessel.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of every Coddle's just going for a sign vessel.
Exactly. So I think that's the purpose of the clock.
This is kind of cool. We get to see it's EG picking Storm.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
You love to see it. Or depending who you are.
Depending. I'm sure the chat and everybody watching is very polarized right now.
Yeah, Navi's getting PTSD. They just lost to Boom Storm today.
Yeah, and for all the memes about EG Storm, like, so much of their greatest successes come from having Storm.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they picked up 5 games in a row against IG in Singapore Major Grand Finals, and they lived by it, they died by it back then. But this is obviously as comfort as it gets for EG. Is their whole like a lot of their draft is throwback with Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Arteezy Razor. Oh, I don't know if we're seeing Arteezy Razor, probably not, but it very much is comfort for EG. And Storm against Coddle. Okay, the reason it's good this game, you've got a way to jump Coddle. Coddle's super mobile. His movement speed, insane. He gets Boots of Travel. You just can't catch him. If he needs a 4-star, he'll get it. So having a Storm Spirit against not just Coddle, but also Wyvern in a game with basically no stuns to really worry about except maybe the Chrono feels really good.
Yeah. So the things I look at when I see this draft now is how these teams are going to play around runes. I think for Storm, it's very important to get that. I think we'll see a lot of rotations if possible. Earth Spirit and Storm together will be able to kill this Coddle very easily. So they want to set up wards around mid in that case. I think the Clock and the Wyvern together might not be able to save his life. So these like counter rotations might not be as strong on Navi's side. I also really worry about their early game damage right now until Coddle gets more items. If they come and use a Chrono, who's killing these heroes when there's a Grave potentially?
Right.
They need this Clock to not only disrupt like... Well, there's a Storm in the play. What I said was before Storm, right? But he wants to disrupt the Earth Spirit. He wants to stop the Dazzle from getting Grave. It feels like there's a lot of things needed from each hero on Na'Vi right now that I'm a little bit worried about. I want something with more jump, like another jump hero on this last pick to just help alleviate some of the stress.
So is it feeling like a little bit similar still to the first game as far as the potential issues that Na'Vi could be running into with what feels like a very aggressive EG lineup again, honestly?
Yeah, I'm worried they're going to be passive again.
Yeah, I see that for sure, and it's going to come down to like the team will look around like, oh, who's going to make some plays for us, and they don't have a clear, obvious answer for it outside of like Clockwork right now. Void, if he's your carry, he's looking to farm. Maybe he'll show up to a fight with Chronosphere, but he doesn't want to be the one leading the charge. The EG bans are more about maybe some of the Death Ball heroes they worry about. I think that's the other way where you don't have the best playmaking is you just look to group up and force objectives.
Oh god, wait, it's an offlane Void?
Offlane AM maybe.
Oh jeez,
we don't know.
Oh no, I don't like it.
I like it. I mean, I like it more if it's AM offlane. That hero actually RNG played it offlane today.
Yes.
Absolutely dominated.
Okay.
It's very playable as an offlaner, I think.
Okay.
If you're an offlane player, you don't believe it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just like, this doesn't fix any of the problems I see with their job.
Right.
I'm not a pro player. They know better than me. So I will respect that their ideas probably, they feel like they can get away with this greed. They can defend towers with Coddle. They can defend towers with Wyvern. They think they'll be able to get to a space where either this Anti-Mage or Void as a carry can get items and they can take the fights that they want.
It's very greedy.
It's very greedy. And it's hard because if EG are able to establish very deep wards, like I think last game Na'Vi were the ones putting like a ward behind the mid tower.
Right.
If EG do that this game, they can look for these kills, these dives. I don't see who's punishing them.
Yeah. So I know like Na'Vi has played the Anti-Mage earlier and against Beast Coast and won, but this is EG and I mean,
that was Beast Coast. What are you saying about Beast Coast?
I'm just saying Beast Coast has their own meta. They have their own meta, and so it's a little bit different. So I feel like I don't know if I really feel it's going to be a carry AM, so it's off.
Okay. Yeah, this Ursa I love. Yeah. It just ramps up the speed now. EG are not only going to be trying to gank a lot, but now they have something that threatens Roshan. And Na'Vi have Clock, which is nice. You use the Rocket Flare to give vision, but
you can see them rushing.
Right. Yeah. What can you do?
Can you stop them rushing?
Yeah.
They do have ways to contest it at least, but if EG just get it under their nose, it's very hard because Aegis is like a massive counter to like the Chrono and so on.
Yeah. And I mean, Storm with Aegis, like the best Aegis carry in the game.
Right. So it just sounds like does Na'Vi need to stall for?
They need to stall
for their life.
Yes, sir.
Until that AM says, I have finished jungling. Or
I finished farming.
I finished farming. I am ready to go. Well, with that, we'll find out, I suppose, because our casters, I'm sure, are ready to go as well. We got Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, EG on the up and up with a lot of tempo in their draft. Na'Vi, they're going to draw the game out, delay things, raising the stakes with an AM last pick.
It's a lot of greed. We're talking about Anti-Mage, Faceless Void, the Wyvern as your position 5. It can work. I think this Ursa, I love seeing Ursa, but every single time I watch this hero being played, it always loses. This time around, I have a good feeling about it. They do have multiple ways of getting on top of Coddle, on top of Wyvern in the backlines, and these are the heroes that they definitely want to take out first.
And it's Radiant Ursa as well, right?
Yeah, and Radiant Ursa is just better. If you split them up in half, you switch the towers, you trade the tier 1 towers, the safe lane ones, and Ursa be playing top part of the map, and always threaten the Roshan kill.
Exactly, something he loves to do as Na'Vi with an Anti-Mage, a counter pick against the Storm Spirit, trying to maybe handle Abed going into that mid-game. But we'll see how quickly he can play and what kind of item build he's going to go for as we head into Game 2 of Na'Vi up against the Evil Geniuses and get ourselves into this laning stage to kick things off as EG are 1 game up in this best of 2 and looking for win after win in the group stage after a kind of faltering day 1. They've definitely picked things up in day 2 and day 3.
Most definitely. The team feels so much more cohesive together. They're on the same page with the spellcasting and everything. And yeah, Na'Vi, after losing to Bear in the previous game, banned out one Bear, but there is still Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Can't forget about him. EG smoked all the way around, got a couple of wards towards that bottom rune spot and that bottom jungle. A quick high ground ward coming in from Na'Vi and a sentry to block the small camp. Try and remove some of that additional farm that Storm Spirit would like. As we see there, EG exactly the same thing to stop the no one Kotal from accelerating as quickly as he'd want as well.
No one will need to make a lot of space these rotations. Him and Clockwork, it needs to be on point. Because offlane Faceless Void, it's been quite some time until I've seen this hero being played where I'm like, alright, this hero has some potential. But there's also not much damage they can throw inside a Chronosphere other than Illuminate. Yeah, Rocket, but that's not it.
Nightfall, tagged by the Battery Assault, and a lot of damage from that Mana Burn. Going to clear him up. I guess the high five from the tower as he dies, but a good first blood for Na'Vi onto the anti-mage. Incredibly important for them as they throw the tips towards Nightfall. I'm sure he's,
not what you expected.
of course, good friends with a lot of these Na'Vi players coming from the same region.
Bad dodging that Illuminate on a mid lane. Storm should not struggle here. He should have a good time, and so is no. And I don't think anyone is going to die, because Keeper of the Light will be able to keep the distance.
Yeah.
There is small camp blocked for Keeper of the Light. That's pretty big, and the same goes for Storm Spirit. So both teams know that these two heroes love to farm the small camp, and will be taking out some of their XP and extra gold.
Well, Fly going to try and stop the easy pull across of the creep wave by Sweden Strong, while Solo doing the exact same thing top. So both side lanes here from the off lane trying to manipulate that creep wave, get faster level 2s on some of their heroes. Arteezy, though, is able to drag his enemy creep wave across and maybe get the deny on the range creep, which always is a hindrance for their opponents. Now, how is this going to work, Lacoste, with Void offlane? Because you've got Kotal, very greedy, soaks up a lot of farm. AM, same story. What build do we see from Lays here?
Ooh, that's a good question.
You can't Mom Maelstrom on an offlane Void? Do you go back to the Universe Blink days?
Does he want to scale? Probably. He might get a Mask of Madness, I wouldn't mind seeing that. But he also might go more utility. I'd be down, now that I'm thinking about it, he's playing against 2 heavy physical cores. I would love to see Heaven's Halberd. Sounds stupid, but other heroes cannot buy it. And like just Mask of Madness, Heaven's Halberd, because you need some kind of way to farm things up. And you also want to like scale to one extent. You're not going to get like, I don't know, Lotus Orb into...
Guardian Greaves.
Yeah.
Or the 32 salves if you play Slasher's way. Maybe if he finds the trusty shovel, he can go that direction. And Crit, slapping away at Solo. And again, they're just splitting these waves as best they can. Sweden Strong. They're going to drag down bottom. Fly's Poison Touch. Pretty annoying. One of the better tools here. Nearly loses the aggro of the creeps there, but a couple of the melees will follow and keep chasing him. But where's he going? Is he going to drag these creeps to mid lane for no one to farm? Oh,
he's trying to figure that out himself, like whether the creeps are going to be following him.
Yeah, it's like Kotal, I'm bringing you creeps. Oh no, I'm not. Man, it's been a while since I've seen this level of creep manipulation being attempted. Lays does have the time walk to jump away from the Fuzzy Wuzzy of Artur.
He's
That's
dead.
on cooldown for a long time now, though.
Arteezy.
And there's the kill for Arteezy's bet. Missing a few CS on the tower, though. Dire Wave is under tier 1. But he should be able to return and gather up the remnants of the waves.
Kotal did manage to devord his small camp. Abed did not, so he's going to be farming a little less, having less experience. Anti-Mage, because he got the first blood on the top lane, does have Ring of Health, and when he starts to put points in counter spell, Razor will think twice.
Abed?
He's fine.
Okay. It's always one of those moments, though, you know, level 3, level 4 on Storm, you see those solo kill attempts. No one very speedy on the Keeper of the Light, though. Able to get away from any remnants left over by Abed. And I noticed, you know, Anti-Mage is going Battle Fury, and as is the Ursa of Arteezy. That the Ursa trying to scale and keep up with the AM's farm rate.
Yeah, because Ursa, if he doesn't get Battle Fury, that means that he's not gonna, like, you need to keep fighting, get the momentum going. You can still play without Battle Fury, but if you want to play it safe, Battle Fury is the way to go.
Nice. It's not going to be that like AFK farming for Battle Fury and then sitting in jungle though, right? He's going to be farming and fighting at the same time. Keep that pressure on with the help of the Storm and the Earth Spirits.
I've seen some Chinese carries going like Diffusal Blade into Battle Fury to be able to like have late game security, but also like have window between 10 and 20 minute mark where you want to take the fights. Because Mana Burn is extremely effective against Anti-Mage, Faceless Void, even anything that is cold embraced. Yeah, and having an extra way of slow also is a huge benefit.
Definitely help out. I'll see how things pan out though for our tour. And has Faceless Void decided anything yet? Just treads queued up for now. Not committing in towards any higher tier items just yet. Definitely being bullied though by this Ursa. 13 last hits on the Faceless Void. 24 and 14. 15 denies now on Arteezy. As Fly forces the TP back from the Clockwork. And leaving Lays in that straight 1v1, which is not a happy time for him.
No, he doesn't have a kill threat. It's Clockwork plus offlane Faceless Void. Like you just against Ursa, he can't get out of caught with Earthshock.
He's got to blink away. Can't continue that 1v1 fight against Nightfall. A crit. And he might be looking for the backstab. I don't think we've got any salves there. It is just the Ring of Health and that tower protection regen. Keeping the AM in lane.
Oh, Region Rune for Abed.
He's going to get the Vortex on the clock that illuminates some big damage and blown back.
When I said Region Rune, I meant the Fountain Regeneration.
Yeah.
Because they blasted him.
I was not expecting that. Nightfall's going to go for solo now. And walks the Wyvern with the leash up on him. A little bit of damage, but not too much kill threat there. So far, you know...
Arteezy's dead.
Arteezy, yeah. Sweden strong and lanes. The time walk forward is going to keep the Void alive. And he was left all alone down bottom. No Dazzle to be seen.
Played way too aggressively, but Abed will come in and clean things up. Because there's a huge wave approaching, and Abed will definitely farm that up. Meanwhile, on a mid lane, Fly collecting some experience. Abed will go back to mid lane. Arteezy back to the bottom.
Do you think Na'Vi feel pretty good about the way things are going? Like, the net worth lead is minimal. It's been a pretty slow laning stage, right?
They love that, because, I mean, you have Anti-Mage and off-lane Faceless Void, plus Keeper of the Light from mid lane, which means that he's going to be farming. Boots of Travel already done, 7 minutes in.
So when does EG want to pick up the tempo? Is it around a Storm Spirit timing, or like Earth Spirit level 6?
They have Earth Spirit plus Storm, so they can always go for these pickoffs. So once Earth Spirit starts getting levels, ooh.
Yeah, interesting interaction there. Pushed and
push
pulled.
And pull.
And then rolling away.
Do you remember that push me, pull you animal from Dr. Doolittle?
I do not. Don't? I remember Dr. Doolittle, but I can't remember any...
It's from the book.
I see. No.
Hey, it's a weird looking animal. Let me Google that for you.
Yeah, you bring up the picture for me, thank you. I remember the... There was an English TV show, To Me, To You. There was two men with mustaches that were always joking around and trying to move things back and forth. That's a llama.
Yeah, it's a double llama.
that is a double llama. Conjoined llama.
Very funny.
I'm glad Twitch chat can't see what you're showing me on your screen.
They can Google it. It's safe for work. You can Google it. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna get you banned, chat.
Let the fun begin.
Goodness gracious. Well, Abed, closing on a level 9. Going for that Kaya build that we've seen. Sandra Kaya, rather than the Orchid or anything like that. Just want to scale, build up into that mid-game. Fly sat behind him, poking away at no one, but Na'Vi have the numbers with Solo and Sweden strong, looking to play forward in towards the Dazzle. Slow him down with the Arctic Burn, and a good push back with the Blinding Light opens things up for Fly to die. He might grave himself and buy a bit of time. In the end, he will eventually fall inside his own jungle.
I said that Clockwork plus Keeper of the Light need to make rotation. They also got first Urn of Shadow charge. No one will be going into Spirit Vessel as expected. This is Storm Spirit after the nerfs to Null Talismans, which means that his mana, like, it's not going to be 4 or 5 Nullies and unlimited mana. So he's trying to make an adjustment, going for the Soul Ring and going for Kaya next.
Yeah. Trying to keep that mana pool up. Well, it's very difficult for EG so far to really contend with the AM or bully him. Razor hasn't been able to do too much, but now they bring in Artur, and with that silence from Crit, they finally land the initiation that they've been desperate for these first 10 minutes to kill the anti-mage. And the plan was simple, kill the AM.
Finally, we see Earth Spirit in action. This is his first real rotation. As I said, he needed a little bit more levels, put that point in silence, and with the roll, there is enough to be able to kill him. Now, onto the tower. They're using a scan to check if anyone is there. In terms of tower damage, they don't really have that much.
Abed really wanted that rune. And grabs the DD, bottles it up, while V-Tune gonna chip away at Fly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Abed back to his fountain. Scared of what the Kotl was bringing. But now with this move up top, sure, they kill the AM, but Laze is getting quite a lot of time down bottom. And it looks like he decided what he's going to build.
Right back, Faceless Void.
You a fan?
Radiant's bottom tower
Will buff up, like, it will give them some extra damage, opens up the Roche as well, even though they have, like, Cold Embrace, but...
Nice roll in from Crit. Silence and the damage from Nightfall, 2 in a row. Quick succession of kills on the AM there. Huge boost for EG's morale. But Sweet and Strong and Laze aiming for Nightfall. Crit gonna roll away, he's out of danger. Nightfall fighting back, gets a double kill as he picks off the Clockwork. He will die in return in a 2 for 2 because Earth Spirit also dropped to the Urn, I believe, of the Keeper of the Light.
By Keeper of the Light, yeah. Abed not involved in this fight, and Fly moving around the map, trying to collect some XP. Rest of the team playing aggressively. But the good thing for EG is they did manage to kill Anti-Mage second time, delaying his Battle Fury timing. It's still going to be decent timing on the Battle Fury, considering how all things went in the laning stage and these 2 kills.
Do you know what this Void build reminds me of, Lacoste? If you think back 6 years ago...
I don't know.
Meme. Well, it was a meme, yeah. It's no longer in the game, but there used to be a time, and I think it was Bulba that made this popular, Manta-style Necronomicon Faceless Void, because you can move the units around inside the Chrono. So you're going to have Wraith Pact running around in Chrono.
Do you need it? Do you need Wraith Pact to move? I mean, it still deals damage if you
Yeah,
summon
you
it,
can
but...
move it forward, send it deeper. Solo going to get picked up here by EG. Caught out and killed. He does get a curse onto the Storm. What's the follow-through like, though? It's a 2-man Chrono. Laze doesn't really have the backup damage.
On cooldown.
Oh, yeah, Rocket Flare comes in, does very little now, and Laze has spent his Chrono. Hook shot off the mark as well. As EG just waved goodbye.
Sweet and Strong, but USA stronger in this one. Misses a hook shot, and there was supposed to be a blast from Keeper of the Light, but unfortunately it was on cooldown. And now, Nightfall, he's going for pretty standard stuff on his Razor, getting the BKB first to be able to just lock onto a target and be very annoying, even though it's like 2... I mean, I'm not sure who's going to be linking, because he needs either Storm Spirit or Earth Spirit to also provide some kind of a lockdown. Both Anti-Mage and Faceless Void can blink away.
How many raindrops does one man need? Nightfall, picking up a couple of pairs of them. Still a very slow, steady game. As Na'Vi continue to try and delay things out until they get these big items up, especially on their AM. And Fly, he's got an Observer Ward, not quite sure where he wants to place it yet. Na'Vi have done a very good job at sentrying, dewarding, controlling that top jungle, and even placing some deep vision down bottom to pivot towards this tier 1.
Arteezy will match. Almost timing from Anti-Mage for that Battle Fury. But they also do open up Roshan potentially, because Fury swipes are maxed out. That means that, as we said, the first tier 1 tower falls, and Ursa will be playing top part of the map. Does have enough sustain with that Possessed Mask. Now we'll be getting that Ring of Health and also Void Stone. So in terms of farming, both of these heroes are going to have pretty much the same amount of farm.
Yeah, gets those Battle Furies right on time. Kotl aiming BKB next, as he's finished off his travels in his Spirit Vessel. Taking over that bottom jungle. Mirror movement from EG going up north, and they did get their Observer Ward down at long last. Trying to scout out any movements from Na'Vi. No one really yet making a move on these tier 1s though. Everyone able to hold out. Of course, Keeper of the Light very adept at just shoving waves.
There's not enough tower damage. Both teams like literally have nothing. They need to play with catapults, or they need to win a big team fight and start hitting the towers. So Faceless Void does have 2,000 gold, still thinking about his itemization. If he wanted to commit for this one, he would definitely bought it, but, you know, might be thinking of something different. I said...
Radiance. Vanguard Radiance, Faceless Void, bring it back.
If they want to play a farm game, I also wouldn't mind... I'm going to say it, Gary. I wouldn't mind seeing him and Midas if he wants to play the farm game.
The Midas. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, is it? Faceless Void likes the attack speed. If they are doing this long, drawn-out game, get the experience as well. He's got decent talents.
You won't be able to close out the game because you have no tower damage. We're talking about sieging tier 3 tower, and that's very difficult. Never mind. A bit disappointed.
He's bought it. 60% Dota Plus win probability, slightly climbing. 1% every few seconds there for EG. See if that means anything whatsoever, though. As Na'Vi bring 3 heroes top. AM constantly under this Radiant Ward, but still no opportunity for EG to get in on top of him. Maybe we would like to see Earth Spirit and Storm play a little more aggressively, as the Battle Fury done on both of the Position 1 heroes.
They will always have kill threat on Anti-Mage. Pre-Manta style, they will be able to lock onto him and kill him. No one making an adjustment, going for second item. I mean second item. If Boots Travel is first item, Spirit Vessel second, then BKB third item. He needs to be able to protect himself against Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit. So good choice, very defensive, and here they come.
Yeah, straight onto the Kotl. Lays looking to swing back. Time dilation slows him down, and Arteezy hookshotted, trapped in the cogs, but he'll Earthshock over the trap. They do have this Chrono, though, onto the edge. Ursa and the Dazzle, so no grave, no heal. And the Time Lock Bash is landing onto Ursa while they try to curse Arbed up. A little bit disjointed here from EG as they link and drain the damage from the Void, but in comes VTune trying to clear up on crit. Na'Vi holding their jungle and moving forward for more. Lays, they slow down Nightfall, another blink forward from VTune, but no real way to connect meaningfully on the Razor. That's good enough for them.
Faceless Void lays those Chronospheres nicely, catching him on the edge, and Dazzle could not get the grave
He just looked
off.
at me.
Yeah.
He turned his head, he winked, gave me the side eye. He knows what he's doing, Twitch chat. Don't mistake it. He's very calculated with these jokes.
I'd say big W for Na'Vi. Using that Chronosphere as a tool just to lock onto someone, get a kill. I want to see EG play aggressively right now, because they know there is no Chrono. 2 times Winter's Curse was used, and they didn't get too much out of it.
Oh, a hook shot though. Fly, once again. Picked off by Sweden Strong and Lays. That's the heat map of the Kotl there, as we see on the mini-map bottom left. Majority of the time in that middle lane, and of course all the creep camps surrounding it. Hasn't really been... he's not really a rotating hero. He is the sit mid, defend my tier 1, and gather up an enormous amount of farm. He sits atop the net worth chart at 8,700. Slow and steady. Gonna win this race. Lincoln Sphere for Arbed. Looks like that's about to be delivered, so fully completed.
Lincoln Sphere done on Storm Spirit. He's afraid of Mana Void and Curse to lock him into place, burn his mana. Faceless Void does have Vlad done. It might be also full raid back. Yeah, he's using the Courier. Silence into roll.
Is it enough damage? Ooh, maybe if they can keep on chasing. Nightfall has his BKB up. Sweden Strong under the Shadow Amulet. Untouchable. So that's a BKB usage for a Faceless Void kill, but this is what it unlocks. Roshan available for EG just to walk into the pit. This should be a simple one for Artur to take. I don't think Na'Vi has what it takes to contest this.
Clockwork, TPing, he wants to find an angle.
Oh yeah, he's got hookshot.
Half HP. I don't know if they want to commit to this.
Oh, he's been rocket flared, scouted. I thought that was a freebie for them, but Abed, he wants the additional pick-off to make it a little easier. Solo jumped on by the bear and hugged to death.
Inside the pit, but they lost the stacks from Chivalry Swipes, so might need to wait out. They had this opportunity. Clockwork TPs, scouts them into rocket, Arteezy gets bashed, and back to full HP. Crit and fly. Do have a lot of healing.
The high ground ward there as well gives EG the vision and the safety that they need to take it. They're already pinging out where the Clockwork is, and they make the jump with Abed and Crit. That's the pairing we wanted to see. Two spirits straight in onto him with the Magnetize there. Sweden Strong is low but not dead. Gets the vision with the rocket flare again, and with Solo's D-Ward and a Chrono going straight through under Nightfall, no one's Illuminate's going to blast him down. Gray from Fly, though, buys time for Arteezy to arrive. Sweden Strong in with a hookshot cogs for the push back. No one's griefed his mates. They get the Razor. The V-Tune. He's going to try and get away from this. The Storm Vortex is him back as they did curse Arteezy, but no damage to come his way.
Good spell casting there from EG, being able to save Razor for extended period of time, and that blinding light, as you said, pushed him away. So potentially he could have lived, but Anti-Mage needed to go in. And good thing for Na'Vi is that Anti-Mage is getting a lot of farm. He's level 15, 10,000 net worth, getting very close to that Manta style. Then he's not gonna need to care about silence from the Earth Spirit. So one man Chrono. This is offlane Faceless Void, so you don't care too much about it. And we see this Raid Pact. Ursa did go in and instantly kill it with the Fury Swipes, get some extra gold.
Yeah, it could have been a little easier, maybe. An opportunity for a nicer Winter's Curse could have been there as well. But EG come out on top, 10 to 10.
I think Arteezy did like 20,000 damage to Roche so far.
Hookshot's ready.
Crit wants to block it. He wants to find.
Where's Sweden Strong?
Where he is.
There's the hookshot in. Well, he's dropped an item there, Arteezy, but he turns to face the Clockwork. And, well, the Tin Man had a battle plan, but unfortunately, it was counteracted by Crit and Artur.
Roshan also going out of his home.
Come back in here. Abed, he's just gone straight into the middle of three of them. Finds the pick off on Solo as he jumps back in with the ball lightning. And no one. He BKB'd. He ran away.
Abed understands. Like, this is why they picked Storm Spirit, to be able to find this Wyvern, cause him to use the bad curses or die before even using it. Yeah. There's still Orb of Venom inside the Roche pit.
Oh, that's what he dropped.
Free gold, he dropped it, yeah.
That's fine. You can bring a courier across and pick that up if he wants to. Oh, but look at that, an Arcane Rune for Abed. Couldn't be more perfect for him, so they've got Aegis Ursa, Arcane on Storm. With an item coming out, is that a Kaya for him? No, it's Clarities.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Looking for me?
It's nothing.
What's he spent his money on?
So his career is attacking the enemy base.
He bought a shard, that's what it is. I knew he bought the Lincolns a while back. So Storm Spirit with the Aghanim Shard, now eyeing up the Aghanim Scepter.
His career is still on the hill in the enemy triangle.
Was he scouting for Vision, or?
Potentially for Vision, so Dazzle can plant a sentry.
That's good utilization of the couriers. You've seen Abed quite often using them to scout runes. And now scouting out for Vision while Na'Vi are smoked. They want to use these teamfight ultis they've got. It is go time, green lit. Winter's Curse, Hookshot, Chrono. But ideally, who do they use these spells on? Do you just Chrono the Ursa? Do you try and get a curse on the back lines?
These curses were not landing. They were landing on Ursa instead of someone who is sitting next to Ursa, and they cannot Chronosphere him because of the Dazzle and also holding Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Right, and the fact he's got Enrage as a backup plan as well once he gets out of that Chrono. Or even if he's able to cast it pre-Chrono. So it's EG's turn to go under smoke. Vision is there from them. Fly got a very good deep ward, immediately sentryed though by Solo. The warding battle between these two incredible captains. Always a wonder to see. Lays jumps in and immediately out. Artur with 2 minutes 40 remaining on Aegis. Really wants this tier 1 tower. Doesn't want to heavily commit for it though, with Na'Vi having so many members here.
Very limited in terms of tower damage, so they need to kill people and then go for it. The double damage is here. Seems like Abed wants to give his bottle. It's already there. I'm half blind, cannot see because everything is blue.
It's all blue.
The Arteezy's color is also blue, so he camouflaged it.
It's all hidden. Oh, yeah, you're right. DD rune in.
Yep, double D, double die, and he's gonna be jumping Lace.
Good attempt from Crit, not quite on the money.
Stupendous.
It's been a good showing from Artur on his Ursa as well with his Battle Fury, because you'd expect Anti-Mage 20 minutes in to be racing ahead with his farm rate and being that one big carry in the game, but he's dead even with him. Completely paired up with that Anti-Mage top of the net worth. Battle Fury Manta, working on a Skadi now it looks like. But Arteezy already has this Basher, which could be the undoing of Na'Vi.
Basher plus Brigand's Blade with Overpower, that's ton of damage. Your health drops so quickly.
And a Blink Dagger to be able to jump into them. Just the lack of vision is incredibly challenging to find any openings. Yeah, Radiant has one ward down bottom, you see there, the one glimpse of vision they have, while Dire a couple of wards around that mid lane and bottom rune spot. And they see Arteezy. They know where he's lurking. He's not out here for a picnic. He's hungry for kills. Abed. 1,000 gold on his way towards the Aghanim Scepter. That AoE Vortex, always an incredible team fighting tool.
Yeah, because you want to have something to be able to initiate on Anti-Mage, and it's not countered by Counterspell.
Oh, that's a good point. It's absolutely true. And especially when you've got a Battle Fury Ursa dragging them all into a black hole, basically, giving them the cleave. Arteezy just sitting here behind this tier 2 mid. He wants to kill someone, but Na'Vi are giving him nothing whatsoever. Top lane instead pushed down by EG with a catapult wave. 12 to 10, 26 minutes in. Definitely one of the quieter games we've had. But it's this delicate dance. Very nuanced play from both teams, getting towards item timings. That win probability shifting back towards Na'Vi a little bit. It's gone from like 63, 64 down to 58.
Yeah. Anti-Mage is beloved by community and Gaben, it seems. Because he's farming a lot. He's 15,000 net worth. Ursa is keeping up. If this was not a Battle Fury Ursa, things would be completely different.
It would be like 90% Na'Vi victory. Anti-Mage is out farming.
They're already prepared for this. Where's the bash?
Straight in on him. Crit with a stun and the silence for the Winter's Curse. Solo will save V-Tune. Lays thinking about the Chrono and goes straight back in onto it, but no one. He's been backstabbed by the Nightfall Razor. Forced to BKB and run away, so Ursa can now turn to battle with the Faceless Void. TP out from the rest of Na'Vi. Storm Spirit facing off against Lays. They need to get a kill here, and they'll focus him down. One hero dies with every spell in the world being cast.
Everyone's so low on mana, especially 3 cores from EG, but not enough damage inside a Chrono Sphere. That's pretty big. Anti-Mage is never going to be able to deal damage inside Chrono unless someone is caught on the edge. The only damage they got is Rocket and Illuminate one more time. One of the reasons why, like, Lace is there and he's like, why is no one helping me? He landed a good Chrono after the curse, but there's no follow-up.
Where's the Dragonlance for melee heroes? A Penta-Edge Sword, I guess, the Broom Handle.
Broom Handle, yeah.
I need some extra attack range on this Anti-Mage somehow. That's up next, Ice Frog. Dragonlance for melee heroes. Buff Meepo back up to where he belongs. Nightfall frontlining, scouting out no one. It's very, very spooky though for EG to really commit too heavily to anything against Illuminate. And hook shot, as the jetpack from the Clockwork doesn't get him over the cliffs in time. He's trying to come around that mountain, but he's found out by Arteezy's Ursa.
Sweden Strong, pointing out exactly where the ward is. He knew when he moved to the jungle that he got scouted out.
Nice bit of wave clearing out from EG. Mid and top both trending towards the Na'Vi base. But now they've done that, they are quickly moving down bottom. Artur, he doesn't have Aegis anymore, so maybe they could use him as a little bit of bait. Na'Vi are not falling for any of this, though. They are immediately retreating back to their side of the map. And it's this game of tug of war. The pull and push again. EG pushes top, Na'Vi pull back. Then they go push top, and EG pulls back.
So
very soothing.
Push me, pull you. Again, we're back at it.
We are back at it again. Very soothing, calming. Like the ebb and flow of the ocean. The waves just moving back and forth.
Oh, I can smell the ocean right now.
That's a bit worrying, honestly. Is that a medical reason for that?
No, maybe I need a vacation. Nightfall, he does have a Refresher Orb that he used once, 15-second on cooldown, but will be ready for the next fight. Arteezy going for Lincoln Sphere, and he does have it, so Winter's Curse not going to be there, and one ability that he is afraid of is Solar Bind. If you get Solar Bound plus Time Dilated, you don't move.
Yeah. You're not going anywhere. You're a slug. Moving at a crawl. And 1 minute till Roshan. Means next fight very likely going to be around that second Rosh. Lays. Yeah, he finished off that Wraith Pact. Lotus Orb queued up next. Spider Legs delivered for him now, so a little bit of extra in and out capabilities with his shard and his move speed. Spots Arteezy coming in and says, nah, not getting involved with this whatsoever. A D-ward from the bear there.
Lotus Orb, good against Earth Spirit and Razor, but that's about it. Like, two cores, they don't care too much about getting Static Link, because they could potentially get out of trouble, and...
Does he feel he needs an armor item? Is that a consideration? Would you just rather see him go for like an Assault Cuirass if that was the thought process?
On Faithless Void?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it again, I would love this to be Heaven's Halberd, because you can ruin, especially Razor. Razor deals a ton of damage, and it's great against Ursa as well.
Well, yeah, just buy a Yule Scepter. Yule's the Ursa when he's enraged. We'll see what he does, though, on Lays.
No one does have Hex, so that's gonna be good way of controlling the Storm Spirit, but they need to proc the Lincolns first. Same goes for Ursa, like double Lincolns and not too many abilities to proc them.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Level 20 Razor. Eye of the Storm upgraded. Scythe of Ice queued up for him as well now. On top of that Blink Dagger he has just purchased.
Radiant's bottom tower
Na'Vi
is under
smoking
attack.
up. Anti-Mage is where? In the Dire base. The other members of Na'Vi trying to press forward, thinking about that Roshan. You see V-Tune has finished off his Skadi. All crit. Found out straight off the bat. Jumped in. Sweden strong. And
does have buyback.
A finishing blow there from no one. Could buy back, you're right. It's going to be important around this Roche pit to do just that, because they've put a little Hex there and a move in with a Chrono, catching the AM inside. He's caught his own teammate and no one dies. Lays, he time walks back towards Artur, but the bashes and the hits from this overpowered Ursa are going to kill off the Wraith Pact and look for his next target. Winter Wyvern dead before he can cast his ultimate himself, and now Vortex finding the AM. He's silenced and stunned. V2's bashed and dead.
That's the fight, though. Krent just knows what's up. He rolls onto the high ground, puts down a ward, it gets devorted, pays with his life, hook shot is used, and he uses buyback, forces enemy to, like, out of position, and once again, Chronosphere on top of Anti-Mage. He tried to put it on the edge, because it's the only way that Anti-Mage can actually deal damage, but very, very difficult. Now Fuzzy Wuzzy does have Aegis and also has a shard, so Earth Shock plus Enrage, we're gonna see that again.
It's like, good initiation from Na'Vi, but yeah, the problem with their draft is this double melee side lane core matchup with Void and AM. As Sweden Strong dies with buyback available, but EG are pressing towards their objectives. A tier 3 tower glyph for now, but won't be standing strong for long. He's just...
wow.
Yeah, impact.
Dire's top tower.
Lincoln's have put on to Arteezy. The Hex was already spent. Just making sure he's not going to get cursed though. Yeah, Lincoln's popped one. Oh, he's good. His own Lincoln's got one from Storm. Double layered Lincolns for EG. A good Vortex there from Arbed.
It's stacking up.
Cold Embrace keeps him healed. Winter's Curse there too. He's going to turn and
he's so
hit
slow,
into
not
the
gonna even hit Storm.
A time dilation working against the Winter's Curse, so he doesn't do any damage to Abed.
Dota 2 is a beautiful game. Like, one hero is slow, and you're trying to kill your own teammates, but because the enemy slowed you...
Anti-synergy.
You're not able to do it. He even gets the bash. Like, this... It's something else. Now with the Abyssal Blade about to be finished on RTZ... Oh, double damage is bottom. That means extra lockdown. Keeper of the Light... He's not having a good time. There is not a single saving item other than Glimmer Cape on Clockwork, and they are holding onto Gem. Storm Spirit does have it, and one more time. Also Anti-Mage, like we did say it once, but I'm gonna say it again. Aghanim Scepter against Anti-Mage Counterspell.
Yeah.
You don't care about it, and that's a big upgrade.
So incredibly good. AM now behind the Ursa in net worth. RTZ is definitely showing off his brawn in this game, and the jump from Abed Storm, finding the Keeper of the Light. They do have Chrono coming soon, but Lay's holding on to it as they blow up Crit. No one dared to RTZ's Ursa, but the rest of Na'Vi, they are bailing. No longer wanting to fight as they've lost 2 heroes, and Ursa still with Aegis, meaning that EG have the upper hand continually through that battle.
They're gonna have a really hard time killing Ursa. Like, even if he does not have Aegis, there's gonna be another Linken's, potentially a kickback from Earth Spirit, and also Crave Force Staff from Dazzle. So he can overextend. He can just jump in blindly, potentially, and try to find the target inside the base.
Yeah, we just haven't had that same kind of boldness and impact from the AM. He's got 402 last hits. He's got 100 last hits more than the Ursa. Similar amount of net worth, but Vtune really hasn't found his opportunity to lock onto a target and kill them off. I mean, we kind of expect these Mana Voids to be on the Storm Spirit, blowing people up, getting multiple kills.
Double Linken's very difficult, and Razor will have his Hex. It's also Blink Hex, so another form of initiation. Can we check the hero damage dealt? I want to see how much damage Anti-Mage did in this game. I feel like it's very low.
What's your guess? 5,000? 7.8k.
Lowest. Like, only Dazzle has lower damage.
Yeah, you're right. What is that? That's half of the Storm's damage, half of the Ursa's damage. AM really has had a struggle this game, even though it looked like it could be a decent pick here up against the Storm Spirit. EG have maneuvered themselves to outplay him the entire game. 10k lead currently for EG. And another minute left on Aegis means they want to keep pushing their advantage. And top lane is unlocked with the tier 3 already dead. And the outpost not taken back by Na'Vi means that EG can set up base camp here again. Who are they found in the trees? Oh, it's the AM.
No counterspell.
The key target. Abyssal Blade stunned and killed. He's dead for a minute and a half with no buyback money.
Yeah. Nightfall did not want to risk anything. Uses Refresher, hexes him again.
And they've got more as well, lined up for them. Nightfall. He just solo kills the Wyvern in a matter of seconds. You blink your eye, you miss it.
Their pick-off potential is nuts. Like, as Anti-Mage, you want to be split pushing, trying to get something done on the side lanes, but he's never going to feel comfortable. If 2 heroes are missing, Lay's career dies.
Yeah, makes matters only worse and worse.
That was a full Lotus Orb.
It was indeed.
Not going to be there for 2.5 minutes.
That is a rough one. I mean, no AM for 50 seconds. No Lotus on the Void. 2 lanes pushing into the Dire base. And the Evil Geniuses looking to rack up yet another victory. The Aegis is reclaimed.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
They're backing away. Am I scared of the AM having buyback here? Definitely could have been a possibility. They don't know he doesn't have the money for it.
Dire's top barracks are under
There's
attack.
potentially a good setup. Hex into Curse into Chronosphere, or any other way around.
They
it's
came
a
back
lot
for
of disable.
Tier 4 items. Immediately farm through all the neutrals. 4 tier 4 items there for EG.
Timeless Relic, of course, on Storm Spirit, so the pull on Electric Vortex is going to be even better. We're sitting at 3 seconds right now, plus a 20% debuff duration, that's 3.6. And RTZ did manage to find Ninja Gear, so his pick-off potential is through the roof. Being smoked with that Abyssal Blade, could pick off anyone.
Sure could. And if they're able to lock Na'Vi in their base, They're not going to get any of their neutral items, are they? Tier 4, 0 out of 5. Ethereal Blade queued up for the Keeper of the Light. Extra bit of burst damage, bit of safety against the physical coming out of this Ursa.
Radiant's bottom tower
Scythe of
is under
Vice.
attack.
Being closed in on by Arbed, still needs 1700 gold or so. He's going to farm that very quickly. Oh.
There's way too many buttons to click on Nightfall. I would not love to play this Razor right now. Blink, Eon Disc, swap in, Leveler when you feel like you're pushing. Oh, zip in. What is Solo doing outside of the base?
I'm not sure. Did he have wards in his inventory or something? The only reasoning really could be if he's on a warding mission, just a sentry. Maybe he wanted to push a wave, slow the advance of EG towards their base.
Assemble the Eon Disc in trouble, double BKB, double Scythe of Voice.
Yeah, that Razor is
Gotta be a zoomer to have this item build.
Definitely going to be fast with your fingers. Radiant Vision covering that top Tinker ward spot and the Dire Triangle. 3 wards, in fact. There's one in that top jungle, seeing pretty much every angle of attack Na'Vi could make. While Na'Vi see, again, similar to game 1, Na'Vi see very little. This warding battle between Fly and Solo has been Fly all the way home.
Very difficult, because it was Crit who did buy early gem, and they got a lot of vision removed. Smoke from Na'Vi. They want to make something done. Butterfly on Anti-Mage, which has been shown. Arteezy had a lot of gold saved up, went for Monkey King instead.
Is this a last chance attempt? They'll clear up Dazzle quickly. He's got buyback if they want to continue fighting, and this is around the time of Roshan respawning. 2 seconds until fast spawn. If it's an immediate one, Na'Vi could maybe feel happy about it, but yeah. 1 minute 50. And Evil Geniuses readying themselves, waiting in the trees, hiding in the fog of war. And Arteezy, Ninja Gear smoked up. He's trying to break the smoke on anybody lurking. Na'Vi are all holding hands together up in that top jungle, though.
Is it possible to see how many runes teams did pick up? Active runes? Because I feel like EG has been controlling that for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. Like Abed's had arcanes and regens, double damage we had for Arteezy a couple of times.
Abed kills another courier. That's a potential Lincoln Sphere for no one.
How long's that gone for? A few minutes, yeah? Double smoke.
3 minutes.
Both teams gonna clash and bash into each other. The Hex on Artur with a jump into the back. Arbed focusing onto the Kotl and the Wyvern. The Curse is good onto the Razor, but they lose the Wyvern and the AM's falling. He gets obliterated by Arteezy's bear.
I think that might be it, Gary. Like, Chronosphere lands one more time, but they just don't have what it takes. And Solo will call it. They had the 3 hexes. What do you think about it? It was actually 5 hexes, because 6 hexes.
7 hexes?
No, because Dazzle did land a 3-man Poison Touch and hexed the 3 of those heroes, and the Razor used it twice, plus a Storm Spirit once. Na'Vi tried to experiment a little too much for my taste with this offline Faceless Void, no real impact, and maybe if they had different heroes, something that can deal damage inside a Chronosphere, maybe the outcome would be a little bit different. But like the itemization from EG, like getting these earlier hexes, Aghanim stuff that we mentioned, yeah, and the double Lincoln Sphere. It was the first item Lincoln's pretty much on the Storm Spirit to be able to, because he understood where the real threat is coming from. He does not want to kill his own team. Anti-Mage with 1 mana void could wipe him and the rest of the team, and also against the Curse. So Abed had a pretty good game.
Yeah, made sure none of that happened. EG with a 2-0 victory as we head back to the panel one last time.
What a beautiful game, once again, played by Evil Geniuses, taking this series 2-0. Na'Vi, offlane Void, I don't know.
Yeah, that's an understatement. The first thing I see, so, game ends and there's the scoreboard that pops up in front of us. I look down and I'm like, oh, they give him the AM because he's a level 25 Dota plus AM. And I'm like, what about this Void player, Lace? level 2 on Dota Plus. This guy has not played much Faceless Void.
I am an offlane Void connoisseur. If you don't know, I beat solo. It was a solo in the TI10 All Stars matches offlane Faceless Void. So I know a thing or two about picking this here hero. And this one, I think there was a lot of communication issues and like lack of familiarity that we just mentioned. It was stuff like EG group up in their jungle, right, just above the tier 1 tower mid. The Coddle does not have his blast ready. They have no damage, and Anti-Mage can't do anything.
This
right?
is a great fight.
And then Faceless Void Chronos. This is another exact example.
Yeah.
Your Anti-Mage blinks out. You do not have Coddle there ready with any type of spell. There's no blast charging up, and he Chronos. This has happened twice. That is inexcusable because Chronos is like a 2-minute long cooldown.
And when you're an offlane Void, you're being picked for your Chronosphere more so than Carry Void is your pick for Chronosphere, but it's more important to get good Chronos when you're playing offlane.
Yeah, it's hard. It's very difficult to have a lot of impact with an offlane Faceless Void because you have to play around the time dilation and you want to fight a lot. And it's because he does have decent stats. I think he's quite a tanky hero. But your Coddle is just like hardcore farming the mid lane. You saw his like heat map. He's not moving really across the map. Anti-Mage isn't taking part in the game. It's hard to find your space. I don't particularly blame him that hard, but yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, there was definitely some unfamiliar in the hero, but it was the team just completely out of sync. Like, he was getting 2 or 3 heroes in most Chronos, and none of them were dying in most Chronos. So, definitely not. It was not Navi's plan going into the draft. It felt like they were just like, man, this Storm, I don't think we've got enough. It felt like it probably usually that's the carry players like, man, this would be a sick AM game. Like, I think I can win this game in AM, and then suddenly it's like you've got an offlane Void, and things go south.
Yeah, and I mean, looking even at the scoreboard here, great performance as well on Artur, RTT on the Bear. I mean, everybody honestly performed well, but there is a standout here where if you're looking at the kills, might not be so noticeable as far as like your personal MVP here, she.
Yeah, like 0 kills kind of sucks, man.
But
back-to-back MVPs.
My man, oh my god, crit Dota. He was we talked about the silence and how good it was against Anti-Mage. And that's what he does. He gets an early point in silence on the Earth Spirit. He is rotating on him, getting kills. They even rotate RTZ up on his Ursa too. They gank him from the trees, they jump in. They continue to put deep wards in the jungle to follow Anti-Mage around. More kills, finds more just throughout the whole game. Crit was really setting the pace and finding everyone.
It felt like EG's drops just kind of came together. They played it a bit slower than maybe I expected, but it's almost because they could. They had 3 really great scaling cores. Like Nightfall on Razor ends the game with BKB, Refresher, Hex. Like, they had double Hex on their team against Void as well as Anti-Mage. Suddenly these heroes can't rely on their escapes. There's no real reliable save. Like the Cold Embrace just wasn't really cutting it. It just felt like EG had all the tools. Great Ursa pick as well. I really liked the way RTZ played this game. Like, we've seen Ursa kind of as a pick struggle a lot of this tournament, but I think both LGD earlier today with Ame and now RTZ have shown teams a bit more like how the hero should be played.
It was a great IM choice to go Battle Fury. Of course, he kept up in farm really nicely with V-Tune and like lasers. He's going a Wraith Pact and a Lotus Orb. He's not going to scale into any sort of carry, so they were super patient. The hexes, both on Storm and Razor as well, were really, really great. Like, V-Tune's not going at BKB. He can't afford to. He has to carry the game. If he buys too many defensive items, there's no way his team's going to win. So, yeah, it was very easy. They just kept finding them and picking them off, and that was what the strength of their draft was.
Yeah. At some point, like, they were willing to let this AM get farm. Like, AM was even ahead of Ursa for a lot of this game, but it was like they knew there was going to be damage issues on Navi's side.
Right.
They were never going to be able to have the ways to start these fights. Like, they have the mid Coddle, whereas EG, they've got Earth Spirit, they've got Storm, they've got the catch, they've got the itemization into the hexes. They're going to be the ones who can make plays.
Right. So they got it all, and they got that lovely 2-0. I mean, let's take a look back as well. Just, refresh ourselves with what went down on this stream today. We got our little graphic up there for you. Besides this 2-0 on EG Navi, a lot of 2-0s on the board for today's matches. I mean, good for us, I suppose, on the timing. Hell yeah, but not surprising. We called this, I think, yesterday. LGD taking Liquid 2-0. And OG, RNG, we saw that as well, 2-0. But it's the EG Tundra 1-1 matchup. That one, Tundra, they're not doing so hot.
I think them taking a game was better than I expected. I thought like EG might, because they've been feeling themselves a bit, and they just proved it now.
That result's fine for Tundra.
Yeah.
It's the big picture in their current standing. I think they're in like the bottom 2 or bottom 3 of their group, where they're got to be a little concerned.
For sure. Now, Stream B kind of starting their streak off similar to yesterday with a lot of 1-1s here, but looking at this,
they got to win.
Yeah,
They're not on top, but they're in a great position.
Yeah, but on the opposite side, Liquid got another own too. Like,
Yeah, there's 0-4 today.
Yeah,
Not great.
Liquid's not doing so hot either, and I mean, Fnatic, like right here, yeah, 1 win against Thunder, 2-0 on the Liquid. I mean, you're seeing Boom versus Spirit still going on, but Boom taking that first game. So I know we got some big fans over here.
I'm a big fan. That's me.
Should be.
I mean, Boom and Fnatic. Fnatic went 3-1 today. Boom may go 4-0 today.
I'm so happy.
That would be.
Meanwhile, Talon. We don't talk about it.
Navi also 0-4 today. They're having a rough one.
That is true.
And Beast Coast, they were similar to EG. Like, they haven't played on the mainstream, so we've not really talked about them in the same way. But they bounced back because they started 0-4. Since then, they've went to a boom. They've had some wins. They've had some draws. Beast Coast has kind of cemented themselves more in the middle of the pack, which, given their start, is a great result. Like, you just got to survive the groups. Like, when you start 0-4, I mean, there is obviously still a slim chance you could make up a bracket, but they've had a great bounce back.
Yeah, and like Sonics too, just very quickly. Maybe like bringing themselves to tiebreakers with that 1 win over LGD. I don't know.
Yeah,
they're definitely
and a win over
going back.
Yeah, I mean,
it's draws.
Speaking of some witches here, like if we're still on that Beast Coast train, remember they took a game off of Aster today in a very Beast Coast fashion.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Right? And I know everybody was so hyped up, or messages were blowing up. Sonics winning a game against OG. So that one was another hype one. I mean, a lot of hype matches coming in today as the Tundra Aster game still going on. So we will find out soon enough how that is going to play out. But as that is still panning, we do have some more Dota coming at you tomorrow. It's still going to be some pretty crazy stuff as we pull up the group standings here. Like we said, LGD still looking pretty on top.
Yeah, they're going up a bracket. It's all secured. Yeah,
it's very much secured, right?
I could see RNG dropping down. I was very surprised I saw their 7-3. I just haven't seen enough of their game. So like when we saw them obviously in the mainstream get stomped, but I think the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th slot are anyone's right now. This group is just wide open, and same for the bottom 3. Everyone's got 3 wins. There's so much parity at this event. It honestly feels like there's no team here that doesn't belong. Sometimes you get to like majors or TIs, and there's like 1 or 2 teams who are like, they're kind of the punching bag. That team doesn't exist at this event.
Yeah. Tomorrow is going to be very interesting as far as like determining perhaps like the tiebreaker situation as we look at the Group B standings here. Yeah, Aster is still looking pretty up top as well, but it's pretty close, I feel like, for that upper bracket group right now. I mean, EG with such a dominating performance like the last couple of days, they've clawed their way literally from the bottom. And
East Coast just won game 1 against NC, maybe 2, so there could be some shakeups.
Yeah, they're definitely making it close, because I was worried about them initially. Like them and Sonics, especially like in the different groups, I was like quite worried about, but everyone's improving. Like EG, we just keep talking about it. Everyone's just improving, and games are getting super close, and you can't predict who's gonna just win these.
The brutal thing is, like, often there's teams that get eliminated that just win like 1, maybe 2 games. The teams that are getting eliminated are gonna be teams that win like maybe 5 games. Like winning 5 or 6 games may still see you in the bottom or in tiebreakers.
Right?
That's just that's where it feels brutal and heartbreaking. Because it's like, did this team really deserve to get eliminated? They weren't that much worse. They were winning games, beating probably some teams that even go upper bracket. But obviously, you got to win as much as possible.
Yeah, and as we take a look at tomorrow's schedule, so that you all can find out like where these important matches are going to be playing out. We're looking at Stream A to start here. Opening match of the day is going to be OG versus Thunder. So that should be fun. I mean, I personally, I'm going to want to lean towards OG still. I feel like they found their momentum here, but if there's any
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm just looking at the second game. That's all I'm looking at.
Tunnel vision.
I'm tunnel visioning.
That's right. I believe. Are you going to be on this?
Yes.
Yes.
I will be on the Boom series. Spoiler.
Like, I refuse to work this event unless I panel Boom at
You
least
should.
once.
Yep. You should have seen the group chat. It was just me going at PGL. Boom when. Boom A stream
Boom.
when, please. Me. Thank you.
And with the way Aster has been performing, like maybe teams have finally gotten a read on them. I believe on the Boom, and you got me on.
I mean, Aster's terrifying, so it should hopefully be a good match.
Anybody can beat anybody, though.
Exactly.
It's how it feels at this event.
Exactly. And I mean, we got a bit of a Eastern Europe matchup over on the stream B here with Spirit Navi. Well, I mean, sure we can talk about LG Outsiders. Is that going to change at all? Are we still expecting LGD to 2-0, or can Outsider tie it up?
Any series you'd expect it, but then, you know, it can get shaken up, as we saw today with
today.
Sonics, you know. So I don't think LG are getting cocky. I think they're occasionally experimenting with some of their drafts, but definitely, you know, no win is free.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Chinese teams, for the most part, are so disciplined, and I do expect them to definitely still carry that on. Now, as we take a look at Stream C here, we do have, I mean, I know Liquid is a team that we're going to be keeping an eye on just because of their performance today. They're looking to see if they can take a nice 2-0 to Thunder to perhaps like salvage themselves from where they're sitting at the bottom.
Yep.
And as well as Talon. Yeah, so it's two very important, like Stream C, Liquid. If you're a Liquid fan, this is the stream you want to be in.
These three matches are like, all the teams playing here are teams who are in danger, like real danger of being eliminated. Several of them are currently sitting bottom 2, bottom 3 of their group. Some are, you know, kind of in the tie area. And the fact they're playing each other means like a win there could keep them alive.
Exactly. And last but not least is Stream D for day number 4. And, you know, this is a matchup we're all excited about. It's Sonics versus Fnatic / TSM.
No, I haven't looked into this properly yet, but I'm curious to see the win percentage of the teams with stand-ins from the start of the group stage to the end. Because, like, is a team like Entity and Fnatic, are they getting figured out a little bit more? Like, is there holes that other people picking up on? Like, is it getting worse for them as time goes on?
Or does it get better? Like, because at least the way Fnatic talked about it when they had their interview, they felt like it was going to get better because, like, they played their matches on day 1 having done 1 total script.
Right.
They had 1 game. So theoretically, teams with stand-ins should improve, but I think the issue is that other teams are improving and they improve in like a more constructive way, maybe because they've been playing as a team and they have, you know, I mean, these teams still have coaches, but they, you know, they've just been playing together longer as a team and they can make adaptations that a team with stand-ins maybe can't make.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I suppose we will find out after we get a good night's rest here. I believe a lot of our talent group is going to be watching Shrek after, but y'all are going to be watching. The rest of everybody else should probably be playing and watching some good Dota as we prepare for tomorrow. Want to give much love to our partners here, BitGet, InZone, GGBet, and Secret Labs. Thank you so much. And obviously everybody in the audience and chat. Well, not audience here yet, but, you know, audience online. My beautiful panel over here. Sheepstick Gods, and obviously our lovely casters up above. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Destroyed.